Loren, a seasoned gamer, unexpectedly found himself transported into a world teeming with malevolent deities and madness. Initially intending to adopt a laid-back approach as a mere observer, he was taken aback to discover that the two children he casually took under his wing were, in fact, despised. In light of this revelation, he mused, the fault lies not with me, but with this world. If the righteous gods refuse to bestow their blessings upon me, I shall retaliate by offering their chosen one as a sacrifice to the outer gods. Let them take their grievances elsewhere. It matters not whether they are righteous, wicked, or foreign deities. Any god that can provide me with advantages is a good one. To offend a dandy is to invite the annihilation of his entire family. Such is the intricacy of human relationships. Chapter 1. Miss Witch. If any part of this narrative is discomforting, please do not hesitate to point it out, and I shall amend it with utmost speed. This year's Christmas snowfall was particularly heavy, yet thanks to the mages of the church clearing the path ahead, the chill was somewhat alleviated. Master Mentor, the girl in the black dress behind Loren, suddenly clutched at his garment, her golden eyes brimming with fear as she furtively scanned the surrounding church members. She wore a flowing black gown that revealed only her ankles, which were encased in black stockings. Her silvery hair fell in gentle waves, nearly concealing her back entirely. In her high-heeled shoes, her height was hardly less than that of Luo. Oh, not worry. I am here, he reassured, holding her hand, the warmth of his palm gradually soothing her troubled heart. The girl's name was Nakuli Si, a witch who had encountered Loren 12 years prior. The church harbored a deep-seated animosity toward witches, and their journey today led them straight into the heart of the church, which was understandably frightening for her. Today marked the day of the Abundant Festival organized by the Abundant Church, an event that occurred once every 12 years and was the grandest of all their ceremonies. Every individual was required to attend, which was precisely why Loren had taken the risk of bringing a witch along. Witches could be described as the epitome of perfection, each possessing exquisite beauty and formidable talents, their ages forever frozen at their peak. Had Loren not held a position of high authority, her appearance would have easily betrayed her identity. The festival's purpose was straightforward. Amidst the hymns, the chosen sacrifice was to produce tens of thousands of twisted offspring for the God of abundance. Yes, tens of thousands. The God of abundance, a righteous deity, was more twisted than many malevolent gods, which epitomized the absurdity of this world. Regardless of their nature, all gods were fundamentally flawed. This year marked Loren's 12th in this world, a realm derived from a game titled In-Game Melody, of which he was a devoted player, even having penned and sung several songs. Upon his initial arrival, Loren possessed nothing, his attributes at their nadir, with no means to level up. However, this festival presented the perfect opportunity. The swiftest path to power lay in sacrifice, particularly to the outer gods. The offspring of the God of abundance were, without question, the most desirable offerings, which justified his willingness to participate in this risky event. He had already taken measures to manipulate the altar in advance. Within the game existed a mentor, a figure of vast knowledge who could assist novices. When Loren sought her out, he discovered that the timeline of his arrival was askew, and she was not yet present. Consequently, he had no choice but to survive by singing, earning a considerable sum through his musical endeavors, while also assuming the role of a music teacher and utilizing his extensive gaming knowledge to assist others to it. Was only when many began to refer to him as Master Mentor that he realized he had inadvertently become the mentor within the game. As for the true mentor, she was now working as a maid in his household. Having been well-versed in the game's plot and mechanics for many years, Loren had undoubtedly made his share of progress. Today was the moment to alter everything. Master Mentor, I am hungry. Suddenly, a delicate hand grasped his other arm, shaking it insistently. The girl with pink twin tails wore a Gothic-style dress, her exposed calf wrapped in white stockings. Her small face was fair with a hint of rosy blush, her bright pink eyes fixated on Loren. He had grown accustomed to her antics. All you think about is food. Can you be a bit more thoughtful? Food? Where's the food? Loren could not resist the urge to tap her on the head at her adorably naive expression. It was difficult for him to envision that she would one day become the gluttony, which, one of the most formidable bosses in the game. Yet, he understood, for she had been rescued by Nakhuli during her infancy. They had arrived at his doorstep on a snowy night seeking refuge, and she had not yet been named. Anna was a moniker he had casually assigned, which remained with her as she grew, leading him to eventually recognize her true identity. Her title as the gluttony, which stemmed from her insatiable appetite. Killing was as natural to her as dining, serving to satiate her desires, and her appetite only grew larger. However, Anna had only ever tasted the bitterness of black coffee, her experiences in stark contrast to those in the game. Her descent into darkness was rooted in her sister's murder, yet her sister thrived alongside Loren. Witches possess long lifespans, but are inherently simple-hearted and loyal. Had they not endured such profound suffering, they would not have succumbed to darkness. Alas, this chaotic world devours all without discrimination. How innocently naive were these witches! One of the 7 deadly sins, the lust witch, was but a blank slate, for witches are born with inherent blessings, one of which prevents others from harboring lewd thoughts toward them. Yet one might question, given their long lives, striking beauty, and apparent simplicity, is it not somewhat unrealistic? You are correct. The traversal is real, magic is real, gods are real, but pure love is not. We have arrived. Master Mentor, please preside over the ceremony. The church's cleric was adorned with straw, sprouting new shoots, rendering his visage indistinguishable. This was a method of drawing closer to the divine, promising greater faith and, in return, receiving more power from the gods. Thus they were referred to as scarecrows, the guardians of the fields, also serving as messengers of the god of abundance. The congregation did not enter the church, for the sheer number of participants in this festival exceeded its capacity. Instead, an altar was established outside, thronged by a dense crowd. Regardless, a path remained open for Loren. From beginning to end, Loren's presence was grand. Not only had church members come to his home to escort him, but a prime position near the altar had been reserved for him, complete with instruments, allowing him to lead the entire ceremony. After all, he had provided them with more effective hymns, elevating his status within the church to a level comparable to that of the bishop. Let us commence, Master Mentor. The youth clad in white upon the altar stood barefoot on the runes inscribed on the ground, adjusting his attire before bowing to Loren. He was the chosen sacrifice. No one noticed that something was amiss with the runes upon the altar, save for their orchestrator, Loren, who could easily manipulate such matters given his standing. The boy was acutely aware of his impending fate. The vast majority present understood what was to unfold, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was Loren's perspective that they deemed abnormal. Indeed, good advice often falls on deaf ears. Loren had no intention of rescuing them and indulging in self-righteous sentimentality. Positioned at the center, Loren grasped the conductor's baton. Under his direction, a solemn hymn began to resonate, with hundreds of thousands singing in unison, the youth in white gracefully dancing upon the altar. As the melody progressed, the boy's movements grew increasingly clumsy as tendrils sprouted from his pores, embedding themselves into the altar and ultimately binding him in place. The branches formed from flesh and blood tore through the young man's scalp, growing in astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they thickened to the diameter of a bowl, their surfaces uneven. As they continued to grow, the irregularities enlarged, revealing the distinct features of human faces. Ultimately, the branches matured into a colossal tree, its multitude of faces becoming increasingly discernible, each displaying its own unique features. The trunk, branches, and leaves were all adorned with faces that mirrored one another. These faces, devoid of eyeballs, strained to open their mouths, tearing apart the connected lips, and began to chant hymns of praise. Tens of thousands of mouths synchronized in eerie unison, their thunderous voices overwhelming. Loren, positioned closest, felt his very brain vibrate with the sound. Each visage represented a devout believer, and this sanguine tree symbolized nearly 100,000 followers, capable of providing an immense reservoir of faith to the deity. The god of abundance lacked no followers, thus he remained indifferent to the number of devotees who perished to him. The value of a living farmer equated to that of a single face upon the sanguine tree. As the ritual reached its zenith, the blood-red moon enveloped the world, rendering the blood flowing from the young man's orifices indistinct. The moment had arrived. Loren's visage concealed beneath the hood of his black robe. He murmured incantations. God of greed, abyss of devouring Plutus, I offer all the devotees upon the altar to you. Please grant me mana and the blessing of breaking illusions. Loren uttered the name of the outer god. The runes previously hidden upon the altar emitted a faint glow. In an instant, the starlight transformed into a dazzling brilliance, the pallid light consuming the sanguine moonlight. Chapter 2. The god of justice is stingy. I directly offer sacrifices to the outer god. If the requirements are not excessively complex, the rituals of the outer god are rather straightforward, necessitating merely the invocation of the deity's true name and a hastily arranged altar. Even the simplest of deities, the god of pleasure, requires only the recitation of his name. Previously, Loren had even deemed the ritual for the god of pleasure, occasion, akin to an instant cast skill. However, this also posed significant danger. Even merely whispering the name of the outer god could taint a mortal. Not even the highest-ranking angels beneath the god of justice could escape this fate. Fortunately, as a player of elevated status, Loren had little reason to fear the outer god. The most he would suffer is a debuff, as it would be inconceivable for players to be driven to madness. The ritual demanded offerings that could not resist, and the colossal tree of flesh and blood fit this criterion perfectly. Consequently, they were promptly consumed by the starlight, appearing as though an invisible monster devoured them before the eyes of the onlookers. The hymn was abruptly interrupted, and the multitude of believers descended into panic until the scarecrow stepped forth to restore order. There's been a problem with the ritual. Protect the esteemed mentor. The scarecrows, concealed in every direction, swiftly encircled Loren, the ritual having already been completed in an instant. Loren had acquired what he sought, yet the performance required thoroughness. Instinctively, he shielded the two witches within his embrace, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. At that moment, Loren realized that Nikali's body had grown rigid, having turned to stone the instant the ritual commenced. Although Nikali's possessed a strikingly mature appearance, she was timid by nature, having only been able to sleep soundly beside Loren during her childhood. Loren overlooked a crucial detail. The content of the ritual was indeed profoundly terrifying. The populace of this world had long since become desensitized, and while Loren approached matters with a player's mindset, he did not concern himself overly much. Yet Nikali's, having had little exposure to such horrors, still held a relatively normal worldview, and naturally, would be frightened by such a scene. Do not fear. Loren urged Nikali's to press her face against his chest, embracing her. As she felt his warmth, Nikali's gradually regained her composure, tears beginning to flow. In contrast, Anna remained remarkably composed, tightly holding on to Loren. She was not afraid. She merely wished to snuggle closer to him. Cradling the two witches, Loren began to sense his own transformation and opened his status panel. The level of his in-game melody resembled that of a soul voyage. Leveling up would only yield a slight increase in attributes, contributing little to combat prowess. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Loren opted for restraint, refraining from actively seeking monsters to level up, instead choosing to conceal himself and gradually devise. His plans today marked the commencement of Loren's intricate stratagem. Name: Loren level 2 strength, 7 endurance, 8 agility, 10 intelligence, 14 mana, 5060/5060 accessories, none blessing, breaking illusions. The attributes of an ordinary adult average 5 points. Over the years, Loren had found few opportunities for advancement, having focused primarily on laying the groundwork. Achieving this much enhancement through training was commendable. Mana is the most precious attribute in this game. Aside from gaining it through level-ups, it can only be acquired through equipment and accessories. As one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly challenging. Opting for mana rather than combat power is a more sustainable choice. This time, he had acquired a staggering 5,000 points of mana. It is worth noting that even a superlative spell capable of annihilating a city requires merely over 1,000 points of mana. Even so, Loren had previously needed numerous temporary mana-boosting items to successfully cast spells in the game. As for the blessing of breaking illusions, its effect merely enables him to strike certain phantasmal entities, seemingly of little utility. However, it proves advantageous against a side boss that typically could only be defeated much later in the game, making it considerably easier to obtain powerful loot, a tactic Loren intended to employ for swift progression. This is the outer god. Quickly pray to the god of abundance. Loren promptly offered a solution, albeit more for his own benefit. The god of greed would never be so generous as to bestow upon Loren enough mana to surpass even an angel, regardless of the nearly 100,000 devotees he had sacrificed. A beam of starlight soon illuminated Loren, but before his mana could be reclaimed, the synchronized prayers ringing around him made the blood-red moonshine all the more blinding, ultimately engulfing the starlight. Madness has its own advantages. In the wake of such a tremendous event, the fervent believers were able to quickly reorganize and commence their prayers in an orderly fashion, successfully garnering the assistance of the god of abundance. Loren cast a glance up at the sky, where the stars shone brightly. Familiar with the narrative, he recognized that these so-called stars were, in fact, the eyes of the outer god, while the crimson moon symbolized the god of justice. Esteemed mentor, are we safe now? As the situation began to stabilize, a nearby scarecrow inquired. Only after Loren nodded did it release a sigh of relief. The power of the outer god far exceeded that of the god of justice. However, the outer god was bound by the rules of the world, subjected to numerous restrictions. Unless someone like Loren provided coordinates, the outer god could not interfere with this realm, which is why the god of justice can suppress the outer god. The ritual has failed. Remaining here serves no purpose and may even invite danger. Those fanatics worshipping the outer god would stop at nothing. Everyone, return, the benevolent god of abundance will not hold us accountable. Such is the advantage of high status. No one would suspect Loren. With just a few words, he could disperse the crowd, and even if an inquiry were to arise, it would be an investigation of his own actions. Moreover, these scarecrows, as emissaries of the divine, would escort Loren, the architect of this chaos, back home. Throughout the journey, Nakalis gripped Loren's hand tightly, too frightened to look at the scarecrows accompanying them. Instead, she focused intently on Loren's hand, trailing closely behind him, fearful of falling behind. Upon arriving home, Anna promptly collapsed onto the sofa, carelessly tossing her removed, over-the-knee white stockings onto the floor. It wasn't until Loren wrapped her on the head that she finally tidied up. Compared to Anna, Nakalis displayed far more grace. Her actions in removing her stockings were elegant, unlike Anna, who yanked them off with her toes, leaving them crumpled in a heap. It this moment did not perceive the presence of his maid. It was only when he entered the restroom, relieved by the existence of toilets in this world, that he discovered his maid, Xin, kneeling before the toilet, her expression one of indifference as she stuck out her tongue, seemingly awaiting him to make a move. Embarrassed, Lin could only awkwardly close the door and retreat. Xin, clad in a flowing black robe, with her hair obscuring her left eye and revealing only a singular red eye, often bore a cold demeanor in the game. Players regarded her as an exceedingly aloof character. However, it was only after she became his maid that he truly discerned her nature. She was strikingly enigmatic, frequently engaging in peculiar antics while maintaining her icy facade, and her peculiar tastes could easily diminish his interest. The incident that had just transpired could be considered rather mild. "Master, I am hungry." Anna grasped his hand, shaking it while indulging in playful affection. Presently, with no outsiders around, felt free to express herself as she wished. Xin is currently in the restroom, that if she has sufficiently cosplayed as the toilet, let her prepare the meal, but do remember to inform her that I shall not be using it. Casually dismissed Anna, turning his thoughts towards his next course of action. His recent offering to the greedy devil might deceive the followers of the Bounty Church, yet he knew he could not elude his acolytes, who would undoubtedly detect his presence through the aura of gore that lingered upon him. While he was aware of numerous methods to address this predicament, it was all part of his grand design, as the side boss he intended to eliminate was indeed a follower of Buddha. Currently, although he possessed ample magical energy, he had yet to master any formidable spells. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Reached beneath the table, he emerged with a shotgun in hand. This world was not solely governed by magic. It also embraced martial skills and firearms. While guns may not prevail in high-stakes confrontations, not all beings were celestial. The vast majority of mages were merely mortal and could not withstand even a single bullet. Chapter 3 Tarot Cards, The Tower. Good morning, Master. Early in the morning, Loren was awakened by the noise made by Jingxin. Upon being discovered, she greeted Loren with a cold expression, as if nothing had happened. Loren had grown accustomed to this. He gently withdrew his hand from Nakalisi's embrace and wiped the saliva from his arm on his clothing. The events of the previous day had frightened Nakalisi, who requested to sleep beside Loren that night, just as she had in the past. Loren could hardly refuse. After all, she was a child he had raised. Breakfast was ready. Please enjoy your meal. Where is Anna? After dressing, Loren stepped out of the bedroom to find the dining table lavishly adorned with a feast of 5 or 6 different dishes. Observing the scene of the pink-haired lowly devouring her food, Loren did not think Jingxin had prepared too much for breakfast. Upon seeing Loren take a seat, Anna, with her mouth full, excitedly greeted him, only to spray remnants of her meal all over his face. Loren could only cover her mouth with one hand while accepting the handkerchief handed to him by Jingxin with the other, setting aside Jingxin's peculiar hobbies. She truly was a competent maid, though regrettably, that was overshadowed by her quirks. For instance, when Loren inspected the handkerchief she had given him, he discovered it was actually her underwear. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use a napkin from the table. Prior to eating, Loren also checked his bowl, ensuring it contained nothing unusual before he began his meal. Good morning, master. At that moment, Nakalisi finally awoke. Her face slightly flushed as she seemed to realize the pool of saliva on the sheets was her doing, and that at her age. She still needed someone to sleep with her. Even little Anna was unafraid. Let's wash up before breakfast. Nakalisi nodded and soon joined Loren at the table. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, filling Loren with a sense of happiness. In truth, he was quite content with this life. A job he loved, respect from others, financial stability, and people who cared for him. It seemed he lacked nothing. Yet, Loren understood all too well that the more he cherished this ordinary but beautiful life, the more he needed to enhance his strength. He possessed a deep understanding of the world's essence, setting aside the church's animosity towards witches. The impending divine war was a looming threat. The nation in which Loren resided would soon fall victim to the chaos of the divine conflict. He recalled that the god of abundance would emerge victorious in the war, but what relevance did that hold for ordinary people? In the face of divine war, even kings were mere pawns. The specter of the divine conflict hung over Loren like the sword of Damocles, urging him to grow stronger. Sacrificing the children of the god of abundance was merely the first step. Just as this warmth enveloped them, an incongruous knock echoed from outside the door. As Nakalisi stood, Loren gestured for her to remain seated. I will answer the door. Many visitors came to see Loren, but at this critical juncture, even if they were not followers of Pluto, they were likely high-ranking members of the church. Caution was prudent. Greetings, master. A well-mannered man stood outside, dressed in opulent attire. His sleeve buttons likely worth a fortune. Loren recognized him. He was the side boss he had long kept in mind. Besides being a follower of Pluto, he held another status as a noble of the realm. Greed had driven him to obsess over power and longevity, ultimately making him a devout follower of Pluto. What brings you here? Loren feigned ignorance while gradually stepping back, distancing himself and standing in front of the dining table. I sensed the aura of our Lord Pluto upon you, and assumed you are also one of his followers. I have come to invite you to join us. This distinction between true gods and outer gods is striking. The names of true gods are forbidden. Uttering them could lead to immediate death, while outer gods prefer their true names to be spoken. To demonstrate his power and to threaten, the man gently shut the door, but as his hand released the handle, it shattered into fragments. As long as you do not harm my child, I shall comply with your demands. Loren positioned himself protectively in front of Nakalisi, appearing as a threatened spouse, though his hand had already gripped the handle of a shotgun. Master, noticing Nakalisi's inclination to confront the man, Loren swiftly pressed her shoulder down. And Anna, understanding the situation, remained momentarily still. And we shall converse. The man had yet to finish his sentence when gunfire erupted. At the instant the shot rang out, he began to evade, yet a few steel pellets struck his shoulder. It seems you remain unaware of the disparity in our strengths. The man showed no anger at Loren's sudden attack. Instead, he tore open his shirt, revealing his shoulder, where the pellets were thwarted by his muscle. If you join us, you too could possess such power. However, Loren remained skeptical and fired another shot. This time the bullet missed the man entirely. In the moment the bullet was about to connect, the man's form became somewhat ethereal, allowing the bullet to pass right through him, leaving numerous holes in the door. It appears you still do not comprehend. With the third shot, the man could speak no longer, the bullet striking his head and causing countless wounds to erupt with blood. Bang! The fourth shot shattered the man's skull, causing him to collapse. Fully aware of the importance of ensuring a kill, Loren continued to fire until the body was a bloody mess before he spoke again. The blessing of the broken illusion and enchanted bullets, young man. Next time, do not attempt to withstand what you can evade. To confront the man before him, Loren had meticulously planned. He feigned weakness to provoke the man's arrogance, and even prepared the broken illusion and enchanted bullets, ultimately leading to the easy demise of this notorious side boss. After slaying the man, Loren wasted no time in using a dining knife to carefully dissect the man's abdomen. This knife, designed for cutting steak with its fine serrations, was just right for the man's tough skin. Master, the sudden turn of events left Nakalisi bewildered. A stranger appeared, was suddenly killed by Loren, and now Loren was rummaging through the man's insides. Yet, Nakalisi firmly believed in the righteousness of Loren's actions. Only after confirming the man's death did she release the second gun she had kept hidden beneath the table. Anna, reassured by Loren's safety, relaxed her grip on the knife and returned to her meal. The gruesome scene did little to dampen her appetite. Jingxin went to fetch tools to clean the bloodstains. Found it. Loren extracted a golden card from the man's belly, waiting for the blood to drain before discerning its true nature. It was a tarot card, depicting a precarious tower teetering on the brink of collapse, surrounded by an endless sea of corpses. Instantly, Loren recalled the description of this tarot card. Tarot card, the tower effect, induces a state of illusion, rendering the user impervious to external interference, while also preventing external forces from affecting the user. In this state, the user loses all five senses. Note, alas, you remain aloof, blind to the world, deaf to its sounds. In simpler terms, this card embodies divine authority, albeit with a higher cost of magical energy. However, Loren was not in short supply of magical energy. Furthermore, if activated momentarily and then closed, it could effectively shield against attacks without exhausting too much magical energy. For a skilled player like Loren, acquiring this tarot card was akin to achieving invincibility. Chapter 4: The Blood-Soaked Wedding Ring. This is the situation at hand. My extensive knowledge of the outer gods has rendered me a thorn in the side of their followers, prompting them to resort to assassination attempts against me. I believe this will not be the last such incident. Shortly after Loren acquired the tarot card, members of the church arrived, and he promptly explained the situation to the church's strawman. The followers of Poluchuo are aware of Luoluen's secret, yet they possess no evidence. One must question the efficacy of a group of pagan worshippers accusing Luoluen, a high-ranking member of the church, before its officials. It is even said that Luoluen retorted, "Who among you dares to accuse this official?" Thus, Luoluen has no reason to fear the church. Rather, they serve as his greatest allies. Rest assured, esteemed mentor, we shall safeguard you. May the God of abundance bless you. The scarecrow drew a few strokes across his chest, symbolizing the growth of crops, an emblem of the God of abundance. Indeed, may the God of abundance bless you all. Luoluen reciprocated with a few strokes of his own. Subsequently, the scarecrow merely waved his hand, and the corpses in the living room were wrapped in straw, carried out by the scarecrow from Luoluen's residence. Soon, the spacious two-story house was once again empty, leaving only Luoluen and his companions. Esteemed mentor, what transpired? After a temporary pause, Nakilis asked, her curiosity evident, while Anna gazed at Luoluen with inquisitiveness. However, Jingxin maintained her usual stoic demeanor, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. Oh, it's nothing significant. The sacrifice during the ritual was my doing. I offered the child of the God of abundance to the God of greed in exchange for power. However, this has drawn the attention of the God of greed's followers, and the one who attacked us is one of them. With nothing to conceal from a child he had raised, Luoluen unveiled the truth, omitting the true name of the God of greed for the sake of their safety. Ah, it is you. What did you gain from this? Is it not true that sacrifices to the outer gods yield substantial rewards? Anna's excitement was palpable. She cared not for the morality of the act, as long as Luoluen was the beneficiary. This was exclusive information belonging to Luoluen, known only to the followers of the outer gods and a few witches, as the followers of the righteous gods remained oblivious. The followers of the righteous gods offer everything for their deities, receiving naught but a word of praise from the church, while the outer gods provide rewards for sacrifices. A pragmatic approach that any sensible person would recognize as preferable. Thus, the righteous God Church has consistently sought to combat the followers of the outer gods. However, this does not imply that the outer gods are benevolent. Their true objective remains the consumption of this world. Were it not for the resistance of the righteous gods, the outer gods would have long since obliterated it. Each sacrifice to the outer gods nudges one's world closer to the abyss. Yet, what relevance does this hold for Loren? The righteous gods have resisted the outer gods for millennia. The sacrifice he made hardly matters, especially since many high-ranking church officials also engage in sacrifices. Loren is a man of double standards. Whatever he enjoys is deemed right, while anything he detests is labeled wrong. The righteous gods have persecuted witches for so long, and he merely seeks to collect a little interest. Furthermore, the righteous gods are hardly virtuous. The outer gods discovered this place precisely because these righteous gods have devoured the world's essence in their quest for power. I have acquired a significant amount of magical energy, yet now is not the time for such discussions. He retrieved the tarot card, the Tower, merely the first step in Loren's grand design. There remains a long journey ahead before the game's narrative begins, with numerous opportunities awaiting Loren's grasp. After consuming a few bites of food, Loren retreated to his bedroom under Achilles' watchful gaze, arranging bullets upon the pre-prepared magical array on the table. With a soft incantation, the enchanted book before him began to stir, its inscriptions soaring into the air before settling upon the bullets, which then emanated a peculiar light. Continue. This time, Loren intended to enchant the bullets himself. Ordinary bullets are easily procured, and he lacks for coin, but enchanted bullets are a rarity. Few would squander resources in such a manner. Enchantments are typically reserved for blades, and only Loren possesses the magical capacity to bestow enchantments upon bullets. Furthermore, enchanted bullets pose a genuine threat to the noble lords, whose bodyguards can merely shield them from ordinary projectiles. Loren remained in his bedroom for an entire day, plagued by an acute fear of inadequate firepower. He would not venture outside without preparing several hundred rounds. Numerous members of the church patrolled the vicinity of Loren's residence, and Anna curiously observed them through the window, an unprecedented attitude towards witches by the church. To this day, Achilles still felt a twinge of unease upon encountering the scarecrow. Having truly been pursued before, unlike Anna, who had been nurtured by Loren since infancy, the church members held Loren in high regard, silently protecting him until evening, when a knock echoed at the door once more. Before Loren could respond, a group of scarecrows pinned the newcomer to the ground. "I am from the Falling Star Merchants. I have brought what the esteemed Minter requested." With mere words, the church was naturally skeptical of the man's claims. By the time Loren emerged, they had already stripped half of his clothing away. "Release him. He truly seeks me." Loren assessed the man's appearance. His pallor was ghastly. Thick bandages wrapped around his hands, yet blood seeped through the fabric, a testament to his excessive blood loss. "Very well, esteemed Minter." The church members exhibited unwavering obedience to Loren. Now that their charge had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. "My apologies. Please come in and take a seat." Loren assisted the man, who appeared breathless with the slightest movement. Once Loren closed the door, the man eagerly presented the box in his hands. "This is what you requested. We acquired it for a mere copper, but the commission was 20 gold. You have no objections, do you?" "None, you have earned it." Loren handed the man a check. Fully aware of the box's contents and recognizing that the merchant's expenditure justified the price. 100 copper equals 1 silver, and 100 silver equals 1 gold. The currency system in this world bears resemblance to that of Tai La Rue Ya, yet it is not identical. Here, gold is not a coin, but merely a term. 1 copper's purchasing power is akin to 1 yuan in reality. Loren opened the box to reveal a ring, crafted from gold, with a cracked diamond adorning its peak. Weeping blood wedding ring. The bearer's body shall never heal, becoming increasingly frail, with a surge in physical exhaustion, gradually growing ugly, cursed with perpetual misfortune. Once adorned, the curse binds for a lifetime, unless the ring is transferred to another with their knowledge. The merchant's description startled Achilles. Such an object is universally shunned. Yet Loren sees its distinct utility. He knows that a tarot card exists capable of reversing curses, and should both items be gathered, the assassin could transform into a tank. The opportunity to obtain that tarot card arises soon. Chapter 5. Preparation. We found this ring in the realm of the god of confusion, at the farthest eastern point. At the time, it was in the possession of a man who had been deceived by his girlfriend's words. Accept this ring, and it will prove your love for me, ultimately falling victim to the curse. The man's girlfriend was originally a noble's maid. After a night of passion, the noble gifted her the ring as a token of affection. At this point, the merchant was abruptly interrupted by Achilles. Is it not required for the recipient to be aware for the curse to be transferred? Such is the tragic nature of humanity. The lady received nothing from the noble, yet devoted herself to him without reservation, shamelessly seeking from her loving boyfriend. After accepting the ring, she abruptly ended their relationship, and by the time we located the ring, the lady had already married. We acquired the ring for merely 1 copper. The man was desperate to rid himself of the ring, yet the merchant guild still paid a copper for it. The falling star merchants adhere to the oaths and the god of wind. With divine protection, any transaction automatically binds an oath, and those who violate it shall be cursed. The divine blessings have granted them the ability to traverse the world, yet even for them, retrieving this ring required considerable effort. If one were to completely lose their self-healing abilities, even clothing could render flesh to ribbons. A multitude of individuals from the merchant guild had to be dispatched in shifts to accomplish this task, as a single courier could easily perish along the way. Once the transaction was concluded, the merchant departed, urgently needing rest. Furthermore, he was not a follower of the god of abundance, and being surrounded by the followers of the abundance church instilled a sense of trepidation in him. The relationships among the gods are far from harmonious. Should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to rend one another asunder. Jingxin, you take this for now. Do not move it around carelessly. If you feel unwell, hand the ring to Achilles. I refuse, Jingxin replied, receiving the ring, but expressing her disdain by tossing it onto the table. Although she verbally rejected it, Loren felt a wave of relief wash over him, undoubtedly a result of the curse being lifted. The transmission of a curse does not depend on the words exchanged. As long as there is internal consent, the curse will transfer. Thus, Jingxin did not genuinely refuse Loren. Throughout the decades since their first encounter, she had never disobeyed a single command from him, genuinely regarding herself as his possession. Jingxin, too, was not human. She was a kind of extraordinary being unknown even to Loren, possessing formidable self-healing capabilities, summoned during one of Loren's rituals. What mischief are you up to now? In response to Loren's inquiry, Jingxin appeared remarkably relaxed, seated at the dining table, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, casually crossing her legs. One of her high-heeled shoes was half off, and her foot, encased in black stockings, playfully held onto the shoe, preventing it from falling. Firstly, the merchant mentioned what you must do for me to receive the ring. Secondly, this is secondhand. If you wish to give me a wedding ring, it will be best to prepare a new one. Even a pull tab from a soda would suffice. Loren was at a loss for words, and Jingxin interpreted his silence as acquiescence. Regardless of Jingxin's antics, she would not genuinely disrupt Loren's plans, and thus he remained indifferent. After ensuring everyone was settled, Loren intended to return to his chamber to prepare ammunition. The followers of the outer gods concealed themselves well, many receiving official support, making it difficult for the church to locate them. However, Loren recalled their precise locations. Like many others who had traversed worlds, his memory had improved significantly after his transition. The memories from before remained vivid, allowing him to replicate songs. While he could adapt the melodies, the lyrics could not be rigidly imposed. Consequently, Loren still remembered every stronghold of the outer god's adherents. Yet, having lived here for so long, he was also aware of the nobles' clandestine machinations and would not genuinely destabilize the followers of the outer gods, for many nobles still relied on them. One particular item, of little use to players, held great allure for the nobility: longevity. Pluto could bestow longevity upon his followers, and it was rare to hear of a prominent noble passing away without a grand funeral. It was a lucrative opportunity, and these money-minded aristocrats could not forego such an event. This was an unspoken understanding, and Loren had no intention of exposing it. His task was to eliminate all nearby threats, leaving the rest beyond his concern. The church was undoubtedly aware of these matters, but only through the presence of threats could the followers comprehend the church's significance, fostering a more devout faith beneficial to both parties. As night fell, Loren had scarcely had time for dinner, and it was Jingxin who brought it to his bedroom. He intended to exhaust his magical energy in one go. Yet his mana pool was substantial, taking until deep into the night to deplete. It was at this moment that a knock echoed from outside his door. "Come Nakedis." "How did you know it was me?" Nakelis entered, clad in a black sheer nightgown that revealed the silhouette of her undergarments. Loren glanced up and noted, black lace underwear. I bought that in the children's size. This was because Anna and Jingxin would not knock before entering. Nakelis did not anticipate this reason and fell silent for a moment, during which Loren remained preoccupied with enchanting bullets, seemingly indifferent to her presence. "Are you planning something significant in the near future?" After entering the room, Nakelis glanced around, wishing to sit beside Loren, yet there was only one chair available, leaving her standing. "Indeed, I plan to lead the church in exterminating the followers of the god of greed. During that time, you all should remain at home." Loren was candid with Nakelis, yet he soon realized something and stood up, positioned before her, with Nakelis standing at about 1.70 meters. Loren only had to lower his gaze slightly to meet her flawless visage, locking eyes with her golden ones before resting his hand on her head. "Be good. Stay home tomorrow, and I will be fine." Nakelis' hair felt remarkably smooth, and the enchanting texture compelled Loren to caress it a few more times. As he reveled in the sensation from above, Nakelis bit her lip. From the beginning to now, Loren had always treated her in such a manner, akin to a child. Nakelis wished for Loren's feelings toward her to transform, but feared losing this most sincere affection. Ultimately, she lowered her head and relaxed her tightly clenched fists. Observing Nakelis' lingering apprehension, Loren decided to demonstrate a tarot card, the Tower, explaining its effects. With this, even if he found himself trapped, Loren could effortlessly escape, as the ability to become incorporeal was nothing short of extraordinary. After comforting Nakelis, Loren returned to his seat to continue enchanting bullets. After a while, noticing that Nakelis showed no inclination to leave, Loren spoke again. "Would you like to sleep with me tonight?" Nakelis replied, suppressing her hidden joy, her response subdued. In Chapter 6, Night Talk, Loren suggested, "You should go to sleep first. I will rest shortly." A pile of magazines surrounded Loren, most of which contained small-caliber submachine gun rounds. The size of the bullets did not diminish the lethality of the enchanted ammunition. In fact, using smaller bullets was often a superior choice if cost were no object. Gazing at the heap of ammunition, even if Loren claimed he intended to slaughter a city the next day, Nakelis would believe him, as she remained unfazed. Loren understood she wished to spend more time with him, yet there were no extra seats available. "Why not sit on the edge of the table? Is that all right?" Nakelis hesitated, glancing at the space Loren had cleared for her at the table. Though she had other thoughts, she genuinely respected Loren as a father figure. No worries. Loren was never one to mind formalities. Having been solitary since childhood, he grew accustomed to freedom and developed a disdain for social niceties after entering society. Ultimately, he became a wild preservation worker, rarely engaging with others. Nevertheless, he had witnessed other families, recognizing how familial bonds could become lifelong sources of pain. Thus, Loren swore from a young age that if he were to become a parent, he would be an open-minded one. He paid little heed to Anna, who ate like a glutton, only concerned with whether they were well fed. Nakelis' voice was as soft as a whisper. She perched on the edge of the table, gazing down at the busy Loren, inadvertently revealing a smile. The table was not large, and Loren's movements were such that he could easily brush against Nakelis' leg. Yet he paid no mind to this. Loren merely mused on how the witch was the epitome of a perfect being, long-lived, beautiful, and possessing such smooth skin. This world had firearms but lacked electricity. Loren relied on kerosene lamps, which strained his eyes somewhat. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed Nakelis had been watching him intently, her golden irises reflecting Loren's illuminated figure in the candlelight. Upon realizing Loren was looking at her, Nakelis swiftly turned her head, her flustered attempt to conceal her demeanor appearing quite endearing. "All right, I have enough bullets. Let's get some rest." Luo pressed the freshly enchanted bullets into the magazine and, after tidying up the desk, intended to retire for the night. Nakelis stifled a yawn. Her routine was usually quite regular, but today she had stayed up late in solidarity with Luo. "Master, why are you suddenly working so hard?" In Luo's bedroom lay 2 pillows, as Anna frequently visited him at night, prompting him to keep both pillows ready. "This world is perilous. The church, the gods, and aberrant sequences all pose threats to us. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can I ensure your survival in this realm. Though Nako Lee Si was timid, she was well aware that, given Luo Luan's identity and abilities, the church and deities would merely accommodate him and would not dare to threaten him. However, as a witch, her circumstances were different. Hence, Nako Lee Si believed that all of Luo Luan's efforts were for their sake, feeling a sudden wave of guilt rise from within her. Without them, Luo Luan would undoubtedly lead a splendid life. He was a world-renowned musician and a guest of honor at the Church of Abundance, destined for a life of prosperity. Furthermore, with his handsome features, it was likely that no woman in the kingdom would refuse him should he utter a word. Yet, Luo Luan was doing all this for them, never having even experienced romance. Nako Lee Si tucked half of her face into the covers, revealing only her eyes, which reflected Luo Luan until he extinguished the oil lamp. Why does everyone despise witches so deeply? Do witches truly bring misfortune and curses? After much contemplation, Nako Lee Si finally voiced this long-bothering question. For they had done nothing wrong, yet lived such difficult lives in this world. Curses are mere fabrications. The disdain for witches by people or the church stems from fear. As Luo Luan disliked starlight, the curtains were thick, rendering the room pitch dark, and Nako Lee Si could only hear Luo Luan's voice. She shifted slightly closer, reassured by the warmth she felt. Fear? Yes, fear and jealousy. Humans typically live just over 100 years, while witches can easily live for thousands, never aging until death, a source of envy for anyone. Some greedy individuals are obsessed with longevity. They would not hesitate to consume others for the sake of immortality. This thought detonated in Nako Lee Si's mind, suddenly conjuring a terrifying image of Luo Luan's demise, leaving her momentarily at a loss, her body trembling involuntarily. What's wrong? Do you wish to continue listening? Luo Luan noticed her disquiet and grasped her hand under the covers, which finally calmed her. He thought it was his story that had frightened her. Yes, at that moment, Nako Lee Si resolved to find a way to grant Luo Luan eternal life, regardless of the cost. The creator of this world was undeniably biased, bestowing all beautiful things upon witches. For ordinary people, learning magic was a daunting task. They had to pray to the deities to cast spells, often limited to a specific sequence of that deity. In contrast, witches could bypass these restrictions, as each possessed extraordinary magical talent. Not only witches, but players also had this capability. However, Luo Luan had yet to teach Nako Lee Si any magic. The spells she obtained from the church were mediocre and aligned with the God of Abundance's sequence, which could potentially expose them. This was not the most terrifying aspect. Witches were born with unique secret powers, a force so formidable that it instilled fear in the gods, which was the fundamental reason the church sought to hunt them down. Secret powers? Nako Lee Si gazed at the ceiling. Despite the darkness enveloping the room, she felt her shadow nearby and even glimpsed a pair of golden eyes mirroring her own. Her secret power, named Reflection of Self, allowed her to transform her shadow into a completely opposite version of herself, causing her to feel apprehensive about the reflection. And a secret power was called Echo of Blood, enabling her to manipulate blood for combat or self-healing, with remarkably terrifying results, which had earned her a place among the 7 deadly sins. As long as there was blood, she would not perish. Utilize your power wisely. It is your weapon against the injustices of this world. After sharing these words, Luo Luan fell silent, and soon he heard the rhythmic sound of breathing. Nako Lee Si always slept soundly beside him. Just as Luo Luan was about to drift into slumber, he felt something wrap around him, as Nako Lee Si clung to him like an octopus, close enough for him to feel her warm breath. Luo Luan remained peacefully asleep, having grown accustomed to it. Chapter 7. Before departure, Luo Luan swept back his damp hair, gazing into the mirror at his reflection. He was clad in attire that bore no distinction, the only unique feature being his eyes, heterochromatic. While most heterochromatic individuals possessed one red and one blue eye, his were one black and one red. The black one was unremarkable, while the other was a striking crimson. Not only did the colors differ, but even the patterns and expressions within the pupils were entirely dissimilar. Thus, Luo Luan typically concealed the ordinary black eye with his hair to maintain an air of mystery. Quite handsome. Just as Luo Luan stepped out of the restroom, Anna collided with him, her witch attributes granting her significantly higher physical prowess than an ordinary person. causing Luo Lun to double over in pain, clutching his abdomen as he fell to the floor. Despite this, Anna did not release her embrace. "Please, you must return alive. Get off." Hearing Luo Lun's muffled protest, Anna realized her misstep and knelt before him, lowering her head in apology. With Nako Li Si's assistance, Luo Lun struggled to rise. And upon seeing Anna's pitiful demeanor, he ultimately refrained from reprimanding her. Dusting off his black robe and adjusting his hood, he remarked, "I'm merely going to carry out a mission, not to court death." Approaching Anna, he gently caressed the faces of both Nako Li Si and Anna, the latter instinctively pressing his hand down. "While I am away, you must prioritize your safety. Do not venture outside. If anything occurs, do not hesitate to flee. I have left you plenty of enchanted bullets. Protect yourselves, and everything else is inconsequential. If need be, I shall take you both into exile. Remember to heed Jingxin's words while I am gone. Though she may seem frivolous, she is rather reliable." At this moment, Luo Lun resembled a nagging father. Yet Nako Li Si and Anna were not rebellious children. They discerned right from wrong and understood that every word Luo Lun uttered was for their well-being. After ensuring the two witches were settled, Luo Lun finally turned to depart. His journey was fraught with danger, yet he had devised a meticulous plan. "Master!" Just as Luo Lun stepped outside, numerous members of the church respectfully greeted him. "Have all the preparations I mentioned been completed?" "Yes, all is ready. The locations you indicated are being monitored from the shadows, and most of the church's personnel are already mobilized. This is Valentina, whom you specifically requested." Familiar with the plot and holding a position of considerable authority, Luo Lun had effortlessly acquired the title of prophet, and his provision of the coordinates for the followers of Pluto raised no suspicions. "Greetings, Master." The towering knight beside the scarecrow bowed to Luo Lun, tracing the symbol of the god of abundance over her chest. Standing over 2 meters tall, even Luo Lun, who was 1.8 meters, had to look up at her. Valentina was draped in straw, indicating her identity as a scarecrow, yet her exposed face suggested she was no ordinary one. Despite the respectful words, Luo Lun could discern her dissatisfaction through her tone and expression. Her status within the church was considerably elevated, yet despite this, when Loren summoned her, she had no choice but to comply, which bred a profound sense of dissatisfaction within her. In Valentina's eyes, her position was one she had fought tooth and nail to attain, and even after surpassing 40 years of age, she had only just secured this role, while Loren could ascend to such heights merely by uttering a few words. This disparity ignited a murderous glint in her gaze, revealing that she was not one to be trifled with. In pursuit of merit, Valentina had not hesitated to eliminate her own kin on more than one occasion, a fact that Loren was well aware of. Renowned as the Knight of Valentina, she had garnered considerable fame. Loren's invitation for her to join was predicated on 2 factors: her formidable combat prowess and the possession of a tarot card capable of reversing curses. Unbeknownst to Valentina, Loren had already sentenced her to death in his mind. After their acquaintance was established, Loren took hold of a map to devise a battle plan, encircling a specific marked location. This was the primary stronghold, housing the bulk of their combat strength, and thus should be attacked first, while smaller outposts could be temporarily disregarded to avoid alarming the enemy. Loren had no extraneous plans. He had chosen this location because it harbored what he sought. Since they were already on a quest for Pluto's followers, it was only natural for Loren to indulge in acquiring additional items of interest. "We must hasten our approach. The sacrificial rites typically occur in the evening, a time when their defenses are most lax, and that will be our moment to strike." As afternoon waned, the time before their assault was drawing short. Once Loren finalized the strategy, the group set forth. At the very instant Loren departed, Jingxin simultaneously locked the door behind them, swallowing the key into her own being. "Listen, I know what you intend to do. I kindly request that you refrain from such thoughts. Even if you were to go, you would only hinder the master." The words barely left Nikali's lips before they were sealed shut again, for Jingxin had already discerned her intentions. "Whatever the master undertakes, he does so with absolute certainty. My understanding of him far surpasses yours." Nikali's felt a flicker of discontent upon hearing this. In her view, Jingxin was a latecomer who had suddenly appeared in her household one day, yet now dared to speak so confidently. Gazing at Jingxin, who donned a black and white maid outfit, the hem of her dress revealing a glimpse of her fair thigh, Nicalis could not help but acknowledge that despite Jingxin's modest stature, she was several times her size. Even though Jingxin was not a witch, her appearance was no less striking. Reflecting on Jingxin's previous behavior, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that she was a persistent nuisance to Loren. Suddenly, a chilling possibility crossed Nicalis' mind, causing her cheeks to flush. You cannot be serious. It is impossible. The esteemed mentor is far too composed. In the master's eyes, you remain children, whereas I am different. Jingxin replied ambiguously, yet Nicalis' imagination spiraled out of control. She recalled with clarity the intimacy she had shared with Loren, akin to that of father and daughter. And only that, such that even Jingxin, a newcomer, claimed to understand Loren better than Nicalis did. Determined to alter this dynamic, Nicalis resolved to commence her transformation from within. Rest assured, even if the world were to end and the outer gods descend, nothing would befall the master. Rather than fret over him, it would be prudent to concern yourselves with your own fates. Well spoken, Anna, who had somehow filled her mouth with food again, mumbled indistinctly, expressing her unwavering trust in Loren. If the child enjoys eating, let her indulge. Loren possesses an elderly mindset, believing that a child's appetite is a positive trait. Moreover, witches do not gain weight, so Loren has never restricted Anna's meals. It is left to Jingxin, who bears the burden of cooking, to feel the strain. Chapter 8. The Assault. Are you certain this is the stronghold of the Outer Gods' followers? Loren and his group arrived at an exceedingly grand estate, a testament to its owner's extraordinary status. Even the dullest members of the church would recognize that this was beyond their reach. They were mere scarecrows, the elite of the Harvest Church, but in truth, they were merely enforcers. Even Valentina, the highest ranking among them, exhibited a moment of hesitation. Loren, however, seemed unconcerned. Such losses fell well within the kingdom's threshold of tolerance, and those in power would not dare to touch him, perhaps even offering a reward. It is worth noting that the country with the most followers of the deity was not limited to this one, and as the author of the hymn to the God of Abundance, Loren held a pivotal role within the Harvest Church. He could easily relocate to another nation and thrive once more. This is the plan. Valentina, lead the charge. The rest of you follow closely behind while the others surround this place. Should anyone attempt to escape, they are to be eliminated. Do not heed their words. They can spread the corruption of the outer gods through their speech. Loren dismounted first, checking the ammunition in his 2 submachine guns and reassuringly patting the black cloak filled with bullets. Good. Seeing Loren take initiative, Valentina followed suit. Loren's actions undeniably placed the burden of responsibility upon himself, instantly boosting the morale of the scarecrows. As they entered the estate, they found the main residence illuminated, while the servants' quarters lay shrouded in darkness. Clearing his throat, Loren coughed, released the safety on his submachine gun, and gently rapped on the door of the main house. Shortly after, a maid appeared to open it. The maid was rather unremarkable, appearing to be in her 20s, yet her skin was alarmingly parched, reminiscent of an elderly person. Who are you? Before she could finish her question, Loren's bullet pierced her skull, and he stepped over her lifeless body to press on. Master. A scarecrow behind him attempted to inquire further, but Loren preemptively interjected. This is not a maid. Observe her body. She is a follower of the outer gods, likely having exchanged her youth for a semblance of beauty through sacrifice. However, her standing within the church is probably low. Otherwise, she would not merely have a youthful face nor be assigned to guard the door. The scarecrows, their faces obscured by straw, could not be seen by Loren, yet he sensed their gaze fixated on the maid's corpse, accompanied by the sound of swallowing. Witnessing the phenomenon of rejuvenation firsthand is indeed remarkable, is it not? But cast such thoughts aside. That is the work of the outer gods. Who knows when they might taint you into madness? Better to serve the God of Abundance, for it is only he who can truly bring us happiness. One offering to the outer gods is sufficient. You should all faithfully believe in the God of Abundance. While dissuading them, Loren also took the opportunity to extol the virtues of the God of Abundance, emphasizing loyalty as paramount. With that brief interruption concluded, the group continued onward. There were few inhabitants in the main house, only sporadic followers masquerading as servants, who were swiftly gunned down upon revealing themselves. Before others could further inquire, Loren discovered a hidden door concealed within the wine cellar. The members of the church were increasingly impressed by Loren, yet Valentina's hostility deepened. The hidden door was narrow, allowing passage for only one person at a time. This time, Loren did not position himself at the forefront. The machinations of the outer god's followers were numerous, and those below would undoubtedly sense something amiss, likely laying in wait at the entrance. Valentina, please take the lead. Understood, master. Valentina's expression grew increasingly grim. Loren addressed her by name while she referred to him with honorifics. Loren remained silent and stepped back behind Valentina. The passage was long, and after nearly a minute of walking, Loren finally glimpsed light, a crimson glow. The moon in this world was blood red, mirroring the light below. Perhaps they were outdoors. At long last, they reached their destination. The moment Valentina stepped forward, a resounding explosion erupted from her. Kill! As the smoke cleared, Valentina emerged, ensnared by vines. Her body emanating an emerald glow as she unsheathed her great sword and charged forth with a furious roar. Loren pressed closely against Valentina's back, relying on her to absorb the majority of the attacks. Valentina, a formidable warrior among the kingdom's elite, remained unharmed by the bullets fired by the cultists. However, the scarecrows behind Loren were not as fortunate. While they were not instantly felled by the bullets, they could not withstand a concentrated barrage. The underground was teeming with a multitude of outer god followers. These cultists possessed a degree of financial means, making them far more troublesome than mere bandits. Though they lacked mastery in magic and martial arts, their sheer number and firearms posed a significant threat as the disparity between guns and bows became increasingly apparent. Desecrators of the divine perish. Offering sacrifices to the outer gods on the domain of the god of abundance was undoubtedly an affront to him. Valentina's faith in the divine was unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have been granted such formidable power. With a mighty swing of her great sword, she unleashed a gust of wind that cleaved through two cultists, the blade grazing another in the process. In a moment of disbelief, the wounded cultist's minor injury began to sprout, rapidly growing until it yielded several stalks of wheat, their grains plump and ripe, while he himself was drained of life. Reduced to a desiccated husk, the greatsword bore the blessings of the god of abundance, rendering it nearly fatal to these weaklings. At the center of the underground, a massive altar was adorned with a plethora of precious items, for the god of greed desired all, with life being the easiest to procure. The ritual continued, with only lowly minions on the periphery, while the true masterminds resided within the inner circle. Quickly stop them. The leader, clad in a black robe embellished with opulent gems, recognized the urgency and kicked aside a cultist preparing the altar, taking matters into his own hands. He slashed his finger, inscribing runes upon the altar. A mage's blood served as excellent ink, producing impressive results, a method often employed by Loren. As Loren unleashed a barrage against the encroaching cultists, he had enchanted his bullets with the ability to tear flesh, proving effective against any corporeal being. Seizing the moment as Loren reloaded, several outer god followers formed a formation, commencing their incantations as elemental energies gathered around them, the temperature rising. Fire element magic? This is not part of the god of abundance's domain. You have long forsaken the divine. When fireballs hurtled toward her, Valentina erupted in fury. Her stature increasing to 3 meters, her muscles swelling with power. Overgrowth, a 5th-tier spell of the abundance sequence. The flames the cultists envisioned igniting the vines did not manifest. Valentina merely swung her greatsword, dispersing the multitude of fireballs. In the next instant, she struck down the cultists with a single blow. Chapter 9. Betrayal despite Valentina's ferocious assault. The outer god followers exhibited no fear. They had already been tainted by Pluto, their emotions now solely driven by greed, brazenly carrying out their actions. Anyone passing by could discern their abnormality, yet those responsible for oversight were equally avaricious. Be cautious, they are casting curses. Not far from Valentina, a group of outer god followers had produced skulls and other cursed artifacts. But even upon hearing Loren's warning, Valentina remained oblivious, charging toward other cultists. She possessed the ability to reverse curses, rendering them beneficial to her. However, this was not Loren's desired outcome, leading him to eliminate the outer god followers without hesitation. The disparity in combat strength was stark. There was no suspense in this battle. Loren's true objective was to weaken Valentina's power as much as possible. Their brutal performances drew the majority of attention, allowing the remaining scarecrows to find temporary safety, though they were dwindling. While Loren reloaded, he found himself surrounded. But Valentina merely cast a glance his way before continuing onward. This outcome had been anticipated by Loren. The approaching fireballs distorted the air around them, as the outer god followers had long been contemplating how to deal with the Church of Abundance, utilizing fire magic specifically designed to counter it. In response, Loren gently closed his eyes, invoking the tarot, the tower. He cared not for exposing the secret of the tower, knowing that none present would leave alive today, and others would be unable to discern what transpired. They would only witness the flames dissipate, leaving Loren unscathed. At this moment, Loren had completed reloading. Although the tower could not influence the outside world while active, reloading was permissible, as firearms were considered an extension of Loren. With a precise volley, he dispatched the surrounding cultists. In truth, Loren's raw strength paled in comparison to that of the scarecrows. Yet his wealth allowed him to unleash enchanted bullets as though they were free. Level up. Current level, 9. 50 experience points needed for the next level. 7 attribute points remaining. For now, survival was the safest approach. Loren exerted himself to level up, for such opportunities to gain experience were rare. He allocated all attribute points to stamina, as he did not require other attributes at this moment. His mana was nearly limitless. Output reliant on firearms rather than strength or intelligence, and evasion depended on phasing rather than speed, making stamina the optimal choice. When he glanced at Valentina, she had already cleaved the mastermind in two. As Loren fired off another half-magazine, the remaining outer god cultists were eradicated, though he regrettably did not achieve another level up. The scent of blood permeated the underground, causing the surviving scarecrows to retch, even they had never witnessed such carnage. We won splendidly. Upon your return, you shall undoubtedly be promoted, especially you, Valentina. Perhaps you will be chosen as an angel by the god of abundance, truly attaining divine power. Loren reassured the others, discarding the unfinished magazine and replacing it with 2 fully loaded ones. In truth, Valentina had accounted for the vast majority of the enemy's defeat, with Loren claiming a mere fraction, the scarecrows having played a minimal role, merely drawing some fire at the outset. No. This is primarily your achievement, esteemed mentor. We are but supporting characters. Upon hearing the word promotion, the few remaining scarecrows beamed with joy, as if the fallen comrades and the hellish scene around them were inconsequential. Angels and ordinary mortals existed on entirely different planes. Strength mattered little, as once one became an angel, even the weakest would undergo a qualitative transformation. Thus, if the divines sought to select an angel, Loren would be the preferred choice. This time, Valentina directly called out Loren's name without honorifics, while the previously obsequious scarecrows remained blissfully unaware of the shift in atmosphere. Continuing, indeed, it is due to the esteemed mentor's contributions. Before the words had fully left their lips, Valentina swiftly beheaded the scarecrows, their heads flying from their bodies, their previously sycophantic smiles finally falling away. Before their heads could hit the ground, Valentina's blade turned toward Loren. Anticipating this, Loren retreated just in time, the blade slicing through his black robe, narrowly escaping death. Yet he maintained an air of composure. Is the position of angel so crucial to you that you would even strike against your comrades? Loren inquired, slowly retreating while engaging Valentina in casual conversation. From the first time I heard stories of my childhood, I vowed to become an angel by the side of the god of abundance, and that dream remains steadfast to this day. Valentina flicked the blood from her greatsword, muttering an incantation as vines began to grow from her body, ultimately concealing her skin entirely. The enchantment on your bullet is bloodlines, which currently holds no significance for me. It is not merely Loren who is plotting against Valentina. She has been contemplating ways to counter him, observing his actions closely. Can we reach an accord? I would nominate you as an angel and vow to keep the events that transpired here secret. Loren raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his index finger remained poised on the trigger, devoid of any sincerity. From the moment I killed those scarecrows, I found no retreat. I shall not allow anyone to leave alive, and I will never relinquish the power of choice to another. This is the allure of this game. Whether one is a hero or a villain, intelligence remains unchallenged. Valentina understands that should Loren escape, The narrative would be dictated by him, and even a vow would not bind him, for he possesses the knowledge to circumvent such oaths. Valentina raised her great sword, but before it could descend, Loren's bullet struck her face. The vines that had thwarted countless assaults from the followers of the outer gods seemed to transform into ordinary tendrils upon contact with Loren's bullet, which tore through them in an instant, successfully embedding itself in Valentina's skin. A barrage of bullets was unleashed, shattering the protective vines around Valentina, and Loren finally beheld her incredulous expression. Her face was riddled with bullets, a sight that could induce fainting in those afflicted with a fear of clusters. Do you fancy the enchantment that dispels magic? As he spoke, Loren swiftly reloaded, preparing for the next volley. Chapter 10. Deception. Valentina attempted to extract the bullets from her face, but the small caliber of the submachine gun's projectiles had lodged deeply, and it took her considerable effort to remove only a few. Before she could fully recover, the next wave of bullets was already upon her, forcing Valentina to raise her great sword in defense. However, this time Loren targeted her body. At the moment the bullet made contact, flames erupted from the point of impact, engulfing Valentina in an instant. The flames, ignited by the explosive enchantment, consumed the vines shattered by the dispelling magic, and Valentina's agonized scream pierced the air. The agony of being set ablaze is not something an ordinary person could endure. Yet Valentina did not resign herself to fate. She quickly invoked the name of the god of abundance, gathering elemental energy around her. Suddenly, a phantom of thorns illuminated her form, repelling the flames that had engulfed her and revealing her charred skin. Though her flesh was seared, her gaze remained resolute. Roots sprouted from her legs, anchoring her to the ground, and as they burrowed deeper, the charred skin began to shed, revealing fresh tissue beneath. Third-tier magic, thorn armor, second-tier magic, rooting. You possess quite a repertoire of spells for a knight. But is it not a tad disrespectful for a warrior to employ such mobility-reducing magic in the face of a marksman? Loren articulated Valentina's spells, applying psychological pressure while reloading his weapon. You sacrilegious wretch, I find solace in having plotted your demise before your true nature was revealed. It was indeed a prudent choice. Likewise, Loren had known Valentina's essence from the outset. His words were merely intended to provoke her. The submachine gun erupted once more. The phantom thorns surrounding Valentina were instantly torn asunder. This time it was the dispelling enchantment again, but Loren wielded two guns. One shattered Valentina's shield while the other ravaged her flesh. Upon the first bullet striking her face, exited through her neck. Valentina reacted swiftly, raising her arm to shield her head just before the bullet could tear through her throat, resulting in her arm being shattered instead. Reflective shield. Valentina roared, driving her great sword into the ground, the shield's phantom materializing before her. The bullet ricocheted back toward Loren the moment it struck the shield. Anticipating this, Loren ceased fire during the skill's wind-up phase, merely sidestepping to evade the bullet, though a few holes marred his black cloak. This is martial skill. The dispelling enchantment is of little use. Techniques that require vocalization are indeed martial skills, though some overly dramatic mages insist on proclaiming their incantations. Ground splitter. Valentina thrust her great sword forward, creating fissures in the earth from which shock waves erupted. Loren performed a swift roll to evade Valentina's assault, a testament to the confidence of a skilled player. He could react to any skill with a wind-up. To this point, Loren had yet to formally demonstrate his phasing ability before Valentina. His true lethal move lay ahead. Seizing the opportunity, while Valentina's sword remained embedded, Loren hurled two smoke bombs at her feet, the enclosed space quickly shrouded in obscurity. Here, even amidst the thick fog, Valentina's senses remained acute. She raised her great sword to slash in Loren's direction. The disparity in their prowess was immense. Should she land a hit, Valentina was confident she could slay Loren outright. Did I miss? Valentina hesitated momentarily when her strike failed to connect, almost losing her balance from the momentum of her great sword, though she had preemptively cast rooting. With visibility obscured, Valentina could not ascertain her surroundings, and thus she reinserted her great sword into the ground, unleashing a gust of wind that dispelled the fog, only for Loren's black cloak to suddenly envelop her face. Yet that was not the end. Before Valentina could react, she felt a dagger piercing her eye, causing her muscles to tense as she clamped down on the blade. Is our disparity so vast? Despite Loren's desperate attempts to drive the dagger deeper, it would not budge, while Valentina landed a punch squarely on Loren's chest, leaving her no time to raise her greatsword. The impact sent Loren hurtling backward, rolling several times upon ground. The difference in their strength was too pronounced. This was entirely within Loren's expectations. After all, Valentina was a late-game boss, and it is noteworthy that she had yet to ascend to angelhood even in the late stages of the game. Cough, cough. Loren felt as though his very organs might shatter, blood trickling from his lips, yet he maintained a confident smile. Truly a madwoman. At that moment, Valentina had withdrawn the dagger, the black cloak inexplicably entangled around her, forcing her to tear a hole to regain her sight. It was then she glimpsed what lay beneath Loren's cloak. Ammunition nearly obscured his form, particularly a belt of explosives strapped around his waist, as if he were prepared for a mutual demise at any moment. Do you know why I favor wearing a black cloak? Observing Loren's struggle to rise, an ominous premonition washed over Valentina. For no matter how many runes I inscribe upon this cloak, others remain oblivious to them. No sooner had she spoken than Valentina noticed a multitude of runes materializing upon the cloak, familiar symbols interspersed with those of the god of abundance. Esteemed god of abundance, you are the sovereign of life, the mother of all beings. The prosperity of the world is bestowed by you. Your benevolence nurtures all creation. In this moment, I offer this devout follower of yours. Please grant her your blessing. Praise be to abundance. Generally, a sacrifice requires the offering to be incapable of resistance, unless the offering is a devoted follower of the deity being honored. What in the world are you doing? Loren's words sent a chill of dread through Valentina. As she felt her strength and magical energy being siphoned away, her abdomen swelling ominously. It is over, dear Knight Valentina. Loren drew forth a folding knife, twirling in his hand as he approached Valentina step by step. At that moment, Valentina had already succumbed to the weight of her own abdomen, collapsing to the ground, and the outcome seemed all but inevitable. Heretic, perish! As Loren drew near, a sharp spike suddenly pierced Valentina's skin, transforming her into a spiked ball. And Loren was likewise impaled. Yet, contrary to Valentina's anticipated scenario, Loren merely sidestepped, revealing his unscathed form. Was this part of your calculation? Observing Loren, who remained utterly unharmed, Valentina let out a sigh of resignation, smiling lightly. Chapter 11. The mouth of Pluto, the spikes continued to grow, attempting to ensnare Loren. But with just a few steps back, he successfully extricated himself, effortlessly neutralizing Valentina's final desperate counterattack. Well now, you should be devoid of any capacity for resistance. Prepare to witness my performance. To Valentina's astonishment, Loren did not deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he turned towards the altar. Such a wealth of illicit materials. Opportunities like this are rare. Loren gazed upon the precious materials atop the altar, deeming it a sheer waste. Indeed, offerings to the outer gods require not overly intricate rituals, but that pertains only to the most superficial offerings. Exchanging some power and blessing suffices. Yet to procure something of true significance, specific rituals are still necessary. The crying stone, when utilized as a base, can enhance the efficacy of the ritual, particularly when the subject of the ritual is an evil god and the outer gods are not far behind. The god of greed is sufficiently wicked. Loren kicked aside the black stone that originally served as the base, replacing it at the 6 corners of the altar with the crying stones, which fortuitously formed a hexagram. The void crystal, an entity not of this world, intimately linked to the outer gods. It is only through employing this that one can genuinely engage with them. A stone, resembling the starry sky with an indescribable hue, was placed atop the grand crying stone altar. The requirements for the other 4 materials were not particularly stringent. He thought to seek out the eggs of sandworms, the tentacles of abyssal octopuses, the shed skin of the elephant-eating serpent, and the fangs of a dragon. Truly, this aristocrat was extravagant. After arranging the 4 materials, the lowest position still remained vacant until Loren forcefully severed his own arm, placing it upon the crying stone. Not a drop of blood was wasted. He utilized a pre-prepared rope and gunpowder to staunch the bleeding, and then used the blood to complete the runes upon the altar. This series of actions made Valentina's scalp tingle with dread. What terrified her most was that Luo Luan had not killed her. She was certain that, given Luo Luan's cautious nature, he would not succumb to the trope of a villain falling to a lengthy monologue, unless she was also meant to be a sacrifice. As a seasoned player, Luo Luan had previously maxed out his pain threshold for immersion. A severed arm was inconsequential to him. Standing before the altar, he allowed some treasures meant as offerings to spill from the altar, placing his hand upon the void crystal. God of greed, Pluto, the void crystal binds us. I am named Luo Luan. I shall offer you the symbols of 4 greedy creatures, treasures, and my own limb. Here I form a pact with you. Grant me your power to devour life. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, ultimately landing upon the void crystal and beginning to radiate outward. The 6 crying stone altars were interconnected by the beam, trapping Luo Luan within. As the light column from the heavens dissipated, all items on the altar vanished. But the beams remained, converging above Luo Luan's head and finally enveloping him in a radiant glow. A massive sword flew from afar, but was repelled before it could land upon the altar. Valentina's final attack bore no effect. As the light faded, Luo Luan gazed at the palm of his remaining hand, where a black hole now hovered, steadily consuming the surrounding light. As Luo Luan clenched his fist, the black hole vanished, having consumed 50 points of his mana. Yet, its effect was worth such a cost. Apologies for the wait, Valentina. Covered in blood and reduced to a single arm, Luo Luan resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear in Valentina, who had always aspired to be an angel. Do not fear, it shall soon conclude. Luo Luan pressed his hand upon Valentina's head, causing her visage to distort as she was gradually drawn into the black hole, followed by her entire form. By the time Valentina completely vanished, 10 seconds had elapsed, and Luo Luan's mana had diminished by 200 points. Clothes lay scattered on the ground, yet Valentina had no time to utter a scream. The devouring was successful, granting him an increase of 2 in strength, 3 in endurance, and 2 in intelligence. Utilizing the mouth of Pluto to consume a being directly augments one's attributes. It is known that only leveling up yields attribute points. After consuming Valentina, he had gained a total of 7 attribute points, akin to ascending 7 levels. Simultaneously, with Valentina's demise, Luo Luan reached level 14. The reward for defeating a late-game boss in the early stages were indeed bounteous, providing him with an additional 5 attribute points. Luo Luan opened his panel. Name, Luo Luan, level 14, strength, 9 endurance, 21 agility, 10 intelligence, 16 mana, 47505190, remaining attribute points, 5 accessories, none. Blessings, broken illusion, mouth of Pluto, talent, to be unlocked. An additional column appeared on the panel, the reward for surpassing level 10. Every 10 levels unlocks a talent, with numerous options available, such as skilled casting, to accelerate spell incantation speed, or master blacksmith, to enhance forging success rates and quality. Luo Luan decisively selected sensitive heart. This talent has both advantages and drawbacks. It significantly heightens the owner's intuition and perception, enabling them to sense danger, yet simultaneously makes them more susceptible to certain entities, increasing the likelihood of contamination and emotional influence from others. Compared to the positive effects, these negative aspects are negligible. His rationale was straightforward. This talent combined with the tower is akin to observation hockey merged with intangibility. After all, Obito, possessing observation hockey, did not fall victim to being overshadowed. Moreover, the enhancement of intuition was not necessarily a detriment for Luo Luan. After all, he dealt with outer gods daily. Although he might be more prone to contamination, communication with the outer gods would also become easier. Closing the panel, Luo Luan began to tally his spoils. He rummaged through Valentina's discarded garments, ultimately retrieving a golden tarot card depicting a rotund pope standing on high ground, backlit to the point of obscuring her features, as she inscribed the word sin upon the visage of a gaunt figure. Tarot card, the high priestess, effect, reverses curses on oneself or blessings upon others. Description, all my sins are but justice. Your purity is but filth. With the tarot card in hand, Luo Luan tucked the high priestess and the tower into his inner pocket. Having acquired the most crucial item of this venture, he felt no further reason to linger. As for the offerings that were meant for Pluto, Luo Luan planned to keep a portion for himself, reserving the rest to silence certain individuals. Clutching his severed arm, Loren staggered out, feeling lightheaded from blood loss. Despite being in this world, a severed arm is notoriously difficult to heal, and many players, even with the mouth of Pluto, would remain incapacitated for a long time. Yet despite this, the abundance of attribute points gained was enough to ensure that a player's stats would be overwhelmingly superior. However, Loren need not worry. One of the curses of the tearful wedding ring is that the body can never heal itself, but with the curse reversed, any part can heal, and the healing speed is significantly accelerated. Within just a few days, Loren's arm would regrow. The tarot card, the Tower, is a favorite of seasoned players, while the mouth of Pluto is akin to a wheelchair. Loren, being an adult, has chosen both. Chapter 12. A bountiful return. Your people have seized our offerings, conducting sacrifices while harboring hope for the escaped followers of the outer gods. The individual, once certain of his impending demise, soon witnessed a fierce dispute erupt between two leaders of the Church of Abundance, engaging in a desperate struggle, with the victor appearing to be a devotee of Pluto. Should the scarecrow stationed outside learn of this, perhaps there would be a chance for survival. If the situation grew more chaotic, he could evade capture more effectively. However, before he could utter another word, a spear pierced his body, and he could only watch helplessly as multiple spears pierced him like a hedgehog, rendered mute. The esteemed mentor had decreed that the escaped followers of the outer gods were to be killed without hesitation, and no words were to be heeded. The scarecrows withdrew their spears, reciting incantations, as the bodies of the outer god devotees sank into the earth, whereupon wild grass began to grow wildly at the sight. The group continued to stand vigil, awaiting the emergence of Loren and others. Clearly, there were multiple exits here. For Loren's objective was to obtain the tarot cards, the High Priestess, and the words of Pluto. Their presence was merely a pretext. As long as the key figures remained, their escape was inconsequential. The esteemed mentor has emerged. The moment Loren stepped out, clutching his severed arm, he was surrounded by the scarecrows. Various healing spells were immediately cast upon him, halting the bleeding from his arm, and his pale visage gradually regained its color. While most of the outer god devotees lay dead, Sir Valentina and several other scarecrows also perished below. Fortunately, the ritual had been successfully thwarted. The treasures intended as offerings lay beneath. I glanced at the magical materials within and noted the extravagance of these outer god devotees. Now, take me home, and afterwards, tally the treasures and deliver them to my residence. Indeed, esteemed mentor. Upon hearing Loren's command, the remaining scarecrows felt a surge of excitement. Loren's intention was clear. He was aware of the quantity of magical materials and thus could not be disturbed, but he was uncertain of the treasure's amount. Under such ambiguous circumstances, they could take liberties. Thus, the scarecrows did not question why items meant for the church were to be delivered to Loren's home. Loren was indifferent to wealth, yet he desired those materials, which could not simply be purchased. Once these were delivered to his home, Loren intended to sift through them, reserving the remainder to silence others. With one arm remaining, Loren could not ride a horse and was obliged to take a cart instead. The scarecrow responsible for returning Loren home showed no signs of sorrow, knowing these matters. He understood that others would seek to silence him and would inevitably offer him a share. Esteemed mentor, we have arrived. By the time Loren reached home, it was already past midnight, the blood-red moon hanging in the center of the sky. However, he observed light emanating from the windows, indicating that they had yet to retire for the night, likely waiting for his return. Thank you for your efforts. You may return to join the others. Loren patted the scarecrow's shoulder and proceeded towards the entrance. Several scarecrows remained stationed near Loren's home, a deliberate decision on his part. For this venture would certainly provoke the outer god devotees. Leaving a few behind to protect Nakalisi and the others was prudent. Standing before the familiar door, as Loren inserted the key, he heard rustling sounds from within, followed by the thud of someone falling. Upon opening the door, he beheld Anna sprawled on the floor, her face adorned with an awkward smile as she looked up at Loren. However, when she noticed his severed arm, her smile instantly faltered. Esteemed mentor, Nakalisi rushed to Loren's side, her gaze flitting between his severed arm and her own hands, overwhelmed with helplessness, tears streaming down her face. It's all right. I'm fine. This was all part of my plan. Loren used his remaining arm to lift Anna and gently wiped Nakalisi's tears before continuing. Where is Jingxin? It was unlike Jingxin not to greet him. Typically, she would kneel at the door for hours, lost in fantasy. She's in your bedroom. You two should retire for the night. Do not worry about me. Jingxin's ring can heal my severed arm. Since Loren had spoken thus, Nakalisi felt it inappropriate to press further, while Anna reverted to her usual carefree demeanor, rummaging through the kitchen for food. Are you not concerned for the esteemed mentor? Following such an incident, Nakalisi would surely find it difficult to sleep, only finding solace once she witnessed Loren's wounds healed. The esteemed mentor's words are never to be doubted. If he says he is fine, then he is indeed fine. Though this was said, Anna's speed of consumption had noticeably slowed, her eyes occasionally darting toward Loren's bedroom. Master, Jingxin's voice, usually devoid of inflection, now carried a tone of weakness. Logically, wearing the blood-wept marriage ring for a day should not pose any danger unless one were to court disaster, as Jingxin was currently doing. She lay on the bed, the entire double bed soaked in blood, reaching out toward Loren with all her might. The blood-wept marriage ring lay on the bedside table. As Loren picked it up, Jingxin regained her healing abilities within moments, rising expressionlessly to tidy her blood-stained maid outfit. Simultaneously, Loren felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pain from his injuries faded, and even the sight of his severed arm began to itch, a sign of regrowth. What transpired? I was amusing myself as usual in your company, only to forget that I bore a curse, and today's undergarments were somewhat coarse, leading to this predicament. Loren's expression darkened. No wonder there was occasionally a seafood odor in his bedroom. He had thought it was Anna indulging herself. Rest assured, I kept it all above my clothes. I saved my first time for you. Perhaps you should remain silent. Loren swiftly covered Jingxin's mouth to prevent her from uttering anything that might jeopardize the manuscript. Upon acquiring the ring, Loren did not hasten to wear it. Although accessories had designated slots, they were not mandatory to be equipped in the corresponding position. Even if the ring were tucked into a pocket, it would still occupy the ring slot. There was a limit to the number of accessories one could carry. For instance, rings were capped at 10, while necklaces were limited to 1. Otherwise, possessing a multitude of inexpensive rings with a power boost could potentially slay an angel in a single blow. After a long night, Loren felt fatigued. However, his room was evidently unfit for habitation, and he could only wait for Jingxin to tidy up. Never mind, I shall join Nakalisi for the night. Chapter 13. The King's Invitation. Good morning, Master. Loren groggily opened his eyes to find Jingxin perched atop him. What on earth are you doing? After over 20 years in his previous life and 12 years post-transmigration, Loren found himself in such a predicament for the first time. Faced with the outer gods, Loren was uncharacteristically flustered. Could you let go of me? I need to use the restroom. You might as well do it here. I have always been aware of this. Before Loren could finish, he noticed Jingxin making a shushing gesture. Surely you wouldn't want Nakalisi to witness you in this state, would you? For reasons unknown, Loren felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How had he found himself in such an absurd scenario? Ultimately, he turned his head away, allowing Jingxin to dictate the situation. I apologize, Master. I have endured for so many years and can no longer hold back. I have a premonition that our tranquil life will soon be disrupted, and to avoid regrets, you may punish me however you see fit afterward. In a brief moment, Loren contemplated the 10 most severe punishments, realizing that for Jingxin, they would be perceived as rewards. However, you are correct. Though Loren's power has increased significantly, he cannot break free from Jingxin, whose strength was only marginally above that of an ordinary person. It was an unspoken understanding. When Nakalisi awoke, she found the space beside her empty, save for a smear of blood, which sent her into a panic. Esteemed mentor, Nakarelisi hurriedly dashed outside and spotted Loren at the dining table. After just one night, his arm had already regrown halfway, and it was likely that by the next day, the severed limb would be fully restored. Upon confirming that Loren was unharmed, Nakarelisi finally felt a sense of relief, her pace slowing as she settled beside him. Master, what is the meaning of the blood on the bed? Has your wound reopened? At this mention, Loren suddenly choked up, overwhelmed by embarrassment. In truth, he could have chosen to flee, but he felt that running away would be even more disgraceful. It's nothing. Loren had yet to concoct an excuse when a knock resounded at the door, prompting him to exhale deeply. I'll go answer it. He truly did not know how to explain to Nakarelisi that her beloved father had been assaulted while she slept. As anticipated, The visitors at the door were members of the church, but this group was not the same as the one from yesterday. The leader, bearing a countenance similar to Valentina's, revealed his distinguished status. Loren did not recognize him, as he had not accompanied Loren during his previous outing. Subsequently, Loren traced the symbol of the god of abundance upon his chest, signifying a respectful greeting towards the man before him. He also noticed that the treasures left by the remaining followers of the outer gods had indeed been delivered. Your contributions to the church have not gone unnoticed by both us and His Majesty, who wishes to invite you to the royal capital, hoping you will grace us with your presence. Very well, I shall certainly attend. The visitors were not there to hold Loren accountable, nor did they have grounds to do so, as an important figure within the church. It was entirely reasonable for Loren to conduct research on offerings to the outer gods without prior approval. They merely sought to remind him not to monopolize the findings, which he had no intention of doing. In fact, they could have directly taken a portion of the treasures, but doing so would have offended Loren. Instead, allowing him to deliver them afterward would foster a closer relationship. When you are ready, contact the church, and we will arrange your passage. With that, the scarecrow prepared to depart, leaving a full sack of treasures at Loren's doorstep. Wait, these common gold coins hold no research value. Please take them back. Loren handed a small pouch of gold to the scarecrow, while Nakarillisai stood behind him, bearing witness to the adult world's murkiness. After exchanging pleasantries, Loren closed the door. Just as Anna emerged from the interior, he promptly announced, "Let us gather our belongings. Once my arm has healed, we shall set forth to the royal capital." "You haven't strayed too far from here, have you? Are we going out for leisure?" Hearing this news, Anna leaped down from the second floor, landing as gracefully as a cat, dusting off her hands. Loren playfully swatted her hand as she reached for food, saying, "Go wash your hands." In contrast to Anna's excitement, Nakarillisai appeared disinterested, clutching her arm and reluctant to leave the place where she had enjoyed a stable life for 12 years. Yet, she understood the importance of priorities. What Loren needed to accomplish was not wrong, a fact he had reaffirmed the previous day. The two witches, cared for by Loren, had grown as delicate as canaries, seldom venturing outside. Their identities as witches rendered them perpetually vulnerable to danger. Loren did not expect them to achieve much, having raised them for so long. He had truly come to regard them as his own children, content as long as they thrived. The king's invitation was merely a minor interlude. Everything else proceeded as usual. After the meal, Anna and Nakarillisai practiced their instruments at home. As a musician, it was only natural for Loren to teach the children a bit about music, and he was not without purpose. Just as the game's title, Final Melody, suggested, many aspects of the game were intricately tied to music, even featuring a boss that demanded rhymes and speech. Failure to comply would result in instant death. Nakarillisai played the violin with exquisite grace, producing a melody of equal beauty, while Anna, usually languid, played the piano with remarkable ease. However, she soon grew bored and wandered off. Music was merely a pastime for her. Loren never forced them to perform, and Nakarillisai's diligent efforts were merely to avoid disappointing him. Most of their time was spent training in martial arts, which imposed fewer restrictions than magic and aligned more closely with Anna's unique abilities. "Mingxin, do you play any instruments? After all this time with Master, he must have taught you something." Anna languished on the sofa, her legs draped over the backrest, exuding an air of ennui. "I wish to learn the flute, but alas, my master refuses to teach me." "Is that so? I can ask Master to teach me the flute and then pass it on to you. He dotes on me the most." Observing Anna's innocent enthusiasm, Mingxin ultimately restrained Anna, who was poised to seek out Loren. Meanwhile, Loren was still inspecting his spoils. Money held little significance for him. It would not be an exaggeration to claim he was among the most renowned musicians in the world. His fame extended beyond the ears of the followers of the god of abundance, as even the devotees of the god of light and fire across the ocean had heard of him. Loren sought magical materials, yet even among these, he did not retain all, selectively choosing those that might prove useful and those difficult to procure with mere coin. Once he had organized everything, Loren began preparing for his journey to the royal capital. This trip could not be in vain. The Gedlon kingdom, where Loren resided, was merely a small nation compared to others. His primary reason for remaining here was the abundance of opportunities, as the followers of the outer gods were significantly more prevalent than in other realms. Chapter 14. The Journey. Anna, We are embarking on a trip, not fleeing. There's no need to bring so many items. Mingxin, if you dare to bring those things, I beg you do not. Loren pondered for quite some time on how to threaten Mingxin. Even if he were to confront her physically, it would only excite her further, leading Loren to ultimately relent. The most reliable Nakarilisi packed only a few clothes and daily necessities, already seated in the carriage, awaiting the others. But do you not also carry so many guns and bullets? We are going on a trip, not to war, Anna countered, somewhat reluctant to part with her bag of snacks. In response, Loren did not react with the typical parental annoyance. Instead, he gently stroked Anna's head. Imparting some wisdom, there's an old saying, while neighbors store grain, I store guns. Neighbors are my granary. As long as there are guns, food will be abundant. Anna found this reasoning perplexing, yet Loren did not chastise her harshly. After conveying this lesson, he allowed her to keep the snacks. Let's depart. Once all their belongings were loaded onto the carriage, Loren exchanged a word with the church member driving, and the carriage began to move. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate Loren, the others, and their luggage, drawn not by horses but by some form of magical beast. It was only now that Loren began to sense a hint of the fantastical. At other times, this game felt akin to a horror experience. The carriage was flanked by scarecrows and knights, providing both physical and magical defense, a luxury few in the entire kingdom enjoyed. Why does His Majesty seek you? Nakarilisi voiced her curiosity during the ride. Because I am dealing with the followers of the outer gods, yet the kingdom's higher-ups are closely connected to them. My actions encroach upon their interests. Loren spoke freely, without hesitation, but the scarecrows guarding the carriage instinctively distanced themselves from him. There was nothing to conceal. Knowing this much only bolstered Loren's confidence. If that is the case, does it mean our journey is fraught with peril? As she spoke, Nakarilisi realized the answer within herself. If it were truly a matter of great danger, it was unlikely Loren would have brought them along. Not long after they set off, Anna began to feel drowsy. Promptly laying her head on Loren's lap to rest, Luo gently caressed Anna's hair and continued speaking. Not at all. The king dares not touch me. A rational person understands that such actions would undoubtedly lead to their demise. However, I am a public figure, known throughout the world. If I wish to disseminate any information globally, it is an effortless endeavor, and the church would not let him off easily. It is noteworthy that Luo's pen name is Luo Qiani. Initially, he intended to conceal his identity to avoid attention, understanding the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Yet, with his connection to the church and having gained a certain level of power, he boldly decided to use his true name. The outer gods are the common enemy of all, and their followers are invariably associated with anti-human sentiments. If other nations were to discover the connection between the Gedilon kingdom and the outer gods, the news would spread rapidly, and the capital would be besieged by dawn. As long as I do not cross their line, they must cater to my demands. Nakarisi nodded, fully aware that the line pertains to the witches. At that moment, a flicker of guilt arose within her as she felt she was a burden to Luo. However, Luo remained unfazed. Nakarisi vowed to protect him at any cost. The journey to the capital by carriage would take merely half a day, for the Gedilon kingdom is not vast. In this brief time, they had already departed from the familiar little town. It was Nakarisi's first glimpse of the outside world. She gazed out the window, contemplating how she might assist Luo. Her reflection smiled back at her from the carriage glass, but this time, she was not startled as before. With her resolve solidified, she sensed a transformation within her mindset. Having traversed this world for a considerable time, Luo had grown accustomed to life without a mobile phone. He opened a book he had brought along. The narratives of knights and princesses were the old tropes of this world. Initially, he had considered adopting them, but found it easier to compose songs, which at least related to his expertise, and music held a high status in this realm. While he could not compose or sing, he was proficient in playing instruments. Luo perused a tome on magic, which detailed spells of the god of abundance. The church deliberately restricts the power of mages, even their own, resulting in the spells being complex, even the simplest of entanglements. Thus, Luo endeavored to refine the magic, for learning it in reality was far from the ease of games. Master, Nakarisi was about to speak when the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing her to lurch onto Luo, who caught her just in time. What has happened? The route had been predetermined, and sudden stops were not expected. Luo opened the door to inquire with the scarecrow guarding the side. Someone is blocking our path. The scarecrow pointed ahead, where a group of emaciated individuals knelt before the carriage, some cradling children. "Please, kind sir, grant us some food," they cried in unison, a plea they had made before. "Master, are they refugees?" Nakarisi had intended to ask this question, but was interrupted by the sudden stop. She had seen these people while in the carriage. Not only those blocking the road, but even those lining the streets appeared equally frail. "No, they are merely ordinary followers of the god of abundance." The scarecrow apologized, stating he would handle the situation, but Nakarisi pressed on. "But the authority of the god of abundance should ensure perpetual harvests, should it not? There should be a surplus of food." In Nakarisi's memory, the followers of the god of abundance never experience hunger. If the deity willed it, harvesting could occur daily. Surrounding nations relied on food imports for survival, while the Gedilon kingdom was a major exporter. If they truly faced no hunger, who would worship the god of abundance? It is only when people are kept on the brink of starvation, clinging to faith for survival, that their devotion becomes most fervent. 80% of Gedilon's food is exported, with the remaining percentage hoarded in the granaries of the nobility. The town they had recently inhabited was on the nation's outskirts, a conduit for food exports. People must be well fed to feel secure, preventing such occurrences. This is the true representation of the Gedilon kingdom. Those ravaged by hunger would attempt to solicit aid from passing nobles, who, to display their compassion, would typically offer some assistance. This small amount of food could grant them a more peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 15. The capital Luo spoke without regard for his audience. Not only the scarecrow heard his words, but also the ordinary citizens kneeling along the roadside. They were now in close proximity to the capital, where Luo sought specific items. Observing the famished populace around him, Luo's plans crystallized in his mind. His earlier statements were not solely directed at Nakarisi. "Let us distribute some food to them." Luo approached the leading scarecrow and declared. A small amount of food held little significance for Luo. Giving it away was inconsequential, especially since he had deeper strategies in mind. The scarecrow, however, expressed dissatisfaction with this decision. "It is precisely because you offer food that people block the road. They will only cease if they are made to fear." Upon uttering these words, numerous hateful glances were cast towards the scarecrow, but he merely glared back, causing them to avert their eyes. Luo was quite pleased with their animosity directed at him. The scarecrow's reasoning was sound, but it bore no relevance to Luo. "Take all my snacks." Just as Luo was negotiating with the scarecrow, Anna suddenly thrust a sack of food into the hands of a small girl by the roadside. In an instant, countless glowing eyes fixated on her, and Anna became aware of this attention, beginning to question whether her actions were misguided. "Madness is the very essence of this world," Luo lamented. Ultimately, he distributed some food. As Luo and his companions departed, the crowd began to scramble for the provisions, only to be halted by the local church, which subsequently divided the food among them. Yet, despite the church's apparent benevolence and fairness, the seeds of hatred had already been sown in their hearts by Luo's previous remarks. Amidst the scuffle, a literate individual discovered a note among the food, inscribed with the words, "God of hatred, Ligus." At the moment he uttered this name, he felt something watching him. The god of hatred is an outer god, and most deities associated with power and emotions are outer gods. They seek not material gain. Even Luo's offering to the god of greed was merely to demonstrate his own avarice. As long as one harbors intense hatred, they may receive Ligus's blessing. The emotion of hatred serves as the finest offering. Luo had unveiled a glimpse of the celestial realm to them, granting them strength. And what they would do next was all too evident. Even if Luo did not articulate it, they could perceive the injustice. Despite their arduous labor, they retained none of the fruits of their labor. Luo's words were simply more direct. However, the final choice still rested with them. Luo merely provided an option for those who had none. Witnessing the recent scene, Nakarisi and Anna felt despondent. Luo observed their expressions. This world is as such. In the eyes of the divine, ordinary people are mere numbers. Fortunately, we can alter this reality someday. If the gods are willing, they could effortlessly create a utopia. Even without the gods, the cooperation of the god of abundance and the god of pestilence could forge a world devoid of hunger and disease. And all of this would be simple. The main storyline of the final movement revolves around the slaying of gods. As for the outer gods, they serve merely as a backdrop. To vanquish the gods is tantamount to achieving victory. Certainly, the manner in which one engages in games is a matter of personal liberty. While it is possible to serve as a pawn of the divine in such pursuits, Loren has, for the sake of Na-Khaleesi and her companions, naturally assumed a position in opposition to the gods. I place my trust in you. Na-Khaleesi smiled. Perhaps it is only Loren who can genuinely fulfill this promise. During their subsequent journey, they encountered no further obstacles, and the group arrived at the royal capital without incident. Entry into the capital required meticulous searching, as many found themselves delayed at the gates, yet Loren and his companions were granted passage with ease. Some were halted at the city's outskirts for carrying kitchen knives, while Loren, bearing a box of enchanted bullets, entered the royal capital unimpeded. In the 2 days of waiting for his arm to heal, Loren did not neglect the enchantment of his bullets. We have arrived, esteemed mentor, please disembark. Upon exiting the carriage, individuals appointed by the king awaited to escort them to the palace. The king had prepared special guest quarters for Loren and his companions within the palace, an honor not afforded to many noblemen, reserved only for high-ranking officials from powerful nations. Thank you, Loren replied. After alighting, he traced the symbol of the god of abundance upon his chest as a gesture of respect toward the king's attendants. Previously, Loren had sown the seeds of enmity. Now, he must endeavor to appear as amicable as possible, lest he provoke hostility. His Majesty is currently occupied. He will appear at the banquet later, and we kindly request your presence, for without your music, even the grandest feast would lack allure. As the attendant conversed with Loren, they proceeded, and upon entering the palace, all servants stood in 2 rows, bowing solemnly to Loren. Naturally, one does not strike at a smiling face. Since inviting Loren to the palace, the king had consistently shown him favor, and Loren would not disappoint such goodwill. Even though he was acutely aware of the king's true nature, the attendant led Loren to his room and opened the door. Once the other attendants had set down Loren's luggage, he produced a small pouch of gold coins from his pocket and presented it to the attendant. Thank you for your assistance. This is your due. However, we are accustomed to fending for ourselves and require minimal care. Thank you for your generosity, the attendant replied, accepting the pouch. While tipping was customary, such an amount was extraordinary. Having reached this position, his perceptiveness was keen, and he immediately grasped Loren's intent. The esteemed mentor prefers minimal disturbance. While speaking, the attendant distributed the coins among the others. You may return to your duties. Once they departed, Jing Xin finally spoke up. Knowing Loren would not act without reason. Since he had chosen to bestow wealth, it was evident he had a purpose. Do you have a plan? The Good Alan Royal Magic Academy holds something I desire, which will assist my future endeavors. Hence I intend to create some chaos. Loren spoke with a smile, as if everything were under his control. The coins I distributed bear the name of the god of hatred. Anyone who sees this name will draw the gaze of the god of hatred, perhaps even acquire power from him. While Loren conversed with Jing Xin, Na-Khaleesi listened intently, though Anna sat quietly by the window, observing the scene below. This was the first instance Anna did not clamor for food. Fortunately, the common people of the capital were not starving. Noticing her concern for these individuals, Loren approached her and reassured, "This is the royal capital, the face of a kingdom. Ensuring the common folk are fed is not a daunting task. It is merely that many are unwilling to pay even this small price." Chapter 16. Cat enthusiast Anna remained silent, still gazing below. While the citizens of the capital were not to the point of starvation, their lives were hardly enviable. Everyone was busy, toiling beyond their physical limitations, and Anna observed a frail man carrying a sack larger than himself. There is no use in pondering these matters. Let us venture out for something to eat. Indeed. Suddenly, Anna embraced Loren, and it was only after witnessing the harshness of this world that she truly comprehended the extent of Loren's protection over her. In a place where ordinary people struggled so fiercely, Loren had managed to provide for both of them, the witches, so well. Let's go. Loren lifted Anna, who wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head against his chest. The streets of the capital were bustling with numerous stalls, far more vibrant than the small town Loren once inhabited, with calls of vendors echoing throughout. The worldview of this realm is rather peculiar, blending both Eastern and Western elements, modernity and antiquity. It is, after all, a fantastical world, and previously no one had cared for such details. Even as the worshippers of the god of night and thunder utilized electricity. Enticed by the culinary delights, Anna's spirits began to lift, regardless of what the future held. One must not squander the food at hand. Loren and his companions wandered for quite some time, until the sun began to set, signaling the impending royal ball. As they approached the palace, Anna suddenly grasped Loren's arm. "Esteemed mentor, may we rescue that little bird?" Following Anna's pointed finger, Loren beheld a black cat tormenting a nightingale by the roadside. The black cat held the nightingale beneath its paw, releasing it only to strike it down again as it attempted to take flight, relishing in the bird's desperate struggles. A crowd had gathered, showering praises upon the black cat's agility, ignoring the nightingale's anguished cries, their laughter grating. Once more, the black cat released its hold, but this time the nightingale could no longer fly, limping away from its tormentor. As the cat prepared to pounce again, a stone suddenly struck the ground before it, having been carelessly thrown by Loren, who had infused it with a hint of his power, causing the black cat to retreat in fright. Loren held a disdain for cats. During his lifetime as a wildlife protector, they had frequently caused him trouble, having witnessed more than one animal he had painstakingly rescued fall prey to their predations. On one occasion, a group of university students had tossed a cat into his sanctuary, resulting in the tragic demise of a nest of owls he had just saved. When he eventually located them through social media, they were still patting themselves on the back for their good deed, oblivious to the havoc they had wreaked. The black cat scampered back to its owner, hissing at the stone. Its owner was a middle-aged woman adorned in lavish attire, her high-heeled shoes echoing like a lament. As she approached Loren, she seized his collar, her eyes brimming with a pronounced sense of superiority. Should she ever lose her memory, it was likely that the only word she would retain would be disparaging remarks aimed at those from humble origins. Loren cast his gaze down at her heels, contemplating the shop that crafted such footwear, for should he ever venture into aircraft manufacturing, it could provide suitable materials for landing gear. "Do you know how much my little female cat is worth? A purebred, a peasant like you will never see this much money in a lifetime." Her first concern was not for her cat, but rather to emphasize its monetary value. "And what are you? Do not touch my clothing. It is expensive, and you cannot afford to compensate for it." Loren easily pried her fingers from his collar, kneeling to cradle the injured nightingale, disregarding the woman entirely. "I am Shimeng Na, a teacher at the Loren Royal Magic Academy. My husband is on the guest list for tonight's royal ball, and even that esteemed mentor will be in attendance." Upon hearing Shimeng Na's words, Loren, who was tending to the nightingale's injuries, felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Astonished that he would ever encounter such a situation, he exerted considerable effort to suppress his mirth. "Esteemed mentor," Anna tugged at Loren's arm, concerned that her request might inadvertently cause him trouble, feeling a swell of guilt. Upon hearing Anna's address to Loren, Simona was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of unease. Such narratives are common. A noble belittles a beggar, only for the beggar to reveal himself as a prince, leading to the noble's demise. Simona began to ponder the plausibility of such a scenario unfolding in reality. She cast a glance at those surrounding Loren, none appearing ordinary. Indeed, the next moment, Loren affectionately stroked Anna's hair, unconcerned by his surroundings, and proclaimed, "Anna, remember, you need not fear any debauchee here, for you are the most audacious of them all." After uttering these words, Loren turned to face Simona, removing the hood of his dark robe. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Loren, an unremarkable composer." Upon hearing Simona's name, Loren recalled her from the game. She was merely a minor character, insignificant even among the lesser foes. Yet, she left a lasting impression on him due to her treachery during the war between the kingdom of Gedilon and the neighboring kingdom of Bartholomew. Worshippers of the god of pestilence, without hesitation, she betrayed her nation, and had it not been for her, Gedilon would not have suffered so grievously despite their considerable chances of victory. If it were only that, Loren might not have found her so memorable. Many had betrayed their countries once the war commenced, nobles fleeing with alarming swiftness. What truly revolted Loren were her subsequent actions. Not only did she court the enemy, despite being scorned, but she also seduced her students into becoming playthings for the opposing forces. The most nauseating aspect was that, when the god of abundance triumphed, she emerged as a celebrated figure, adored by many women, ultimately earning a place on the hit list of the final song. In Loren's eyes, Simona had already been sentenced to death, though he wished for her demise not to be swift or easy. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, Those who had previously sided with Simona began to vocally denounce her, and even Simona herself began to tremble. She was wicked, not foolish. Even if the person before her might not truly be Loren, she dared not take the risk, at worst plotting her revenge later. My garments are made from premium materials, fireproof and waterproof, valued at 200 gold. This is entirely reasonable. Moreover, many of my musical inspirations derive from this nightingale, whose worth is incalculable. However, I am magnanimous. Your treatment of me matters little. Yet, this black robe bears significant symbolic meaning, adorned with the runes of the god of abundance, akin to an altar. And you have defiled my attire. The underlying implication of this statement was clear. It was an accusation of sacrilege against Simona. Before Loren could finish, Simona began to scream in a frenzy, hurling the cat to the ground, her sturdy high heel striking the creature's head. Damn stray cat. How dare you grasp the nightingale of my esteemed mentor? This was Loren's first visceral encounter with the ravages of war. Both Anna and Nikalis instinctively covered their eyes. Isn't this your cat? It is a stray. Loren interrupted Simona, who was about to continue her defense. Take your grievances to the king. It's repugnant. He then turned away from Simona, heading towards the palace. Every guest entering was subjected to meticulous questioning, with invitations and guest lists scrutinized. Yet when Loren approached, the gatekeeper suddenly became exceedingly respectful, omitting the customary checks and bowing to him. Witnessing this, Simona felt as though her spirit had been extinguished. Chapter 17. The Ball Greetings. Esteemed mentor. Hello. May the god of abundance bless you. Every individual who encountered Loren felt compelled to greet him. And even the music played at the ball was composed by him, leaving Loren somewhat fatigued. Jingxin and Nikalis remained by his side. While Anna had long since succumbed to the delights of the refreshments, her manner of eating rather ungraceful. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely faced ridicule. However, being Loren's associate, she was universally overlooked, with a maid even assigned to tend to her. As Nikalis found herself in this unfamiliar environment, she felt somewhat out of place. Lingering behind Loren, after conversing with the attendees, Loren finally had the leisure to escort Nikalis to sample the royal delicacies. Following Loren closely, Nikalis' fingers alternated between openness and clenching, embodying her inner conflict. After several deep breaths, she summoned the courage to grasp Loren's hand from behind, and he instinctively tightened his grip, feeling the warmth of familiarity. In this strange setting, Nikalis found a measure of solace. Unlike before, she placed her other hand over her heart, noting its rapid rhythm, much quicker than usual. What is happening to me? Nikalis then placed her hand on her face. Even the warmth of her cheeks seemed elevated. What is it? Loren, ever attentive, quickly recognized her discomfort and placed his hand on her other cheek. As time passed, Loren felt her temperature rising, prompting concern. Are you unwell? After a moment's hesitation, Nikalis nodded. Mentor, my face feels so hot, and my heartbeat is racing. Hearing her confession, Loren directly placed his hand over her heart. Due to Nikalis' stature, he could distinctly sense her heartbeat, yet this action seemed to ignite a metaphorical engine. Her pulse resonating like thunder. Which is a not typically prone to illness, Loren mused inwardly, pressing slightly harder. Ahem, I believe I understand the situation. Jingxin suddenly coughed a few times, drawing Loren's attention. Excellent. Please take Nikalis back to rest. Before he could finish, Loren noticed a thin man approaching them. The man was scantily clad, appearing frail, as though suffering from some ailment, swaying unsteadily. Notably, a plum blossom tattoo adorned his neck, and Loren instantly recognized his identity, a follower of the god of pestilence. Unlike the followers of the god of abundance, who adorned themselves with flora as symbols, the plum blossom on the pestilence follower was not artistic. It was a manifestation of the disease itself. Mentor, away with you. Loren dismissed him before he could speak, knowing that followers of the god of pestilence were notorious. Witches are incapable of inciting malevolent thoughts, hence no one at the ball paid heed to Anna and Nikalis. And Jingxin, as Loren's maid, was unlikely to attract any foolish advances. Thus, the man's presence served only one purpose. Do not be so harsh. I merely wish to invite you to share an experience with me. Trust me, I possess 1,000 ways to ensure your demise here without anyone suspecting my involvement. Loren harbored a profound disdain for all righteous deities, yet for the sake of his interests, he did not mind venerating a god. save for the god of pestilence and his followers, whom he utterly loathed, willing to confront him directly. The god of pestilence possesses the power to suppress all ailments, rendering his followers immune to disease, thus allowing them to indulge without restraint. This locale is rife with male companions, not because it is a haven for them, but because the freedom to indulge without the fear of illness attracts such individuals. However, this is not the primary concern. Followers of the god of pestilence wield pestilence and viruses as weapons in warfare, indifferent to the consequences, representing the very worst of humanity. Realizing the man's nefarious intent, Jingxin promptly clutched Loren's arm, asserting her claim and affirming Loren's inclinations. Witnessing the close proximity between Jingxin and Loren, Nakalis felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, perplexed by her own emotions. Despite their frequent shared slumber, the simplest physical contact now elicited such a strong reaction from Nakalis. Aware that the man had no intention of leaving, Loren decided to escort Nakalis away. Feeling uneasy in close proximity to the follower of the god of pestilence, you should return to your chambers, and perhaps check on the nightingale we rescued earlier. All right. Seizing the opportunity to distance Jingxin from Loren, Nakalis took the initiative to lead her away, while Loren discreetly retrieved the firearm concealed within his robe, aiming it at the pestilence follower. The mere fact that he could bring a weapon into the ball indicated that Loren indeed had the means to eliminate him. At this point, the followers of the god of plague finally departed. Loren was taken aback to discover that attendees from the realm of the god of plague had been invited to the ball. Casting a glance at the king, who was engaged in conversation, he began to suspect that this old man was not entirely reputable. The king, noticing Loren's gaze, promptly concluded his discussion and approached Loren. The king of this small nation held little authority. The Gedilon kingdom, though termed a kingdom, was scarcely larger than a province, even the smallest one. Furthermore, the church overshadowed the monarchy, rendering any comparison between royal and divine power futile. The church could easily replace a king with a mere vote. Would you kindly grace us with a performance, esteemed mentor? Loren did not respond, but instead posed a counter-question. Why are there followers of the god of plague attending the ball? The king instinctively sought to explain, but was interrupted once more by Loren. Listen, do not be deceived by his seemingly frail appearance. He likely harbors a dozen illnesses. And while he is shielded by the god of plague, it does not mean that diseases cannot spread. The use of plague is merely a tactic employed by these followers to incite war. He appears unharmed. Yet if you were to contract a disease, you would perish within days, and I would be unable to save you. Are you willing to forsake your life to convert to the god of plague? Such a heavy accusation left the king somewhat apprehensive. Gods possess means to control their followers, and disease is the method through which the god of plague exerts control. Should a believer lose their faith, they would swiftly succumb to illness without divine protection. In contrast, the god of abundance lacks any means of controlling their worshippers and must rely on the church, which is exceedingly fanatic in its management of faith. The weight of Loren's accusation could indeed threaten the king's life. Do not forget that he is a noble of the Bartolo kingdom, with whom we conduct business. Much of our grain is exported through his channels. You would do well to understand the gravity of your actions. The underlying reason for Loren's outburst was simple. He harbored a deep disdain for this group, believing that, even devoid of morals, they lacked humanity. After addressing the king, Loren moved to the side of the orchestra, skillfully taking a violin from one of the musicians. The exquisite notes emanating from Loren's violin swiftly captured the attention of all present. Perhaps it was a genuine appreciation for music, or perhaps mere opportunism. But the nobles ceased their activities, drawn to the enchanting melodies. As the piece concluded, Loren surveyed the crowd before striking the strings once more. At this moment, the curtain rose. The unique violin piece belonging to the Harbinger of Fate was flawlessly replicated in Loren's hands, as if he and the music had become one. Even those nobles who were unversed in music felt their hearts stirred by Loren's performance. Yet amidst this, the man devoted to the god of plague continued his brazen antics, engaging in inappropriate behavior with other men, yet the others showed little reaction. His actions were undeniably offensive, not something one could achieve merely by controlling a few export routes. However, Loren soon conceived a thought and smiled knowingly. He recognized that many in the Gedilon kingdom were adherents of the god of greed, motivated solely by self-interest. The current king was over 120 years old, an age far exceeding the norm given the world's medical standards. Even reaching 80 years was considered a long life. Yet the king showed little sign of decline, leading Loren to suspect that he had indeed made some dealings with the god of greed. The god of plague possesses a blessing that can suppress aging as if it were an illness, which leads many to convert to the god of plague in their twilight years. While ordinary individuals may feel constrained, those in power often do not. Gaining longevity from the god of greed is straightforward. One need only offer a fresh life. However, the cost escalates with each transaction. Initially, one might offer a youth to secure an additional year of life. Yet over time, the price could rise to hundreds. And the aging king clearly found himself unable to bear this burden. Lives may be deemed inexpensive, yet the accumulation of countless trivial lives can yield dire consequences. As the final notes faded, Loren bowed, his mind racing with thoughts. Esteemed mentor, seeing is believing. Today, I have truly grasped the depth of your musical prowess. There is no need for such flattery, Loren interjected, halting the king's praise. I am aware of what you seek from the god of plague. The king's heart raced at Loren's words. He had already resolved to make sacrifices to silence Loren, and in the next moment, even if it meant offering the princess as a maid, he would not hesitate. The thought of moving against Loren never crossed his mind. Loren had been renowned for over a decade, and the king understood his vast knowledge and prudent nature. He believed that should he attempt to assassinate Loren, it would not take until dawn for angels to come knocking at his door. What is it you desire? Since Loren had spoken to him, it implied a willingness to negotiate. Otherwise, he could have simply let the church handle him. What you seek, I can provide. I have made considerable progress in potion crafting. Extending your life is a trivial matter. To assuage the king's concerns, Loren presented an undeniable example. Over these years, have you noticed any change in my age? Or do you believe that a man in his 30s could possess my level of knowledge? Loren's sudden revelation of his potion-making abilities was not without purpose. He sought an item known as Ningyuanji Lei, which would guarantee the success of potion crafting once a week, and thus he aimed to gain access to it. What do you want? I will craft the potions. You shall provide the materials and equipment. To any observer, this arrangement appeared to place Loren at a disadvantage. Yet the king felt a pang of regret. Only Loren knew the materials required, and he alone could brew them, meaning whatever materials Loren requested, the king was obliged to furnish, with the success rate dictated solely by Loren. Agreed. Ultimately, the king acquiesced. He not only required Loren's expertise in potion crafting, but also recognized that Loren held leverage over him. Indeed, while Loren possessed no concrete evidence, the king could not afford scrutiny. Ordinary citizens reporting him posed no threat, as the church would overlook minor infractions. However, certain matters once brought to light could bear tremendous weight. Should Loren be the one to report him, the consequences would be dire. To a fruitful collaboration, Loren extended his hand, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the king grasped it. Afterwards, Loren returned the instrument and found Anna, who was indulging heartily in a massive cake, stuffing her cheeks to the brim. The nearby maid trembled, aware of Anna's distinguished status. She dared not intervene, fearing the repercussions should Anna encounter any issues from her gluttony. How much have you eaten? With Anna's mouth full, Loren chose to inquire with the maid beside her. The maid remained silent, merely gesturing towards an empty table nearby, where Loren recalled there had been an abundance of food during his performance. Stop eating. Loren gently cupped Anna's face in his hands. Her skin felt delicate, akin to soft tofu, prompting him to handle her with care, lest he inadvertently cause her harm. Yet Anna's constitution was undoubtedly sturdier than Loren's at present. A witch does not gain weight, yet that does not imply her stomach is invulnerable. You've eaten so much your belly is distended. Consider it practice for helping you bear children in the future. Upon hearing this, the maid covered her mouth in shock, glancing at Anna, whose figure, though mature, still bore the semblance of youth. The maid then recalled certain nobles with peculiar proclivities and swiftly turned away, covering her ears, signaling that she had heard nothing and hoped to avoid any repercussions. Loren, acutely aware of the maid's thoughts, felt a twinge of headache. In the end, he gently tapped in on the head and said, "Be quiet." Obediently, Anna closed her mouth, wiped the cream from her lips, and took hold of Loren's hand, inadvertently smearing the cream onto his palm, rendering it sticky. Just as Loren was about to lose his temper, the sight of her sparkling eyes quelled his anger by half, and he silently led her away. At the ball, Luo Luan had encountered many prominent figures, thus honoring the king's reputation. He intended to request a list from the king and depart, planning to send gifts to those of value the following day. Just as he was about to leave, a fidgety man blocked his path. Luo Luan had not seen him at the beginning of the ball, indicating that his status did not qualify him to meet Luo Luan. My wife is named Shimeng Na. I apologize, but I have no recollection. I must return to my chamber to check on my nightingale. I would be quite distressed if anything were to happen to it. After uttering this, Luo Luan departed. Although he claimed not to remember Shimeng Na, the deliberate mention of the nightingale revealed that he not only remembered, but did so distinctly. Luo Luan did not explicitly state what he intended to do with them, yet it was this fear of the unknown that tormented him most. The guillotine hanging above one's head is far more terrifying than its descent. Chapter 19. Jing Xin, your filial piety has corrupted. Jing Xin, what is happening to me? Na Kulisi lay on the bed, one arm resting on her forehead. Within mere minutes, she felt significantly better. This peculiar occurrence was unprecedented in her experience. You are in love. The nightingale was placed in a cushioned box, and Jing Xin skillfully administered medicine, all the while casually responding to Na Kulisi's inquiries. What? With whom? Upon hearing this, Na Kulisi abruptly sat up. She had encountered this term in fairy tales, but could not fathom why it pertained to her, as it seemed meant for princes and princesses. In simple terms, you are in love. Jing Xin settled the nightingale comfortably and explained in terms Na Kulisi could grasp. Upon hearing this, Na Kulisi's face flushed crimson, and she buried her head beneath the covers. Jing Xin had anticipated such a reaction. She preferred to speak plainly. Simultaneously, Ying Xin understood Na Kulisi's thoughts. Having encountered Luo Luan, she had already experienced certain events and formed her own opinions. Now, faced with a person like Luo Luan, who treated her with utmost kindness, perhaps Na Kulisi had harbored feelings for him long before, only realizing them when she learned of Jing Xin and Luo Luan's relationship. What should I do next? Na Kulisi's voice was muffled under the covers. It is simple. Due to the nature of a witch, you must employ your eloquence. As Jing Xin spoke, the blanket enveloping Na Kulisi's head seemed to emit steam. She screamed, interrupting Jing Xin, startling even the nightingale, which had just begun to doze off. Out of embarrassment, Na Kulisi chose not to continue speaking, pretending to be asleep until Luo Luan returned. Is Na Kulisi asleep? What illness has she contracted? While speaking, Luo Luan washed his hands in the washroom, and then insisted that Anna wash hers, as he preferred cleanliness. It is nothing. She is already well. Only upon hearing Jing Xin's reply did Luo Luan feel relieved. That is good. How is the nightingale? Having previously worked in wildlife conservation, Luo Luan had a certain interest and knowledge about animals. I have fed it and administered medicine. All is well. What did you feed it? Luo Luan approached Jing Xin to inspect the nightingale's condition, which appeared stable and its breathing steady. Bread and biscuits. But shouldn't the nightingale eat insects? I was just about to send someone to catch some grasshoppers. As Luo Luan finished speaking, the nightingale suddenly trembled, as though startled. It may have mutated. It only eats these. In a world filled with peculiarities, Luo Luan did not dwell on the bird's dietary preferences. Although his experiences in wildlife conservation assured him that the diets of nightingales and seagulls were not the same. Very well, good night. We shall remain in the royal capital for a while. I shall begin my tasks tomorrow. Of course, Luo Luan's busyness was primarily for his own benefit. He did not need to personally deliver gifts, and most of his alchemical endeavors were for himself. Even if 1 out of 10 potions he concocted was for the king, it could be considered a measure of Luo Luan's benevolence. In the game, there are 3 monetary expenditure paths: Enchanted Bullet Path, Potion Path, and Magic Scroll Path. Thus far, Luo Luan had embarked upon only one. Since he was already in the royal capital, he planned to explore the remaining 2 paths as well. Potions were manageable, but the scrolls posed some challenges. Regardless, he was not short on money. Even if he ran out, Luo Luan had ample means to earn it back. The king had prepared a lavish room for them, consisting of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, ensuring each individual had their own space. However, during the night, Anna climbed into Luo Luan's bed. You sleep with Na Kulisi every day. Shouldn't you sleep with me now? Could you please complete your sentence? Luo Luan could not refrain from tapping Anna on the head once more. At times, he felt she intentionally made remarks that could be misconstrued. However, It was evident that Anna was unbothered by such matters, as she clung to Luo Luan's arm and drifted into slumber. That night was far from peaceful. Anna awoke with a stomachache, causing Luo Luan to have a restless night as well. The following morning, he was roused by a knock at the door. Who is it? Knocking so early? The attendant outside glanced at his watch, certain it was midday, yet respectfully apologized to Luo Luan. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, esteemed mentor. His Majesty the King requests your presence, and has prepared what you asked for. Very well, I shall first seek out His Majesty the King. Please assist me in delivering the gifts according to the list. Luo Luan yawned, patting the attendant's shoulder before exiting the room. He recognized this group of attendants as the same ones who had helped him with his luggage the day before. As Luo Luan departed, Jing Xian also provided them with a list and organized treasures. Being dispatched by the king, and having received money from Luo Luan the day before, he trusted them. The king indeed accorded Luo Luan great honor, personally receiving him in the royal chamber without first inspecting him, which led to Luo Luan inadvertently carrying 2 submachine guns, an array of magazines, and a belt of explosives. Upon seeing Luo Luan, the king first traced the symbol of the god of abundance across his chest and greeted him. Esteemed mentor, everything you requested has been prepared. The finest alchemical equipment in Gudalan is at the Royal Magic Academy, and we have sent the materials there. You may proceed directly to the academy. Even from half a nation away, Luo Luan could hear the king scheming. His potion making at the Gudalan Royal Magic Academy could be simplified to Luo Luan being at the academy, and once this was publicized, others would instinctively assume Luo Luan was a teacher there. In time, it was possible that nobles from powerful nations would send their children to study there. However, 95 of the potion materials Luo Luan desired had been embezzled by him, so it was reasonable for the king to leverage his reputation for publicity. And Luo Luan did not mind too much. All right, only after Luo Luan's agreement did the king breathe a sigh of relief. When will you set off? I shall send someone to accompany you. After breakfast. With Anna present, cooking was no small task, so Luo Luan intended to spare Jing Xian some effort. By the way, esteemed mentor, you only have one maid. Can she manage? Just as Luo Luan was about to turn away, the king called him back. Indeed, his words held merit. With Anna around, Jing Xian was quite busy every day, especially as she would take time from her schedule to attend to Luo Luan's needs. The bloodstained bedsheet had already been disposed of by Luo Luan. However, Loren harbors numerous secrets, making him less than ideal for finding new servants. At the very least, Jingxin is trustworthy. Even without mentioning the mentor's identity from the original work, Jingxin is a being of unknown origin, summoned into reality by Loren, and has been by his side for a decade. This alone warrants trust. Furthermore, since the king suddenly brought this matter up, it indicates he harbors ulterior motives, most likely intending to send someone to monitor Loren, who ultimately declined the king's proposal. Chapter 20. Children. The new magical academy. Master, we have arrived. A few individuals clad in wizard robes escorted Loren to the vicinity of the Gudalan Royal Magical Academy. Although this country is not large, the academy itself is quite expansive, surpassing many universities in size. This is not surprising, as the dormitory conditions are exceptionally high-end, equipped with a myriad of facilities. The academy is run with great care, and its students are either talented or affluent, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to gain entry. The escort guided Loren to his designated residence, a standalone, small building. It is hard to imagine such architecture exists within a school, and Loren marveled once more at the opulence of the nobility. This is your residence. The equipment you require is in the potion classroom. Here is the key to the storage room. All the materials you need are there. Feel free to take whatever you require. After the handover, Loren stored his luggage in his residence and made his way directly to the potion classroom. Children, welcome to the Gudalan Royal Magical Academy. Loren cradled an injured nightingale in his arms, intending to ask someone to purchase a birdcage. Jingxin, however, volunteered to buy it herself, and Loren acquiesced, thinking it was merely a cage and she couldn't possibly cause any trouble. Master, you can brew potions? I had no idea. Anna followed Loren closely, occasionally reaching out to stroke the nightingale's head while inquiring. There are many things you do not know. I'm quite aware of your affairs. For instance, today you are wearing black underwear, which you haven't washed in 2 days, and you have a preference for white silk. How do you know that? Anna's sudden revelation genuinely startled Loren, making him feel as though his undergarments had been exposed. Indeed, they had been. Upon realizing she had successfully shocked Loren, Anna's smile brightened even more. She placed her hands behind her back, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. I came to find you the night before we departed, but unfortunately, Nicholas occupied the spot. I could only lift the blanket to see if you two were up to no good, and you slept with me last night, wearing the same underwear as that evening. The more Anna spoke, the prouder she became, eventually positioning herself in front of Loren, walking backward while observing his face. As for your preferences, I noticed you glance at Jingxin's legs more often when she wears white silk than when she wears black. Seeing Anna's expression grow increasingly smug, Loren gently tapped her on the head. Your deductions are impressive. Refrain from such reasoning in the future. Meanwhile, Loren mused to himself, realizing why Anna always donned white silk. He had previously thought it was merely a child's fondness for that color. Hearing Anna's remarks, Nicholas felt somewhat discontented. She placed a comforting hand on Anna's shoulder and spoke earnestly. How could we ever do anything wrong? Master has always been kind. Many impoverished individuals seek his guidance, and he always responds. Regardless of how many people spoke ill of Master, we must never do so. She considered herself Anna's older sister, wishing to impart the few principles she understood to her, yet Anna remained playful and cheeky. Finally, Anna even reached out to tousle Nicholas's hair, struggling to suppress her laughter. Sister, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand. Loren could not contain himself and covered Anna's mouth, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He surmised how Anna knew so much. She often roamed about the house, and Jingxin's room concealed numerous peculiar books and drawings, many of which she had purchased, while others were her own creations, several of which Loren had burned in boxes. Nicholas was utterly confounded, silently trailing behind Loren. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground caused her to glance down at her legs, contemplating whether she should also switch to white silk. As they conversed, they arrived at the potion classroom, which contained several classrooms. More notably, there were storage rooms filled with equipment and materials. They had even prepared an office specifically for Loren. Standing before the cauldron, Loren quickly immersed himself in the task at hand. His potion brewing skills were indeed commendable, though his current attributes were too low, resulting in a diminished success rate. Potions, much like magic, are tiered. The higher the tier, the more challenging the brewing process, necessitating greater intelligence attributes. Nonetheless, it is not impossible to brew them, albeit with a lower success rate. All that was required was to obtain the tier of condensation. But the king would not easily relinquish such a thing. Loren would need to fail several times, enough to cause the king some distress, at which point he would naturally present it. Fetch me some materials: moonlight grass, rootless water, the tail of a jungle lizard, and the juice of stone fern. Anna, Nicholas, here are the lyrics to a new song I have written. Memorize them. Loren tossed a book to the two sorceresses while retrieving a wand from his attire. Magic does not necessitate a wand, but having a medium allows for more refined spells. The simplest medium is a wand or a spell book, while some mediums enhance magic, such as Valentina's greatsword. Nicholas glanced at the book, realizing it contained no lyrics, but rather Loren's modified spells. She looked up at Loren, then back at Anna, who was diligently memorizing the contents of the book, and immediately grasped Loren's intention. After a while, the servants returned from the storage room bearing several bags of materials. They did not leave, but remained, waiting for Loren to brew potions until he finally spoke. The potion I am about to brew is a 7th tier Emberlight. Do you truly believe I would allow you to see the recipe? You must understand the caliber of 7th tier potions. Upon hearing this, the servants discreetly departed. Even the king had seldom witnessed 6th tier potions, and if they continued to watch, it would be a display of ingratitude, even if this was a task entrusted to them by the king. Soon, the office was left with only Loren and his companions, at which point Loren truly felt liberated. He waved his wand and quickly assembled a rudimentary distillation apparatus using a crucible and glass, commencing the production of distilled water. Even after collecting a bottle of distilled water, Loren did not pause. For today, he was likely to concoct potions throughout the day. A mere bottle of distilled water would prove insufficient. He placed the materials for the coagulation essence back into the crucible. But this time, his method of preparation varied slightly, substituting regular water for distilled water. As the coagulation essence was completed, it suddenly radiated a golden light. Upon bottling the potion, its name was revealed in his hands. Coagulation essence, perfect. Potions with a perfect suffix would enhance effects by 50%. Loren was confident that as long as the potion's grade was not excessively high, all his creations would be flawless. This time, Loren produced 2 additional bottles. He instructed Anna to hold the nightingale, then proceeded to unwrap its bandages. As the bandages were removed, the nightingale let out a cry of agony but did not struggle, remaining obediently in Anna's hands. This little creature possessed quite a spirit. Loren pried open the nightingale's beak and poured in the freshly concocted coagulation essence. By the time the potion was consumed, the nightingale's injuries had nearly healed. The situation before Loren revealed something amiss. Considering the nightingale's size, a single bottle of potion should have sufficed for a complete recovery. Nonetheless, Loren did not dwell on this. Suspecting the nightingale might be a magical beast, yet its intelligence suggested it posed no danger. Animals are far simpler in their thoughts than humans. If you treat them kindly, they will recognize your goodwill. Many wolves have been domesticated into dogs, and perhaps this nightingale would eventually become Loren's ally. I will release you in due time. For now, I need your help to intimidate Ximona. Upon hearing Loren's words, the nightingale even nodded, and Loren grew increasingly grateful for having kept it. With warm-up complete, it was time to get down to business. Anna, come here for a moment. The ensuing conversation was rather confidential, prompting Loren to cast a shielding spell to prevent any perception or eavesdropping. What is it, esteemed Minner? Anna set the nightingale down and stood obediently beside Loren. I will need your blood shortly. Oh, Anna trusted Loren's directive without question, silently observing as he brewed potions, awaiting her moment to assist. Gold distilled water and wailing flowers were added to the crucible one by one. The gold sank to the bottom, as the temperature was insufficient to melt it, until Loren grasped Anna's hand and gently pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the mixture. Instantly, the disparate materials within the crucible began to melt, merging into the potion, and the liquid transformed into a vivid red hue with just a single drop of blood. Wow! Anna gasped in astonishment. But before she could utter another word, the coagulation essence was thrust in her mouth, and her fingers wound healed within seconds, not interfering with Loren's administration of the potion. Quickly, concentrate on your most despised thing while facing the potion. Anna pressed her forehead, pondering deeply, but yielded no results. I've imagined every vegetable. Did it yield anything? This was indeed an oversight on Loren's part. Having grown up in a loving environment, it was normal for Anna to harbor no significant hatred. The potion Loren aimed to concoct was named Witch's Curse, requiring a witch to infuse their hatred to be completed. Any semblance of hatred would suffice. This potion was unique, as its effects were unaffected by quality. Allow me. Just as Loren feared the concoction might be ruined, Nacra stepped forward. As she approached, the liquid in the crucible deepened in color and thickened, eventually transforming into a blood-red hue. A flash of golden light confirmed the potion had attained a perfect rating, illustrating the purity of Nacra's hatred. Loren swiftly bottled the potion, suddenly realizing he knew nothing of Nacra's past. Even within the narrative, Nacra served merely as a backdrop, with the only mention being that Anna's darkening was directly attributed to her sister's death. Since Loren's initial encounter with Nacra, her expressions had been few, and even if she did not speak, he recognized the hardships an 8-year-old child would endure alone in the snow. Yet, such circumstances did not seem sufficient to elicit such intense hatred from Nacra, leading Loren to acknowledge his negligence in showing her concern. Loren stepped before Nacra, and in her startled gaze, he suddenly embraced her. Nacra, though I am unaware of your past experiences, I will love you forever. You may share everything with me. Loren's sudden confession left Nacra momentarily stunned, yet she eventually lifted her arms to embrace him tightly. Observing the emotional exchange, Anna felt no confusion, as she too had surmised the situation. She cupped Nacra's face in her hands. Speak your mind. Both I and the esteemed Minter shall assist you in avenging sister. Anna affectionately referred to Nacra as sister for the first time, understanding that whether witch or human, everyone is parents. Having lived alongside Loren, parental figures were inconsequential to her. However, Anna recognized that Nacra was different. Her encounter with Loren had come later in life, and she must have had her own parents, as she would not have survived otherwise. It was likely that her parents had met with misfortune. Ultimately, Nacra shook her head. Loren sighed. releasing Nacris and taking her hand. He understood her mindset. She likely feared that revealing her enemies would bring trouble to herself and others. Do not worry. My original plan was to eradicate all righteous deities to ensure that all witches could live happily. Speak of your foes. It will be a simple task. Under the encouragement of Anna and Loren, Nacris finally opened her heart. It is the angels of the god of light and fire. My mother fell in love with an angel, giving birth to me, a witch. Upon discovering my identity, my mother fled with me to prevent me from being killed by the angels. Yet, the angels soon learned of our whereabouts and began to pursue us. My mother, a sorceress, was no match for the angels. In her wounded state, she brought me to the kingdom of Gedilon, where she ultimately perished in the snow, her body instantly reduced to ashes. Throughout her account, Nacris never referred to the angel as father. Loren was the only one she acknowledged as such. Nacris was unaware, but Loren understood precisely why her mother had abruptly turned to ash. It was a method employed by the god of light and fire to control its followers. Any deviation from faith would result in immediate incineration. Nacris's mother had bravely borne the deity's power to bring Nacris to the kingdom of Gedilon, believing it would be a sanctuary, as the kingdom worshipped the god of abundance, ensuring that food would never be scarce. Do not fret. I vow to slay the angel you spoke of, along with the god of light and fire. Indeed, the god of light and fire is the most formidable deity in this world. Loren had previously conducted a test save, speculating on the outcome of the divine war should players refrain from interfering. The result was that the god of abundance vanquished the god of plague. A lover of the god of love named Noah perished alongside the god of confusion, and ultimately, the god of light and fire annihilated all the deities, seizing all authority, becoming the true god, while the previous righteous deities were mere pretenders. Unbeknownst to Loren, as they conversed, the nightingale in the box was experiencing a tremor in its pupils. For a bird, its expression was exceedingly complex. From the moment you encountered me, your fates shall diverge, forever steering clear of grim conclusions. After an extended period, Loren finally released Nacris's hand, allowing her to rest her palm against her chest, feeling the warmth he had left behind. Afterward, Loren lifted the freshly concocted potion and introduced it to Anna and Nicoles. Drinking the witch's curse will bestow the curse, abhorrence of all beings. All creatures will harbor disdain for the cursed, instinctively launching attacks, and a peculiar foul odor will emanate from their bodies, inciting aversion in other beings, including flies. Acquiring this curse does not necessarily require the ingestion of the potion. Merely coming into contact with a sufficient amount of the witch's blood suffices. After this explanation, Loren consumed the potion in one swift motion. Although its color resembled that of blood, its taste was surprisingly palatable. The Creator indeed shows a bias towards witches, bestowing upon them all that is good, along with powers of self-preservation and curses. Yet, despite such gifts, they remain unable to withstand the malice of the world. Name: Loren level, 14 strength, 10 stamina, 21 agility, 14 intelligence, 16 mana points, 5190 remaining attribute points, 0 accessory. Weeping Blood Wedding Ring, Blessings, Broken Illusions, Pluto's Mouth, Curses, Shattered Love, Abhorrence of all beings. Shattered Love is the curse associated with the Weeping Blood Wedding Ring. Loren allocated his remaining attribute points to agility, as it was the attribute he needed most in the coming period. The moment he received the curse, Abhorrence of all beings was reversed by the High Priestess, resulting in Loren now being favored by all beings. Even in the presence of many magical beasts, he would not be met with aggression, and the initial goodwill others felt towards him significantly increased. In essence, Loren had transformed into a succubus. Anna pressed herself against Loren, continually inhaling his scent. Master, you smell delightful. Even the foul odor had been transformed into a fragrance, leaving Anna with a lovesick expression, prompting Loren to instinctively step back. All right, during this time, I'll be taking action. You both should focus on studying magic and martial skills, acquiring some means of self-defense. I want to help too. Anna grasped Loren's hand, and he found himself unable to break free. He then realized that the witch's attributes surpassed his own. Without considering those special items, Loren might not even be Anna's match. Very well, I will take you along when the opportunity arises. Nicoles lowered her hand, her brief hesitation allowing Anna to seize the moment. With the small interlude concluded, Loren resumed his potion making. The influence of the coins inscribed with the name of the god of hatred he had distributed would continue to ferment within the city. In truth, many inhabitants of this city dared not harbor hatred. It must be said that while the leaders of this world are mostly incompetent, their methods of ruling their subjects are astute, fostering a culture of servility and eroding courage. However, it matters not. Ligios wields a portion of courageous authority. For one must possess courage before they can harbor hatred. Cowards do not know hatred. Ironically, it is the god of hatred who bestows courage. Deadly thistle, purple mist vines, silverleaf grass, distilled water, fourth-tier potion, antidote amulet. Though merely a fourth-tier potion, the antidote amulet can shield against the vast majority of poisons in this world. However, there are pros and cons. The antidote amulet can only prevent poisoning, not cure it, and must be consumed in advance. A potion rated as perfect can last approximately 1 hour, ample time for Loren to accomplish many tasks, such as exterminating that group of followers of the god of plague. As the potion neared completion, Loren's wand suddenly began to tremble, and the once calm potion roiled as if boiling. With swift reflexes, Loren decisively placed the potion and the crucible into a nearby waste bin, sealing the lid just before disaster struck. This potion-making endeavor had failed. Loren's intelligence was insufficient, and crafting fourth-tier potions still carried a risk of failure. Fortunately, he managed to dispose of the failed potion before it released toxic gas. Onward. Failure was inconsequential, as the materials were not his own. If any were missing, he could simply request more from the king. Loren switched to another crucible and continued his work, which left Nicole's feeling anxious as she silently positioned herself behind him, prepared to flee should any real trouble arise. However, this time, the process went smoothly. Loren held a vial of dark green liquid, and the information displayed before him read, Antidote Amulet. Perfect. But this was not enough. After securing this vial, Loren persisted in his potion-making, driven by his phobia of insufficient firepower. He continued until the afternoon, producing not only more than 10 antidote amulets, but also potions capable of temporarily enhancing various attributes. Notably, he crafted the Clarity Elixir, which could temporarily boost intelligence by 20 points in abundance. With this elixir, crafting higher-tier potions would become simpler. When Loren intended to step out for a bite to eat, he found that Jingxin had returned from purchasing a birdcage. True to form, even when buying a birdcage, she had not remained idle. The cage she brought back was enormous, capable of containing a person. The cage stood over 2 meters tall and had a diameter exceeding 1 meter, featuring a horizontal bar for standing and a circle on top, making it impractical for an ordinary household. Before Loren could inquire, Jingxin demonstrated the cage's purpose by climbing inside, perching on the horizontal bar, and extending her hand through the iron ring intended for birds, resembling a captive canary. Simultaneously, she adopted a woeful expression, even slightly tugging at her clothing, presenting herself as a trapped golden finch. Chapter 23. The jealous which had this been in the past. Loren might have retorted by threatening to encase her in cement and toss her into the sea, to which Jingxin would have playfully replied, "Is that a role play?" Ultimately, Loren was left with no choice but to deliver a light punch to her head and extricate her from the cage. This was the result of careful consideration. Any strike to a different part of her body would have been construed as a sexual suggestion. "Master, did you not brew any potions for the king? Is everything all right?" On their way back, Nicole's posed this question. "Scarcity breeds value. The less I produce, the higher the cost, and the more he will need me. Let me dawdle for a few weeks first." However, he could not delay indefinitely. At the very least, Loren needed to concoct a simplified version to give the king a taste of its benefits. There was no need for Jingxin to worry about dinner. The king had arranged for servants, chefs, and maids to attend to Loren's accommodations. Loren had no objections, as he possessed magic to shield his privacy. For dinner, he merely nibbled at his meal before retreating to his room, as he had matters to attend to. Inside the room, only Loren and Nightingale remained, the latter appearing diminutive within the massive birdcage. In his past life as a gamer, Loren had been a diligent player. Such intense sessions did not leave him feeling fatigued but rather fulfilled. Loren's preparations were not yet complete. The materials he had meticulously sifted through were piled in his bedroom. Merely knowing the name of the outer god would not yield significant influence. It still fell under the church's control. Llewellyn's objective was to amplify the outer god's influence, extending it to a point where the entire kingdom would be preoccupied and oblivious to his endeavors. The most direct method would be to find someone to spread the word. Yet Loren could not identify a suitable candidate, leaving him to undertake the task himself, though it was not necessary for him to do it entirely alone. Blood spirit wood, resonance gem, void crystal. Most of these materials were deceitfully acquired from the king, while a portion came from the spoils of prior campaigns against the outer goddess followers, including one of the 2 void crystals found at the stronghold. Loren intended to utilize these materials to create puppets. This world indeed acknowledges the profession of puppeteers. Yet such skills were not known in this region or even on this continent. Thus, the bountiful church would never anticipate such a notion. The meticulously drawn blueprints were unfurled by Loren, depicting a charming young girl. Now that he was crafting puppets, it was akin to his gaming preference for drawing female characters. Not for any ulterior motive, but simply for visual pleasure, and they could serve as decorative figurines in his home. Puppets made with the resonance gem as their core would eliminate the need for puppet strings. While mages could conjure puppet strings using magic, such methods were still fraught with limitations and risks of theft. With the resonance gem, one is free from such troubles, as it can be directly controlled by thought and can share a portion of a user's abilities. However, these gems are exceedingly rare within the game, typically obtainable only in the later stages. Loren's acquisition of such an item was purely serendipitous. It is likely that the noble who originally collected it was unaware of its true purpose, only recognizing it as a rare gem suitable for offering to Pluto. The blood spirit wood is an enigmatic magical entity, its wood and flesh closely resembling each other, possessing great strength while also capable of mimicking human form. Items crafted from it retain these characteristics, appearing more human-like. The void crystal needs no further elaboration. It not only facilitates communication with outer gods, but also increases the likelihood of others being tainted by their influence. It amplifies human will and can ultimately be detonated like a nuclear bomb to summon these deities. Not limited to these key materials, Loren utilized only the finest resources, once again experiencing the advantages of wealth and power. His high standards resulted in a substantial workload, causing him to work late into the night, while the nightingale by his side succumbed to slumber. Ultimately, he decided to rest, undeterred by his current mission, allowing himself the luxury of sleeping in. The following day, he arose at noon, and the attendants dared not disturb him. As he exited his chamber, Anna had already commenced her lunch, adhering to her own regular schedule, never missing a meal. In the afternoon, they planned to visit the marketplace, where the royal city hosted a gathering for extraordinary individuals. Although Loren was in need of certain items, he preferred not to disclose these to the king directly. As he spoke, he noticed the attendants' hesitant expressions, aware that they were sent by the king to monitor them. He explained, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Perhaps we shall encounter something that enhances my alchemical success rate. He emphasized the success rate, hoping that if the attendants relayed his words accurately, the king would recall the tear of condensation. Its effects were so potent that it could be considered the foundation of the Gedlon kingdom. Even if the king wished to utilize it, he would require the consent of numerous high-ranking officials, such as the esteemed headmaster of the Gedlon Royal Magic Academy, a 6th-tier mage, and the Pope of the Verdant Church. However, as long as they remained human and coveted power, the desire for immortality would compel them to agree. Loren believed they would acquiesce, the only contention being who would receive the first vial of potion he concocted. Without hesitation, after finishing his meal, Loren departed from the academy, which was still devoid of students due to the ongoing Christmas holiday. Unfortunately, the Gedlon Royal Magic Academy resembled Hogwarts more than a traditional fantasy institution, lacking frequent competitions and entertainment. After leaving the academy, Jing Xin parted ways with Loren and the others, heading off to purchase clothing. Loren requested her assistance in acquiring 2 additional black robes, this time intended for his puppets. As for the others, he led them to the marketplace, recalling its location from his limited visits before the Gedlon kingdom's fall soon after the game commenced. Many wore black robes, while Loren's attire was quite ordinary, failing to attract attention. Anna was curious about everything, as it was her first time in such a place. Loren arrived at a stall selling magical scrolls and declared, "I shall take all scrolls of the 3rd tier and above." The spells released through these scrolls require no incantation and impose no strength requirements on the user, merely consuming mana. Thus, their prices are steep, and their creation is quite intricate. Observing Luo Luan's lavish spending, the scroll vendor recognized him as no ordinary individual and promptly packaged the items for him, showing no interest in prying into his identity. Apologies. Just as Luo Luan prepared to leave after completing his purchase, he was jostled by another figure clad in black. A sudden instinct alerted him, and he checked his coin pouch, finding it empty despite the layer of clothing that should have prevented theft. Before the individual could escape, Luo Luan successfully seized her arm. As she turned, he caught a glimpse of her face and, connecting it with the earlier incident, recognized her identity, the envy witch, Scarlet, one of the 7 sins. Luo Luan had not anticipated encountering her in such a setting. Was this fate's design? Chapter 24. Scarlet, did you steal my wallet? Before the Divine War, life had been relatively stable, and it was not unusual for the 7 sins to mingle among ordinary people. However, Luo Luan did not foresee their encounter to be so dramatically casual. It seemed he indeed had an affinity with witches, and he wondered if he might preemptively claim others before the witch church could. No, you don't know me. Scarlet, realizing her covert actions had been uncovered, exhibited no sign of panic. With her lustrous purple hair and glasses, she appeared quite demure, reminiscent of a studious class representative from high school, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Yet, knowing her true nature, Luo Luan felt no such admiration. Scarlet's hidden ability, known as Life Thief, allowed her to steal everything, including destiny, a power that could be deemed exceedingly formidable. However, akin to Hongsun Itai, her intelligence perfectly balanced the strength of her ability. Scarlet made a motion as if to grasp the void, then collapsed, rolling her eyes back as her body convulsed, uncontrolled blood streaming from her nose. Luo Luan understood she had attempted to steal his memories, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Master, what happened to her? Anna inquired, concerned for the lovely maiden who had suddenly fainted. Nothing. She simply succumbed to her own foolishness. Who dares to steal from anyone? Luo Luan's mental prowess was formidable. A boon from his transmigration, coupled with extensive knowledge and experiences from 2 lifetimes. It was entirely plausible that Scarlet's limited mental capacity could not withstand the breadth of his memories. The unfolding events had all been anticipated by Luo Luan. He casually requested a sack from the vendor of the scrolls, placing Scarlet inside as if nothing had transpired, and continued to browse the marketplace. The surrounding crowd remained silent. Having witnessed the incident, it was normal for a thief to face consequences when caught. Unaware of Scarlet's true nature, they assumed Luo Luan had incapacitated her through means they could not fathom, thus refraining from provoking him further. With Scarlet's interruption of his plans, Luo Luan did not linger outside for long. After procuring additional magical scrolls and puppet materials, he returned to the academy. Not only in this marketplace, but even in the black market, one could trace leads, so Luo Luan refrained from purchasing items that might draw unwanted attention, ensuring that he remained above suspicion throughout. The residence prepared for him by the king included a basement, which now proved useful. Scarlet was bound to a chair, and upon removing her black robe, Luo Luan finally discerned her attire, a white short-sleeved top paired with denim shorts, complemented by purple knee-high socks, perfectly matching her hair color. In a world characterized by a blend of the ancient and modern, such clothing was not out of place. Wearing shorts truly accentuated her legs, leaving no doubt as to why she was a witch. Even with the lights lit, the basement remained dim, creating an atmosphere that made Jing Xian fidget restlessly. She opened her bag and spilled its contents onto the floor, revealing whips, candles, ropes, and a plethora of items. Did you tell me you were out shopping for clothes? Jing Xian remained silent, instead picking up an item from the ground to show Luo Luan, who could argue that she was not entirely wrong. I bought some for Anna and the others as well. You promised me, it matters not how you treat me, but please do not harm them. Very well. May I receive a reward first? What kind of reward do you seek? As they spoke, Jing Xian had already knelt before Luo Luan, the moment she uttered 2 words. He could not restrain himself from covering her mouth. Luo Luan lightly tapped his forehead, struggling to accept the peculiarities of Jing Xian's XP. Meanwhile, Scarlet, still feigning unconsciousness, was sweating profusely. Her acting skills were woefully inadequate, and Luo Luan saw right through her ruse. Stealing a glance at the items strewn on the ground, Scarlet felt a surge of despair, contemplating that perhaps ending her own life might offer a swifter escape. Yet, as this thought flickered into existence, she feared that Luo Luan might seize the opportunity. This left her in a state of turmoil. Awake? Luo Luan, wishing to avoid further interaction with Jing Xin, began to interrogate Scarlet, haunted by the fear that he might one day succumb to her influence. Once, Jing Xin had prepared a spicy hot pot for him. When he inquired about the blood used, she responded it was pig's blood, showcasing an unhealed wound on her wrist and declaring, "I am your little pig." Noticing that Scarlet continued her charade, Luo Luan removed her glasses, contemplating that if she were still in a stupor, her attractive eyes would be a fitting addition to his collection, alleviating any concern she might have of witnessing their true forms. "Brother, I am awake. My vision is poor. I feel unworthy of being your collection." Her statement bore truth. Once the glasses were removed, Scarlet's gaze transformed, revealing a lack of coherence, her eyes misaligned. Her true self unmasked, transitioning from the diligent class monitor to a figure deserving of attention. Scarlet attempted to struggle, but the ropes bound by Jing Xin were expertly tied, and no matter how she wriggled, she could not free herself. With her secret abilities, Luo Luan could have easily confined her, yet her mind was clouded, focused solely on pilfering from others. If discovered, she would be unable to escape with stolen memories, relying on her meager skills to survive thus far. Her success rate was dismal, often facing hunger. Even in the later stages of the game, Scarlet had not uncovered new tactics, having only once stolen a life before her own demise, which led to her moral downfall. If Luo Luan were to manipulate Scarlet, he could swiftly conquer the game within a month. The potential of a life thief was immense. She could pilfer equipment and skills from opponents, and, with finesse, could rob them of their energy, rendering bullets ineffective. In moments of desperation, she could even snatch divine authority, though the higher the value of the item, the greater the cost. However, if deception preceded the theft, the expenditure would be significantly reduced. At this moment, she could have easily liberated herself from the ropes and fled, but the thought eluded Scarlet. The item she stole would be stored in a unique space, a feature that proved advantageous, as the game was criticized for lacking personal storage. Otherwise, Luo Luan would not need to conceal so many items beneath his cloak. Thus, he sought a way to recruit Scarlet into his service. For her assistance would simplify many of his future plans. "This is your wallet. Please let me go." Suddenly, Luo Luan's coin pouch appeared in Scarlet's hands without warning, a manifestation of the life thief's ability. Tears welled in her eyes as she envisioned her own demise. "Let us get to work, food and shelter included." Luo Luan took the pouch, and under Scarlet's tearful gaze, he cut the ropes binding her. The knot tied by Jing Xin was beyond his skill to untie. Upon realizing Luo Luan meant her no harm and was instead offering her a job, Scarlet sighed in relief, as long as she could survive. Serving Luo Luan seemed a reasonable option, especially since it couldn't be worse than her previous life. She even had the audacity to inquire about her wage. 5 copper. In the royal city, 5 copper coins wouldn't buy a single bowl of rice. Luo Luan had merely mentioned it casually, not expecting Scarlet to agree. "Deal." To his surprise, Scarlet acquiesced, her reasoning straightforward. She had been stealing merely to eat, and her current status made finding suitable accommodation difficult. Working for Luo Luan would resolve her predicament perfectly, and her life now rested in his hands, leaving her no choice but to comply. Chapter 25. A new addition to the beaten Luo Luan. Adept at recognizing Scarlet's simple-mindedness and physical ineptitude, easily secured her allegiance. "All right, you start today as my maid. Xing Xin, please take her change clothes and sign the contract." In no time, Luo Luan successfully retained Scarlet, for the witch's thoughts were indeed uncomplicated. Were it not for the world's will protecting them, their fates might have been far worse. Nevertheless, Luo Luan took precautions. The contract he presented to Scarlet bore the seal of the oath and the wind god, effectively binding her. While it would not compel her absolute obedience, it would deter her from betrayal. Yet he suspected the contract would likely be ineffectual, as witches typically did not betray. They resembled stray dogs. Toss them a sausage, and they would fiercely defend you against danger. Luo Luan cherished such unadulterated loyalty, which is why he consistently chose to assist witches in his gaming endeavors. "Master." As Luo Luan exited the basement, the maid cleaning within greeted him. He had grown accustomed to this air of respect from everyone, Enough. I found another maid. You may return. I prefer solitude. With too many eyes around, Luo feared Scarlet might expose herself. He genuinely preferred the tranquility of fewer people. If it weren't for Anna's appetite, one was sufficient with Jing Xian alone. Seeing their reluctance to leave, Luo reassured them. I will report the progress of alchemy to His Majesty in real time. You need not worry. Only then did they begin to depart gradually, though a few maids appeared somewhat saddened. Currently, Luo stood above all, and being chosen by him equated to a status akin to that of the queen. However, given his constant company with witches, it was unlikely he would notice these ordinary individuals. When the villa was finally empty, Scarlet emerged, having just changed her attire. It seemed Jing Xian had deliberately waited for the others to leave before allowing Scarlet to appear, for her current outfit was indeed quite inappropriate. Are you certain this attire is acceptable? Scarlet desperately tried to cover her body. Yet even so, Luo could discern the nature of her outfit. It was indeed a maid's costume, albeit lacking half of its fabric. Not the upper or lower half, but the front. Scarlet's figure was fully exposed, and even the skirt was so short that it revealed her undergarments. Particularly now, with Scarlet blushing in embarrassment. Her futile attempts to pull down the skirt could not provide effective coverage, leaving her to shield herself with her arms as best she could. Scarlet felt akin to a lamb entering a lion's den. In her previous thieving escapades among the nobility, she had overheard maids whispering secrets. Now, she pondered whether she was about to experience something similar. Luo remained silent, advancing towards Jing Xian, and delivered a punch to her head. Get her proper clothing. Understood. Jing Xian, rubbing her head, expressionless, then led Scarlet back into her room, causing Scarlet to breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Luo considerably more amiable. At that moment, Anna and Nicholas emerged, having donned the new dresses Jing Xian had procured. Is this outfit defective? Nicholas tugged at her chest, noticing it was loose and bore a conspicuous tear, feeling quite uncomfortable in her attire. Surely not. Anna, wearing the same dress, found it to fit perfectly. Observing Anna's well-formed figure, Nicholas suddenly understood the purpose of the tear. It was designed to accentuate her cleavage. Subsequently, Nicholas glanced down and fell silent, suspecting Jing Xian was mocking her. Next time, I shall purchase you clothing. Jing Xian would never buy something proper. The undergarments I buy for you are from the children's section. Luo gently petted Nicholas's shoulder, offering her comfort. However, Nicholas felt as though her heart had been struck violently, her face puffing up in indignation. Ultimately, she stomped her foot fiercely and retreated to her bedroom to change back into her previous attire. Then Nicholas emerged. Jing Xian had also brought out Si Jiali. Luo was just introducing them. This is Si Jiali, a witch, currently serving as her maid. It was only after Jing Xian nudged her with her elbow that Si Jiali managed to speak. And master, noticing her stammering, Luo chose not to press her too hard. I am Luo. You may address me as Minter like everyone else. All right, Minter. Wait, you are the esteemed Minter? After a moment of realization, Si Jiali grasped the gravity of the situation, only to be confronted immediately with a more daunting question. How did you know I am a witch? Her expression darkened. She would never easily reveal her identity as a witch, having witnessed the pervasive hatred towards witches in this world. Luo, unable to explain this point, deftly shifted the topic. I am well-versed in many matters, and while I hold a high position in the abundant church, I have a fondness for witches. You need not worry. You can stay here comfortably, and I assure you that no one will harm you. You like me? Si Jiali, with her unique thought process, seized upon this key information, her cheeks flushing crimson, even more so than when Jing Xian had coerced her into wearing that embarrassing maid outfit. In this cruel world, where she had been struggling to survive, it was the first time she had ever heard such words. Previously, Si Jiali had merely been going through the motions, but her attitude had undergone a significant transformation. In stark contrast to the touched Si Jiali, Nicholas suddenly harbored animosity towards her, a palpable hostility that sent shivers down Si Jiali's spine. It was well known that witches often craved affection, and Luo had anticipated Si Jiali's reaction. Yes, Luo candidly admitted, and then he witnessed Si Jiali, tears streaming down her face, running towards him with open arms, only to trip and tumble downstairs, ending up precariously inverted against the wall. This time Newton's laws remained unchallenged. Now I believe you. Your eyesight is indeed poor. Although Si Jiali had previously used her poor eyesight as an excuse, she was now genuinely irked. After a prolonged search, she finally located her glasses. Once donned, she brushed off the dust from her clothes and defiantly declared, "My eyes are my measure." Luo Luan instinctively clenched his fists, then reached out to stroke Anna's hair. "It seems I will have an additional companion to endure the beatings with you. Could you aim for my abdomen next time?" Jing Xin, who had interrupted, received a playful punch from Luo Luan in response. Chapter 26, 5th Grade Potion. A glance back in time, a week had passed since Luo Luan's arrival in the royal capital, during which he had accomplished little for the king, yet had meticulously prepared everything he needed for himself. Firstly, regarding potions, Luo Luan was now equipped to confront Valentina head-on. Even angels would find themselves on the receiving end of Luo Luan's prowess. Furthermore, Luo Luan had completed the crafting of his puppets, having procured most of the materials in advance, while the remaining components were successfully acquired by Jing Xin from the black market over several days. Si Jiali had been attempting to escape for the past few days, yet each time she made a move towards the door, she found herself retreating, questioning her heart. Indeed, working for Luo Luan had been the most comfortable period of her life. He treated her well, and now she even addressed him as master with a hint of flattery. Time for dinner. At Jing Xion's call, both Anna and Si Jiali dashed out of their rooms, leaping from the second floor. Anna landed gracefully, while Si Jiali's glasses flew off into the air. Anna stuck her tongue out at Si Jiali and sat down at the dining table, devouring her meal. By the time Si Jiali reached the table, Anna had already polished off her favorite dish. "Thank you for your hard work. Do you really not need an assistant?" After taking his seat, Luo Luan first expressed concern for Jing Xin before beginning to eat. Jing Xin was indeed busy each day, cooking, cleaning, doing laundry, shopping, and occasionally assisting Luo Luan. During such times, her self-healing ability came into play. Every experience was a first, yet even knowing she possessed such a gift, Jing Xin had never crossed her own boundaries in her self-entertainment. Her loyalty had reached an almost obsessive level, as she was determined to dedicate her entire being to Luo Luan. Although Luo Luan now had two maids, Si Jiali was more likely to hinder Jing Xin rather than assist her. Such clumsiness might serve to highlight a character's charm in an anime. But Si Jiali genuinely stumbled over herself, adding to Jing Xion's workload. "No need. Serving you is my honor." For decades, Jing Xin had remained steadfast, embodying a perfect harmony of action and thought without a single complaint. Luo Luan had previously contemplated finding her assistance, but all suggestions had been firmly declined by her. As Na Kulisi took her seat, the atmosphere became warm and harmonious. A reliable father, a diligent mother, a serene elder sister, and a cheerful younger sister, an idyllic family configuration, now with the addition of Si Jiali. Watching Si Jiali eat heartily, Luo Luan sighed. He did not expect her to be of much use, yet at the very least, she could serve as Luo Luan's portable storage. Numerous materials had been stashed in Si Jiali's thief space, facilitating future endeavors, allowing Luo Luan to craft potions for the king while simultaneously carrying them away. Additionally, Luo Luan had filled Si Jiali's space with a plethora of food, water, and necessities, ensuring that even if they were to wander one day, they would not suffer too greatly. Luo Luan made full use of Si Jiali's unique ability. Luo Luan's appetite was modest. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks. While most of the world favored knives and forks, chopsticks were not absent, and Luo Luan found himself quite at ease using them. Soon, only Anna remained at the table, still eating when the doorbell rang. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly someone from the king's entourage. Yet, Luo Luan was momentarily taken aback when he opened the door to find a kindly old man with a white beard, his crown making him appear slightly taller than Luo Luan. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Luo Luan had not anticipated the king's personal visit, leading him to ponder whether he had been overly greedy. Perhaps next time he should settle for a mere 90%. "Nothing much, with the school year approaching. I came to check on the academy and to see you as well." Though the king did not explicitly state it, Luo Luan understood his true intentions. After calling Jing Xin to fetch the potions from the bedroom, he began making polite conversation with the king. "Have you eaten? Jing Xion's cooking is quite good. Would you care to sample it?" As Luo Luan invited the king inside, he noticed that Anna had already cleared away the remaining food, leaving only a few empty plates on the table. Luo felt his fists clench involuntarily. However, the king seemed unperturbed, engaging in casual conversation with Luo, though the latter could discern the king's eagerness. The king was very much looking forward to Luo's potions. After only a few exchanges, Jing Exin handed Luo a vial of potion, which he promptly presented to the king. The difficulty in crafting the 7th grade potion, Ember's Glow, proved too great, and I faced continual failures this past week. Ultimately, I had to devise a method to improve the materials, resulting in this 5th grade potion. I have named it a glance back in time. Please give it a try. Luo spoke truthfully, in order to persuade the king to willingly part with the tear of aspiration. He was willing to incur some costs. This potion had required several attempts, even after Luo had consumed the spirit essence. The king nodded, and as he opened the vial, he was greeted by an alluring fragrance that caused him to salivate, as he felt his body urging him to drink the potion. A mirror was cradled in the embrace of Loren, who held it steady with one hand, gesturing for the king to proceed. The king, shedding his former reservations, consumed the potion from the vial in one swift motion. Through the mirror, he observed his skin rapidly acquiring a healthy glow, his facial wrinkles diminishing, and his beard gradually darkening. Within mere seconds of drinking the elixir, he felt himself rejuvenated by decades. Luo handed the mirror to the king, and while the latter admired his youthful visage, Luo began to elaborate on the potion's effects. This vial, known as Hui Sual Wang Shi, would restore you to your prime. Yet within the following month, you would age rapidly, ultimately reverting to your original appearance. However, it would extend your lifespan by at least a month. In contrast, Eugene Hui Guang, while unable to revert you to youth, would bestow upon you boundless vitality. Even if you did not visibly regain your youth, your physical capabilities would significantly enhance. As long as your heart remains youthful, your lifespan will continue to extend, albeit with a limit. I'm confident that, should I concoct the potion, I can ensure that limit will be at least 20 years, if all goes well. Extending it by several centuries is not out of the question. However, there is a drawback. Eugene Huiguang can only be utilized once in a lifetime. Luo spoke the truth, and there was no need for deception. He laid out the pros and cons clearly, proving that his title of mentor was well-deserved. The king gazed at his now smooth hands. He felt an invigorating surge of power and ambition. When he looked at Luo, his demeanor had transformed entirely. Master Mentor, to be frank, though the Gedilon kingdom may be modest, we possess a potent treasure known as Ning Yuanji Lei. Chapter 27. The Plan for Pillaging O? What can this treasure accomplish? Luo feigned ignorance, secretly reveling in the king's naivety. He had finally taken the bait. Ning Yuanji Lei guarantees the success of a potion concoction, usable only once per week. Does the Gedilon kingdom truly possess such a thing? If it indeed has such capabilities, then Eugene Huiguang can undoubtedly be produced. You need only await the good news. However, even so, crafting a vial will require considerable time. Luo continued to negotiate terms, and the young king, rejuvenated, seemed to have rekindled his ambitions, formulating more profound and strategic plans. Of course, if you can assist me in concocting a vial within a month, I shall continue to provide you with materials. I only hope you can spare some time to teach a class at the Gedilon Royal Magic Academy. One class each day, with the content and schedule at your discretion. Luo nodded in agreement. The deal was struck. He understood the king's intentions, likely having attracted numerous students by leveraging Luo's reputation. Should Luo fail to teach, many would likely express dissatisfaction. In any case, Luo need only make an appearance. Even attending once a month would suffice as long as he proved his presence. No problem, Luo replied. The king was aware of Luo's ongoing misappropriation of materials. His comment implied that Luo could continue his actions, but he must genuinely fulfill the role of a teacher at the academy. A fair exchange indeed. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the academy. You will be responsible for teaching one class. A coordinator will contact you, and you may teach whatever you wish. After conveying these instructions, the king departed. Luo knew that the class would consist mainly of noble offspring, with the occasional talented commoner. Unfortunately, the innate talents of nobles surpassed those of commoners, a fact supported by science. The offspring of mages would undoubtedly possess greater abilities than those born to commoners who struggle for sustenance. Even animals instinctively seek to breed with stronger individuals. This reality is both tragic and true. Moreover, many ordinary individuals will never encounter magic in their lifetimes, even with immense talent. It would amount to naught. After bidding farewell to the king, Loren stretched his limbs and retreated to his chamber. At last, Ning Yuanji lay was within reach, and his next plan could finally commence. Loren was unaware of the location of Ning Yuanji lay. When the game began, the dean had kept it on his person, thus transforming it into a drop from the dean. Currently, Ning Yuanji lay remained within the academy, though Loren was oblivious to its precise whereabouts. In Loren's room, a large chest awaited. He entered a password, and the chest swung open, revealing a small hand adorned with deep blue gloves, accentuated by a butterfly knot at the wrist. Soon, a puppet emerged from the chest. Its blue hair was styled into spiral twin tails, and its round face only added to its charm. Its eyes sparkled like brilliant sapphires, one glimmering with the effect of Su Wu Jiejing. The girl climbed out of the chest, clad in a dress interwoven with deep blue and white, adorned with a large bow at the chest and a petal-like ruffle at the hem. Her blue and white patterned tights were flecked with gold, and as she crossed her legs and lifted her skirt in a curtsy to Loren, everything appeared utterly perfect. The puppet's design was inspired by the Ling Luo doll, with the attire crafted by the Mirror Heart. Luowen decided to name her Guwen. Under Luowen's control, Guwen's appearance and form began to alter, ultimately transforming her into an inconspicuous passerby. The valuable materials Luowen had used would not go to waste. Subsequently, Luowen retrieved a black robe from his wardrobe and draped it over Guwen. He bit his finger and inscribed runes pointing towards Ligay C on the robe. With that, all preparations were complete. Guwen's form became ethereal, allowing her to phase through walls, and even the powers of the tower could be shared. However, Luowen and Guwen could not utilize their abilities simultaneously, a minor drawback in the grand scheme of things. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Luowen meticulously tidied his room, disposing of any items that could not be discarded directly by concealing them within Scarlet's thief space. The space was infinite, and he could later relocate the items to a secure location. Before Scarlet departed, Luowen caught her attention. "I require your assistance with one more matter." "What is it?" Scarlet glanced around Luowen's dimly lit room, which boasted excellent soundproofing. Anything that occurred within would remain undetected outside, causing her to feel a mix of anxiety and excitement. "In due time, accompany me in a pillaging endeavor." Loren had not forgotten the emissaries of the god of plague, who had yet to vacate the royal capital. Having lingered for so long, it was likely that many had developed a hatred for them. Loren had discovered that each night, several relatively handsome youths were sent to their residence. Eugene Huiguang was a secret. Loren speculated that few were aware of it, with only the king and the dean being certain. Therefore, other nobles still pinned their hopes on the god of plague, despite the slim chances of success. For in the face of the opportunity for immortality, they would be willing to gamble everything. During this period, that group had lived quite comfortably, but their time of indulgence was drawing to a close. Luowen harbored no compassion for those who favored indiscriminate attacks with biological weapons. He felt no psychological burden in their demise. Moreover, since acquiring Pluto's blessing, Luowen had scarcely utilized it. "Whose home are we targeting?" "No further questions. You will assist in the pillaging. I have other matters to attend to, and the spoils will be divided 70-30. "Why do I only receive 30%? 70% is mine. I will handle the killing, and you will handle the looting. If you disagree, we can swap roles." Upon hearing this, Scarlet nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking a grain. Even though she was a powerful witch, her combat prowess remained low. A rural goose could easily defeat her, and she was the only one who could single-handedly eliminate a boss during the novice phase without any measures. In truth, granting Scarlet a share was inconsequential. She ultimately belonged to Luowen. "If you do not wish to participate, I can go alone. It merely affects the quantity of plunder." Given that the followers of the god of plague had likely accumulated considerable wealth during this time, Luowen smiled, ready to seize his opportunity. His intent was robbery, but with Scarlet by his side, it would be a pillaging expedition. "I will go," so he hurriedly declined, despite her lengthy career as a thief, during which she pilfered little. Her fondness for money remained unwavering. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. One needed her, and that spurred her desire to go. She was indifferent to the morality of the situation, fully aware that Han had supported her during this period, treating her with genuine kindness. even though her efforts as a maid often resulted in unintended complications. At times, she would secretly observe the blissful families of others, fantasizing about what life with parents might be like. Perhaps then she would not have to toil endlessly, merely seeking a warm meal each day. Though this interlude was brief, it felt as though she were living in a dream, having found a true home, had given her what she longed for, even if their encounter had been rather abrupt. Thus, even if one were deemed a villain, she was willing to play the role of a loyal follower. Such was the simplicity of a witch's thoughts. Chapter 28. Now truly a teacher, let me see. There are classes on magic, potions, history, language, abundance, and faith, and extraordinary beings at the Loren Royal Academy of Magic. Loren initially intended to teach potions while cosplaying as Into, but upon reflection, he deemed it rather pointless. Have you made up your mind about which class to teach? In Oin's office, a sycophantic man awaited his choice as the school year had commenced, albeit with the king's notification arriving somewhat late. His position was akin to that of Villeneuve's previous school days. Let us go with extraordinary beings. This subject best showcases my abilities. Loren wished to conceal his shortcomings. He could not impart much in the magic class, and he despised the classes related to faith. Though he epitomized a follower of abundance, it did not preclude his aversion to the church and every righteous deity. The extraordinary beings class aimed to enlighten students about the fantastical creatures in this world, including but not limited to magical beasts, as well as races beyond humanity, such as vampires and elves, allowing for a relatively free-ranging curriculum. Upon his decision, the director finally breathed a sigh of relief, handing him the timetable, thoughtfully highlighting the extraordinary beings class, which was scheduled for the afternoon, allowing them enough time for a brief nap. The previous night had been sleepless, spent in an attempt to control preaching in the capital, though it bore little fruit, as the people's faith in the God of abundance had taken root. However, it mattered not. The God of hatred would bestow upon them courage and animosity. Pollution bore no relation to the steadfastness of faith. Loren's task was merely to facilitate its spread. He felt no guilt regarding this. Only those harboring hatred could be genuinely tainted by it. Otherwise, even an outer god could do little, as the worlds will consistently repel such beings. Were it not for that, the righteous gods would hardly stand as mere pawns of the outer gods. What did was merely grant them the courage and choice. Those youths, who had been considered gifts to the plague's adherents, ought to have quietly perished in the corners, yet had enabled them to rise again. A mutual loss was preferable to a solitary victory, though some lacked the capital for such a dual loss. Only those equipped for mutual loss could yield a result of dual victory. By the way, do you wish to attend school? Not at all. I prefer to sleep in. Anna replied decisively, nodding in agreement, believing that his presence sufficed in her world, needing no other social interactions. Very well then. Loren respected their sentiments. Sibi was even lazier than Anna, still at home sleeping, having not even accompanied them, indicating she too would not consider attending school. Would you like to punish this disobedient student who refuses to attend school? Jingxin had somehow procured a school uniform, reminiscent of the Loren Royal Academy's attire, featuring a shirt, sweater, tie, and short skirt, but with an additional robe that bore a more antiquated style. She suddenly seated herself beside it, her legs clad in white stockings, draping over his lap, her shoes half off, dangling precariously from her toes. The children were nearby, leaving Loren feeling somewhat bashful, as he watched Jingxin gradually lift her skirt. Were it not for her peculiar antics, she would indeed be charming, with neither her looks nor figure presenting any flaws. Ahem, na kralisu, and na. Could you check the storeroom for any nishuhua? It is a crucial ingredient for concocting the Ru Jing Huigong. All the gishuhua is in the office, and this trip will surely take them quite a while. Upon their return, they found Jingxin's complexion significantly improved, though they paid little heed. Mentor, we did not find any Yishuhua. Ah, then I must have misremembered. All the Bitoa is indeed in the office. Anna eyed the desk with suspicion. Why are there bloodstains here? What transpired? Loren felt a rush of panic, suddenly recalling that he had neglected certain aspects of Ancient's character, attempting to cover it up. Oh, that was merely me using my own blood to draw runes. It's nothing. Anna suddenly bore a mischievous grin, while Nakisu maintained a concerned demeanor. Is there nothing else that can substitute for blood? It's no big deal, just a bit of blood, and the healing from the high priestess will mend it quickly. Having barely navigated through that, Loren turned to Jingxin, who remained expressionless. Very well, let us return. I have a class this afternoon. This time, the usually forward Jingxin fell to the back of the line, her pace considerably slowed. Loren had to quicken his steps to return home swiftly, lest the night stretch on with lingering dreams. Upon arriving home, Loren whistled, and a nightingale flew from the room. Alighting on his shoulder, he could not fathom why this nightingale, akin to a human, preferred daytime activities. As the nightingale captured the attention of Anna and Neho, Jingxin slipped in her bedroom to change clothes. When she emerged, she was clad in a maid outfit, her over-the-knee white stockings now transformed into pantyhose. At last, Loren exhaled in relief, though he felt that Anna was privy to everything. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, intending to prepare slightly for the afternoon class. Realizing his hair also needed a trim. Initially, Loren had contemplated attending a teacher training university, but ultimately pursued automation, and later turned his back on worldly affairs to embrace a simpler life. Now, with the genuine opportunity to teach, was somewhat earnest. As he could not afford to neglect the children, he retrieved a notebook, drafting lesson plans while Jingxin tidied his hair. He maintained his usual hairstyle, short and covering one eye. As for his attire, it remained unchanged, a simple black robe. Looking into the mirror, he considered himself somewhat handsome. And with the Dujo now in effect, he anticipated a fair amount of admiration. In recent days, he had often attracted a multitude of small animals during his outings. Even sensitive sparrows felt at ease perched on his shoulder. Yet, this was not the curse's true purpose. The smooth dealings with the king were certainly aided by this curse. And should he ever encounter formidable, extraordinary beings, that would be the moment it truly manifested. Every tarot card possessed a terrifyingly high limit, and collecting a complete set would trigger additional effects. Loren was quite intrigued by tarot cards. Had it not been for his aim to avoid injury or expedite matters, he would have sought to gather the entire set and studied the stories behind them, discovering that they originated from an existence scarcely mentioned in games. The Eternal Observer. Chapter 29. Class. Good afternoon, children. To his surprise, Loren found himself standing at the lectern, a moment filled with sentiment. The students in the classroom were distinctly divided into two groups. One donned exquisitely crafted uniforms, while the other wore garments of noticeably inferior quality. With the former group comprising the majority, the academy's uniforms were costly, prompting the children of commoners to typically sew their own, and even the most skilled craftsmanship could not redeem the poor quality of the materials. The two groups of students did not sit together. An invisible barrier separated them, and Loren found himself powerless to change this. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. Upon seeing Loren, both commoners and nobles felt a surge of excitement. Loren was renowned far and wide, his works appealing to both the refined and the unrefined. He composed symphonies that required orchestras for performance and children's songs that could be easily hummed by little ones. However, it was not the songs that mattered most, but rather his esteemed title as a mentor. Additionally, there was another factor. Loren's looks were quite decent, complemented by a curse that heightened his charm. Observing the children's enthusiasm, Loren decided to cast aside his textbook. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is no need to confine yourselves to the textbook. A blonde girl in the front row raised her hand first. Loren recognized her as Princess Zirwaya Freehyam of the Gedilon Kingdom, daughter of the old king. It must be said that the old man had some real power. The princess was merely 16, while the king was over 100. Loren was uncertain of her fate. When war broke out, the nobles fled, and his interaction with her consisted only of an encounter where she was robbed and subsequently killed while trying to escape. Loren smiled and gestured for her to stand. As she did, she flicked her golden hair, exuding an air of pride. I am Zirwaya Freehyam. Thank you for selecting me. Standing, Zirwaya introduced herself without immediately stating her question. Freehyam, a royal surname. What do you wish to inquire about, Zirwaya? Loren understood her intent. She wanted him to know of her royal lineage and perhaps hoped for more of his attention due to some possible arrangement by the old king. I wish to know more about the Blood Clan. Where do they exist? It was evident that girls of her age found such topics intriguing, as the mysterious nature of vampires was far more captivating than mere monsters. Vampires concealed themselves in various places. There might even be some in this city. Like human nobility, vampires held titles, but these titles were solely dependent on the purity of their bloodline, due to their aversion to sunlight. Most vampires resided in the domains of the god of night and thunder, many of whom were his followers. Vampires with sufficiently pure blood were not overly fearful of the sun, and their long lifespans and magical talents far exceeded those of humans. Then why do humans dominate the world now? A new question arose from the crowd, capturing the curious gazes of most students. Loren continued, "The reasoning is quite simple. Humans are numerous. Even if 100 human mages are required to defeat a single vampire, that would suffice. Moreover, humans have divine protection. Even within the domains of the god of night and thunder, vampires cannot harm humans at will." Loren refrained from discussing well-known facts, instead sharing lesser-known insights, which left the students in awe. He relished this simple and genuine feeling. Now, does anyone have further questions? In a short span, Loren had captivated the children with his knowledge, and the atmosphere became lively. When he posed this question, more than half the class raised their hands, the majority of whom were nobles. Particularly, a girl in the back row hesitated, her hand raised halfway before withdrawing it upon noticing others looking her way. Ultimately, Loren pointed to a commoner child. When she realized she had been chosen, she felt a mix of surprise and disbelief, as though she herself did not expect Loren to select her. Her face flushed with excitement as she stood. "Esteemed mentor, I wish to know about mermaids. Do they truly exist in this world?" Loren nodded, and the girl beamed with joy. Not just her, but the entire class fell silent, eagerly awaiting his response. "Indeed, they exist. This is no secret. Mermaids dwell in the depths of the endless sea, and they are not much different from humans, even lacking reproductive isolation. However, they harbor little fondness for humans. Beautiful mermaids lure sailors to leap into the sea, while the more grotesque sea creatures rescue drowning beings. The mermaids are subjects of the Dawn Princess, and after her death, they chose to retreat into the deep sea to escape the gods." Once Loren finished speaking, the class erupted in discussion. Is the Dawn Princess the one who committed blasphemy, leading to the downfall of her kingdom? Yes, indeed. I never expected the mermaids to be her subjects. So, it was her sins that brought such misfortune upon them. These discussions flowed freely, with no one daring to question Loren's words. To do so would be to question the church and the king. Listening to their chatter, Loren felt a twinge of discomfort. There were truths he could not share, such as the fact that the Dawn Princess was once the strongest human, who perished at the hands of the true gods while attempting to prevent their enslavement of humanity, ultimately transforming her subjects into mermaids to spare them from annihilation. If he were to voice this, although he would not suffer the same fate as others, it would still weigh heavily on him. In the end, Loren could only gesture for silence, assuring them that one day he would reveal the entire truth. Now, does anyone have further inquiries? This time, both commoners and nobles raised their hands, and Loren noticed that the girl in the back row hesitated once more, appearing troubled, as if wrestling with whether or not to voice her question. The girl with the deep blue hair in the back row, "Do you have something to ask?" Loren bypassed the others and pointed directly at her. She looked taken aback, only standing when a classmate nudged her. "Luna, are you wondering if the textile fairies can save your pitiful garments?" Zirwaya suddenly mocked, prompting laughter from the other students. Loren felt displeased, taken aback by the bullying occurring right under his nose. His opinion of Zirwaya plummeted, for he detested those who preyed on the weak. Thus, he slammed his hand on the desk, his voice laced with irritation. Silence. The classroom fell quiet immediately, startling Zirwaya. Loren's tone softened as he addressed Luna. "Do not concern yourself with the words of others. You are quite charming. What do you wish to inquire about?" Luna kept her gaze lowered, clearly accustomed to the mockery, but upon hearing Loren's encouragement, she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. "Esteemed mentor, what are your thoughts on witches?" Chapter 30. The witch among students. Upon hearing this question, Loren fell silent. Luna was akin to someone who frequently mentioned a friend to mask her own embarrassment, using the pretense of another to voice her own inquiry. Since Luna was brave enough to ask, it indicated that she herself was a witch, and she possessed other characteristics that aligned with that identity. Although her attire was humble, it did not detract from her beauty as the most attractive student in the class. Furthermore, her clothing confirmed her commoner status. Yet her admission into this class signified her exceptional talent. She indeed resembled a witch, and Loren was 90% certain that Luna was one. Loren realized he had a peculiar affinity for witches. Even during a visit to the royal capital, he encountered two of them. However, He did not intend to answer Luna's question, as it was a delicate matter. If it were any other query, he could dismiss it with a few words. But this concerned his favorite subject, and he did not wish to speak insincerely. Yet, the consequences of speaking the truth could be severe. Ultimately, Loren could only take a step back. I cannot answer that question, Luna. Please come to my office after class. As Zirwaya prepared to laugh, Loren shot her a warning glance, his crimson eyes locking onto hers, instilling a sense of fear that made her instinctively shrink back. Now, does anyone else have questions? The class continued, but Luna remained silent in the back row, clutching her shoulders. She appeared even more despondent than when she was mocked by Zirwaya, only managing a smile when comforted by the girl beside her, and that was merely to ease her concern. Before long, the class ended, and everyone except Luna felt the lesson had passed swiftly. After class, other students excitedly bid farewell to Loren, who smiled in response, but did not leave, waiting for Luna. Once beside Loren, the girl next to Luna patted her shoulder before departing, glancing back at her as she exited the classroom. Luna followed closely behind Loren, the two heading toward the office. Noticing Luna's dismal mood, Loren placed his hand on her head. Luna instinctively flinched but relaxed upon realizing he merely intended to pat her. His reaction stirred a sense of compassion within Loren. Upon entering the office, Luna curiously examined the various alchemical apparatuses within. When Loren caught her gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head. Please take a seat. There is no need to be anxious. I wish to speak with you privately as the matter at hand is not suitable for public discussion. At Loren's gesture, Luna sat in the chair opposite him, still feeling awkward as she tightly clutched her skirt until Loren suddenly grasped her hand. The injury on her fingertip was quite evident. Did you sew your clothes yourself? These wounds appear to be from a needle. Generally, a needle does not cause such injuries, but it seems you have endured quite a few pricks. Caught off guard by Loren's inquiry, Luna could only respond truthfully. Drink this. Loren abruptly handed her a vial of potion, its contents a rare pink hue. I made it strawberry-flavored for easier consumption. As he spoke, Loren inserted a straw into the potion, indicating for Luna to drink. Although uncertain of its nature, Luna felt a comforting aura emanating from Loren and instinctively took a sip. The moment the potion touched her lips, her eyes lit up. It was the most delightful beverage she had ever tasted. Moreover, she felt a warm surge coursing through her body, and soon, the wounds on her fingers vanished. I personally hold a fondness for witches. Loren's unexpected remark startled Luna, causing her to lose grip on the vial, which shattered on the ground. As she hurried to pick up the pieces, Loren swiftly intervened, turning to fetch a broom. However, the church has been relentlessly hunting witches, and the world harbors profound animosity towards them. Hence, I could not speak of this in class, though I refused to dishonestly disparage witches. At this moment, Luna realized Loren was responding to her question from class and had not discovered her identity, which brought her a sense of relief. Listening to Loren's words, she smiled. Witches are no different from humans. They are simply more beautiful, more gifted, and possess innate magical abilities, akin to favored children of the Creator, undeserving of such unfair treatment. The rumors of curses and misfortune are merely fabrications. Loren swept the glass fragments that lay at Luna's feet, prompting her to awkwardly lift her foot. Once all the shards were collected into the dustpan, Loren set aside the cleaning tools. There is not even a reliable method to discern witches. The most dependable way is through magical ability. Those with such powers are witches. If they conceal their magic, they are difficult to detect. Perhaps in the future, other means of identification will emerge, and it will not be too far off. The church had already devised methods to identify witches at the beginning of the game, though Loren was unclear about the specific timeline, as the events prior to the game's commencement were not very clear. Thus, he had refrained from acquiring any property, fully prepared to flee at any moment. Ascending to a higher position was also to prevent Nikilis and others from being discovered. The nightingale, which had been resting, noticed Loren's return and flew to perch upon his hand. As Loren stroked the nightingale's feathers, he conversed with Luna. I desire to protect all witches, but my ability is limited. Loren had performed such acts many times before. When the Divine War commenced, the church would lack the capacity to intervene, making such matters significantly easier. Everything that transpired today was entirely unexpected for Luna. She had long heard of Loren's reputation, and upon meeting him, she inexplicably felt a surge of affection, even leading her to wish to know Loren's stance on witches, despite the fact that exposing her own identity would bring her demise. Fortunately, Loren was a gentle soul, even displaying kindness towards witches, which ignited within Luna an impulse to reveal her identity. "You are truly a kind person." Interacting with Loren was effortless, and Luna gradually relaxed. "Thank you for the compliment." After Luna expressed her gratitude, Loren shifted the subject. "It seems you are not well received in class, particularly by those nobles." Although Zirwaya was the first to mock Luna, the attitudes of the other students also indicated their sentiments. Only a few classmates beside her refrained from joining in the mockery, while even other commoners did not stand by Luna. Beneath it all, they harbored a sense of sycophancy. At this point, Luna's spirits sank once again. Loren, fully understanding the situation, placed his hand on her hair. "Do not worry, I am here for you. Even the king must show me respect." Chapter 31. The ever-watching observer emerging from Loren's office, Luna felt significantly lighter in her step, glancing at her unscathed fingers. Warmth blossoming within her heart. "How is it?" The girl who had sat beside Luna earlier awaited her outside, relieved to see the smile on Luna's face. "That esteemed tutor is indeed a kind person," the girl remarked, nudging Luna with her elbow playfully. "Have you developed feelings for him?" "Not all," Luna retorted, attempting to deny it, though her cheeks flushed increasingly red. The girl beside her sighed. "Don't dwell on it. Did you see how he treated Zirwaya in class?" The normally arrogant Zirwaya did not dare to raise her head in his presence. "His status is akin to that of a king. The disparity between your positions is far too great. Such a prominent figure is destined to remain an unattainable star for us. Moreover, your ages do not align. You are merely 17. It would take centuries to amass such knowledge." "Yes, yes," Luna replied dismissively, knowing the girl would only sigh again, aware that Luna would not absorb her words. At this moment, Luna's mind was consumed with Loren's statements. Before leaving, he had even invited her to visit him anytime, assuring her that she would always be welcome, providing her with his address. Loren's intention was simple. He hoped that if Luna ever revealed her identity as a witch, she would feel free to seek him out. After school, Loren saw no reason to linger at the academy. The tears of desire would not reach him until the following day, and alchemy would officially commence then. Thus, he set off towards home, accompanied by the nightingale. "Hello, esteemed tutor. Good. You have raised your bird exceptionally well. Indeed, it was nearly killed by a cat. It truly frightened me." As he walked, the teachers and higher-ups of the academy greeted Loren, to which he responded while emphasizing the nightingale's significance, applying pressure on Simona. This strategy proved effective. Today marked Loren's first day of teaching, and Simona had taken a leave of absence. It would not be long before Simona found herself without a place in the royal city, as many sought to curry favor with Loren. Once news of his ability to concoct emberlight spread, the number of those wishing to appease him would only increase. And punishing Simona would serve as an excellent means of ingratiating oneself to Loren. As Loren made his way home, Gwen, who resided in his bedroom, donned a black robe and emerged through the wall. The abilities of the tall tower were once manifested in a follower of an outer god. Yet no one recognized this as the power of the tarot. Most regarded it as a blessing from the outer god. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Gwen, appearing as a follower of the outer god, to possess the ability of etherealization. Loren had no intention of concealing this ability. Rather, revealing it would serve to delineate his boundaries. After all, Loren was willing to offend many to dismantle the strongholds of the outer god's followers. His faith in the god of abundance was unwavering. How could he possibly be associated with the outer god? Upon returning home, Loren found that Jingxin had already prepared dinner, the timing impeccable, even causing Anna to refrain from eating. However, Loren dismissed it as mere coincidence. Even if Jingxin had accurately timed her cooking for his return from school, she could not have anticipated his conversation with Luna. Surely, Jingxin had no means to surveil him. "Master, why do you carry the scent of another woman?" Anna inquired, not hastily diving in her meal, but instead sniffing Loren's presence. "Are you a dog that you can discern such things?" Loren retorted, yet he had no intention of hiding the truth. "Indeed, a student in my class may be a witch, and I had some interaction with her. My sense of smell is quite acute. I have always remembered your scent, and it is only natural that I would notice any changes." Loren found himself unable to refute this, for a witch's sensory capabilities surpassed those of humans. "In 18 years, I have encountered but one other witch. How is it that you meet too upon your arrival? Scarlet paused in her eating, incredulous. A witch was not a commonplace occurrence, akin to a stray dog on the street. It was improbable that Loren would encounter so many. Such as fate. Loren had always been fond of witches in games. Not only those woven into the narratives, but also those hidden among the populace. It would not be an exaggeration to say he knew each witch, perhaps due to his obsession. However, he soon pondered an unsettling thought. He did not know Luna. There were two possibilities. Either Loren had played the game countless times without discovering Luna, or she had perished before the narrative commenced, the latter being the more plausible scenario. Just as with Nicalis, who was already confirmed dead within the game, this was the fate of most witches. Witches do not age, even at the moment of their demise. They retain the beauty of their prime, a divine favoritism that ultimately sows the seeds of their doom. Should a witch linger in one place too long, she would inevitably reveal herself. Thus, Loren crafting elixirs for longevity for the king also served to shield the witches in his household. Since Loren possessed a means for longevity, it was only fitting to include those closest to him. Find a way to save Luna. Luna belonged to the fortunate faction among witches, though their numbers were not insubstantial. Most did not survive to maturity, often revealing their anomalies at a tender age. Anna and Nicalis were living examples. Upon discovering her identity, Nicalis' father began to pursue them mercilessly. Anna fared better. She was merely abandoned, still holding a flicker of hope. I shall return to my room. Call me if needed. After consuming only a few bites, Loren departed from the dining table. He needed to manipulate Gwen to spread the word of the god of hatred, among other matters. Loren retrieved a piece of paper and inscribed 3 names: Yuan Chuchu, Yong Suwon, and Zhong Emoga. These names had all appeared in the game, albeit with scant descriptions. Loren was most familiar with the Yong Suwon, the enigmatic entity responsible for creating the tarot cards, as the game provided a comparatively extensive account of him. The only certainty Loren possessed was their elevated status, even surpassing that of the outer gods. He had unearthed some literature containing studies on the outer gods, revealing a crucial piece of information. The reason outer gods could not directly consume this world was due to the singers, and their disappearance coincided with the arrival of the gods. However, Loren had yet to discern the connection among these 3. He speculated their linkage was merely due to their names, each representing a phase, beginning, continuation, and conclusion, their nomenclature exhibiting a striking resemblance. It was this simplicity that led him to associate them. His intuition urged him that if he could unearth the sacred names that pointed towards them, it would prove invaluable. Chapter 32. The speech. Not everyone in the royal city was fast asleep during the night. Farmers took advantage of the cool evening to swiftly harvest their wheat. The Christmas snow had already melted days prior, and under the blessings of the deities, the newly planted crops had matured in record time. It was only during the last few days of the year, when the outer gods' encroachments were most severe, that they found respite. Laborers busily loaded high-quality rice, which they had never tasted, onto carts bound for other nations. To expedite the horses, they had been fed the finest grains until satiated. Once the loading was complete, the workers could no longer feel their arms. As they reached out for their wages, their hands trembled. When the coin pouch was placed in their hands, they nearly dropped it, despite its lightness. Is this all? The worker opened the pouch to find merely a handful of copper coins. Just this. If you feel it's insufficient, you may refuse to work. There are plenty willing to take your place. The supervisor dismissed his concerns, urging the driver to set off before striding away in another direction, where lights shone even in the depths of night, illuminating the workers' reluctant lamps. Ultimately, the worker said nothing more, taking a single 10 copper coin from the pouch. He made his way to a tavern nestled in the alley, seeking the numbing embrace of alcohol to lull him to sleep, leaving the rest for his wife and children. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was raucous. Many opted to indulge in cheap drinks during the late hours to relieve their stress. A figure cloaked in black caught the worker's eye. It was unusual to see such attire in this place, but he paid it little mind. The royal city was thriving, attracting individuals from all corners. After a drink, he felt slightly lightheaded, and it was then he overheard a remark from an unknown source. Though the voice was not loud, it resonated profoundly. Honorable Ligos. Why is it that despite our relentless toil, we still cannot achieve a decent life? Is it not we who uphold this nation? Why do those nobles, who contribute nothing, brazenly partake in the fruits of our labor? Under Loren's control, Gwen suddenly slammed her cup onto the table, startling all present, who turned their attention toward her. Before speaking, Loren had pronounced the true name of Ligos, infusing his subsequent words with an unsettling resonance that compelled all to listen intently. May I inquire, how many among you are farmers? With the blessings of the God of abundance, have we not all witnessed the bountiful yields? Even with but a single plot of land, we are more than capable of sustaining ourselves. Yet, the majority of the harvest falls into the hands of those nobles who lack for nothing. They sell our grain abroad, trading it for gold. You cannot fathom the extravagance of their lives. I have witnessed a noble cat valued at 20 gold pieces, 2,000 silver, 200,000 copper. How many copper coins do you earn in a day's grueling labor? We, the common folk, toil ourselves nearly to death. Yet even then we can barely feed our families. The worker glanced at his pouch, containing 4 copper coins, worth 40 copper. It would take him a decade of relentless toil to afford a single cat. The God of abundance loves each of us equally, does he not? Then why is there such disparity between our lives and those of the nobles? Is it that we lack fervor? Is it that we do not strive hard enough? No, we are more devout than anyone. Without devotion, our crops would not flourish. Now, I cannot help but question whether those nobles possess the piety to nurture the crops to life. No, they have not. I hail from the border of the Gedilon kingdom, where a significant event has transpired. That esteemed mentor, accompanied by the church's puppet, eradicated a gathering of outer god worshippers. Do you know who those worshippers are? They are the very aristocrats. They have sacrificed the treasures acquired from our blood to the outer gods. When you observe a cockroach in plain sight, it signifies that the shadows can no longer conceal them. Loren's words rendered the previously boisterous tavern silent, leaving only the sound of drinking. All heads bowed in silence. These remarks were meticulously contemplated by Loren, for the belief in the God of abundance had taken deep root within these people. Thus, Loren aimed to incite their hatred from this angle. The seeds of hatred had already taken root in their hearts, slowly sprouting under the irrigation of alcohol. Perhaps you think your lives will remain as they are, as long as your children fare well, but what of our children? They are destined to continue being drained by the children of the aristocrats, much like livestock kept in captivity, generation after generation. Loren had struck a chord with their pain. Many toiled relentlessly for their children, yet what changes would their children's lives bring? I too have a daughter, and she has seldom known fullness. At this, Loren's demeanor suddenly darkened. He was not lying, for Anna indeed rarely had enough to eat. To prevent her from falling ill from hunger, Loren chose to let her eat smaller portions more frequently, rather than allowing her to overindulge in one sitting. The world is afflicted, yet why do the sick consume medicine, while the world consumes its own? Not long ago, a friend of mine took his own life, as he could not envision a future for himself, nor did he see any possibility for change. The utmost cruelty lies in the complete unawareness of that cruelty. Have you ever contemplated how lamentable your lives are? No, we have long grown numb. The Gedilon kingdom is akin to a carriage, speeding forth, with us common folk merely serving as fodder for the horses. The workers stowed away their coin purses and gathered around the puppet of Gwen. Loren's words had acted like the removal of a single log from a pile, instantly shattering a fragile equilibrium. But what can we do? He was the first to speak, instantly resonating with others. Indeed, no matter how enraged they may be, they cannot alter anything. The mages and knights protect the aristocrats, and even the church's puppets stand by their side. The chasm between the extraordinary and the ordinary is insurmountable, leaving them with no recourse. So what can we do? The newly ignited anger was extinguished by this single phrase, which was also Loren's intent. Now he could finally speak of serious matters. No, it is not so. We still have a way. I know a name, and in your moments of anger, if you call upon his name, he will grant you strength. His name is Ligos, and I hope you can spread his name far and wide, so that you may harness his power to attain happiness. It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him fish. Distributing food serves no purpose. Only by imparting the means to resolve their problems can they enjoy endless sustenance. Chapter 33. The beginning of action. Ligos. Even though Loren had taken control of Gwen and departed, the name Ligos lingered in the hearts of the people. When they uttered this name, they felt invigorated. I have been owed my wages for a year. My son has been missing for several days, and when he returned, he was already mad. That day, after finishing my work and returning home, I found my wife in bed with another man, and my daughter was there too. Their voices grew louder, culminating in roars of anger. After downing their final drink, they left the tavern, knowing that the night would be restless. But perhaps tomorrow would be better. Gwen passed through the wall and returned to Loren's chamber. She removed her black robe and reverted to her original form, sitting obediently on Loren's cabinet, appearing merely as an ordinary puppet. This was not Loren's first experience of such a nature, and the royal capital was not his primary target. The inhabitants of the royal capital still lived like human beings. The hatred that festered there was far less than that of the surrounding cities, which were the true epicenter of chaos. By this time, it was deep into the night. Loren brushed the dust from Gwen's form before lying down. He need not arise early the following day, as his class was in the afternoon, and even if he requested leave, no one would dare to object. The night passed in silence. Even the nightingale was quiet, until the following day when a nightingale began to sing at midday, serving as Loren's alarm clock. Speaking of alarms, Loren realized that since arriving in the royal capital, Jingxin had not employed those peculiar methods to rouse him from slumber, and Loren found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Loren extended his hand, and the nightingale flew from its cage to perch upon it. The cage had rarely been closed. The last time was when Jingxin locked herself inside and threw the key to a place beyond her reach. Perhaps the nightingale had spent less time in the cage than Jingxin. Upon entering the living room, Loren discovered that the king had been waiting there for quite some time, accompanied by an elderly man garbed in a mage's robe. The old man held a tome of magic. Even at such a moment, he was engrossed in flipping through its pages, embodying the notion of lifelong learning. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. This is Director Eldrin. We have brought you the tears of condensed wishes. Upon Loren's arrival, the king introduced the elder by his side, demonstrating the respect afforded to Loren by these two prominent figures who had awaited his waking. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Director Eldrin. Loren made the sign of the god of abundance over his chest to greet Eldrin, who returned the gesture in kind. Subsequently, Eldrin handed Loren a small vial shaped like a droplet. Its design was peculiar, though it was the size of a liquid medicine. It contained but a single drop of liquid. This is the tears of condensed wishes. If you drop the liquid inside at the beginning of your alchemical process, it will ensure the success of that endeavor. However, I kindly ask that you return it once used, as I require a specific method to restore its functionality. Otherwise, the liquid will not replenish. It is not that I distrust you, Loren, Eldrin wished to convey. Of course, Loren did not expose Eldrin's intent. Others may remain unaware, but Loren was fully cognizant. Eldrin was not incorrect. Once the tears of condensed wishes were used, they indeed required a certain method for restoration. However, this method posed no difficulty. One merely needed to evoke a strong desire within the tears, and it did not necessitate a gradual gathering. Yet, this item had a cool-down period of 7 days, and upon the conclusion of that period, sensing a wish would suffice for restoration, an aspect even Eldrin was oblivious to. As Loren accepted the tears of condensed wishes, he also noted the description. Tears of condensed wishes effect. When dropped during alchemical processes, it guarantees success. Description. I gave everything and could not save her. My life has since lost its meaning. May those who love remain inseparable. Loren had researched the background of the tears of condensed wishes. It seemed that a master potion maker had painstakingly gathered various materials, ultimately succeeding in concocting a potion to save his beloved, but the attempt failed, and he could not save her. Later, his profound love attracted the attention of the god of love, resulting in the creation of the tears of condensed wishes. The specific circumstances remained unclear to Loren. Perhaps it was a gift from the god of love, or perhaps it was created through his own efforts. Utilizing this item would draw the gaze of the god of love, but with so many pests, one need not fear the itch. Having encountered numerous outer gods, Loren was indifferent to the addition of one more. After presenting the item to Loren, both the director and the king did not depart, but silently awaited Loren's meal. Loren was well aware of their intent and feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Luo's seeds, sown long ago, began to sprout last night, causing a considerable commotion in the royal capital. Though the troubles were not monumental, it was evident to all that they were linked to the outer gods. Despite their deep-seated animosity towards the witch, they understood that the true peril lay with the outer gods. Last night, a series of events unfolded in the capital, with numerous nobles falling victim to assaults, Even the scarecrow sent to assess the situation sustained injuries. Luo Luan drained his cup of milk, for he placed great emphasis on health, insisting on a morning glass of milk and a nutritionally balanced diet, abstaining from tobacco and alcohol. Yet, he found the milk's taste peculiar today. However, other matters occupied his mind, leading him to dismiss the thought as he set down his utensils and prepared to depart. Let's first head to the academy and discuss on the way. The nightingale that had just finished breakfast perched on Luo Luan's shoulder, and this time, Anna decided to accompany him to the academy. Although Luo Luan was puzzled by Anna's sudden interest, he did not refuse her company. On their way, Dean Eldrin provided Luo Luan with a comprehensive briefing about the situation. The only outer god known to the kingdom of Gedilon was the god of greed. The concept of the god of hatred was entirely foreign to them, which prompted their inquiry to Luo Luan. Many commoners had undergone grotesque transformations, sprouting toxic spines, and their physical prowess had escalated beyond that of several scarecrows. Their intentions were unmistakable, targeting specific nobles or merchants, and upon eliminating their victims, they would revert to their original forms. Listening attentively, Luo Luan adopted a contemplative demeanor and, after a moment's reflection, stated, "The mastermind behind this is the god of hatred. I regret that I cannot divulge too much about the god of hatred to prevent tainting your minds. So, what was the casualty count from last night?" "2 dead, 3 injured," responded the king. Luo Luan abruptly shifted the conversation. "Do you recall how many lives that plague devotee claimed?" "Just the ones you remember." The king found himself at a loss for words, prompting him to change the subject. "The pressing issue is how we confront the god of hatred. And therein lies the conundrum." Luo Luan interjected, recognizing the king's attempts to deflect. He would reveal methods to confront the threat, provided they were earnest in heeding his counsel. Chapter 34. The refinement of Emberlight. The outer gods are intricately tied to emotions, just as those devoid of greed struggle to connect with the god of greed. Individuals free of hatred cannot harness the power of the god of hatred. These outer gods sometimes resemble fairies from fables, granting strength to people in their most desperate moments. Should one ever encounter a being capable of fulfilling wishes, do not doubt. That would be an outer god. Luo Luan spoke the truth. And this fervor among the followers of outer gods far surpasses that of the adherents of the true gods, for the outer gods genuinely bestow benefits. Such formidable power is granted merely by nurturing hatred and invoking the name of Regos. In contrast, the true gods may never bestow their blessings, a lesson exemplified by Valentina, who had long been sent away by Luo Luan. So, your implication is that if we eradicate the hatred within people's hearts, the outer gods will lose their influence over them? Indeed, a teachable spirit. Luo Luan began to applaud, offering no respect to the king. This principle is straightforward, yet its implementation is fraught with difficulty. What specifically must be done? The typically astute king appeared sluggish at this juncture, to which Luo Luan merely chuckled. "There is no need for pretense with me, Midas. You simply need to ensure that the people are well fed." This marked the first occasion Luo Luan directly addressed the king by his true name, imparting the gravity of the situation. "As for you, Eldrin, your clandestine activities ought to cease, particularly those concerning your research." Now, Luo Luan possessed the leverage to expose such matters, and even if they sought revenge, he was more than capable of withstanding it. Having reached this critical juncture, Luo Luan understood that despite his every word aimed at salvaging them, he was ultimately powerless. Humanity has learned only one lesson throughout its protracted history. It never learns from history. I must hasten to concoct your elixirs. I shall take my leave. Farewell. The trio entered the academy together, with Luo Luan situated between them. Anyone witnessing this scene could not help but marvel at Luo Luan's stature. Those previously oblivious to the weight of the title master, Minter gained profound insight. One cannot evade forever. Today, Simona also arrived at the academy and observed this moment, particularly noting the nightingale perched upon Luo Luan's shoulder. Luo Luan, acutely aware of her gaze, felt the stirrings of his sensitive heart talent, which proved effective even now. Its efficacy far surpassed mere descriptions. Few would choose it based solely on the descriptions, yet Luo Luan had experienced its potency firsthand. He remained unaware of why he had yet to feel any adverse effects, as he regularly interacted with the outer gods without any signs of contamination. Luo Luan merely exchanged a meaningful glance with Simona, deepening her inner trepidation before returning to his office. Today, he intended to formally commence the refinement of Emberlight. With the tears of condensation in hand, Luo-Lun required only time. With a flick of his wand, flames ignited beneath the cauldron. Such advanced potions cannot be produced by ordinary flames, yet the tears of condensation defied logic. The new shoots following the mountain fire were an unexpected revelation. The essential ingredient for an elixir capable of granting immortality was, astonishingly, so commonplace. The new shoots, placed in a cauldron filled with distilled water, exhibited no change until Luo-Lun added the next ingredient, the ashes of the eternal silence tree. A spoonful of unremarkable ashes was introduced, causing the previously added new shoots to dissolve and blend seamlessly with the ashes. The eternal silence tree is a species of tree with an almost endless lifespan, yet it grows and reproduces at an exceedingly slow rate. Many eternal silence trees are even older than the combined ages of the gods. Blood from ice dragons and fire dragons materialized in Luo-Lun's hands, one vial radiating a biting cold, the other emanating heat capable of scorching flesh. He skillfully poured the two distinct dragon bloods into the cauldron, forming a yin-yang pattern, which instantly softened the atmosphere. Next came the deep-sea salt from the endless sea, the luminescent substance from the underfire worm, the skin of the Ouroboros, and the timeless flower. Additional rare materials were added, while the components for Emberlight were not excessively stringent. The hardest to procure were the ashes of the eternal silence tree and the two types of dragon blood. Yet, few knew the recipe. It is the formula that holds the true value. Afterward, it would merely require 7 days of simmering over the fire. There was no need to worry about the water evaporating. Few potions encounter such an issue. Completing these tasks, it was nearly time for class. The cauldron did not require constant supervision. After securing the door, Luo-Lun led Anna into the classroom. Luo-Lun harbored no concerns regarding the potion currently being refined. The reason was simple. It was not his potion. Even if something were to go awry, it would be the king's loss. The responsibility lay with the academy and not with Luo-Lun. The classroom resembled that of a university, allowing Anna to choose a seat at her leisure. Today, she not only accompanied Luo-Lun to the academy, but also attended class. "Excuse me." Anna seated herself beside a noble and expectantly requested more space. An extraordinary aura emanated from her, prompting the nobles to tactfully maintain their distance. This scene did not escape Luo-Lun's notice. He recalled having remarked to Anna that she embodied the quintessential dandy, and it appeared she had genuinely taken his words to heart. As long as she did not bully others, Luo-Lun allowed her to be. Class commenced, as usual, with textbooks cast aside, encouraging students to ask questions. "Luna, was that girl in our class yesterday? She is so adorable, and she seems even younger than us." Following her friend's pointing finger, Luna turned her gaze to Anna, who even waved at her, causing Luna to feel a pang of anxiety for her. Even Luna herself could not comprehend why Her Highness the Princess held such disdain for her. Even those who had shown kindness towards her found themselves ostracized, leaving her apprehensive that Anna, upon her arrival, would suffer a similar fate. However, her concerns were unfounded. Others harbored no such intentions, fully aware of whom they could bully and whom they could not. The motivations of some were simplistic, bullying merely because one was more attractive or out of sheer boredom. But the crucial factor was that the target was perceived as weak. It was true that many foreign nobles had come to study here due to the arrival of their esteemed mentor. Yet Luna was certain that the girl did not belong among them. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on this thought, believing that it was unlikely for Anna to intersect with her life, as Anna was likely of noble lineage while she herself was merely an ordinary person. Had it not been for her exceptional magical talent, she would never have encountered so many nobles. The aristocrats were self-aware, and security measures were well in place. Without the blessing of the god of hatred, even those emboldened would have no opportunity in their lifetimes. Chapter 35. Anna's probe mentor. Do you know what transpired last night? Why did those individuals suddenly go berserk and gain such formidable power? When Sylvia posed this question, most of the class appeared bewildered. This was not the age of the internet, and even events occurring around them could not be instantly known. Many ordinary individuals lived in a two-point cycle, devoid of news sources or social connections. Until war broke out, these ordinary people remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They were unaware of any blessings from the god of plague, clueless that war had already commenced. Even if afflicted, they had no means to seek treatment, forced to pray that they might feel better upon waking. Seeing the confusion on others' faces, Sylvia smiled, hoping to showcase her privilege by revealing information unknown to her peers. Recently, due to the god of hatred, followers had emerged within the royal capital. This deity, an external god, bestowed power upon those harboring hatred in their hearts. And these followers had taken many lives the previous day. Hence, I urge all present to temper their actions, as others are indeed capable of retaliating. There is no need to fear harm, provided you remain kind and refrain from bullying others. The flames of hatred shall not reach you. Now, let's move on to the next issue. Loren interjected, tapping on Sylvia and the others, indifferent to whether they understood. He had shown enough mercy. Upon hearing Loren's words, the class, which should have been tense, suddenly relaxed, although some remained anxious. Is there a method to prevent contamination by external gods? The means to guard against external deities was the foremost concern among the students. The threat of external gods extended beyond just the god of hatred. Yet their understanding of these beings was limited. Just that day, they had learned of the danger posed by external gods, resulting in casualties within a mere 24 hours. Loren longed to inform them that compared to the deaths caused by nobles, the external gods appeared far more benign. However, he refrained from voicing this politically incorrect statement. There were indeed methods to resist external deities, yet they were beyond the reach of their current level. Sylvia wore a proud expression, ready to speak. But Loren interrupted her. Sylvia, your standing is insufficient. You are merely a princess of a diminutive nation, akin to the daughter of a village chief. This was the truth. Only certain high-grade trinkets, along with the tarot card, the Fool, could effectively resist the corruption of external gods. Items inaccessible to a princess or even a king of a small nation. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted in the classroom, but quickly subsided. Sylvia, accustomed to her arrogance, had once again been humbled by Loren, observing the tears welling in Sylvia's eyes. Loren felt a pang of concern that one day she might acquire the power of Ligus and seek vengeance, fearing her fragile emotions. After all, she had previously engaged in bullying, and Loren had instinctively targeted her. Yet, to protect his plans from disruption, he decided to offer her some comfort. Cough, Sylvia. I understand that your father is elderly and has continually fathered children, leaving you with numerous siblings and feeling overlooked. You may have sought attention through this method. However, it is unnecessary. If you treat everyone kindly, I believe they would be willing to be your friends. Loren endeavored to console Sylvia, drawing upon his experiences from watching children's anime. Yet she still wept, bolting from the classroom. Loren was at a loss for how to proceed. He had no desire to console her further. After sending a few girls who were closer to Sylvia to comfort her, he resumed his lesson, dismissing the matter as the whims of immature children. Let her explode if she must. A swift resolution will not significantly impact my plans. That old king keeps having children. So if I accidentally cause a princess's demise, it is of little consequence. At worst, I shall simply request fewer materials from him next time. The remaining questions predominantly concerned external gods, which Loren did not elaborate on too extensively. Otherwise, the students might genuinely fall prey to the influence of external deities. Before class concluded, Loren reiterated the gravity of the situation, asserting that should anyone act recklessly, it would not be his fault. He trusted that those who gained admission to this institution possessed normal intelligence. After all, those lacking intellect could not learn magic. Loren recalled a character who, despite her lack of intelligence, lived a long life and managed to learn magic through sheer determination. Here, intelligence referred to mental capacity, not the attribute score, which equated to magical strength. That is all I shall say. Class dismissed. At the moment the class ended, Anna, who had been dozing, jolted awake. Loren had anticipated her reaction, yet seeing it in reality stirred a desire to tease her. Excuse me. Anna pushed past others, including Luna, who sought to approach Loren, and clung tightly to his arm, nestled closely against him, resting her head on his shoulder, deterring many who intended to near Loren. Loren naively believed Anna merely wished to be near him, which was why she had come to the academy. He took her to his office. As he had potions to brew, the embers in the cauldron glowed steadily. As time passed, the ingredients began to swirl and meld together, emitting a faint light. There were multiple crucibles in the office. Just as Loren prepared to commence potion making, Anna settled herself on his lap, cupping his face and completely obstructing his view. Anna, please get down. I intend to brew a potion to counter the god of hatred. Not yet. I have something more important to attend to. Before Loren could respond further, Anna suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, the door to Loren's office swung open, and only after pushing Anna away did Loren notice who had entered, oblivious to Anna's triumphant expression. Luna, what brings you here? Loren lifted Anna and set her on a nearby chair. Anna obediently sat there, her expression shifting as she observed Luna, and then leaned closer to Loren, whispering in his ear, Minter, she seems to have feelings for you. Do you need my help to win her over? How old are you? How could you even entertain such thoughts? Loren pushed Anna away once more, fully aware of Luna's feelings without needing Anna's reminder. The musings of a witch were easily decipherable and quite innocent. Chapter 36, Supporting Role Mentor You. Luna's eyes dimmed in an instant. She had not anticipated that her budding feelings would come to an abrupt end. Oh, Anna is my family. Loren's statement was primarily to consider Anna's feelings, although he did not wish to mislead others into believing he was married. Do you have a wife? Upon hearing Luo's response, Luna sank deeper into despair, realizing that her understanding of Luo was rather superficial. No, my esteemed mentor has not engaged in any romantic relationship over the years, solely to care for us. I am truly grateful for his dedication. Anna smiled, her petite legs swinging playfully. Sometimes, I feel quite sorry for our mentor because he has sacrificed so much for us. I wish he could meet someone who loves him. And my sister and I also long for a mother. Our mentor is truly a wonderful person, never concerned with other status, always sympathizing with the weak, and standing firmly on the side of justice. At this point, Anna rose gracefully, her light steps lifting the nightingale resting on Loren's shoulder. This nightingale was rescued by our mentor. Furthermore, he has consistently sought to persuade His Majesty the King to show more compassion towards the commoners. As Anna extolled Loren's virtues, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet observing Anna's earnest demeanor, it was clear she was sincere. Indeed, Loren's actions had not gone unnoticed by Anna, particularly his dialogue with the king today, where he had been guiding the monarch towards improving the common people's welfare. Anna recalled how her pity for the nightingale prompted Loren to rescue it. It was also her disdain for others going hungry that led him to seek solutions. Through Anna's words, Luna gained a clearer understanding of Loren's character, reflecting on his conduct in class and his concern for her, which stirred a growing sensation in her heart. Loren, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that he had not done much, and with Anna present, he felt little need to intervene. Taking advantage of the girl's conversation, he began concocting a potion. The ingredients included chinugu, zao dongjishin, shuem mo'u, and most crucially, distilled water. This was the 5th-tier potion, Shue Tu Quang Xiang Heji. Before commencing the potion making, Loren even consumed a temporary intelligence-enhancing potion. Initially, Luna had felt shy and hesitant to speak with Loren, and her presence in his office today was the result of her friend encouraging her for half a class. However, as she conversed with Anna, she grew more at ease, discovering a sense of familiarity akin to speaking with a close friend, until Loren handed her a vial of the completed Shue Tu Quang Xiang Heji. The sudden physical contact startled Luna, causing her to instinctively toss the potion from her hand. Seeing the potion she had just received from Loren soar through the air, she panicked, desperately attempting to catch it, only to nearly stumble. Just before she fell, Loren caught her, his other hand deftly securing the potion. Glancing at Anna, who gave him a thumbs up, Loren felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. This is the Shue Tu Quang Xiang Heji, a 5th-tier potion. Consuming it will engulf you in a murderous intent, yet it can resist the contamination of outer gods. Essentially, it employs madness to combat madness. Use it with caution. The potion was indeed perilous, albeit somewhat manageable. The contamination from outer gods is entirely uncontrollable for beings beyond players, leading to madness or worse, becoming a vessel for an outer god's descent. Loren wished to protect those he cherished from such fate. As for others, he could only lament that fate's gifts had already been marked with a price. Yet, compared to a future devoid of hope, the contamination from outer gods seemed less significant. Gazing at the vibrant red liquid within the vial, Luna's hands trembled. She recalled Loren mentioning that even the princess of this kingdom lacked the privilege to use anything that could resist outer god contamination. Yet here he was, presenting her with a vial. Having attended potion classes, she was aware that they typically practiced first-tier potions. Only those with extraordinary talent could concoct second-tier ones. Their instructor could manage third-tier potions, while it was said that the dean possessed the ability to create fourth-tier potions. Yet, Loren had just given her a fifth-tier potion, an exceedingly rare treasure. In the kingdom of Getelin, fifth-tier potions were a rarity, and selling such a potion could elevate her family's status significantly. It's all right, potions can be brewed again, but you are irreplaceable. I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortune. There exists a fundamental logic in this game. All lives are equal. Any being outside of players lacks any means of resurrection. Death is final, and each life is singular, devoid of hierarchy. Thus, Loren desired to ensure Luna's safety. His intended message was that life is precious and singular. Yet it seemed that both Luna and Anna interpreted it differently. Luna clutched the vial tightly, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time she felt so valued. Anna, meanwhile, raised both thumbs in approval. You should keep it safe. If you detect any potential contamination, drink it immediately, such as upon hearing names associated with outer gods. After handing another vial to Anna, Loren cautioned. Although he sensed something amiss, he felt unusually resilient to contamination. While players could withstand it, they would still suffer debuffs after being tainted. For instance, contamination by the god of hatred would provoke enemies as if they were taunting, compelling one to attack uncontrollably. Yet consciousness remained intact, albeit temporarily. However, he clearly exhibited no signs of contamination, as if he had obtained the Fool card, ultimately attributing his mental fortitude to his crossing into this world. In this world, there exist investigators, individuals chosen by the church for their resolute will to investigate matters concerning outer gods. Given Loren's high level of determination, he could potentially become a legendary investigator. Would you care to join me for dinner at my home tonight, Luna? Our chef skills are truly remarkable. Anna gazed at Luna with eager anticipation. Luna found herself at a loss for how to decline, glancing at Loren before quickly averting her gaze. Loren appeared equally perplexed, unaware of Anna's sudden enthusiasm. She even referred to the maid as a chef, attempting to ensure Luna felt she had a chance. My parents are quite worried about me. Perhaps it's best if I decline. After uttering this, Luna mentally scolded herself for missing such a splendid opportunity to draw closer to Loren due to her own timidity. Are you truly not coming? This is the first time a girl has been invited to my home. Anna grasped Luna's hand, emphasizing her uniqueness while attempting to convey that this was a personal invitation, hoping to ease her nerves. Am I really the first? Luna felt a wave of astonishment. Yet when the words nearly escaped her lips, they transformed into a refusal. Had it not been for Loren's presence, she might have wished to collide with a wall out of frustration. Very well, I shall not press you. Anna conceded, feeling she had done her utmost. Recognizing that Luna's timidity was a significant barrier. Even if Anna were to enchant Loren and deliver him to her, Luna would likely only wait silently for him to awaken. Following this, Luna fell silent, merely observing Loren as he continued his potion making. By the time he finished brewing another batch of Shua 2 Kwang Xianghaji, the day had dimmed, and the embers in the crucible emitted a more pronounced glow. It's getting late. There may be outer god cultists causing chaos outside. It isn't safe for Luna to return alone. Shall we escort her? Anna suggested with a glance at Loren. He was uncertain how to respond, realizing today that Anna had quite the repertoire of schemes. Despite there being many who had shown interest in him, Anna had not intervened previously. Perhaps those suitors had simply not met her standards. Nevertheless, Loren held no regard for them, considering them mere minor nobles and socialites, superficial and lacking in comparison to Luna, even if it were only based on appearance. Very well. With Anna's insistence, Loren could not refuse. Ultimately, he gathered his belongings and departed the campus alongside Luna. The time required for the refinement of Jinhui Guang was duly communicated to the king by Loren, who regarded it with utmost seriousness. Even while Loren was still in his office, he could sense the presence of individuals keeping watch over him, and now that he had departed, those individuals had directly entered the office. Suddenly feeling quite hungry, he excused himself, saying, I shall return to dine. You can escort Luna back on your own. Thank you for your efforts. Upon exiting the school gate, Anna exchanged a brief greeting with Loren before dashing off, leaving Loren and Luna behind without even a chance for him to hand her a firearm. In Anna's absence, Luna felt increasingly awkward, continuously adjusting the hem of her clothing and casting her gaze downward, daring only to glance at Loren's trousers. Faced with the situation, Loren endeavored to alleviate the tension. He had little experience in conversing with young women, so he resorted to small talk, inquiring, "What do your parents do for a living?" Typically, a girl of Luna's age from a common background would have begun working by now. Even if a child possessed magical talent, their parents could scarcely afford to support them. It was already commendable that Luna's parents were able to send her to school. However, Loren's question seemed to awaken Luna's insecurities, causing her to recall her friend's remarks about the vast disparity between them. Loren also realized that he might have misspoken. It was entirely natural for someone in Luna's circumstances to be sensitive. Nevertheless, Luna did not forfeit this rare opportunity to converse with Loren. "My family runs an inn, and business has been decent lately." Indeed, Luna's family was relatively well off. At the very least, she did not have to toil laboriously, nor did she need to worry that falling ill could lead to her family's starvation. The inn was not far from the academy, and they arrived without much conversation. The establishment was 2 stories tall, modest in size, and somewhat dilapidated, yet it was reasonably clean. Beside the inn stood a stable, where a woman was feeding horses that were rather unremarkable in appearance. A man stood at the entrance, and, aside from these 2 individuals, there was no one else around. Loren surmised that they were Luna's parents. It was likely that the total number of witches in the world could not amount to 2 pairs of parents, while Luna alone had a complete set, making her a child of destiny. However, he was curious about the nature of Luna's secret powers, which had remained concealed for so long without any unconscious manifestation. As Luna approached, the woman immediately welcomed her, expressing concern for her late return. Simultaneously, Luna's mother exhibited a hint of hostility toward Loren, as their daughter had returned home at such an hour in the company of a stranger dressed in a black robe, exuding an air of mystery that did not inspire confidence. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Loren, a teacher at the Gedilon Royal Academy of Magic." "Teacher." Upon hearing Loren's title, Luna's mother gasped, her demeanor shifting instantly, and even Luna's father was drawn in by the revelation. "You are a teacher at the academy?" Although they were commoners, they were somewhat aware of the academy's circumstances. It was well known that one could only attain a teaching position at Gedilon Royal Academy of Magic if they were either wealthy or influential. The fact that such a notable figure was returning their daughter home left them both astonished. "Yes, Luna is quite intelligent, though she—" Loren nearly let slip a classic teacher's quip, but successfully interrupted himself. "By the way, do you have any vacant rooms?" "Yes." Upon hearing Loren's interest in booking a room, Luna's father became notably enthusiastic. He understood that someone of Loren's stature would likely be generous, though he was puzzled as to why Loren would choose to stay in such a place. "Are you certain you wish to stay here? Our accommodations are rather basic." "Not at all. I am not concerned with such matters. Here is a deposit. Please reserve a room for me. I may come to stay during my time in the capital, and the exact timing is uncertain. Consider the excess as a gratuity." Loren handed a bag of coins to Luna's father, who opened it to glance inside. There were certainly hundreds of silver coins, enough to cover several years of their net income. This amount is too much," Luna's father hesitated. "Do keep it. I have a fondness for Luna, and I do not wish her talents to be squandered over trivialities. She should focus on her studies. My daughter is waiting for me to have dinner. I must be on my way." In truth, Loren did not know much about Luna, but he believed that witches were not inherently bad, especially one like Luna who had grown up in a stable environment. Loren considered this a means of fostering goodwill. The sum of money was inconsequential to him. He had brought it as a means of entry and was pleased to see it serve its purpose. "Your teacher is truly a kind person," remarked Luna's mother, supporting her daughter's shoulders. Yet, Luna did not respond. She remained fixated on Loren's departing figure, ignoring her mother's comment. Luna's mother sighed. What a shame that he already has a child. His wife must be very fortunate. Upon hearing this, Luna felt compelled to defend. The esteemed instructor has not experienced romantic entanglements. Observing her daughter fervently defending Loren, Luna's mother smiled. Chapter 38. The Authority of the Observer. Welcome home, Master. Would you prefer to dine first or bathe, or would you like to eat first? Silence. Loren interrupted Jean Sheen's forthcoming words, as the children were still present. He felt it necessary to prevent Jinxin from leading them astray. Anna had already begun to support her own case, and Loren was uncertain where she had learned such behavior. As was customary, when Loren returned home, Gwen passed through the walls, continuing her missionary work for the god of hatred. During dinner, Anna broached the subject of Luna, and Loren, indifferent to dining etiquette, only hoped that they would not choke while speaking. However, he felt a bit awkward sitting there as the subject matter pertained to him. She is far too timid. Even after I assisted her to this extent, she still hesitates to take a step forward. Everyone can see her intentions, yet she simply does not dare to express them. Unlike the emotionally charged Anna, Nicholas kept her head down, scarcely touching her food. Even Scarlet began to show interest in Loren's feelings, interjecting, "It is understandable. After all, they have not known each other for long. Feeling apprehensive is natural. It would be truly tragic if this continued." Loren was taken aback by Scarlet's unexpectedly serious words. However, as the protagonist of the story, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Perhaps. I'm quite at ease with it. When I turn 18, I shall marry the esteemed instructor. You need not fear that no one will want me. I do not mind how many there are." After giving Anna a light tap on the head to interrupt her, Loren stood up to leave. He had barely eaten anything at the table. Not because he was affected by Anna's discussion, but rather because he had spent the previous night researching the everlasting observer without making any significant discoveries. His knowledge stemmed from the game, and whenever something emerged that had not been encountered in it, Loren's true self would be revealed. Suddenly, he recalled something. In the original story, Jinxin was truly the instructor. Perhaps she knew something, which explained her urgency. Loren felt that the matter of the everlasting observer was of utmost importance. A gut feeling he had never doubted. "Jinxin, come with me." For individuals of high status, any information related to them could be exceedingly perilous. So Loren intended to speak with Jinxin in private. The moment Loren departed, Nicholas interjected, "Can we not discuss this? What happens with the esteemed instructor is his own choice. We have no right to interfere." "What? Are you jealous?" As soon as she uttered this, Anna received a light tap on the head from Nicholas. Embarrassed, Anna fell silent after another tap. She looked around, realizing that Scarlet had vanished without her noticing, leaving her alone to face the agitated Nicholas. Nicholas maintained her usual expression, though her thoughts had drifted far away. Anna was correct. Nicholas was aware of her own timidity, yet she did not know when she would be able to confront her feelings as Anna did. Jinxin, Hushya, decided to set aside the current matters as Loren activated the powers within his bloodline. "Are you familiar with the Everwatcher?" Afterward, Loren seated himself and inquired. To which Jinxin, while tidying up the battlefield, replied, "I know of it, but not in depth." This was a pleasant surprise. Loren had not held much hope of her knowing, yet she indeed did. The bloodstained sheets were not easy to clean, and Jinxin put them away without discarding them into the trash bag. At that moment, Loren realized that the sheets they had soiled had mysteriously vanished, as he had never witnessed her throwing them out. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Loren urged Jinxin to elaborate on the Everwatcher, and she bit her finger, sketching an inverted cross on a piece of paper, then marking the center of the cross. This was the symbol of the Everwatcher, an inverted cross with an eye. The Everwatcher embodies reason, truth, eternity, order, and continuity, while its counterpart, the Endsinger, represents desire, illusion, transience, rebellion, and conclusion, their dominions being in stark opposition. "I know only this much. I'm unaware of anything beyond it. That is sufficient. In truth, your knowledge has already exceeded my expectations." Simultaneously, Loren felt some apprehension. The powers of the Watcher were peculiar and numerous, interconnected unlike the solitary, emotion-related outer gods, and not the pure randomness of the deities. With even a conflicting singer present, this was the first instance since his transmigration that Loren encountered the unknown, yet it was worth the risk. With knowledge of the power, discovering the true name would become significantly easier. Precision was unnecessary. Merely a semblance sufficed, akin to how the name utilized by the Abundant Church proved less effective than Loren's modifications. While uttering the true name of the Everwatcher, Loren also drew an inverted cross upon his chest. However, as soon as he spoke the 4 words, he felt as though he were being observed. Was it truly this simple? The need to concoct a true name was entirely bypassed. Merely speaking the name while drawing the inverted cross sufficed. Overcome with surprise, Loren abruptly opened his eyes, only to catch a fleeting shadow in his vision. typically one to provoke other deities. This was Loren's first encounter with side effects. He strived to recall the scene he had just witnessed. It was but a moment, and he had not discerned much, only that the scene felt oddly familiar. Thus, Loren attempted again, this time delaying the opening of his eyes slightly, yet he saw nothing. Ultimately, Loren came to a realization. He kept his eyes open and conducted the experiment once more. Indeed, his supposition proved correct. The shadow appeared before him, blending with the objects in his line of sight, making it difficult to discern its nature. Through continuous attempts, Loren finally separated the two scenes before him and grasped the underlying principle. This phenomenon existed solely within his right eye, the unremarkable black orb, while his left eye, the crimson one, revealed nothing. He realized then that his eyes were extraordinary. Moreover, he discerned the shadow clearly. It was himself. Chapter 39. The Eye of Abyssal Sight. Initially, Loren believed his unique ability was limited to precognition. It was only now that he discovered his true gift. He likely possessed a fragment of the Watcher's authority. He had just instructed Jingxin to try as well, and upon her utterance of the name, Loren could still see her, regardless of her location. However, if multiple individuals spoke simultaneously, his perspective would become chaotic, though after some experimentation, he was able to manage his viewpoint effectively. Loren understood that the application of this ability was not merely straightforward. There were further utilizations yet to be uncovered. As for why he possessed this capability, he did not ponder deeply, only feeling that his transmigration was likely connected to the Everwatcher, though his precise intentions remained unclear. Yet, as long as it afforded Loren some advantages, he would not hesitate to assist them. Perhaps the Everwatcher's goal was to have Loren address the pantheon of gods. His previous immunity to corruption might also relate to the Everwatcher, as their authority encompassed reason. Loren summoned Scarlet and gathered the potentially useful items. Tonight, he was determined to achieve something significant. "Haha, I have succeeded." Loren's sudden exclamation startled the nightingale in the cage, which then watched as Loren hurriedly dashed out of the bedroom, clutching a necklace. Aside from Jingxin, who was already up preparing breakfast, Nakalis was also awakened by Loren's voice. Emerging from her room in her black lace nightgown, rubbing her eyes. "What is happening, master?" Loren directly handed the necklace to Nakalis, seizing the moment to explain its purpose as she examined it. "I shall call this Eye of Abyssal Sight. As long as you wear it, I will be able to see you, no matter where you are. Furthermore, this item can serve as a guardian's eye. However, I have only crafted one. Since you appeared first, it is yours. Anna and Scarlet are likely still asleep, as they generally rise no earlier than Loren, who often stays up late. Will I be constantly observed by you?" Nakalis' face flushed slightly, not paying heed to Loren's unguarded mention of the guardian's eye, as she donned the necklace. Its simplicity struck her. It was a silver inverted cross with a ruby resembling an eye at its center, adorned with small runes carved into the cross. This was the culmination of Loren's research from the previous night. The materials were not overly complex. The inverted cross was made of ordinary silver, but the gem was troublesome. Loren had utilized abyssal sea crystal, dyed it red with his own blood, and added his tears. It had to be the tears from his black eye. Loren theorized that the abyssal sea crystal was not strictly necessary. Similar gems would suffice. Yet this was the only one he possessed, and even then, he had just enough to create two more. Abyssal sea crystal is a gem that only appears in the deep sea, exceedingly difficult to mine, and its formation requires vast amounts of time, leading Loren to deduce that it must possess ancient properties to be effective. After presenting the necklace to Nakalis, Loren returned to his bedroom, intending to catch up on sleep. He had already tested the Eye of Abyssal Sight's effects the previous night, discovering that he could still see Gwen even as she ventured deep underground. This was not the main point. Loren had uncovered a rather terrifying application. When using the tarot card, the Tower, one loses all five senses, while when utilized it, Loren also lost their shared visual connection. Yet with the Eye of Abyssal Sight, the situation changed. Henceforth, Gwen could employ the Tower without reservation. As usual, Loren awoke at noon. Due to his all-nighter, he felt extremely drowsy. Even as Jingxin called him to rise, he remained groggy. "Please help me mark my attendance and bring me lunch." Suddenly, Jingxin responded, "I was caught while marking attendance. Now we both must write a reflection." "What?" Upon hearing Jingxin's words, Loren jolted awake, immediately realizing he had been transmigrated for 12 years. After all, Loren was in disguise and had no need for subterfuge. Even if his status as a transmigrant were exposed, it would not be problematic, especially since there was a school here and his comments would not reveal anything. The headmaster has already come looking for you, but after waiting for a long time without seeing you awaken, he instructed you to find him at the academy. Understood, Loren replied and exited his room. Initially, he intended to take a leave of absence, but since the headmaster sought him out, he decided to pay a visit. At the dining table, Loren took a sip of milk, which tasted off compared to the previous day. What is wrong with this milk? Loren grabbed Anna's cup nearby and took a sip. Anna's milk tasted perfectly normal. In an instant, Loren developed a dreadful suspicion. Although there had been some speculation, when the conjecture transformed into reality, Loren still found himself somewhat unable to contain his emotions. However, he soon recalled a terrifying thought. They had not taken any precautions. Loren had assumed there would be reproductive isolation. You need not worry. My body is completely under my control. This is a trivial matter, and there is no need for concern. Loren pressed the cup against Jingxin's lips to silence her further. At the time of the sacrifice to Pluto, severing an arm had not made Loren sweat as profusely as he was now. I must take my leave. The director is still waiting for me. Loren hastily departed from this place of chaos. Although he had 2 daughters, it did not imply that he genuinely wished to have more children. Even if he were to consider it, it would have to wait until things settled down. Who knew when the divine conflict would truly erupt? I shall accompany you. Yesterday, Anna had followed him, and today, Nicalis was also determined to join Loren at school. Nicalis was indeed far more studious than Anna. She had already grasped the magic Loren had taught her, so it was only natural for her to wish to attend school. You wish to see what Luna looks like? Nicalis promptly stuffed a piece of bread into Anna's mouth, silently trailing behind Loren. In truth, Loren could discern Nicalis' possessiveness and understood her sentiment. Thus he paid it little mind. At this hour, students were hastening their steps on the streets, and one could easily surmise that many had met with misfortune the previous night. Those empowered by Ligus moved stealthily, and any passerby could erupt at any moment. The church had no effective preventative measures. If all went as anticipated, today the director would discuss this matter with Loren. Loren knew that the director did not genuinely care for these lives. Privately, he was also researching crimson magic. The number of lives lost due to him would certainly surpass those who had recently perished, though the latter held different statuses. Chapter 40. The Darkened One's Good Morning. Esteemed mentor. Despite it being midday, Loren detected a hint of sarcasm in the director's tone. Ever since Loren had openly acknowledged that he was aware of the director's clandestine dealings, the director's demeanor towards him had soured significantly. His flattery now seemed superficial, lacking the heartfelt sincerity it once possessed. Good afternoon, Eldrin. Loren continued to address him by name, taking a seat directly across from him, crossing his legs in a posture of superiority. Eldrin paid little mind to Loren's demeanor and began recounting the events of the previous night. A princess was attacked, and for the first time, I truly witnessed those followers of the outer gods. Their bodies have undergone numerous mutations. They possess a hardness that far exceeds armor and can withstand magical projectiles. Most importantly, they emanate a dark aura capable of corroding anything that obstructs them, even thorns imbued with the divine authority of the god of abundance. After a moment of silence, Loren replied, "Let us refer to them as the Darkened Ones, shall we?" Regardless of the transformations of those followers or the attacked princess, Loren was indifferent. After much contemplation, he had merely assigned them a name. Eldrin instantly comprehended Loren's implication. Loren's intention was straightforward. I have issued my warning. Should you choose to ignore it, I shall neither save you nor wish to do so. Eldrin, being a clever man, understood Loren's meaning and ceased his inquiries. Please hand over the tear of longing. I require it to restore it for your future use. As he spoke, Eldrin's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the embers of radiance he was concocting, and even he could not suppress the greed in his eyes. Very well. Loren offered no further words as he relinquished the tear of longing. He knew it bore Eldrin's mark, making it difficult for him to steal. He had considered utilizing Scarlet Space of the Reaper, but it lacked stability. He was uncertain whether such an act would go unnoticed, and if discovered, the consequences will be dire. Furthermore, if he truly succeeded in stealing it, Loren would be the prime suspect. At that point, Eldrin would undoubtedly take action. This old man was still formidable, being the only sixth-tier mage of the Gedulon Kingdom. While his raw power might not surpass Valentina's, his methods were numerous, and most critically, Loren feared exposure. The classification of mages is quite simple. A mage is designated a certain tier based on their proficiency with spells of that tier, provided they can wield at least one. Thus, this classification is rather superficial. Hence, Loren opted for a more prudent course of action. Eliminate him first, and then seize the tier of longing. After accepting the tier of longing, Eldrin said nothing more, merely leaving behind a seemingly cautionary yet implicitly threatening remark. I take my leave, esteemed mentor. You must be cautious of the Darkened Ones, should harm befall you. It would not only be a significant loss for the Gedulon Kingdom, but for the entire Church of Abundance. Rest assured, I have devoted my life to virtuous deeds. Championing the weak against the strong, I shall be fine. By the way, let me remind you, Crimson magic is ineffective against the Darkened Ones. Eldrin's steps faltered, and the last vestiges of hope vanished. Loren indeed knew his secret. Yet Loren was confident that before he concocted the embers of radiance for Eldrin, the latter would not dare to act against him. When that moment arrived, Loren would strike first. Mentor, is everything all right? After Eldrin departed, Nakalis finally expressed her concern. She had heard of Eldrin's reputation and began to worry. It is fine. Everything is as I anticipated. Do you still not trust me? Loren rose, pinching Nakalis' cheek, and then prepared to head to class. He was unaware that Nakalis' shadow had vanished at some point. Unlike Anna, Nakalis did not accompany Loren into the classroom. Her social anxiety held her back. With so many strangers in the classroom, she merely peeked in and caught sight of Luna, as described by Anna, at the back of the room. Simultaneously, Loren noticed an empty seat in the front row. It had previously been Sylvia's. Where's Sylvia? Loren suddenly recalled Eldrin's earlier words about a princess being attacked by the Darkened Ones. Surely, this princess was not Sylvia, considering her daily bullying. It was plausible that she had drawn attention. She is unwell and took a leave of absence today, replied the girl next to the empty seat, who appeared to be Sylvia's friend, having previously gone to comfort her. Then let us commence the lesson. Loren was indifferent to Sylvia's fate. Perhaps the girl spoke the truth. There were numerous princesses in the Gedulon Kingdom, and it was not unusual if it were not her. Nevertheless, Loren remained unconcerned. In this lesson, Loren, as before, discussed the Darkened Ones, effectively popularizing the term. It must be said that this term aptly describes those tainted by Ligus. During class, Loren learned of a rather intriguing piece of news. A masked hero had appeared in the royal capital last night, rescuing many individuals. Beyond that, the populace knew nothing about him, not even his gender. After class today, Loren did not linger long. He tidied up in his office and prepared to depart. As anticipated, before he could leave, Luna entered his office. You're leaving so early today? Hesitating for a moment, Luna could not find the words, nervously glancing at Nakalis. Unlike Anna's vivacity, Nakalis appeared rather aloof, exuding an air of unapproachability. Nakalis, in turn, scrutinized Luna, who sensed the hostility emanating from Nakalis. She was bewildered as to how she had offended Nakalis. Most importantly, upon seeing Nakalis so close to Loren, she felt a twinge of inferiority. Nakalis seemed perfect in every way. With someone like her around, would Loren truly notice her? Who might this be? Ultimately, Luna mustered the courage to inquire about Loren's relationship with Nakulisi, praying that her suspicions were unfounded. Just recently, Anna had mentioned that Loren had no romantic experiences, so it seemed unlikely that anything would develop so quickly. Oh, this is Anna's sister, my eldest daughter, Nakulisi, Loren casually remarked as he affectionately ruffled Nakulisi's hair. The aloof aura surrounding Nakulisi was instantly shattered, and though she felt a twinge of embarrassment, the sensation of Loren's touch was undeniably pleasant. Eventually, she displayed a contented expression akin to that of a kitten, only reverting to her cool demeanor once Loren withdrew his hand. Hearing Loren's words, Luna exhaled in relief. Her shift in demeanor not lost on Nakulisi. I must take my leave now. Be cautious of the Darkened Ones, and feel free to visit my home. It is located within the academy, Loren said courteously before departing, as he needed to continue his work on the Eye of Abyssal Vision. Under Nakulisi's watchful gaze, Luna ultimately chose not to respond. Chapter 41. Heroes today, Jingxin searched high and low, ultimately finding only 2 abyssal sea crystals, together with the 2 that remained. They would suffice for each person to have one. These crystals, originally colorless and transparent, lacked aesthetic appeal and had limited utility as magical materials, thereby making them seldom mined. "This is quite beautiful," Anna exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the necklace, only to discover that it was caught in her hair, rendering it invisible from the outside. Observing this, Nakulisi silently tucked the necklace further in, as she was the only one without such a dilemma. With such an abundance of vision at once, Loren felt somewhat disoriented. But he quickly acclimated. Being able to observe the witches at all times brought him a sense of security. "Master, who is this for?" Nakulisi inquired, sensing a hint of confusion, as Loren still possessed an extra eye of abyssal vision despite everyone else having already received theirs. "Oh, I intend to give it to Luna," Loren replied. Before he could finish, a warning resonated within his mind, and Loren's body reacted instinctively, shielding Nakulisi behind him. In the next moment, the door shattered, and a figure cloaked in dark energy appeared at the entrance, their intentions unmistakable, their gaze fixed intently on Loren. A darkened one? In an instant, Loren comprehended the situation. While he had been dealing with the darkened ones, those truly in power remained oblivious to the threat they posed and even dared to conduct research on them. Their understanding of the darkened ones far exceeded their outward displays, and coupled with Eldrin's earlier remarks, Loren quickly deduced the origins of this darkened individual, surmising that they were likely influenced by Eldrin, not only through words, but Eldrin had probably employed magic. Otherwise, such hatred toward Loren would be unfathomable. Within Loren's mind, Eldrin's demise was hastened yet again. "Loren, it's all your fault. I live in fear every single day. If I kill you, everything will be fine." The darkened one, consumed by hatred, retained their ability to speak and think. Thus, theoretically, they could be persuaded to willingly relinquish their darkened state, though doing so was exceedingly difficult. "Which side of the road are you from?" Loren, self-aware, recognized that he was no saint, yet those who hated him were undoubtedly no better. Therefore, he had already surmised the identity of this individual before him, Simona's husband. Loren had few enemies, and he was the only one who met this criterion. Even with the man's identity revealed, Loren chose to provoke him further. It was not his fault, so why should he yield? The man, incensed by Loren's words, erupted in fury, the dark energy surrounding him intensifying. With a roar, thorns began to sprout from beneath Loren's feet. He did not chant, and the thorns were imbued with dark energy, enhancing his magic. At that moment, Loren's agility attribute came into play. He sidestepped while drawing his wand, and after a brief incantation, similar thorns erupted from beneath the man, ensnaring him. "Bounteous sequence, second-order magic, Thornbind. Leave the rest to me." Loren signaled Jingxin to take the others away, aware that Eldrin was likely monitoring the area with some method, making it inconvenient for the witches to intervene. "Go." Nakulisi attempted to protest, but was swiftly interrupted by Loren, leaving her no choice but to follow Jingxin out the back door. The thorns did not restrain the man for long. Soon, the binding vines were corroded by the dark energy. "Why do you not reflect on your pitiful circumstances? Your conditions aren't so dire, are they? Why pursue a flying pig, merely because she brings you a pure, innocent student?" Simona's actions had not begun only with the onset of war. She had maintained such relationships for quite some time, entangling herself with numerous influential figures. The man possessed little magic. Realizing that magic was ineffective against Loren, he resorted to close combat. Loren waved his wand, conjuring a large net that shot forth from the tip of his wand, ensnaring the man once more. Seizing this opportunity, Loren escaped the building and emerged into an open area. With Loren's strength, he could easily obliterate the man, but he needed to feign weakness, allowing others to lower their guard. Protect the master. In no time, the royal capital's guard had arrived by Loren's side, their efficiency contingent upon the identity of the victim, forming an impenetrable barrier in front of him. However, their resistance was short-lived, as the darkened one dispatched them with ease. Against rabble, they were formidable, but against the darkened one, they stood little chance. Ultimately, it fell to Loren to take action. Weaving grass and binding roots, Loren waved his wand once more, casting a second-order spell, opting not to employ higher-tier magic. Suddenly, a grass knot sprouted beneath the darkened one, tripping him with remarkable resilience. Fine grass net. Unleashing 2 consecutive first-order spells, the darkened one found themselves ensnared in vines, while a grass net covered them, preventing the dark energy from encroaching for the time being, effectively pinning them to the ground. Llewellyn didn't need to defeat him. He merely had to await the arrival of the church's reinforcements. The Darkened One let out a furious roar, tearing through their bindings with sheer force. Llewellyn toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, intensifying the Darkened One's hatred toward him. Why persist in this? Llewellyn lifted his cloak, swiftly drawing an assault rifle concealed beneath it, unleashing a barrage of bullets before the Darkened One could advance. The Darkened One's defenses were indeed formidable. Llewellyn's magazine was filled with ordinary bullets, which proved ineffective against the Darkened One, but they were sufficient to impede their advance. That's enough. Llewellyn stowed the rifle, sensing a powerful presence approaching, likely reinforcements from the church. Once the gunfire ceased, the Darkened One lowered their arm that shielded their head, but before they could launch another attack, a sword flew from afar, piercing their body and pinning them to the wall. The once invincible dark energy faltered in the face of the silver sword. No matter how hard they struggled, they could inflict no damage upon it, remaining firmly impaled against the wall. Llewellyn turned to behold the source of the silver sword, his expression one of astonishment. It was not a scarecrow, but a young woman clad as a knight. She donned a knight's dress, her silver-white cape reflecting a crimson hue under the moonlight, her deep blue hair billowing alongside the cape, and a mask obscured the upper half of her face, exuding an air of gallant elegance. Llewellyn speculated that this must be the so-called superhero the students had mentioned in class. The emergence of a superhero did not surprise Llewellyn, as this was a world of the extraordinary, where a powerful knight or mage could whimsically decide to become a hero. However, wasn't this Luna? Did she truly believe that donning a mask could conceal her true identity? Llewellyn suddenly felt a sharp headache. At least change to a mask that covers your entire face, he thought. Chapter 42, Cognitive Modification. Are you all right, esteemed mentor? Luna expressed her concern as soon as she arrived on the scene. Llewellyn suppressed the urge to strike her and shook his head. Yeah, me fine. But you need to finish him off quickly. Delaying may lead to complications. Understood. Without further ado, Luna grasped her silver sword, which immediately emanated a moonlit glow that engulfed the corrupted being. This was the first time Llewellyn had witnessed genuine moonlight. He had almost forgotten its original hue, as the moon had perpetually appeared blood-red since his arrival. The ability Luna wielded was likely her secret power, the effectiveness of which Llewellyn was unaware. Yet its capacity to annihilate the corrupted being suggested it was formidable. Soon, the moonlight dissipated, revealing a man unscathed before Llewellyn. He rubbed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the recent events, with no trace of injury, even where Luna had just struck him. Llewellyn had assumed Luna was executing him, but it turned out to be a purification. Can you cleanse the taint of the outer gods? If that were the case, then Luna's secret power was indeed extraordinary. However, she shook her head. I can only purify the negative emotions of others, provided I defeat them first. Is that so? If it were merely that, the man could relapse. The corruption still lingered, and if resentment were to rise again, he would inevitably succumb to darkness once more. Only death could eradicate the threat entirely. Yet with Luna present, Llewellyn found it inconvenient to take action. By the time the corrupted being was vanquished, the church's scarecrow operatives arrived belatedly, undoubtedly faster than the guards. Their tardiness indicated someone had orchestrated their delay. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, Llewellyn mused, quietly jotting down a note. The scarecrows of the royal capital collude with AI Heir de Lin to wrong me. I shall remember this grudge. Since he had already taken out his notebook, Llewellyn casually added the followers of the plague god. Those devotees of disease attempted to violate me. I shall remember this enmity. Esteemed mentor, are you all right? Facing the concerned scarecrow, Llewellyn merely patted his shoulder. I'm fine, but you may not be. He chose not to engage further with the scarecrows and walked back into the house, where only a door had been broken, leaving it still habitable. The scarecrows hoisted the purified man, who offered no resistance, proclaiming his noble status, fully aware of his predicament and the individuals he had offended. Observing his reaction confirmed to Llewellyn that he had indeed been manipulated by AI Heir de Lin. Otherwise, he would have been like the common folk, devoid of even the courage to harbor hatred. After rescuing Llewellyn, Luna did not leave immediately. She followed him into his home, her confidence bolstered by the mask she donned. Your home is in such disarray. It's uninhabitable, isn't it? Didn't you book a room at an inn? You could temporarily stay there for the next few days. As Luna's suggestion reached his ears, Luolin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, barely containing himself as he retorted, "How do you know that?" He would definitely remind Luna to be more cautious when he saw her tomorrow. Her disguise was so hasty, and she so easily revealed information that could expose her identity. Anyone observant could detect her inconsistency. Luna stammered, unable to reply. Luolin sighed in exasperation. After confirming that the corrupted being had been defeated, Jing Xin returned with Na Kali and the others. They had not ventured far, remaining vigilant, ready to assist Luolin at a moment's notice. Although Luolin insisted he did not require their help, it was impossible for them not to worry. Even Scarlet had not strayed too far this time. "Who is this?" After ensuring Luolin was unharmed, Anna began inquiring about Luna's identity. Luolin was quite pleased with her performance. It was crucial to conceal their acquaintance at this moment to prevent Luna's identity from being discovered. Seeing Luna falter again, Luolin took the initiative to explain, "She's a superhero who prefers to remain anonymous, a pure hero who seeks neither fame nor fortune." Flattered by Luolin's praise, Luna felt her cheeks flush crimson. She had indeed acted on impulse to become a superhero, without considering the implications. Just as she was about to say something, a hurried voice from the scarecrows called out, "Have we found the whereabouts of the man in the black robe? Hurry, we must kill him this time. Esteemed Mentor, I must take my leave. Please ensure your safety. Do consider my previous advice." Luna hurriedly bid farewell to Luolin, leaping onto the adjacent house to swiftly catch up with the scarecrows. Her physical prowess was remarkable. Even without her purification ability, she was formidable. The black-robed figure they referred to was, of course, Gwen. On his way home, Luolin had already instructed Gwen to continue her preaching. This time, with the eye of insight, Gwen could even emerge from the ground, albeit at a considerable cost to her magical energy. Most of the scarecrows had pursued Gwen, but a few remained by Luolin's side, guarding his safety. Luolin surmised that the likelihood of an attack against him was slim. Today's events were merely a warning from AI Erdolin. In his eyes, Luolin possessed little combat capability. Even with the accomplishment of eliminating the outer god cultist stronghold, he would attribute most of the credit to Wa Luantina, as Luolin had crafted his persona as a well-versed individual, but physically incapable. Luolin felt no anger about this. Why be upset with a dead man? The door may have been damaged, but the bedroom was intact, and everyone gathered in Luolin's largest room. Anna's reaction was commendable. She pretended not to recognize Luna. That mysterious person is Luna? Upon hearing Luolin's words, Anna exhibited a look of sudden realization. Her reaction surprised Luolin, who knew Anna enjoyed jesting. Yet when he glanced at Na Khaleesi, she appeared equally perplexed. Na Khaleesi knew Luna, so she could not be mistaken. Moreover, Na Khaleesi never joked, so it was evident that Anna genuinely did not recognize Luna. "I see." Luolin suddenly understood the situation. Although Luna's mask appeared hasty, it seemed to possess a cognitive-altering effect, rendering even familiar faces unrecognizable. As for why Luolin could discern her identity, his eye was still functioning. Chapter 43, Accusation. That night, the front door of Luolin's house was repaired, as the church had sent several mages for the task. Not only that, but those mages also brought a substantial amount of rare materials for potion making as a clear gesture of goodwill. Their message was simple: "We helped AI Erdolin, but you have suffered no loss. These materials are compensation, so your personal grievances with AI Erdolin have nothing to do with the church." This was how small local churches operated. They could even be constrained by powerful figures. In some major nations, anyone daring to treat the church in such a manner would find their head on the wall by the next day. In the kingdom of Gedilon, as long as there were no principled issues, the church generally would take a step back. Luolin realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. He currently held no leverage against AI Erdolin and would do his utmost to prevent Luolin from finding any. However, while he could shield himself from Luolin, he could not protect against Gwen. This world did possess cameras, and Luolin had ample means to uncover AI Erdolin's secrets. Nonetheless, if AI Erdolin were truly dealt with by the church, the tier of condensation would be beyond Luolin's reach, so he chose to bide his time. Today, Luolin retired early from his daily endeavors, a rare occurrence in recent times. He had indeed been rather unoccupied, and the potions he concocted could likely fill an entire room. Most of them had been stored in Jia Li's space, the Thief of Lives. The stock of magical scrolls was sufficient to raise a small town, and Loren even took the time to enchant several long swords, imbuing them with every possible enhancement. Though they were merely ordinary blades, the materials were exquisite, and the enchantments might well surpass those of renowned weapons. Before retiring for the night, Loren utilized his yin shi tong to observe others. Anna lay sprawled in an ungainly manner, while Jiali maintained a relatively normal sleeping posture. Nakuli Si's room still flickered with candlelight, as she appeared lost in thought, gazing at the yin shi tong. As for Jing Xian, she had fastened the yin shi tong on her collar and, with deft skill, bound herself tightly, her feet and neck restrained together, her hands also bound. It was only today that Loren realized why Jing Xian possessed such eloquence. Most intriguingly, Jing Xian seemed aware of Loren's gaze. Her crimson eyes appeared to be fixed upon him. For the sake of his mental well-being, Loren closed his eyes. He felt fortunate that, for the most part, Jing Xian behaved quite normally. To outsiders, she presented herself as a traditional maid, mature, composed, and obedient, clad in modest attire. The events of the evening were but a minor interlude, having little impact on Loren's routine, which continued as usual, rising at noon, dining, and attending classes. Today, during lessons, Wei was present, indicating that the princess who had previously been assaulted was indeed not her. Loren suspected that if she continued on her current path, she would surely attract the attention of the dark faction. He merely cast a glance in her direction before resuming the lesson, for Wei held little of interest. Her most distinctive trait was her title of princess. Yet in this realm, the title bore little worth. According to Loren's understanding, many princesses have been sent to the kingdom of Ba Duo Luo, a place where not only princesses but even men and male lizards were not spared from calamity. In a certain sense, the followers of the god of plague were freer than those of the god of freedom. After all, the latter merely crossed gender lines, while the former transcended species. Her absence yesterday was likely due to the emotional wound inflicted by Loren. After all, lies do not harm, but the truth is a swift blade. Now that everyone had gathered, it was time to commence the lesson. "Wait, master," interrupted Wei. Her anger seemingly intensified after a day of rest. "Is there something amiss?" During this time, Loren had taken the initiative to learn about Wei's actions. She had not only led the isolation of Luna, but had bullied nearly all the common students. Isolation was a mild term. She often tore their clothing, poured drinks over their heads, and stuffed dead mice into their bags. Thus, Loren's impression of Wei was decidedly negative. He detested bullies. Nevertheless, he intended to continue listening to her, curious about what mischief she might conjure next. "I've lost my bracelet, and I suspect Luna stole it. It must be in her bag. I hope you can help me find it." Upon hearing Wei's words, the gaze of the entire class converged upon Luna, who instinctively clutched her bag. Loren was somewhat exasperated. Wei had resorted to such juvenile tactics, bullying right before his eyes. "Are you 3 years old, Wei? I suspect you must have taken advantage of Luna's distraction to slip your belongings into her bag. Do you not consider this ploy overly contrived? Sometimes I wonder if the royal family's insistence on maintaining pure bloodlines through consanguinity is a mistake. It is said that scholars have determined that children born from such unions suffer from diminished intellect, and it seems there is some truth to that." With laughter erupting in the classroom, Luna cast a grateful glance at Loren, who responded with a smile. Initially, Loren's concern for Luna stemmed simply from her being a witch, but upon discovering that the mysterious superhero was Luna, his attitude shifted slightly. Luna could not have arrived after hearing the commotion. Loren had reason to suspect she had been lingering nearby all along. He had made no great disturbance, and without a means of gathering information, it was unlikely that Luna could have known what transpired on his end. Now that Luna had shown her fondness for Loren, he would not betray her trust. Yet, the mockery was ultimately shared by only a few, for Wei's status afforded her a certain protection. Only foreign students from other great nations dared to openly ridicule her. Loren had a more effective approach for dealing with such childish antics. In the future, let us refrain from associating with the deceitful Wei. What if one day she falsely accuses you? He assured them that they need not fear her princess title. The old king had so many daughters that losing one would matter little. With me around, she would not dare to harm you. Issuing nicknames, labeling, and encouraging isolation. If Sierra Wei you were not a princess, her academic career would indeed be over. Therefore, Luo Luan was reluctant to resort to this tactic. He had originally intended to deliver a gentle reprimand, but Sierra Wei you was simply too ungrateful. In situations like that of Pang Hu and Xiong, it seemed that aiding Xiong or Pang Hu, remaining neutral, or ignoring were four stances, yet in reality, three of those benefited Pang Hu. Enough of your trivial bracelet. We will discuss it after class. Let us proceed with the lesson. Sierra Wei sat stunned at her desk, appearing as if she might succumb to darkness. Luo Lun was not overly concerned. One needed to know the name of Ligas to fall into darkness, and while the king did not regard this princess highly, he would not treat her merely as a useless pawn. Even if her demise were necessary, it would be made to hold greater value. As Luo Luan began a lesson, the students immersed themselves in his teachings, entirely disregarding Sierra Wei. This neglect was more painful than ridicule. Even after the class ended. Sierra Wei Yariman Moschendis. Chapter 44. A day of high winds and flames. Thank you for your help. Luna approached Luo Luan, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She had not expected Luo Luan to stand so resolutely by her side. It is of no consequence. Remember, no matter what happens, I shall always be your steadfast support. I will always believe in you. Luo Luan placed his hand gently on Luna's head, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Luna's face flushed deeper, and even after Luo Luan departed, she remained in a daze. It's all your fault. It was only upon hearing Sierra Wei's furious shout that Luna regained her senses. As soon as Luo Luan left, Sierra Wei began to pursue her, biting back with accusations, suggesting that everything that transpired was Luna's fault and had nothing to do with her. Seeing Sierra Wei retaliate caught Luna off guard. After a moment of stunned silence, her expression hardened. Get lost. Luna struck Sierra Wei with a resounding slap, sending her flying. The sudden turn of events startled their classmates, who had never imagined the normally timid Luna possessed such strength. Once Sierra Wei was silenced, Luna looked at her hand in disbelief, unable to fathom that she had committed such an act. Alongside her exhilaration, a shroud of fear enveloped her. After all, she was not Luo Luan and did not hold such a prominent position. Sierra Wei was indeed a princess. What has happened? The commotion drew Luo Luan back, and upon his return, he beheld the pitiful sight of Sierra Wei. Several of Sierra Wei's sycophants immediately began to slander Luna, and Luo listened quietly as Luna lowered her head, bracing for his reprimand. Well done. To her surprise, Luo Luan not only refrained from chastising her, but instead praised her actions enthusiastically. Your Highness, under Luo Luan's gaze, none dared to assist Sierra Wei. It was not until Luo Luan took Luna's hand and departed that they gathered around Sierra Wei. She had long since lost consciousness, blood trickling from her lips. It was unclear whether she had been knocked out or fainted from rage. Seat. At Luo Luan's command, Luna obediently took her seat, daring not to lift her gaze to meet his face. Though Luo Luan had just commended her, Luna still felt a twinge of fear. If Luo Luan were to despise her, Luna would truly be engulfed in despair. Do you understand where you erred? Luo Luan sat before Luna, her expression serene, yet the more tranquil she appeared, the more perplexed Luna felt. I should not have struck Zirwaya. After much inner conflict, Luna finally spoke. As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Luan cupped Luna's face, causing her features to contort under the gentle pressure, her lips pursing. In that moment, Luna felt her heart race, her cheeks flushed with warmth. They were so close that Luna could see the dark eye beneath Luo Luan's hair. This being the first instance she scrutinized Luo Luan's eyes so closely. Ordinarily, she dared not maintain direct eye contact. Was it true that Master Luo Luan's eyes were so breathtaking? No, your mistake lay in resisting too late. Some individuals simply cannot comprehend human words. Had you acted sooner, taking advantage of my presence to confront her, she would not have dared to treat you this way. Even if you had refrained from violence, a firmer attitude would have prevented such bullying. Returning kindness for kindness and confronting malice with resolve is the norm. Never harbor the delusion that wicked individuals will repent due to your benevolence. While speaking, Luo Luan held Luna's face, gazing intently into her eyes. After sharing these thoughts, Llewellyn suddenly smiled, and Luna exhaled in relief. Although Luna did not fully grasp Llewellyn's words, she understood the general principle and nodded, aware that Llewellyn would not harm her. Luna's willingness to take action today indicated that Llewellyn's prior teachings had borne some fruit. Here, take this. It is a talisman. I hope you carry it with you. It will protect you. I wish for you to encounter no danger. Llewellyn grasped Luna's hand, placing the Yuan-Shi Ji Tong into her palm. Feeling Llewellyn's lingering warmth on the talisman, Luna held it tightly against her chest. Thank you. That is enough. If you face any difficulties in the future, seek me out without hesitation, but do proceed with caution. This was Llewellyn's reminder to Luna to be vigilant while acting as a superhero at night, to remain alert. Whether she would recognize this necessity was uncertain. Rest assured regarding Zerwire's matter. With me present, no one in the entire kingdom would dare to lay a finger on you. Yes, a smile graced Luna's face, feeling as though she were a ship in the vast ocean that had finally found its harbor, no longer fearing the tempest ahead. After sharing these words, Llewellyn prepared to depart, for it was a crucial moment. Action must be taken against the cult of disease worshippers. During this time, Llewellyn had utilized Gwen to observe their activities. They were not only indulging in debauchery, but also conducting research on the plague. Just yesterday, their studies yielded results. And if no action were taken soon, it would indeed be too late. Should they succeed, even if it did not interfere with Llewellyn's plans, the capital would suffer greatly. A fate Llewellyn wished to avert. It was no wonder that the god of disease was the first to fall. Both he and his followers employed excessively inhumane methods. It was not merely the god of abundance who sought his demise. The circle of deities had also turned against him. Farewell, master. After Llewellyn left, Luna remained staring in the direction of her departure, tightly clutching the Yuan-Shi Ji Tong. After a considerable time, she regained her senses and hung the talisman around her neck. The guards on the streets today were significantly more numerous, with members of the guard stationed at intervals, each armed with signal flares. Should any situation arise, they would sound the alarm, summoning nearby straw men. Ordinary citizens could not handle the darkened ones, relying instead on the straw men, resulting in their increased activity recently. With reinforcements brought in from elsewhere, scattered darkened ones had also appeared in the cities surrounding the capital. Though fewer in number than in the capital, they were still not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, most of the straw men had converged upon the capital. The church attempted to suppress the situation, but to little effect, as the corruption of the outer gods could be enacted with merely a name. Ultimately, the church could only advise the populace to refrain from casually reading the inscriptions on various items, minimizing communication with others, and avoiding uttering any terms that might resemble names. During the investigation, many church members and nobles inevitably learned of Lygas's name. However, their feelings were not steeped in hatred, rendering the issue less significant. The outer gods were not so perilous that merely hearing their names would incite calamity. Compared to ordinary people, they lived in relative comfort, thus harboring little animosity. Scarlet. Here. Master. Upon hearing Llewellyn call her name, Scarlet hurried over, her demeanor reflecting a growing acceptance of her role as a maid, despite not fulfilling many of the duties associated with it. Prepare for tonight's operation. What operation? Upon hearing of the impending action, Scarlet hesitated, feigning ignorance. The weather is splendid today, a perfect night for fire, and a moonless night for murder. If you do not wish to participate, it is perfectly fine to stay at home until I return. Should Llewellyn coerce Scarlet into joining, she might resist. However, having enjoyed the perks of free food and drink for so long, Llewellyn still granted her the autonomy to choose, making her task seem relatively safe. Scarlet felt that it would be remiss not to join after having just indulged in cake. I will go. All right, we depart at nightfall. Find a place to hide, and once I have completed my task, you may enter. After ensuring Scarlet's arrangements, Llewellyn returned to her quarters to prepare for the tasks ahead. Chapter 45. Silent whimpering as night fell, Llewellyn was fully prepared, clad in a nondescript black robe with a long knife sheathed at her waist. Beneath the robe were the potions she had previously concocted, filling her pockets to capacity. This time, Llewellyn carried only a few hundred bullets, as firearms may not be necessary. It was prudent to bring them. Are you ready? Dressed in her night attire, Nakarisi nodded. Her outfit was also equipped with various potions and magazines. She wielded firearms while primarily relying on her secret powers. In contrast, Anna carried a long knife to complement the secret abilities. Anna examined her long knife, her eyes gleaming. The blade was entirely black, non-reflective, not merely coated but imbued with enchantments that concealed its magical glow. Indeed, for this operation, Loren had decided to include Anna and Nakarisi. She could not always protect them, and it was time for them to gain practical experience. Of course, Loren was confident in her ability to ensure their safety. Those disease worshippers possessed low stats. As long as the correct methods were identified, they would be easily dispatched. For instance, the anti-poison talismans Loren had previously concocted could guarantee immunity from disease and toxins for half an hour. Loren provided each of them with 3 vials, with more stored in Scarlet's secret space. Loren estimated they could eliminate the disease worshippers within 10 minutes. Let us depart. Leave Mirror Heart to guard the home. The rest of us will mobilize. While Loren prepared, she also coordinated Gwen's actions. On this night, Gwen had gathered the victims of the disease worshippers in an abandoned building. They recognized Gwen as the black-robed figure responsible for creating Darkened Ones, and when she approached them, they offered no resistance, only hatred. "Do you hate them?" Gwen inquired as she walked before a young boy. "Yes." As the boy spoke, his mouth leaked air, for all his front teeth had been extracted. The loss of teeth was not the gravest of his afflictions. His body was riddled with sores, emanating a foul stench. He had once been a palace guard, but after encountering the disease worshippers at the ball, he endured a humiliation beyond death that night. Consequently, when he accepted Lygas's power, it came with ease. To have survived that ordeal, the boy considered himself fortunate. Behind him stood a couple holding a small boy, the lower half of whom had become a mass of decaying flesh. Most gathered here were parents, and the victims were predominantly children. Even Loren could not help but feel a pang of sorrow at the horrific scene. Previously, he merely observed these ordinary individuals from a high vantage point as a player. But now he acutely perceives the harrowing suffering that lies behind their stories. Have you sought assistance from the authorities after your misfortunes? Do you remember what the guards said? They are under investigation, as always, claiming ignorance of the situation and urging us to await further notice. Suddenly, a mother cradling her child's lifeless body began to weep passionately. As she finished speaking, the youth nearby erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How could they possibly be unaware? I was delivered into the hands of those plague worshippers by the king's men. They had not even departed before I was restrained." As he spoke, the boy nearly bit through his own lip, believing himself to be resolute. He had never faltered even in the face of the frenzied worshippers of the outer gods, having once protected the princess from the clutches of a beast. That night's ordeal had not only tormented his body and spirit, but had also assailed his faith. It was then that I witnessed many children being delivered by the king's guards. If it were not for those nobles, how would these foreigners dare to commit such acts? They are intent on sacrificing our lives as gifts to appease these individuals. Do you know where our food has gone? It has also been given to them. There is no need for Loru to worry any longer. Their hatred has reached its zenith. All that Loru must do is ignite this powder keg and hand them the knife. Now, let us together chant the revered name of the god of hatred, Ligizi. Loru guided Gwen to bite her finger and touch the pre-written runes on the ground. Due to the unique materials, Gwen, as a puppet, also bore flesh and blood. As the runes ignited, starlight illuminated the assembly. God of hatred, Ligizi, please feel our boundless fury. God of hatred, Ligizi, please feel our boundless fury. As the crowd chanted Gwen's name in unison, they seemed to merge into one entity, and in an instant, a dark mist enveloped them, their bodies undergoing a gradual transformation. Bestow upon us the power of vengeance. Let our hatred incinerate everything. Let the wicked pay the price, and allow our silent sobs to be heard. If it were merely a matter of gaining power, Loru would not need to lead them in prayer. His intention was to grant them a deeper strength. Bestow upon us the power of vengeance. Let our hatred incinerate everything. Let the wicked pay the price, and allow our silent sobs to be heard. As the prayer concluded, although their appearances underwent no visible alteration, Loru understood that they had acquired new strength. Even he could sense the heavy aura of death. Silent sobs. This is the new power you have attained. In times of necessity, you may project your own limbs, and any creature that comes into contact with them will suffer an instant death, but you will also perish in the process. One life for another is only fair. In the eyes of the Creator, all are equal, even kings and beggars alike. This price falls within their realm of acceptance, or rather, as long as vengeance can be achieved, there is nothing they cannot bear. Onward, to the palace. Let those lofty swine hear our cries and drag them down. Gwen led the throng towards the palace, their momentum seemingly capable of tearing everything asunder. Yet amidst the charge, Gwen suddenly vanished. They are formidable, numerous, and this silent sobs will undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for the king and the church, but merely trouble. However, Loren's objective was achieved. He sought to draw the church's attention. If the church did not concentrate all its power on them, they could indeed create significant chaos. This interval was sufficient for Loren to eliminate all the plague worshippers. As they advanced towards the kingdom, Loren arrived at the abode of the plague worshippers. The king had even prepared a luxurious mansion with a courtyard for them. Loren stood beside a tree, the blood-red moon looming behind him, while beneath the tree stood the similarly cloaked Nacarus and Anna. Good night. Chapter 46. The Night of Murder Under a Dark Moon. Before the battle commenced, Loren began to consume drugs, taking everything from detoxifying talismans to intelligence-enhancing elixirs, significantly augmenting all his attributes, leaving a plethora of empty vials scattered on the ground. Loren left no evidence, even instructing Scarlet to collect the remaining bottles. A few guards stood at the entrance of the stronghold, unfazed by the heartrending cries emanating from within, laughing and conversing amongst themselves. Who goes there? As Loren approached, they thrust their long spears before him, prompting him to raise his hands in feigned fear. I am but a kind soul. Had you shown even a hint of compassion, I might have chosen to spare you. Before they could react, their severed heads soared into the air, revealing their own bodies. Behind them, Anna sheathed her blade. Unable to contain her exhilaration, this was her first kill. Nacarus wielded a long blade forged from shadows, her expression slightly uneasy. This too was her first act of murder. After the two guards fell, their blood was partially extracted, swirling around Anna. This had been prearranged by Loren. Anna only extracted a portion of blood, as too much would reveal her true nature. Quickly, inside, let's resolve this swiftly. There are many darkened ones recently, and they will undoubtedly be on guard. After kicking aside the guards' corpses, Loren sliced through the lock of the grand door and entered the courtyard. Upon entry, he was met with a foul stench, with flies buzzing so thickly that they stung him. The courtyard was littered with rotting limbs and severed arms, and they made no effort to conceal their vile deeds. Kill. Leave no survivors. Loren kicked open the door to the mansion, and in the living room, he beheld an altar constructed from decayed corpses, explaining the abundance of body parts in the courtyard. As Loren had anticipated, they indeed planned to perform some dark rite in the kingdom of Gedilon. Had he arrived, even a moment later, it would have been a massacre. The noise of the door being forcefully opened alerted those inside. As Loren entered, a gaunt man stood beside the altar, confronting him. He appeared sickly and was the same man Loren had encountered at the kingdom's ball, the one who had harbored ill intentions towards him. Upon their reunion, his dark circles appeared even more pronounced. Are you here to join our festivities? As the man spoke, the plague worshippers congregated in the living room, each differing in stature, yet bearing a common plum blossom mark. A symbol of the plague, a grotesque sight of decaying flesh marred their exposed skin. Were it not for the blessings of the god of plague, they would have surely crumbled long ago. Alas, the cost of reversing the blessings of the true gods was too great. Otherwise, Loren could have dispatched them in an instant. Their reactions were swift. As they exited the room, the agonized cries continued to echo within, and the mansion prepared for them by the king transformed into a brothel or perhaps a hell. Children, allow me to impart some wisdom about human affairs. Loren refrained from making an immediate move, instead placing his hands behind his back and engaging in conversation with Anna and the others. If you offend someone of considerable stature, what should you do next? Run. Escape with your family to a place where he cannot find you. Loren shook his head at Nacarus's response, then seized the opportunity to kill him, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Anna's answer pleased Loren, yet he still shook his head. The plague worshippers quietly observed Loren and his companions converse, hastily murmuring the name of the god of plague. They could not afford to be foolishly passive while Loren spoke. However, they remained oblivious to the long sword behind Loren, gathering momentum even as he conversed. You are all mistaken. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Once an action is taken, it is inevitable that someone will uncover it. At this juncture, Loren lifted his gaze to the leader of the plague devotees and continued, if we have truly offended those of esteemed status. It is highly likely that they will summon their fathers to deal with us. If the young are struck down, the elders will come. If the elders are vanquished, even older ones shall arrive. Therefore, what we must do is to eliminate his entire family, leaving no one who could seek vengeance on their behalf. If we do not eradicate the roots of this threat, it will surely sprout again come spring. Having already antagonized these plague devotees, we must not only eliminate their kin, but even the king himself. Such is the complexity of human affairs. As soon as Luo Luan finished his proclamation, the plague devotees sprang into action. Corrupted blood mist. A crimson haze emanated from their ranks, swiftly engulfing Luo Luan and his companions. The man bore a smile, for this was a power imbued with the authority of the god of plague. Once one was tainted, their body would be corroded instantly. An inhalation would result in certain death. In a confined battleground, the advantage lay heavily with the plague devotees, especially since Luo Luan had foolishly granted them time to prepare. Blade of the wind. Luo Luan's shout pierced the air, freezing the man's smile, for Luo Luan had already materialized before him. Scattering the corrupted blood mist with the winds he summoned, revealing the unscathed Naek Li Si and Anna. The mist could not truly reach them, as though an invisible barrier separated them from harm. Throat sever. Before the man could react, Luo Luan's blade had already sliced through his throat, executing two techniques in rapid succession without granting him a moment to respond. He should have posed a considerable challenge, but alas, he faced Luo Luan, who was fully aware of all his weaknesses, while the man knew nothing of Luo Luan. With the aid of information disparity and the effects of drugs, he was swiftly dispatched. Blood surged from his throat, blocking his airway and rendering him speechless. Luo Luan swiftly severed his arms and pressed a hand upon him. From the mouth of Pluto, activate. The man's body began to contort, and within seconds, he vanished entirely, rewarding Luo Luan with experience. Level 1, Intelligence 2. The sudden turn of events startled the surrounding plague devotees. By the time they regained their composure, daggers formed from coagulated blood had already pierced their eyes. In the next instant, Anna lunged forward, dispatching the plague devotee to Luo Luan's left with a swift strike. Meanwhile, from his shadow emerged a figure clad in black robes, identical to Naek Li Si, wielding a long blade conjured from the darkness, swiftly decapitating another foe. Without their leader, Anna and Naek Li Si dispatched the remaining foes with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. The physical prowess of the plague devotees was already lacking, and without their primary support, they were utterly defenseless. Luo Luan collected several heads, yet did not level up further, soon leaving no survivors. Naek Li Si, go fetch Scarlet. Anna and I will search for survivors. With the battle concluded, Naek Li Si began to retch. Her resilience until the end of the fight was commendable. The events of the day had overwhelmed her, and she needed time to recover. However, when it came to killing, neither Anna nor Naek Li Si harbored much resistance. Since childhood, Luo Luan had instilled in them the belief that evil must be eradicated to protect the innocent. To kill one villain was to save many good souls. And indeed, they had witnessed the horrors around them. The thought of what might unfold if they spared the wicked was too dreadful to contemplate. Chapter 47. Raiding the house, Scarlet crouched beneath a tree, a trembling bundle of fear. It took Naek Li Si considerable effort to locate her, as she was not waiting in the agreed-upon spot. Scarlet. Upon hearing her name, Scarlet collapsed to the ground, cradling her head with her hands. I know nothing. I did not kill anyone. Seeing Scarlet's reaction, Naek Li Si felt a sense of relief. She was not the most cowardly of the group after all. It is I, Naek Li Si. She approached and helped Scarlet to her feet. Judging by her demeanor, Naek Li Si surmised that Scarlet had witnessed the scene in the courtyard, which was understandably terrifying. Though Scarlet had prepared herself mentally before their arrival, the visual impact had exceeded her expectations. Despite her fear, Scarlet did not flee, earning Naek Li Si's respect. It is all right. The battle has ended. All you need to do is assist in moving things. If you are frightened, we can carry the items out together. All right. Scarlet did not feign bravery and accepted Naek Li Si's suggestion, but once Naek Li Si departed, she was engulfed by a wave of helplessness, as if some terrifying force lurked behind her, leaving her in a state of unease. Put on your black robe. We must not reveal ourselves simultaneously. While scavenging, use healing potions on any survivors. Those who come to investigate, even if for us, must be allowed to live. We can then deflect blame onto the black-robed figures, maintaining our own purity. Understood. Anna nodded in agreement, gazing at the bloodied blade in her hand, momentarily reluctant to sheathe it. Ultimately, she stored the long knife and began the search. Every room had been thoroughly searched by Loren and Anna, revealing only a few treasures, and scarcely any of the victims remained alive. For these individuals, the distinction between the living and the dead was negligible. The few survivors clung to life through the effects of the healing potions, now free from immediate danger. The entire house had been searched, and Loren meticulously cross-referenced the list he had obtained from the king, ensuring that not a single soul remained alive. Is this all there is? A few chests of treasures lay in the hall, most of which were gifts from nobles. Yet the true gifts were those who had already become corpses. The treasures were meager. Aside from the riches, only a few syringes remained, containing various pathogens, each thoughtfully labeled with their intended uses. Loren sensed that there was more to this than met the eye, signaling Anna to remain silent as he closed his eyes to concentrate. A heartbeat. Within this hall, a third heartbeat resonated, particularly strong and vibrant. Anna reacted swiftly, drawing her long knife and scanning the surroundings with an involuntary expression of excitement. It is here. After confirming the precise location, Loren opened his eyes and strode toward the altar constructed from the assembled remains of corpses. The heartbeat emanated from the center of the altar, which resembled a massive womb rather than a mere altar. Loren aimed to cleave the altar in two. Having enchanted his long knife multiple times, it sliced through human bone as if it were butter. Yet, upon striking the altar composed of decaying flesh, it only left a shallow mark. This spurred Loren's determination to uncover the contents within, for if it continued as such, it would not be impossible to cut through. Come, Anna, let us split this thing open. As Loren lifted his knife once more, he noticed signs of healing on the altar, compelling him to hasten. Heavy slash. With ample magical energy at his disposal, he unleashed a fundamental technique, achieving a satisfactory effect as he struck the altar, carving a wound approximately a decimeter deep. At the moment Loren raised his blade, Anna's knife fell in tandem, executing the same fundamental technique. Seizing the fleeting strength granted by the potion, they worked in unison, alternating strikes like pounding rice cakes, and within minutes, they had completely cleaved the altar open, revealing a massive heart at its center, roughly the size of a human head. Even Loren was uncertain about the nature of this entity, yet he was acutely aware that it was not a benign presence. Moreover, the heart continued to grow, its surface already adorned with flesh and blood. Indeed, this altar was akin to a womb. Master, what shall we do? This is a remarkable item. Although Loren was unaware of its true essence, he was convinced of its uniqueness. He stepped closer to the altar and placed his hand upon the heart, feeling its rhythmic pulsation. Simultaneously, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Without the protective amulet, his hand would likely have succumbed to decay. Let us converse with the outer gods, Loren declared, activating the mouth of Pluto. The heart, though modest in size, was swiftly consumed by Loren. He received a notification of a 5-point intelligence increase. If allowed to mature, this entity could augment his attributes even further, yet dealing with it afterward would undoubtedly prove more troublesome. Name, Loren level, 15 strength, 10-20 stamina, 21-20 agility, 14-20 intelligence, 23-30 mana, 49-105. 200 remaining attribute points, 1 accessories, crying blood wedding ring, blessings, broken illusion, mouth of Pluto, true sight, curses, shattered love, humanity's scorn. Loren glanced at his status panel. His intelligence had become his highest attribute, with the figures in parentheses indicating temporary enhancements. He had consumed various potions to bolster his attributes, resulting in a significant increase beyond his original capabilities. Moreover, he noticed a new blessing in his inventory, true sight. The name was strikingly iconic, leading Loren to deduce that it stemmed from the Everwatcher. His ability to pierce through Luna's cognitive distortions was likely attributed to this blessing. At that moment, the advantages of his abundant mana became apparent. Following a fierce battle, he had only expended a fraction of it. A heavy strike cost 10 mana, while a throat-cutting technique required merely 20. With such low-level techniques, Loren could engage in combat for an entire day without exhausting his resources. Conventionally, at his level, having 200 mana would be extraordinary, yet Loren possessed over 5,000. Let us simply transport the item. There is not much to carry. Despite its limited utility for them, they had come this far. Loren's spoils from this excursion were indeed meager, yet the unexpected gain in attribute points was a delightful surprise. Although he possessed the mouth of Pluto to increase his attributes, acquiring such points remained a challenging endeavor. Minor creatures did not drop attribute points, and even elite monsters yielded little, especially when resistance was futile. Chapter 48. Hearts Not Homeward Bound. On their journey back, Anna bounced with joy, reminiscent of a child returning from a spring outing, in stark contrast to Nicholas. With Anna's secret powers at play, despite the numerous lives taken, they remained unblemished. Nonetheless, upon arriving home, Nicholas rushed to the bath, remaining there for a full hour. At times, Loren pondered the merits of being carefree. Despite the recent trauma that had frightened Scarlet, she was now competing with Anna for snacks, ultimately succumbing to Anna's single-handed restraint as she stuffed the remaining treats into her mouth. "Are you all right, Nicholas?" Loren knocked on the bathroom door, inquiring. Even while bathing, Nicholas had not removed her eye of abyss, allowing Loren to observe her every action. She repeatedly washed her hands, her skin turning red from the scrubbing. Yet she showed no signs of stopping, eventually sinking into a daze under the shower. Loren did not perceive Nicholas as being overly dramatic, despite her current demeanor. She had shown no hesitation in taking lives. She believed there was nothing wrong with eliminating evildoers. Her struggle lay not with the act of killing, but with the concept itself. Among the witches, Nicholas was the most sensitive, contrasting sharply with Luna, who would defend the bullies. "It's fine," he reassured her, though she hardly appeared untroubled. Observing Nicholas's attempts to maintain her composure, Loren decided to enter. "I'm coming in." The bathroom door was locked, and after a futile twist of the handle, he utilized his tower's phasing ability to enter. The hot water had been running for quite some time, shrouding the bathroom in steam. Once he turned off the shower, visibility improved, allowing him to see Nicholas clearly. "Truly, there is no need for you to put on a brave face. I can protect you for a lifetime." Loren took a towel, drying Nicholas's hair. Her silvery strands clung to her face, imparting an air of vulnerability. "But I wish to aid you." The embarrassment caused Nicholas to stutter, leading her to introspect. It had been ages since Loren had helped her bathe, yet she now felt her heart racing, accompanied by strange bodily reactions. Nicholas instinctively tensed, recalling what Kyoko had said. Had her feelings for her master truly transformed? As Loren wrapped her in the towel, reminiscent of their childhood bathing sessions, she realized that her physique had not changed much, save for her increased height. This world operates in such a manner. As witches, even if you do nothing, enmity will constantly find you. To refrain from killing others means you may become their prey. Yet, you acted rightly. Had we not terminated those plague worshippers, their ritual could have led to the demise of the entire royal capital and all its citizens. At this, Loren grasped Nicholas's hands, bringing them to the forefront. "These hands have saved countless families." "Thank you," she murmured. While mere words may not suffice to fully assuage Nicholas's turmoil, they were nonetheless comforting. "It is getting late. Let us retire for the night and rest well." Nicholas softly replied, allowing Loren to guide her out of the bathroom. "Did you both bathe together? Why was I not invited?" Upon seeing Nicholas and Loren emerge from the bathroom, Anna dropped her snacks in irritation, pouting in silence. "Were you imagining in that little head of yours?" Loren playfully flicked Anna's forehead, uncertain how to respond to her. "Master, my reflection just informed me that the recent attack by the Darkened Ones was orchestrated by Eldrin. The last time I encountered him, I concealed my reflection within his shadow." "Oh, I see. Nevertheless, thank you." After ruffling Nicholas's hair, Loren intended to return to his room. He had yet to feed the nightingale. Nicholas felt a twinge of disappointment, believing she had not assisted her master. "Wait, master," Anna interrupted Loren. "When shall we go to eliminate the king and his family?" Loren fell silent. Although the task was to eliminate a family, Anna's tone resembled that of a child eagerly asking a parent when they would visit an amusement park again. In the original tale, the Witch of Gluttony was notoriously bloodthirsty. Loren had anticipated such behavior due to their experiences, yet he realized that Anna's nature was intrinsically this way, merely intensified by Nicholas's death. However, Loren did not dwell on this. Anna possessed a fundamentally kind heart. She was a killer, yet she would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Anna sympathized with the weak, and would even share her favorite snacks. The current Anna reminded Loren of a certain hero, the evil little mage, who had vanquished many villains while branding himself as a rogue. He was regarded as a hero by ordinary folk. Anna's actions mirrored this. She eliminated evildoers, safeguarding the innocent from their grasp. Still, Anna required proper guidance from Loren to master her desires, directing her urge to kill solely towards the wicked. It should not take long. In truth, Loren originally intended to take action only after the semester concluded. However, with AI Heir de Lin declaring war first, Loren had no choice but to hasten their demise. Initially, he did not plan to kill the king, as his goal was solely to obtain the tier of condensation. The death of AI Heir de Lin sufficed. Yet, upon witnessing the grim aftermath wrought by the plague worshippers, he recognized that the entangled interests among the nobility were deeply rooted. Loren understood that the current predicament was undoubtedly linked to the highest authority. When a tree begins to wither and one is uncertain how to remedy it, severing the stoutest trunk is bound to yield some effect. Perhaps after the king's demise, a new ruler would ascend, but Loren and the Darkened Ones would instill fear in the nobility. Time might heal their wounds, yet, at least during the period of recovery, they would tread cautiously. Upon returning to his chamber, Loren began to monitor the situation at the palace through Gwen. Numerous lives had been lost, many of whom were mere scarecrows. The ordinary Darkened Ones were no match for the scarecrows, but Loren had just bestowed them with blessings, enabling their insignificant lives to stand equally against the lofty. Chapter 49. Superhero Luna, is that Luna? In the crowd, Loren spotted a familiar figure. Dressed as a superhero, Luna stood out among the scarecrows. In the past, he would have paid little heed, for the Darkened Ones could not harm her. Even a multitude would merely prolong the encounter. However, this time was different, for these Darkened Ones possessed the silent weeping. Even a witch could not escape the instant death effect, especially with the existing information disparity. They knew only that some had mysteriously perished, unaware of the cause, and thus were ill-prepared for the silent weeping. In such circumstances, Luna continued to lead the charge, refraining from attempting to slay the Darkened Ones, opting instead to defeat and purify them afterward. The scarecrows remained hidden, exerting minimal effort as they used ranged magic to obstruct the Darkened Ones' advance. While the palace inhabitants had long fled, riding magical beasts, prioritizing their survival. Never mind, I shall go after all. Ultimately, Loren felt a twinge of concern for Luna and decided to pay her a visit. He donned a black cloak, checked his ammunition, and leapt from the window. He left his knife behind. The black-cloaked figure wielded a gun. There were far too many Darkened Ones today. Luna pierced a Darkened One with her silver sword, purifying him, at which point the scarecrows lurking behind her surged forward to bind the Darkened One. As more Darkened Ones approached, they hastily retreated behind Luna, using low-level magic to feebly stall the advance, watching her struggle in earnest. They had initially been putting in effort, but upon witnessing the death of an actual scarecrow, they shrank back in fear. A group of worthless cowards. After Loren's teachings, Luna's demeanor had grown considerably bolder, and she harbored little sympathy for the reluctant scarecrows. She raised her silver sword, deflecting the claws of a Darkened One, simultaneously kicking another one away. Sweat drenched her temples. Her deep blue locks clung together, and she gasped for breath, her sword arm trembling. Yet, the Darkened Ones offered her no respite, lunging at her once more with sheer instinct driven by rage. Luna se destepith, striking back with her sword to pierce a Darkened One. The damage she inflicted would heal as she purified, allowing her to fight without excessive worry. The silver sword aimed for vital points. As long as she did not perish, she could restore them during purification. General Duan Mu dared to execute lethal strikes for this very reason, as slaughtering the Darkened Ones did not truly mean killing them. Purification. The silvery moonlight enveloped the Darkened Ones, gradually diminishing the aberrations upon them. Until now, the scarecrows showed no inclination to engage, and Luna had confirmed that the palace was deserted. You are unworthy of my assistance. The light symbolizing purification suddenly dissipated, and Luna sheathed her sword. It was at this moment that the other Darkened Ones aimed their fingers at her. Any part could trigger the silent weeping, yet the fingers were the most effective. Be careful. Loren leaped forward, embracing Luna and rolling on the ground, successfully dodging the projectiles launched from their fingers. That was the silent weeping, a blessing from the god of hatred, Contact with their emitted limbs would result in instant death. As Loren braced himself on the ground, he noticed Luna's cheeks flush crimson upon realizing who had come to her rescue. "Master, why are you here?" Luna's response was noticeably delayed as she registered Loren's presence. And again, he rolled with her to evade the incoming Darkened Ones. Clenching her fists, she surveyed the devastation around her and glanced at Loren, feeling a wave of regret. A significant portion of her motivation to confront the Darkened Ones stemmed from having discovered their earlier attempts to harm Loren. Now, due to her recklessness, she found herself needing his rescue. Their exchange had not escaped the notice of the Scarecrows, who, upon realizing Loren had withheld crucial information, expressed their dissatisfaction as many Scarecrows had perished. "Master, since you know all this, why did you not inform us? The lives of our fallen comrades are inconsequential. What matters is the possibility of more deaths." "Ridiculous. I have long informed the king of the means to eradicate the Darkened Ones, yet he turned a deaf ear, choosing to sacrifice your lives for greater gain. What can I do?" Loren adeptly shifted the blame, not wasting time as he swiftly tore away the explosives he had kept at his waist. In the instant he threw them, he scooped up Luna and fled at lightning speed. "This is for you to handle. Farewell." The Scarecrows paused momentarily, then comprehended what Loren had cast aside. By the time they sought to escape, it was too late. The blast from the explosives sent them, and the Darkened Ones, hurtling through the air. These Darkened Ones were no match for the Scarecrows, provided the latter were willing to fight. So Loren paid them little mind. "Master, did I err? They are not worth my salvation, even prompting you to endanger yourself for my sake. You have finally realized." Loren felt a sense of relief. He dashed back to his chamber and set Luna down. Upon realizing where she was, Luna's face flushed, and she stammered, "This is your bedroom?" Luna gazed at the furnishings with trepidation, despite there being nothing private. However, Loren did not respond to her inquiries, but continued to guide her. "I trust you understand the reasons behind the Darkened One's transformation. Unless they are subjected to extreme humiliation, their hatred would not lead to their darkening. Instead of merely restraining them, we ought to address those who incite their darkening. The Darkened Ones are pitiable. All they seek is fairness." As he spoke, Loren handed Luna a vial of potion, which she drank, feeling her strength swiftly replenishing. She bore no injuries. Yet Loren offered her another vial of healing potion. Luna, aware that Loren's potions were no ordinary concoctions, felt somewhat embarrassed to accept them, but under his insistence, she ultimately drank the potion. On Luna's neck, Loren noticed a familiar thread, the very same he had used when granting her the Eye of Insight. Even in the dead of night, as she donned the guise of a superhero, Luna clung to her talisman, which brought Loren a sense of relief. She was obedient. After all, otherwise, he might not have discovered her peril so swiftly. "Master, who is in your bedroom?" Just as Loren was about to continue his discourse, a knock reverberated through the door, accompanied by the voice of Nicalis. She knocked merely as a formality, and in the next moment, she pushed the door open. There, she beheld Loren and Luna seated side by side on the bed, alarmingly close, with Luna clutching Loren's potion. For reasons unknown, Loren was suddenly struck by the sensation of being caught in a compromising situation, but he quickly steadied his composure. "The anonymous superhero has encountered danger and is temporarily recuperating at our abode. Is that so?" A sudden aura of intimidation emanated from Nicalis, causing Luna to shiver. But Loren found solace in Nicalis returning to her usual self. Chapter 50. The Race of Jingxin, I shall take my leave now. Luna felt an inexplicable fear upon seeing Nicalis, despite the latter merely being the daughter of her mentor. Before departing, she tucked her remaining vials into her clothing, seemingly intending to keep them as mementos. She leapt directly from the window. Although witches possess considerable strength, Luna's physique appeared even more formidable, as her leaping height exceeded that of others. Loren remained in the dark regarding the true nature of Luna's secret abilities, which surely extended beyond mere purification. From what Loren understood, she possessed at least two abilities: purification and cognitive alteration. Furthermore, her attire did not seem to align with what one would expect from Luna's background. What was her true story? When Nicalis inquired, her tone softened immediately. Loren reflected that Nicalis indeed carried an imposing presence in front of outsiders, although it was not sustained for long. "Oh, it's nothing. Loren recounted the events that had transpired to Nicalis in detail. Although she felt discomfort at Loren bringing another woman home, she understood it was for Luna's sake and held no objections. If it were her in the same situation, she too would have chosen to rescue Luna. However, Loren pondered how much Luna would absorb from his words. She was quite receptive to counsel. If one were to describe Luna, Loren felt the term saint suited her well. The term carries little derogatory connotation, unlike saintly bitch, which has been sullied by its overuse. The distinction between a saint and a saintly bitch is significant. For instance, in a scenario where one is fleeing from zombies, if they choose to leap out to save an injured passerby while urging others to flee, that is saintly. Conversely, if they force everyone to halt and assist, only to contribute nothing themselves, that is the latter. In an apocalyptic scenario, ordinary individuals are likely to be saved by a saint. As traditional tales from Loren's hometown suggest that saints are more revered. The most archetypal examples of saints and saintly bitches, as perceived by netizens, could be Liu Bei and Tang Sung. Let us rest for now. I reckon we need not attend school tomorrow after such significant events. Loren initially intended to retire for the night, but upon witnessing Luna in danger, he dismissed that notion. Nicalis responded, but did not exit immediately. Instead, she proceeded to close the window in Loren's bedroom. The wind is strong today. Take care not to catch a chill. Good night, master. After ensuring the window was securely shut, Nicalis left Loren's chamber, closing the door behind her. Loren paid little heed to her thoughts. He understood well that Nicalis was feeling jealous upon seeing another woman by his side. Good night, master. In a daze, Loren heard a farewell. As a young girl perched within a birdcage swayed her feet, her light green hair almost enveloping her entire form, her inner joy manifesting as a smile. After bidding good night, the girl transformed back into a nightingale, drifting into a deep slumber within the cage. Good afternoon, master. The academy is currently on break. You need not attend classes. Merely check on the Emberlight when the time comes. Loren groggily rose, stretching. Since arriving in the royal capital, Jingxin seemed to have regained her normalcy. She even called him to rise with her voice rather than through the peculiar means she had previously employed. The academy's closure was anticipated by Loren. Given the recent surge of corrupted individuals, halting classes for the safety of students was a reasonable precaution. Most of the corrupted targeted nobles and students of the Gedlon Royal Magic Academy predominantly fell within the danger zone. Contemplating what to occupy his time during this break, Loren wandered into the restroom, only to be met with an unexpected sight. What in the world is this? Beside the toilet, a hole had been drilled, leading to Jingxin's room. Loren found himself at a loss for words. Just as he had mused about Jingxin's newfound normalcy, she had engaged in yet another peculiar endeavor. Indeed, upon sensing Loren's presence in the restroom, he caught a glimpse of Jingxin's mouth through the hole. Could you act normally for once? Loren was unsure of how many times he had uttered such words to Jingxin. He approached and pinched her, quickly realizing the folly in his actions. Rather than a mere pinch, Loren would consider it a reward if he were to slice her tongue. Why have you stopped? The cold, emotionless tone of Jingxin emanated from the other side of the hole, her demeanor starkly contrasting her words, which caused Loren to struggle to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he resorted to using toilet paper to block the hole before he could relieve himself in peace. I revel in the sensation of pain, for it affirms my existence as a living being. Well, perhaps not human, but it proves I possess life. As her antics continued to elicit no response from Loren, Jingxin began to engage him in idle chatter. If truth be told, she was perhaps the most enigmatic figure to Loren. Her mysterious appearances and disappearances in the game left him perplexed. Were it not for the fact that she had become his maid, he might have assumed she was human. Moreover, her sources of knowledge were quite peculiar. While Loren's knowledge stemmed from the game, Jingxin's understanding was not significantly less than his, and in certain aspects, she surpassed him, such as in her grasp of the Everwatcher. So what exactly are you? This was the first time Loren posed such a question, and he himself was uncertain of the answer. He ruminated over every creature from the game, but none seemed to match Jingxin. Jingxin is my name, and it is also the name of my race. Is that so? At this juncture, Loren had completed his business in the restroom, and he had no intention of delving deeper. He had never doubted Jingxin's loyalty, so he refrained from probing further. Although Jingxin had no desire for dignity and considered herself Loren's most adorable little dog, Loren still held a degree of respect for her. Shortly after Loren exited the restroom, Jingxin emerged from the bedroom, Lunch was already prepared, and Anna had begun to eat. Scarlet, armed with knife and fork, stood no chance against Anna, who was accustomed to using chopsticks. Chopsticks still existed in this world, albeit used infrequently. Life is truly beautiful, Loren mused as he seated himself, casually wiping the soup from Anna's mouth. Ah, my chopsticks have fallen. I am truly clumsy. During the meal, Jingxin's chopsticks suddenly slipped from her grasp, her tone reminiscent of a rehearsed script. Loren glanced downward, and sure enough, he spotted Jingxin's face as she made a shushing gesture. Chapter 51. Leisure Anna was preoccupied with competing for food against Scarlet, while only Nikali's paid attention to this side of the table. This situation was rather novel. Hence Loren chose not to interrupt Jingxin, but instead sought ways to divert Nikali's attention. Today appears to be uneventful. Do you have anything in mind to do, Nikilis? Let's attend an opera. When Loren suddenly inquired, Nikilis felt a surge of surprise. In truth, Loren had not taken him out for leisure very often. For one, he lacked interest in such ancient forms of entertainment, and, secondly, he was rather reluctant to venture outside. Despite having traversed this realm for quite some time, Loren had not endured much hardship, and thus had not shed his lazy habits. Well then, when shall we go? As the topic arose, Loren felt a twinge of embarrassment. Most of the operas in the present day were either penned by him or were mere copies of his work. He had hardly experienced any of them himself. Moreover, having grown accustomed to films and animations, his interest was rather minimal. Nevertheless, he was willing to accompany Nikilis. In the evening, Nikilis replied, a blissful smile adorning her face. All right, once matters conclude, I shall take you both to the domain of the god of night and thunder. It is entirely different from the territory of the god of abundance. Indeed, it was a world apart. While they were still enjoying operas here, grand concerts were already being held there, with records and all manner of music emerging as if from an entirely different era. More critically, Loren was aware of a certain which residing there, the pride, which, one of the 7 deadly sins, and among the few witches whose whereabouts he was privy to. Numerous vampires also inhabited that realm, and if possible, Loren wished to cultivate favorable relations with them. The most formidable of their kind possessed the capability to vanquish certain angels, and angels were already considered the pinnacle of strength in this game. The reason the witch church could contend with the divine church in the later stages was that the 7 deadly sin witches had combat prowess comparable to angels. Unwittingly, Loren had already poached 2 key figures from the witch church. Thus, gathering all 7 deadly sins did not seem excessive. The other witch whose whereabouts Loren was aware of was the lust witch, situated in the domain of the god of plague. If one were to insist, she had little to do with lust. She simply possessed sufficient strength to rise to the upper echelons of the witch church, and her title was merely the result of needing to unify with others. Loren had kept Nikilis occupied for so long that Jingxin had only just reappeared. Loren suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness and cleared his throat a few times. Fortunately, breakfast passed without incident. Nikilis noticed nothing amiss, and Anna likely remained unaware as well. Loren found himself increasingly perplexed by Anna. She seemed to comprehend nothing, yet somehow understood everything. With no classes in the afternoon, Loren opted to remain in his room for the entire day, dedicating his time to studying magic and amusing himself with his pet bird. By all accounts, a nightingale was not particularly suited as a pet. Yet Loren's nightingale was exceptionally affectionate and intelligent, surpassing even the larger parrots. Within just an afternoon, he had taught her numerous tricks. Loren briefly savored the joy of being a bird-walking gentleman until Jingxin knocked on his door. Recently, Jingxin had been quite restrained. If she came to see him in the afternoon, it was surely for some other matter. What is it? Due to her plans to go out today, Jingxin was dressed very conservatively, her dress nearly reaching her ankles, revealing little more than her hands. Someone seeks you, a girl. A girl? What color is her hair? Loren pondered for a moment. It seemed Jingxin did not recognize Luna, and the only person he could think of who might come to see him was indeed Luna. Blonde. Right at the door. You may go meet her. This piqued Loren's curiosity. He could not fathom who would seek him, but he felt compelled to step outside for a glimpse. Reflecting on his memories, the only one who fit the description was Shirwea. Out of necessity, it was not impossible she had come to apologize to Loren, but upon exiting his bedroom, he was met with an unfamiliar girl at the threshold. She wore the uniform of the Gettleland Royal Academy of Magic, albeit altered to be more revealing, with a thinner fabric and a shorter skirt. The makeup on her face was somewhat heavy, giving her a mature appearance that belied her age. She was indeed somewhat attractive, but having mingled with witches daily, Loren's standards had soared far beyond the ordinary, rendering this girl merely average in his eyes. Master, the girl stepped inside, appearing quite timid, a demeanor that starkly contrasted with her attire. Unless she was deliberately acting, there was only one possibility. Who sent you? Loren interrupted her, causing the girl to panic. It was teacher Zimona. She sent me and insisted I emphasize my purity. Under Loren's piercing gaze, the girl trembled and divulged all she knew. To Loren's surprise, Zimona dared to orchestrate such a scheme in these circumstances, indicating he must expedite his plans. Opting for a slow approach may have been a grave mistake, as it could potentially expose innocence to Zimona's machinations. Let's go. I will escort you back to find Zimona. After conveying this, Loren instructed Jingxin to inform the Keeleys to meet them directly at the theater in the evening before departing with the girl. The girl had barely arrived at Loren's residence before he sent her away again, and throughout their journey, she remained anxious and unsettled. Loren discerned that she was likely under Zimona's threat. Fear not, I shall handle everything. The girl appeared significantly younger than Luna, nearly the same age as Anna. And as a lower-grade student at the Gettleman Royal Academy of Magic, she was still in her early years. Even so, Zimona dared to act. Her placement on the list of those to be eliminated was not unwarranted. This incident also revealed a telling sign. Those with power had already fled the capital, while Zimona remained, even seeking to curry favor with Loren, indicating her precarious position. Despite her numerous misdeeds to appease the powerful, none had extended a hand to help her escape. Loren brought the girl to Zimona's doorstep, which was indeed considerably better than a commoner's home, yet still quite modest. Upon knocking on the door, he received no response. It is I, Loren. Only after announcing his name did noise emanate from within, and Loren caught sight of a man leaping from a window. It was brazen of her, considering her husband had only just been imprisoned days prior. A few minutes later, a composed Zimona opened the door, obsequiously inviting Loren inside, yet he felt a wave of nausea wash over him and had no intention of entering. An ominous premonition enveloped Zimona, and this time she was gripped by an unprecedented fear. Chapter 52. The Darkening of the Theater Master. Loren raised his hand, signaling Zimona to silence herself. He wished to minimize their interaction. I have come for two matters. Was this girl sent by you? Zimona nodded, realizing her actions had only served to further incite Loren's ire. Had she not been so misguided, she would not have been so brazen as to send the girl to him. She had miscalculated. Loren was not one to be trifled with, and facing his questioning, she could only affirm her involvement, understanding that Loren's inquiry indicated he was already aware of the truth. To continue lying would only stoke his anger further. Without decisive evidence, Zimona could feign ignorance, but she was acutely aware that Loren required no proof. Zimona had heard of Loren's handling of Shirwea, and it was upon hearing this that her fear reached its zenith, compelling her to resort to desperate measures to quell Loren's wrath. Thus, she abandoned her intention of shirking responsibility. Very well, and what is the second matter? Loren suddenly produced a syringe, which he flung at Zimona with the precision of a thrown knife, piercing her flesh and injecting the virus contained within. All is well now. I shall return this child home. Remember, I will not let you off the hook. Their exchange lasted less than a minute. Upon Loren's departure, Zimona extracted the syringe. Although it had not penetrated her fatty layer, it was, after all, the power of the god of plague. Zimona had no understanding of what had just transpired. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. The pathogen Loren had just injected was one he had obtained from the followers of the god of plague the previous day, deliberately selecting a strain of disease that would not prove fatal but would induce considerable suffering and had a high transmission rate. Nevertheless, there is only one channel for the transmission of X, which is quite secure. The only ones capable of targeting Zimona are those who have already crossed the threshold of moral depravity, specifically the most wretched among them. Some of those chosen are fundamentally incapable of handling Zimona's affairs. Furthermore, those who can be infected by these individuals are undoubtedly not virtuous. In a certain sense, this virus could indeed contribute to a more beautiful society. Perhaps later, Zimona might claim that it was Loren who injected her with the virus. Yet no one would believe her. Loren's unwavering loyalty to the god of abundance is well known, and it would be absurd to suggest he possessed anything from the god of plague, specifically to deal with someone as insignificant as Zimona. As Loren made his way home, he discreetly listened to the chatter of passers-by. The most popular topic at present is the Darkened Ones. Initially, the kingdom intended to suppress this issue, but it has become impossible, especially after the royal family was driven away by the Darkened Ones just yesterday. Under Loren's subtle influence, the matter of the Darkened Ones has become common knowledge. However, among these ordinary people, the Darkened Ones are viewed as the champions of justice, the divine bestowing their power upon the weak to aid them in their battle against injustice resembles a fairy tale. It is likely that soon, the authorities will intensify their efforts to control public opinion, especially once the royal family returns safely. After escorting the girl home, Loren imparted some wisdom, ensuring she understood what was permissible and what was not, thus preventing her from being brainwashed by someone like Zimona. However, he refrained from elaborating too much, as darkness began to envelop the sky, prompting him to hasten to the theater. Uncharacteristically, Loren removed the hood of his black cloak. Recently, the guards in the capital had become rather vigilant. Anyone dressed in a black cloak would be scrutinized, although it was unlikely to yield any substantial results. Many individuals donned black cloaks, particularly those wild mages who fell outside the church's jurisdiction. Upon arriving at the theater entrance, Loren spotted Nicalis waving at him from a distance. This was the grandest and most prestigious theater in the kingdom of Gedilon, and most importantly, it housed electric lights imported from the domain of the god of night and thunder. In a kingdom that venerates the god of abundance, electric lights are a rare commodity. Even disregarding their practicality, such foreign imports exude an air of sophistication, drawing the attention of nobles and the affluent, even if they do not comprehend the performances. Consequently, the local populace harbors a starkly contrasting sentiment towards the Darkened Ones. While ordinary citizens regard them as figures from a fairy tale, the elite perceive them as horror stories. Having grown accustomed to their elevated status, they are acutely aware of the many enemies they have made. Who knows when someone might transform into a Darkened One seeking vengeance? I have already purchased the tickets. We can enter directly, Nicalis informed him. All arrangements had been meticulously organized by Mingxin, who proved to be an impeccable maid. The events that transpired earlier did not dampen Loren's spirits. Frankly, he had never regarded Zimona with any seriousness. Loren held little regard for anything beyond the divine, and even with the gods, he possessed unwavering confidence provided he was adequately prepared. As the group entered the theater and settled into their predetermined seats, Nicalis felt a twinge of nervousness upon realizing she was sitting next to Loren, while Anna maintained her composure, boldly shoving aside Scarlet, who had originally occupied the seat beside Loren. Perhaps due to an ecological niche conflict, Anna and Scarlet shared a somewhat adversarial, yet playful dynamic, with Anna often prevailing in their daily skirmishes. Although Scarlet was significantly older than Anna, the latter radiated far more confidence. "Be quiet," Loren interjected, interrupting the playful banter between Anna and Scarlet. Upon seeing the familiar stage lights, he was overcome by a sense of nostalgia. Since arriving in this world, Loren had not traveled abroad. This was, in fact, his first encounter with such illumination here. The musical primarily revolved around a love story. Initially, Loren had contemplated adapting a stage play akin to Fox's Spirit Matchmaker, intending to leave the audience in awe. However, given the conservative nature of the locals, he ultimately resorted to classic tales instead. To depict a romance between humans and spirits, one would need to venture into the domain of the god of plague, substituting the spirits with real animals. Despite this, Nicalis remained utterly captivated by the performance. Although Loren found it tedious, he resolved to accompany the children until the very end. As the protagonists on stage finally overcame numerous obstacles to unite, the audience erupted in sobs. Nicalis fixated intently on the stage, while Anna seemed less enthralled, yawning and playfully blowing a kiss upon noticing Loren's gaze. Just at the most critical juncture of the musical, an unexpected figure descended from above, plunging a dagger into the chest of the female lead, blood promptly beginning to seep forth. "It's all your fault. You stole my role. You ruined my dreams," exclaimed a woman, her expression contorted with rage. Under the stage lights, the dark aura surrounding her was unmistakable. The male lead, upon witnessing this, collapsed in terror, scrambling frantically away from the scene. Loren was certain that this scene was not part of the script he had penned, and the woman's identity was all too apparent. She was a Darkened One. However, her physical transformation was minimal, indicating that her hatred was insufficient, and the power she had gained was limited. "It's a darkened one," someone shouted, causing chaos to erupt in the theater as everyone desperately surged towards the exits, trampling over one another in their haste. Chapter 53. Fairy Tale, Be Cautious. Amidst the turmoil, Loren enveloped everyone in his embrace, using his formidable physique to shield them from the oncoming crowd. In that moment, as she found herself protected beneath Loren's shelter, Scarlet felt her heart skip a beat. This was her first experience of being safeguarded by another, especially after feeling the warmth radiating from Loren's body. In Loren's household, she held the role of a maid, and while she often engaged in playful antics with Anna, there were moments of self-doubt. She frequently felt as though she did not belong in that home. However, at this instant, that sentiment vanished entirely. Loren felt as though he were a hen protecting her chicks, albeit with more children to safeguard, almost losing grip on them. Loren did not harbor much concern for the Darkened Ones. They were primarily fixated on exacting revenge upon their foes. As long as he did not intervene, he would not become their target. Loren had disseminated the name of Lygus to empower the lower classes to oppose the nobility. Nevertheless, he had overlooked one crucial fact. The conflicts among people extend beyond mere class struggles, much like the Darkened One on stage. Despite Loren's efforts to align all conflicts with class disparities, such incidents are still inevitable, and he remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Individuals like Luna, who have been bullied, could harness Lygus's power for vengeance, while the wicked, like Sylvia, might also wield that same power against Loren. Lygus represents hatred. He is indifferent to the origins of that hatred. Whether positive or negative, it is all the same to him. There exists a fact that many find difficult to comprehend. Some individuals who have been bullied, upon retaliating, may possess a hatred deeper than that of their tormentors. Their worldview dictates that any act of resistance is a sin, and such hatred is equally delectable to Lygus. However, from the current perspective, the benefits appear to outweigh the drawbacks. In times of crisis, there is always a higher power to oversee the situation. Once matters spiral beyond control, the Church of Abundance will step forth to resolve everything. Once the majority had evacuated, Loren finally decided to leave. He had not anticipated that merely attending a musical would lead to such a series of events, yet he had grown accustomed to this. It is widely known that in any game, trouble always follows the player, and Loren did not dwell on it, merely sensing that he had retained this characteristic since his transmigration. After the theater was cleared, scarecrows entered the premises, and soon after, the unconscious Darkened One was escorted out. In the eyes of the Church, the ones who have succumbed to darkness possess a certain value. They retain memories of their transformation and are aware of how they were corrupted. This consideration also weighs upon Loren. Even if the Church apprehends and interrogates all the darkened individuals, they will ultimately only uncover the identity of the man in the black robe, remaining oblivious to his gender. However, with matters reaching this point, Loren mused whether it was time to bestow a nickname upon the enigmatic figure. After finally having a chance to enjoy an outing with Loren, Nakalisi felt somewhat disheartened when their time was abruptly interrupted by the Darkened Ones. The presence of these individuals rendered the nights in the royal capital eerily tranquil, with few souls wandering the streets. Loren also spotted Luna leaping about on a rooftop. Upon noticing him, she momentarily froze and fell. Luna's antics did not significantly impact Loren's plans, and he was too indifferent to concern himself with her. If she fancied herself a superhero, then so be it. Let us return for now. I shall regale you with a story this evening, he comforted Nakalisi, sensing her melancholic mood as he placed his hand upon her hair. Vit a slight note, Nakalisi spirits brigatenet. At the age of 20, her thoughts still resembled those of a child. Since turning 18, her appearance had remained unchanged, a common trait among witches of that age. Thus, she harbored a degree of dissatisfaction, wishing at least for her physique to develop further before being frozen in time. The night was peaceful, and later, all gathered in Loren's bedroom, where he, after a long absence, began to share tales with them. In their childhood, Loren often recounted the anime he had watched. Had he not been too lazy to write, he could have earned a considerable sum from his narratives. This world also boasted its own fairy tales, the most renowned of which told the story of a lady knight. Set against the backdrop of the Holy Flame Empire, a real place that worships the god of light and fire, the tale diverges from the many nations under the god of abundance. The Holy Flame Empire stands as a singular, colossal empire, which is currently expanding relentlessly. The plot is straightforward. A young princess of the Holy Flame Empire, in her quest to ascend to the throne, murdered her parents and siblings. Upon becoming queen, she enacted tyrannical rule and sought immortality by taking an evil sorcerer as her master. Ultimately, a lady knight led a rebellion, overthrowing her and executing the queen. Before her beheading, uttered her final words, "I wish to eat dessert," a testament to her absurdity. To prevent a repetition of such folly, the lady knight decreed that only those who earn the love of the people would ascend to the throne. Thus, the Holy Flame Empire became the only nation in this world to adopt a system of abdication, a fact that left a lasting impression on Luo-Lun. However, what struck Luo-Lun most was that the nefarious sorcerer in the tale bore his own name. In his gaming days, he often found it amusing. It was a source of frustration for him, as Luo-Lun was not merely a pseudonym. His true surname was Luo, and his given name was Lun. The history of this world had once been severed, leaving contemporary individuals largely ignorant of the past, save for some hidden truths within fairy tales. As Dio raised a stone mask and shouted, "I shall no longer be human, Jojo," he plunged the knife down. This evening, Luo-Lun adapted Jojo's bizarre adventure, narrating the story in a storytelling format. Though he found the act somewhat peculiar, the children listened with earnest attention. "Why are you crying, Scarlet?" Luo-Lun inquired, as Scarlet began to weep before he reached the part where Zero Joe deflected the blade. "It's nothing. I merely did not expect to hear a story before bed and then drift off peacefully," she replied, wiping her tears. Like the majority of witches, Scarlet had been solitary since her earliest memories. When her abnormalities were revealed, her parents chose abandonment rather than harm, knowing the likely outcome would be death, yet clinging to a chance of survival. Witches like Luna, who came from loving families, were but a rarity. Each witch who survived was extraordinarily fortunate. Such days will abound in the future. Luo-Lun gently stroked Scarlet's hair. Its texture did not compare to that of Anna and Na Khaleesi, for she had never experienced a restful sleep prior to meeting Luo-Lun, making her hair-esque quality unsurprising. Chapter 54. Investigation and Deception. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. Today, an elderly gentleman adorned in resplendent green and gold ecclesiastical robes, crowned with a triple crown entwined with wheat stalks, paid a visit to Luo-Lun. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the green of his cloak was genuine moss. Praise the god of abundance, Pope Pastors. Luo-Lun regarded this elder with utmost respect, for he was the true power behind the throne of the Gedlon kingdom. His word could easily displace a king, while Eldrin appeared as the overt strongest. Pastors was the genuine might behind the throne. Although Eldrin's stats surpassed his own, Pastors could wield a portion of the god of abundance's power. "I have come seeking your assistance," he stated. "Please, proceed," Luo-Lun replied, affording him the respect he deserved. Compared to the king and the academy head, Pastors behaved more like a human, merely lacking in administrative involvement. Crucially, Luo-Lun's plans were primarily directed towards eliminating Eldrin, with little aimed at Pastors. Should Pastors ally with Eldrin against Luo-Lun, he would only possess a 99% chance of vanquishing them both. Luo-Lun was not inclined to take such a risk. Recently, the church has been investigating the man in the black robe and those who have fallen into darkness. We have uncovered a crucial lead. The followers of the god of plague who visited here were slaughtered overnight, each fallen to fatal knife wounds. We rescued the survivors, and they revealed that it was the man in the black robe who exterminated the plague followers. He not only creates those who have succumbed to darkness, but also possesses formidable combat prowess. Pastor sighed, resembling an ordinary old farmer. Beyond that, we know nothing of the man in the black robe. Not even a straw man has laid eyes upon him. I have come to inquire if you possess any means to uncover his identity. Pastors was genuinely at a loss, and thus sought Luo-Lun's counsel. Yet he was doomed to gain little from this encounter. It was absurd to expect Luo-Lun to capture himself. This is the entirety of our findings. I hope you will not withhold your wisdom, as your knowledge may very well save this kingdom. It seemed that news of the events from the night Luo-Lun rescued Luna had reached Pastors, and he understood that Luo-Lun possessed insights they lacked, prompting his appeal for assistance. "Are you aware of the solutions I proposed?" "Indeed, I have commenced their implementation. Once the king and others return, we shall formally execute them." and you will witness the results. Luo Luan nodded, though he did not take it to heart. Even if they obediently transformed the royal capital into a more harmonious place, the surrounding cities would remain unchanged. The darkened individuals in the royal capital were merely a pawn in Luo Luan's game. Yet they had become a dire concern for the church. The man in the black robe had become redundant. His sole purpose was to propagate the name of the outer god and incite the hatred within people's hearts. Hatred had long dwelled within, suppressed by fear, unable to surface. The emergence of the darkened ones had emboldened them. Even without the man in the black robe's influence, the hatred they concealed would inevitably manifest as fear diminished. The propagation of the outer god's name was facilitated easily. A mere conversation overheard could inadvertently reveal it. However, to genuinely connect with the outer god, one must not only know the name, but also recognize it as that of the outer god. If one were to prevent such connections, this would be the angle to pursue. Fafa Luo Luan had already conveyed to him, yet, to be candid, even Luo Luan himself was uncertain about its implementation. The name Li Gu Si had long been associated with the god of hatred, always appearing in tandem. I appreciate your assistance. However, I have one more inquiry that I hope you can elucidate. Please proceed. Posides remained respectful as he articulated his question. How much do you know about the superhero capable of purifying the corrupted? Indeed, the church harbored suspicions regarding Luna. Such an extraordinary ability easily conjured associations with witches. His method of purifying the corrupted involved dispelling their hatred, yet it did not eradicate the taint of the outer gods, leaving the possibility of a second corruption intact. Understanding the principle simplifies the matter significantly. Allowing other emotions to overshadow the hatred of the corrupted could alleviate their condition. I could concoct a similar potion, albeit with considerable complexity. The blend of truth and falsehood renders belief more attainable, while his assertion regarding Luna's method of purification was erroneous. The approach devised by Luo Luan was indeed feasible. At this juncture, Luo Luan paused before continuing. I have two conjectures regarding the identity of this superhero. He may be a follower of the god of confusion, whose teachings, through the infusion of confusion, could temporarily mask the hatred of the corrupted. Given the stringent doctrines of the god of confusion, his actions to assist the followers of other deities would indeed verge upon betrayal, explaining his nocturnal appearances and masked visage. The likelihood of my second hypothesis is slim. He could be a devotee of the god of night and thunder, gaining strength under the cover of darkness. However, if that were the case, it would not elucidate his ability to purify the corrupted. Luo Luan's reasoning was sound, successfully ensnaring Posides in his narrative, leaving him unable to object. Regardless of his true identity, he remains a hero to the kingdom of Gedilon, far more reliable than your mere scarecrows. That night, I even witnessed the scarecrow lurking in the shadows, leaving him to confront the corrupted alone. I was so incensed that I intervened to save him. The combined efforts of all the scarecrows could scarcely rival his single accomplishment. Thus the scarecrows may perish, but he must not. Luo Luan's tone bore a hint of indignation, passionately advocating for Luna while simultaneously justifying his own actions. Is there a possibility of one person simultaneously venerating two deities? In a certain sense, Luo Luan's statements were grounded in truth, aligning with several findings Posides had uncovered, coupled with the authority of Master Luo Luan. He was thoroughly convinced of Luo Luan's assertions and ventured another question, much like a student listening to a teacher elucidate a problem. Such occurrences are not unheard of, albeit under stringent conditions, requiring the individuals involved to remain undetected by the deities or to have the explicit consent of both. However, I advise against dwelling on this. Deities may exercise leniency towards ordinary followers, but as the Pope, your circumstances differ. Rest assured, my devotion to the god of abundance matches your own. Posides rose, reverently tracing the symbol of the god of abundance upon his chest. However, Luo Luan found it somewhat absurd. Truth be told, even a random follower of the outer gods would exhibit greater piety towards the god of abundance than he did. After all, they might merely harbor disbelief or hostility. Yet there truly exists no second individual like Luo Luan, who constantly contemplates how to vanquish the gods. Chapter 55. The first bottle of Ember Radiance Farewell, Posides Pope. After bidding Posides farewell, Luo Luan resumed his leisurely pastime of entertaining birds at home, as there was little to preoccupy him lately. Posides had indeed kept his word. The number of corrupted beings had notably dwindled, and Luolin no longer required Gwen's assistance in spreading the teachings of the outer gods. The name Legacy had become widely recognized throughout the royal capital. This tranquil period persisted until the completion of the Ember Radiance potion, coinciding with the return of the fugitive king. Although Midas held the title of king, Luolin had never truly regarded him as such, considering him more akin to a village chief. Thus, his flight from the corrupted did not strike Luolin as particularly shocking. Today, Midas and Eldrin convened in Luolin's office, their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they observed Luolin finalize the potion. After the last few ingredients were added, the crucible erupted in a brilliant light. Luolin had wisely donned sunglasses in advance, yet the king and the dean were not so fortunate. In this trivial instance, Luolin once again relished in their discomfort. By the time the king's vision returned, Luolin had already procured a bottle of potion in his hand. The potion shimmered in emerald green, interwoven with golden patterns that formed the likeness of a sprouting seedling. Despite its alchemical nature, the king sensed its vitality, radiating exuberance. Who shall partake of the first bottle? Both the king and the dean fixated intently on the potion in Luolin's grasp, the sound of their gulping palpable in the silence. At that moment, the two highest-ranking individuals in the kingdom resembled children drooling over candied fruit. Nevertheless, they ultimately refrained from contending for it, prioritizing their dignity over their desires. This was precisely Luolin's intention. The inaugural bottle of potion was intended for the king. Regardless of his elevated status, he remained an ordinary man, possessing little more than a handful of spells akin to those of the students at the Gedilon Royal Academy of Magic, let alone rejuvenation. Even returning him to his prime would merely yield a single stroke of death for Luolin. In contrast, Eldrin's rejuvenation would significantly augment his combat prowess. While Luolin was confident in his ability to eliminate a rejuvenated Eldrin, any diminishment of his strength would be advantageous. Let the first bottle be bestowed upon His Majesty the King. He shoulders the weighty responsibilities of governance, contending with pestilent followers and perpetually guarding against the corrupted. Unlike the dean, whose sole obligation is to study magic. On any given day, the dean's absence could result in fewer disappearances in the royal capital. Thus, this is the rightful due of His Majesty the King. Luolin's words were cloaked in veiled flattery and subtle derision, which the king comprehended readily. Responding with a strained smile, they remained dependent on Luolin. So even amidst his almost confrontational demeanor, they endured. Eldrin's expression darkened. He had resolved that once his potion was complete, it would signal the end for Luolin. In this regard, Eldrin and Luolin found common ground. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed mentor. Having reached this point, the king no longer concealed his avarice, consuming the potion that Luolin offered in one gulp. Rather than saying the king drank it, one could assert that the Ember Radiance itself surged into his being. The instant he swallowed, the king's complexion flushed with vitality. Though outwardly unchanged, Luolin could sense the newfound vigor coursing through him, dispelling the previous aura of decline. Eldrin, too, perceived the transformation in the king, his greed intensifying. He had heard tales of Ember Radiance's true effects. As long as one's heart remained youthful, longevity would be immensely prolonged. At nearly a century old, Eldrin was still engrossed in the study of scarlet magic. How could his heart possibly age? I will require several weeks to prepare for the next batch. However, we must not squander the already restored tears of aspiration. I kindly ask Dean Eldrin to provide me with the tears of aspiration. Luolin was unabashed about his intentions. Yet having witnessed the effects of Ember Radiance firsthand, Eldrin regarded Luolin with increasing reverence. The tears of aspiration are not currently in my possession. I shall personally deliver them to you tonight. For the sake of his research into scarlet magic, Eldrin was unaware of how many years he had devoted, so waiting an additional month was of little consequence. Then it is settled. You may take your leave. I have a class to attend. Until this evening, esteemed mentor. This time, Eldrin departed without uttering any harsh words. Yet Luolin remained resentful, keeping Eldrin's name noted in his little ledger. After bidding farewell to the two individuals, Luolin returned to the classroom after a long absence. The room was noticeably emptier, likely because some students had yet to return after fleeing the previous incident. But Luolin paid little mind to it. Before class commenced, he glanced at Luna in the back row. She quickly lowered her head, only managing a shy smile and a wave towards Luolin after her best friend nudged her. By the way, I wonder if everyone knows about teacher Shi Ming Na. During the lesson, Luo Luan casually mentioned Shi Ming Na's name, understanding that if he wanted the upper crust to ostracize her, it would be quite simple. All he needed to do was mention her during class, and the second-generation elites of the Good Alan Kingdom would gather in response. Without elaborating, Luo Luan recounted Shi Ming Na's past actions, repeatedly emphasizing his disdain for her. The students present, though not necessarily exceptionally bright, were perceptive enough to grasp Luo Luan's intentions. They merely needed to understand that he wanted someone to take down Shi Ming Na. As for the deeper implications, Luo Luan believed their parents would comprehend. For if he merely wished to ruin her, it would not require such effort. "What's wrong, Luna?" her friend inquired, noticing something amiss. "I'm pondering a thought. Who do you think is the true monster? Is it the one who darkens, or those who push them into darkness?" Luo Luan's words during class reminded Luna of their prior conversation, where he had asserted that the best way to deal with those who darken is to address the individuals who cause it. And Shi Ming Na was evidently one of those individuals. What good does it do to think about such things? After all, we are just ordinary people. Even if we could eventually become mages, we would at most achieve the third or fourth tier, which is hardly sufficient when faced with powerful figures. Do you think you are some renowned superhero? Rather than dwelling on these thoughts, wouldn't it be better to consider how to engage more with our esteemed mentor? I apologize for doubting your chances in the past, but it's clear now that our mentor not only disregards others' backgrounds, but is genuinely kind to you. Do you remember how he confronted Sylvia when she falsely accused you? It was so impressive. I almost want to compete with you for his affection. Haha. Stop. Luna interrupted her friend with playful tickling, and the two began to frolic, only quieting down when they sensed Luo Luan's gaze upon them. Chapter 56. A brief respite after class. Luo Luan did not rush home. As anticipated, if he delayed his return, Luna would find a reason to come to his office. "Good afternoon, esteemed mentor." "Good afternoon, Luna." Luna gave Luo Luan the impression of Spider-Man. If she were Spider-Man, he felt akin to Uncle Ben. To prevent such an ominous fate, Luo Luan's philosophy was almost the antithesis of Uncle Ben's. While Uncle Ben stated that greater power entails greater responsibility, Luo Luan believed that one should only protect oneself and those they cherish. In the past, when playing games, he reveled in freedom. Even if he perished, he could simply restart. However, that was no longer the case. He had family to safeguard. If you were granted immense power, what would you do? Luo Luan suddenly posed this question. Though perplexed, Luna earnestly replied, "I would do everything in my power to protect the weak." She was indeed correct. She had always acted in such a manner, even at the risk of endangering herself. But what if you were injured or even killed? Wouldn't that cause immense sorrow to those who love you, like your parents and me? "Why you love me once again," Luna deftly seized upon a key phrase. Stuttering as she did, normally fierce against darkeners, she transformed into this flustered state when it came to matters of the heart. One must learn to conceal oneself. Revealing one's brilliance too soon only risks shattering one's sword. Even with good intentions, one may be perceived as a threat. Luo Luan spoke from experience, having always adhered to this principle. Even now, the people he taught believed him to be utterly powerless, with encounters against darkeners being life and death struggles reliant solely on firearms. Today, Luo Luan exchanged only a few words with Luna before returning home. While words can be taught, life lessons are imparted through experience. Luna would indeed take Luo Luan's words to heart, but understanding is one matter, while practice is another. Fortunately, she wore the Yuan Shijin at all times, ensuring that Luo Luan would be promptly informed should anything transpire. That night, Elder Lin delivered the Ning Yuan Ji Lei as promised. After witnessing the effects of the Yujing Hui Guang, he set aside all ulterior motives, dedicating himself to being Luo Luan's devoted follower. Even when Luo Luan slapped him, he would cheerfully present the other side of his face for another blow. This time, Luo Luan utilized the Ning Yuan Ji Lei to concoct another 7th-tier potion, Ling Hui Qi Di. The effects of this potion were equally astonishing. It could directly enhance a person's magical affinity. In gaming terms, it merely increased spell effectiveness by 10%, but reality bore more complexity. It could genuinely alter one's magical aptitude. Even an ordinary person incapable of learning magic would find their talents comparable to those of grand mages. In a fantastical realm, Such a treasure would provoke fierce competition among the various sections. Even in this context, it was exceedingly rare. Luo Luan had scoured the entire Gudalan kingdom without discovering many, amassing just enough materials for one potion over the years. Since his arrival in this world, he had been scheming to seize the Ning Yuan Ji Lei. The process of concocting Ling Hui Qi Di was not as time-consuming as that of Yu Jing Hui Guan. He completed it shortly after class the next day and even chatted with Luna for a while. Upon completion, Luo Luan unhesitatingly drank it. He intended to craft a dose for Anna and others when the opportunity arose, but for now, he was the one in dire need of Ling Hui Qi Di to bolster his combat prowess. Subsequently, he returned the Ning Yuan Ji Lei to Elder Lin. While he knew how to restore it, he refrained from revealing this knowledge to avoid drawing Elder Lin's attention. The days passed with a serene rhythm, and Luo Luan's life settled into a routine of attending class and returning home. Occasionally, he would even take a leave of absence when feeling particularly lethargic, and no one dared to deny his requests. However, two noteworthy events transpired. After Luo Luan's conversation with the students, Shi Mingna was dismissed, and all reputable individuals severed ties with her. Only a few oblivious young nobles continued their association with her, but upon public scrutiny, these nobles swiftly faced bankruptcy and lost their noble status overnight. For the greater good, the king was not the only one privy to the matter of Yu Jing Hui Guan. The upper echelons of the Gudalan kingdom and even the affluent believers were somewhat aware, which is why they were so eager to curry favor with Luo Luan. In a sense, Luo Luan's words held more weight than the king's. Additionally, a certain epidemic began to spread within the Gudalan kingdom, though its impact was minimal. Shi Mingna had only infected a few desperate individuals, and as they had limited social interactions, the epidemic was ultimately contained by the church. However, Shi Mingna's status as the biochemical progenitor became common knowledge. Having lost her job and all social connections, with her husband in prison, life had become a struggle. In this moment, those she had infected sought her out. No longer intimidated by her position, these individuals acted without hesitation. Thus, Shi Mingna met her demise on the roadside, her body partially devoured by stray cats before it was discovered. Her final days were fraught with suffering. Even her property was seized, and the pain of illness robbed her of sleep. The feeling of being abandoned by the world tormented her more than her physical ailments, driving her to the brink of madness. In this context, death became a release. It is worth mentioning that the church summoned Luo to address the issue of the plague. However, his initial attempt at concocting a potion based on memory proved ineffective. Simona suffers from more than one affliction, as she is inherently a bioweapon, and under Luo's influence, the virus has even undergone mutations, which required considerable effort on his part to manage. Another matter concerns Luna. During this period, the number of corrupted individuals has significantly diminished, not only due to the church's improved treatment of the populace, but also thanks to Luna's contributions. She has heeded Luo's advice, reducing her actions and adopting a more subdued demeanor, yet her objectives have shifted. Transitioning from the role of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, to that of the Flying Bat, Kujani, she has not only focused on defeating the corrupted, but has also begun to care about the underlying causes of their corruption. If someone is bullied, she assists in avenging them. If someone is denied their wages, she intervenes to reclaim what is owed. With the combined efforts of the church and Luna, there have been instances of several consecutive days without any sightings of the corrupted. Yet, Luo is aware that something significant is on the horizon. Chapter 57. Valentine's Day today is Valentine's Day, Master. Please remember to enjoy the chocolate I prepared for you. Luo arose a bit later than usual. Even the nightingale had gone to dine while he still lay in bed. Ultimately, it was Jean Sheen who roused him. After swallowing her morsel, Jean Sheen suddenly broached the topic of Valentine's Day. I truly do not understand why such a celebration exists in these dire circumstances. In a game, festivals may be inconsequential as long as players find joy. Observing the Spring Festival could even be permissible. Yet this is reality. People struggle to find enough to eat, and there exists a semblance of leisure to celebrate and exchange chocolates. Moreover, amidst this frenzied religious worldview, such a quaint festival seems out of place. Logically, Christmas should be about the birth of twisted offspring from divine beings, while Valentine's Day ought to revolve around the macabre act of exchanging hearts. In a Cthulhu mythos, the concentration of such whimsical elements should not be so pronounced. That said, Loren remains quite pleased. Unlike before his crossing, when he had no one to converse with. His school lacked female presence. In the factory, the number of women was even scarcer. After his time in wilderness preservation, he encountered few individuals at all. Now, regardless of the circumstances, Loren finds himself surrounded by beautiful women. Each year, Nicalis and Anna prepare chocolates for him, though their confectionery skills leave much to be desired. Anna's efforts are somewhat commendable, as she purchases chocolate, melts it, and then remolds it. Once dressed, Loren made his way to the dining hall, where Anna and Nicalis had already prepared the chocolates. The moment Loren appeared, they eagerly thrust the chocolates into his hands. Scarlett, who had no concept of the holiday, appeared somewhat awkward and slowed her eating pace. Loren took a symbolic bite before setting it aside, leaving only Jean Sheen's untouched. "See you this afternoon? I must head to school." As he stood to leave, Loren pulled out his notebook and tore out the pages that detailed the plague followers and Simona, leaving only the page on Eldrin. Before departing, Loren casually grabbed a newspaper. The Kingdom of Gedlon does indeed have newspapers, albeit rather rudimentary. Yet the royal family clearly does not wish to miss any opportunity to manipulate public opinion. Unlike the previous praise for the nameless superhero, the newspaper's assessment of Luna has diminished significantly since she began to confront the nobles in her quest for justice. If this trend continues, it is likely that the nobles will indeed take action against Luna, a development Loren anticipated. He is confident in his ability to protect Luna, which is why he allows events to unfold, intending for her to witness firsthand the consequences, as this will be more effective than any argument he might offer. In due time, he hopes to see her live a life free from the burdens of a superhero, ensuring her safety. Although Loren's physical prowess may not be formidable, his strategies are plentiful, and he possesses numerous trump cards, having prepared for every potential eventuality. Moreover, his black robe is inscribed with runes pointing towards each outer god: greed, hatred, joy, and fear. Should Loren become agitated, he could unleash them directly. Valentine's Day is merely a minor interlude. Loren has not forgotten his primary concerns. After discarding the newspaper, he inscribed a date next to Eldrin's name in his notebook, precisely 7 days hence, coinciding with the day he plans to concoct the Ember's Glow. In the recent days, Gwen has scarcely returned home, laboring in the cities surrounding the royal capital to orchestrate a significant event. Everything unfolds according to Loren's meticulous plan, with the elderly king having regained vitality, determined to achieve notable accomplishments while his son, now in his 80s, has fallen into despair. Indeed, the old king has enacted numerous beneficial measures for the populace. However, the atrocities committed by the plague followers under his indulgence still haunt Loren's memory. The sins of the old king cannot simply be erased. His name remains inextricably linked to Eldrin's. In truth, eliminating the old king yields little benefit, but it would certainly please Loren, and that is sufficient. Upon arriving at the classroom, many students presented Loren with chocolates, as most girls with the means chose to offer him a treat. Loren, being learned, gentle in demeanor, and somewhat handsome, naturally garners popularity. Yet he understands that this is not the fundamental reason. It is likely the parents of the students are behind this, seeking to curry favor with him. Nevertheless, Loren paid little mind to it, as he would not remain in the royal capital for long before returning to his familiar small town. He did, however, take note of Luna in the back row, cradling a box of chocolates and conversing with her friend. "You dared to confront Sylvia, and your reputation has spread throughout the school. Why are you hesitating now?" Luna replied, "It's different this time. When I faced Sylvia, I had the guidance of a mentor. This time, I have no one to support me." Faced with her friend's teasing, Luna was at a loss for words, only able to deflect the conversation. Loren observed all of this. Under his influence, Luna has indeed become more composed, yet she remains timid in his presence, requiring Loren to take the initiative. Another class concluded, and despite the passage of time, Loren's lessons remain the most favored among students. He graciously accepted the chocolates offered by his pupils. As one should never refuse a free gift, he could always take them home for Anna to enjoy as snacks. Today, Loren once again obtained a vial of tear of the condensed wish. As soon as class ended, he retreated to his office to begin alchemical work, aiming to gather as many resources as possible to confront Eldrin. This time, Loren opted for the 6-tier potion, Resonance of All Things, which significantly enhances one's perceptual abilities, allowing one to hear the voices of all things. Coupled with the talents Loren has chosen, his perception will reach an alarming level, verging on the ability to foresee the future. Resonance of all things is merely a 6th-tier potion, much simpler than previous concoctions. The reason for this choice is Loren's dwindling supply of materials. After crafting so many items, the royal stockpiles have nearly been depleted. Nevertheless, this does not detract from the potion's suitability for Loren's current situation. With the tower at his disposal, he need not exert himself physically, as long as he can evade each attack. His mana reserves are sufficient to sustain such usage of the tower. While preparing the potion, Loren heard a knock at the door, and he knew without doubt who it was. Come in, Luna. How did you know it was me? Luna, concealing the chocolates behind her back, appeared somewhat bashful, her movements noticeably restrained. You routinely visit me after school, though you're a bit late today. At that moment, Luna became aware of how frequently she visited Loren. She found a random spot to sit and quietly watched Loren as he worked on his alchemy. Even this simple act filled her with happiness. All done. After completing the potion, Loren expertly sealed it in a vial and tucked it beneath his black robe. He then produced another vial of potion. Here, try this. It's mint chocolate flavored and invigorating. I may not be able to make chocolates, but I can brew potions. Upon receiving the potion bottle, Luna was evidently taken aback. She had not anticipated that Loren would prepare such a gift for her. Chapter 58. The Reversal of Reputation. I have also prepared chocolate for you, she said, carefully securing the potion given by Loren before retrieving her own chocolate from behind her. Yet, glancing at the mountain of chocolates piled on Loren's desk, Luna felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thank you, she replied. Having remained single for a lifetime, Loren found himself at a loss for words, but his simple expression of gratitude left Luna visibly elated, likely because he had only ever thanked her. As was her custom, Luna refrained from engaging Loren in further conversation, and after a brief session of potion brewing, he took his leave. Nevertheless, Loren was in high spirits that day, embodying the calm before the storm, and the day unfolded beautifully. The one most delighted was Anna, for Loren returned with a sack full of chocolates. Though witches do not gain weight, they are susceptible to illness, and Loren did not allow Anna to indulge excessively. Thus, another day of tranquility passed. The subsequent days remained equally serene, with Loren continuing his routine of perusing the newspapers, observing Luna's reputation diminishing steadily. Luna's declining reputation was partly due to Loren, as she had grown more ruthless. Previously, she had approached the aristocracy with lectures and purification, but now resorted to physical confrontations and imprisonment. Consequently, the nobility began to retaliate against her. It was after she struck a certain prominent noble that a true turning point was reached. In truth, ordinary people did not take the newspaper slander seriously, for they could see Luna's deeds. She was genuinely aiding them. However, the tide turned when the newspapers labeled her a witch. Loren was acutely aware of Luna's movements and was confident that during this period, she had indeed become more cautious, making it improbable for her to reveal her identity as a witch. Thus, the only possibility remaining was that they were casting aspersions. The public's perception of Luna could not be swayed by mere slander unless she truly crossed certain boundaries. From birth, everyone in this world is indoctrinated with a hatred for witches, as if the mere appearance of a witch would spell doom for all nearby, if not dealt with promptly. The revelation that the anonymous superhero was a witch sent shockwaves through the populace, their minds momentarily obliterated. So the darkened ones are brought forth by the witch. The witch and the robed figures have deceived us. She has been consuming our lifespans. This was a stark reflection of the public's inner turmoil. As long as Luna was branded a witch, all her previous kindness would be rendered null. The esteemed superhero, our mentor, is indeed a witch. How shall we confront her? The king reappeared at Loren's residence, inquiring about methods to deal with Luna. Midas, you may be a shark, but I am not. Speak plainly. Methods for confronting a witch may not be effective against that superhero. If you provoke her and she retaliates, I cannot be held responsible. Do you comprehend the enmity that arises from falsely accusing someone of witchcraft? No follower of a deity can endure such an affront. An entire nation. Only Loren dared to speak so directly against the king. However, the old king, having imbibed the essence of the embers, had regained his former vigor and paid little heed to Loren's insults. Loren possessed the standing to do so. Apologies, we still do not know what she truly is. Labeling her a witch is merely a means to solicit your assistance. In the king's understanding, Loren's devoutness to the god of abundance implied that he would certainly take action upon discovering a witch. Suddenly, Anna, who was snacking, could not suppress a laugh. But the king paid her no mind. His focus was on the nobility. He had no concern for her. Loren distanced himself from the situation, but to the king, it appeared as though Loren was negotiating terms. Since arriving in the capital, Loren had been cultivating a persona of avarice, and making demands at this juncture aligned perfectly with that image. I have recently acquired a new batch of herbs. I hope you can assist me in understanding their uses. Of course, it is an honor to share in the burdens of His Majesty. Having secured benefits and successfully interjected himself into the matter, everything seemed impeccably orchestrated. Yet, Loren wished for their actions to transpire swiftly. The darkened ones surrounding the capital were already stirring, and it would not be long before they struck. After exchanging a word with Jing Xin, Loren proceeded to the palace, where the king's plans were nearing completion and Loren's presence was merely a precaution. The individual previously assaulted was a duke from the Gedlon kingdom. If even a duke could be attacked, the king recognized his own vulnerability. He was acutely aware of Luna's prowess. Even several straw men collaborating might fall short against her. If Luna truly wished to eliminate the king, it would be a simple task, and it was precisely this knowledge that spurred the king's urgency to take action against her. The plan was straightforward: to disseminate tales of a noble's misdeeds among the populace, subsequently stationing the guard and straw men near the noble. When the moment arrived, they would encircle him. Dean Eldrin would also participate in the operation. Do you perceive any issues, esteemed mentor? The plan was simple yet effective, involving many participants, including the captain of the guard, the nobles serving as bait, the king's mages, and Eldrin. Although publicly branding her a witch, it was clear to all present that she was likely a follower of the god of confusion, perhaps even an angel. At the mention of the term angel, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. True deities were exceedingly distant, and for them, an angel represented the pinnacle of existence. A single angel could annihilate a nation, and even the mightiest Valentina had never approached the threshold of angelic presence. Of course, this was merely a possibility. Her strength was not something an ordinary mage or knight could hope to match. Yet angels typically do not engage in trivial matters. Even if she were not an angel, she would still be formidable. The authority of the god of confusion extends beyond mere bewilderment, and you may unconsciously turn against one another. Loren's words resonated with gravitas, capturing everyone's attention. Presently, he needed to defeat her before harnessing the powers of confusion, but that was not necessarily the case. I believe he needs to vanquish the darkened ones solely because they bear the influence of an outer god. When confronting ordinary individuals, the conditions may not be as stringent. Hence my hope that you all remain vigilant, particularly you, Eldrin. Loren suddenly directed his comments toward Eldrin. You possess the greatest strength. If he gains control over you, we will find ourselves in dire straits. I hope you will not position yourself too closely. He must approach to employ the powers of confusion, and that much is certain. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Loren's analysis, especially regarding the nature of the god of confusion's abilities. The followers of various deities are not well acquainted with one another. Proximity is manageable. But those who follow the god of confusion are situated on the other side of the endless sea. Chapter 59, The Ambush. Loren had already reaped the benefits and offered some valuable suggestions. Naturally, these recommendations were aimed at countering the followers of confusion rather than the witch. With the plan solidified, the group swiftly set about their tasks. Loren possessed limited combat prowess, and his subsequent actions were largely independent of him. On his way home, Loren felt a sense of relief that Pastis had not shown up, though his character suggested he would not. Previously, Loren had informed him that Luna was a follower of confusion, and while she had acted heroically in the Gedlon kingdom, she did not present herself as a witch in Pastis's eyes, thereby giving him no reason to confront her. Concurrently, Loren was coordinating with Gwen to return. When he dispatched provisions earlier, he had also initiated the spread of Rigos's name. Now, Gwen had nearly guided the efforts to completion, and the towns surrounding the capital had transformed into powder kegs. It would only take a spark to ignite them. The king's men spent a day disseminating news, and a previously obscure noble suddenly became a universally reviled villain overnight. Though his name had previously been unheard of, today once mentioned. It would surely evoke a gnashing of teeth due to the malevolent deeds he had committed, easily recounted by those acquainted with his infamy. Thus, Luna was naturally aware of these matters and would undoubtedly take action this evening. The plan devised by the king and his associates was straightforward yet remarkably effective. Loren chose not to caution Luna, confident in her ability to avoid any genuine peril. This was the final lesson he imparted to her before departing. On the other hand, it served to divert the attention of the king and his cohort, providing an opportunity to catch the dark forces outside the capital off guard when they made their move. As night fell, Loren was in the company of the king, awaiting news from the others. Gwen had returned long ago, and Loren had orchestrated Gwen's disguise to deceive the masses, while the real Loren lay in ambush near the site of the operation. The moment had arrived. Luna did not bother to conceal her presence. However, her movements were swift, leaving onlookers merely glimpsing a flash of silver in the sky. Luna's methods had grown increasingly ruthless. She had come to understand that gentleness was unnecessary for certain individuals. With a powerful kick, she shattered the roof of a noble's residence in the next instant. The noble himself crashed through the glass, propelled by the force of her actions. Now, Luna resembled a chivalrous hero from a martial arts tale, striking with decisiveness and ferocity, devoid of the indecisiveness characteristic of American superheroes. She leaped through the window, her sword glinting menacingly, causing genuine panic among her adversaries. Fueled by the rage incited by the newspaper reports, Luna felt that all her previous efforts had amounted to naught. Rather than championing justice, her purpose today seemed more akin to venting her frustrations, executing her actions without a hint of hesitation. "Come and save me," as soon as the words left her lips. The lurking scarecrows surged forth, even Eldrin appearing from an elevated position. "Which, today you shall find no escape." The leader of the scarecrows spoke first, prompting the others to begin chanting their incantations. It was absurd. Normally, they occupied their positions without fulfilling their duties, requiring her to protect the city. Now, due to her advocacy for the people, infringing upon their interests, they sought to attack her, truly a band of parasites. If battle is to be had, let there be no pretense of noble justification. Luna's words carried a hint of gallantry. Recent events had significantly influenced her mindset. Loren could detect her anger in her tone. Luna was genuinely furious that despite her tireless efforts for the populace, a mere newspaper could alter their attitudes so drastically. Most crucially, she had come to grasp the public's true sentiments toward witches. Thorn cage. Several scarecrows raised their hands in unison, ensnaring Luna in a cage of thorns. No ordinary thorns, but ones imbued with resilience and poison, a manifestation of third-tier magic. Giant vines strangle. More scarecrows collaborated, stout vines sprouting from the ground to entwine the cage, tightening their grip. However, the constraint did not last long. With a flash of silver, Luna swung her silver sword, severing both the cage and the vines in an instant. Not only that, but the silvery moonlight converged upon her sword as she unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving the fleeing noble in half. Unlike her previous reluctance to kill, Luna showed no hesitation this time, her eyes unblinking as she took a life. Loren observed the astonishment in Eldrin's eyes. He had misjudged Luna's capabilities. Goodness, is Luna truly this formidable? The notion of her darkened state amplifying her strength threefold, while her untainted self appeared diminished by 7 parts held true. Indeed, she was fierce. In the game, as well, the darkened which was undeniably stronger than her untainted counterpart. Loren could only marvel at the creator's craftsmanship. The witch's nature was inherently simple, and to force her into darkness was indicative of a world that should not exist. Just as Loren pondered whether he needed to intervene, Luna was already engaged in battle with the scarecrows. The sequence of abundance lacked direct offensive magic, rendering the scarecrows ineffective against Luna's high mobility. Their defensive spells crumbled before her silver sword, and Loren noted that her blade possessed a similar ability to negate magic, proving highly effective against their spells. The professional competence of the scarecrows from the Gedlon kingdom was concerning. Luna's confrontation with them was almost a one-sided slaughter. She unleashed her pent-up fury, striking mercilessly, often dispatching a scarecrow before they could even cast their magic. The novice village was indeed a novice village, and the church's strength was weak. As Luna felled 5 scarecrows, The remaining ones finally succumbed to panic, abandoning their posts to flee. With the scarecrows unable to contend with Luna, the other guards had no hope. They fled before the scarecrows could escape. A rabble. Luna cursed, her silver sword gathering power once more, and, as she unleashed a wave of energy, Eldrin also made his move. He had been waiting for an opportunity, indifferent to the casualties among the scarecrows. A deluge of leaves cascaded from above, obscuring the blood-red moonlight. The rustling of the leaves sounding like some indescribable monster howling. What is this? By the time Luna realized the danger, it was too late to evade. She could only raise her sword to block, but the sheer volume of leaves overwhelmed her, each contact with her skin leaving a searing wound. Loren did not anticipate that Eldrin would commence with the 6th-tier spell, Dance of the Green Sea. Even for him, it was the highest level magic. No wonder Eldrin had taken so long to strike, as he had been preparing this. Blade of the Wind. The martial technique that Loren had charged was instantly unleashed. Enveloped in a whirlwind, and he lunged towards Luna, sweeping aside the leaves around her. Loren was aware that the technique's weakness lay in its susceptibility to wind. While it possessed great lethality, its vulnerability was evident, though few recognized this flaw. Master? The instant Loren appeared, Luna recognized him. Even without revealing himself, she could sense his essence. Once more, for her sake, Loren had stepped into danger. Retreat. It is not yet time to engage Eldrin. Loren intended to temporarily evade confrontation. Black-robed figures? So, you're in league with them. The enigmatic black-robed figure, armed with a blade, was swiftly identified by Eldrin. I have given myself a nickname. Since I can darken others, let's call me the Black Magic Butterfly. With one arm embracing Luna, Loren utilized the Blade of the Wind to escape the confines of the Dance of the Green Sea, but Eldrin soon blocked their path. You dare? Throat sever. As Eldrin responded, Loren struck instantaneously, the glinting blade grazing Eldrin's neck. He raised his wand just in time to deflect the blow. His wand was no ordinary item, and it remarkably absorbed Loren's strike without leaving a mark. Eldrin's expression soured. He had not anticipated Loren's sudden attack. Before he could utter a word, Luna too swung her sword, the energy from her strike forcing Eldrin back. Loren considered himself a mage. It was normal for him to lack the physical prowess of Luna. He did not linger. The moment Eldrin retreated, he pulled Luna in the opposite direction, having consumed a potion to enhance his agility before their arrival. Luna was already swift, and the mobility afforded by the abundant sequence magic rendered it impossible for them to land hit on her. It was no wonder Eldrin sought to study crimson magic. The upper and lower limits of abundance magic were not high. However, the church strictly forbade its followers from learning magic from other sequences, especially not crimson magic, which did not belong to any pantheon of righteous deities. Crimson magic was prohibited not for its cruelty, but because it was unbound by any divine order, wholly uncontrollable. During their escape, Loren's intuition suddenly sent a warning, causing him to pause momentarily and grasp Luna's hand. In the next instant, a row of bamboo shoots abruptly sprouted before them, growing at an astonishing speed that rendered the process nearly invisible. If they continued their flight, they would surely be impaled by the bamboo. This was no ordinary bamboo. It was a deep crimson hue, adorned with barbed spikes, its tips excruciatingly sharp, and its leaves serrated like saws. A mere prick from these would be excruciating, at the very least leaving them skinned alive. Without hesitation, Loren swiftly altered his course toward a narrow alley. Taking advantage of the brief moment of hesitation, several scarecrows positioned themselves before him. If you wish to live, get out of the way. They were all aware of the black-robed man's merciless nature and had witnessed Luna eliminate their comrades. Even as Loren dashed past them, they dared not impede his escape. It was only after Loren had distanced himself that they resumed their pursuit. Damn it. Eldrin could only watch helplessly as Loren and Luna fled. With so many witnesses present, he felt unable to employ his other magic. Search the entire city. Quick, drink this, Loren urged as he and Luna concealed themselves in a corner. It was then that Loren took the opportunity to assess Luna's condition. Eldrin's magic had indeed inflicted harm upon her, leaving her with numerous small wounds. Fortunately, due to Loren's timely support, these wounds were shallow and not deeply detrimental. Without hesitation, Luna consumed the potion Loren had handed her, and the wounds vanished almost instantaneously under its effect. Have you had your fill of being a superhero, Luna? When did you know? Luna stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, she relinquished her transformation, reverting to her original form, still clad in her school uniform, which bore multiple magical burn holes. I knew you were a witch from the very first time we met. I realized you were a superhero the moment you first appeared before me in that guise. Memories of their initial encounter flooded Luna's mind, and she distinctly recalled Loren's perspective on witches. Despite the circumstances, why did you choose to treat me with such kindness? This stood in stark contrast to the attitudes of ordinary people, deepening Luna's admiration for her mentor, especially since he had saved her twice, both times due to her own recklessness. Yet he still chose to come to her aid. Luna resolved to protect Loren for a lifetime. Come back to my home with me. I will help clear your name. The king is unaware of your true identity as a witch. The newspapers merely cast aspersions. Your home? Upon hearing this, Luna faltered again, her face flushed as if steam were rising from her head. Her demeanor now was a stark contrast to her previous decisiveness in battle, appearing far more flustered in Loren's presence than when confronting a horde of scarecrows. Let us hurry. Loren grasped Luna's wrist and led her down a concealed path towards his home. Meanwhile, Gwen, disguised as Loren, departed upon discovering the failure of their mission. You truly ought to reform your guard. At the very least, ensure they do not retreat without a fight. Of course, she had no kind words for the scarecrows either. They were a useless lot. No wonder the kingdom of Gedilon had always been the weakest among the territories of the god of abundance. Gwen muttered a few more curses in frustration before leaving. As Gwen entered through the front door, Loren climbed through the window into his bedroom. Upon returning home, Gwen settled back at her desk, resuming her role as a mere ornament. Loren, upon his return, did not engage in idle chatter. He directly proceeded to Jingxin's room, where he found her draping the clothes he had worn over her face while engrossed in her craft. Please stop for a moment and hand over your garment. Very well. Jingxin complied willingly with Loren's command, and by the time Loren processed a response, her top had already slipped off. Wait, not that. I need the school uniform you made earlier. Jingxin's figure was comparable to Luna's, only slightly larger, and Luna could indeed wear Jingxin's clothing. So you didn't mean this one. Though Jingxin's tone remained as cold as ever and her expression unchanged, she feigned disappointment, her entire body slumping in dismay. Despite her words, Jingxin had never delayed in completing her tasks. She retrieved the school uniform from her wardrobe, along with a pair of white stockings. By the way, just a reminder, I haven't washed this since we last used it. Jingxin's phrasing, we instead of I, was not lost on Loren, who understood its implications. Never mind. After acquiring the uniform, Loren returned to his room, where Luna remained seated in the distance. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Loren's bedroom, particularly the figure of Gwen on the table. Here is a new outfit for you. You cannot continue wearing that one. It may raise suspicions. Indeed, remember to wash it when you return. Chapter 61. The storm approaches that evening. Loren escorted Luna home. During their journey, they were seen by patrolling guards, yet none suspected Loren, as he had been in the company of the king. As for the female student, they merely assumed Loren was providing her with additional tutoring, which was entirely plausible given his position as a teacher at the Gedilon Royal Academy of Magic. Goodbye, esteemed mentor. As they parted, Luna clutched her skirt tightly, her gaze cast downward even during their farewell. The uniform fit her well, warming her heart. She imagined that Loren had arranged for someone to specially craft it for her after noticing her tattered attire, and today was the moment he formally presented it to her. Esteemed mentor, you are always welcome to visit. Luna's parents were elated to meet Loren, having taken the time to learn about his esteemed identity, and they were proud of their daughter's connection with him, treating Loren with newfound deference. Yes, goodbye. This night was destined to be sleepless. Following this incident, the official channels had irrevocably severed ties with Luna. Henceforth, they could no longer ambush her, and she would no longer offer them assistance. Whether it was the king, the pope, or the dean, all were troubled and unable to sleep, yet Loren enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following afternoon, before Loren awoke, the king waited outside. This time, he arrived just before noon, having familiarized himself with Loren's schedule. Esteemed mentor, what shall we do next? That night, the king had come to understand Luna's true power. With her abilities, eliminating him would indeed be no trivial feat. Few in the kingdom could rival her strength, and none were subservient to the king. What can be done? You have utterly offended him. Now it's all or nothing. Either avoid further antagonism or eliminate him outright. The best opportunity has slipped away. Your task now is to uncover the identity behind the mask. From the Scarecrow's descriptions, it was clear he was a man who harbored grudges and was aware of your weakness. He would likely remain in the royal capital until he found an opportunity to kill you. As Loren spoke, the king grew increasingly anxious. Yet he had no alternative but to follow Loren's guidance. I surmise that the superhero is likely a man aged between 15 and 25. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess the youthful bravado to become a superhero. Moreover, he cannot have been here for long. Otherwise, he would have revealed himself sooner. Let us search within that age range. Loren had also inquired about the timing of the superhero's emergence. It coincided with Loren's arrival in the royal capital, more specifically, after he had become a teacher. In truth, Loren is not entirely certain why Luna has suddenly chosen to become a superhero. It could be attributed to the emergence of the corrupted, or perhaps it is a result of her own encouragement. Seizing upon this opportunity, Loren delineated a scope for the king. Beyond Loren himself, no one could perceive Luna's disguise, thus the king would harbor no doubts regarding Loren's words. After expressing his gratitude, the king departed and immediately ordered that the designated area be searched, yet he was destined to find no results. Most importantly, by focusing his attention within the royal capital, the king would remain oblivious to the events occurring outside. Once the king had left, Loren took out his small notebook and glanced at it. Tomorrow marks the date of Eldrin's demise, and Gwen has already arrived outside the royal capital. Jingxin, my master, I am here. Today, Jingxin is still clad in her maid's long dress, fully aware of Loren's plan. Early tomorrow morning, you will take the children to the inn at Luna's residence to hide. It is essentially a slum and will not be targeted by the corrupted. The rest shall be entrusted to me. In dealing with minor monsters, Loren would involve the children to broaden their horizons, but facing a boss is different. Although Anna and the others possess considerable strength, they too would encounter peril. Loren is confident in his ability to defeat Eldrin and sees no need to put them at risk. Understood. Jingxin has always been obedient to Loren's words. Even if she might occasionally retort, she would never defy him, regardless of whether she comprehends his reasoning. In the afternoon, Loren attended class, as usual. Although the events of the previous day had yet to be reported, many were already aware of the information. Children of this age lack the capacity to conceal their emotions. Their anxiety etched plainly upon their faces. Without the superheroes to protect them, the corrupted have truly arrived, and they cannot rely on the Scarecrow. Amidst this atmosphere of unease, as one class concluded, Loren proactively approached Luna, who had been staring at him blankly throughout the lesson. Whenever Loren glanced her way, she would quickly avert her gaze, leaving her friends exasperated. Luna, please come to my office. I have matters to discuss with you. Unfortunately, she was at a loss for his surname and awkwardly blurted out, "What should the children call you?" Her friends promptly covered their faces in embarrassment. On the way to the office, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Luna initiated conversation. "Master, what is your surname?" After speaking, she wished to slap herself, recalling her previous slip of the tongue. Was this not even more awkward? "My surname is Luo, but you may as well ignore it." In this world, Loren's surname is indeed peculiar. When combined with his given name, it seems coherent, yet when separated, it becomes rather awkward. Strictly speaking, Anna's full name is actually Luo Anna, leading Loren to ultimately decide to pretend he has no surname. Luna too found Loren's surname somewhat strange, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, embracing him wholeheartedly. If she found his surname odd, she repeated it silently until it became second nature. Upon entering the office, Loren cast a shielding spell, his most frequently employed magic at present. "Luna, do not come to school tomorrow." "Huh? Why?" Upon hearing Loren's words, Luna's spirits instantly plummeted. But Loren quickly began to explain the reason. "I foresee danger at the academy tomorrow. You should remain at home and not wander about. Anna and the others will also take refuge at your house." Once again, Loren invoked his prophetic title. However, even without the reasoning, Luna would heed Loren's words. Understood. After Luna acquiesced, Loren nodded and departed, as he had other matters to attend to. When Luna exited, her friend had been waiting anxiously. "What did the master say? Did you discuss the names for your children?" Luna shook her head, choosing not to respond to her friend's inquiries. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. My parents have matters to attend to tomorrow. Could you come and take care of me?" Upon her friend's agreement, Luna smiled. Chapter 62. The Assault of the Corrupted. Good morning, Master. Today, Eldrin is particularly cheerful, striding with a sense of vigor, as if he has imbibed the rejuvenating essence of the ember's glow. Since today marks the day, Loren concocts the ember's glow for him. He is willing to greet Loren even at noon. Good morning. We're just having breakfast. Would you care for something? Loren invited Eldrin, who politely declined. No. I shall wait here for you. Since you are so eager, let us set off now. Loren hastily consumed a piece of bread and chased it down with milk, considering his breakfast complete. It was then that Scarlet approached with a teapot, but as she reached Eldrin, she accidentally stumbled, spilling tea onto him. Loren was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to apologize for Scarlet, he saw Eldrin brushing the tea leaves off his clothing. You are indeed compassionate for employing this poor child. Since that is the case, I shall not reprimand her. Let us proceed. Eldrin, who was about to receive the ember's glow, remained undeterred by the incident, evidently perceiving Scarlet as part of a special group, to which Loren could only nod in gratitude for Eldrin's understanding. After Loren and Eldrin departed, Anna helped Scarlet to her feet, and Scarlet released her clenched fist, revealing a small box adorned with intricate runes, which caused her some discomfort merely by gazing at it. Did I not steal the tear of condensation? What is this? However, Jingxin did not grant Scarlet much time for contemplation, leading her to the inn at Luna's residence. Upon arriving at the academy, Loren first checked his classroom, reassured only after confirming that Luna was absent. You are truly diligent. The Gurdran Royal Academy is fortunate to have a teacher like you. Too kind. It is all the Chancellor's merit. Eldrin interrupted their mutual flattery, placing the tear of condensation into Loren's hands. Please commence the alchemical process at once, Master. Very well. Loren readily agreed and entered his office, calculating the passage of time. He glanced out the window. The academy is not far from the city walls, and if those walls were breached, the conflict would soon reach the school. Outside the royal capital, the corrupted, ignited by Gwen, have commenced their assault. Their numbers are alarmingly vast, having brewed for so long. The corrupted attacking the capital number in the thousands, a situation exacerbated by the church and the king's indifference, which has allowed their ranks to swell. The corrupted are generally no match for the scarecrows. Perhaps a single corrupted cannot defeat one, but 5 could certainly overwhelm one. Yet how many scarecrows remain in the capital now? 30? 40? Furthermore, many have already been dealt with by Luna. In any case, the capital cannot withstand the onslaught of the corrupted unless angels descend. Given the magnitude of this incident, the arrival of angels is inevitable. What Loren must do is eliminate Eldrin before their arrival. At this moment, Loren recalled the description from the Tower Tarot card. Alas, you are high above, deaf and blind to all. A variety of materials were expertly added to the cauldron by Loren. He had no intention of faking anything, even if Eldrin was effectively a dead man walking. Time has come. The final ingredient was added, and the ember's glow was nearly completed. All that remained was to wait. Eldrin understood the rules. The alchemist's formula is a secret, and while Loren concocted the potion, he stood patiently at the office door until he heard a commotion outside. What is happening? The ruckus displeased Eldrin, but since he was about to receive the ember's glow, he managed to endure it. What was going on? He witnessed the ominous dark energy nearly tainting the heavens, while the sturdy walls of the royal city were mercilessly torn apart. The guardians of the kingdom resembled a fragile boat adrift in the tempestuous sea, instantly engulfed by the surging waves. The corrupted ones? Eldrin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. There were thousands of corrupted ones. Master, a horde of corrupted ones has commenced their assault on the royal city. The abruptness of the event left even Eldrin momentarily at a loss, for he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle in all his years. He observed Loren's expression, which was strained with genuine concern. Quickly, evacuate the students. I must preserve this potion. It is composed of rare materials, and if I miss this opportunity, I may not be able to concoct it again for years. Eldrin cast a glance at the potion in the cauldron, and the deep longing from his soul surged forth once more. He was certain this was indeed the Emberlight. Very well. In an instant, Eldrin made his choice, believing that the corrupted ones would not reach Loren in time. Even now, Eldrin remained preoccupied with Loren's safety. The moment he uttered this revelation, chaos erupted within the academy. No one dared to question Eldrin's words. Under his command, the students hastily departed the academy, and Eldrin blasted through the surrounding walls. as the main entrance was besieged by the corrupted ones. Witnessing this dire situation, Eldrin swiftly drew his wand from his robe, entwining the doorway with thorns, which proved futile as the dark energy corroded them into decay. "We must leave at once, master." After brandishing his wand, Eldrin's pace quickened, and upon entering Loren's office, he found him consuming a potion. A vial of greenish gold elixir lay on the table, surrounded by a multitude of potion bottles littering the floor. "This is the emberlight I safeguarded. It will take 7 days to refine using the cauldron." After draining the last vial, Loren finally spoke. That potion was a 6-tier elixir, Universal Resonance. The potion bottle slipped from Loren's grasp, shattering upon impact and emitting a sharp sound. Lest depart swiftly, Eldrin cautiously tucked the emberlight into his robe. But when he glanced at Loren, he found him showing no inclination to leave. Instead, he merely stared at the now desolate academy. "Master, the students have all fled. Everyone is eager to distance themselves from this place, so we shall not be disturbed for the time being." Loren abruptly interrupted Eldrin, though the latter remained perplexed, for all had placed their utmost trust in Loren. Even if Eldrin perceived Loren as an old suitor enamored with him, he would never suspect that Loren was the mastermind behind the chaos. Seal the throat. Chapter 63. Crimson sorcery, what do you mean by that? Loren suddenly extracted a long blade from beneath the table and swung it at Eldrin. Eldrin retreated just in time, but a single strand of hair fell away. At this juncture, Eldrin struggled to comprehend why Loren would turn against him. "It's nothing." Loren sheathed the blade, securing it at his waist. Eldrin remained quietly observant, suspecting Loren merely wished to test the weapon before joining him in their escape. Thus he chose not to disturb him. However, when Eldrin saw Loren reach into his dark robe and produce 2 submachine guns, aiming them at him, his pupils dilated in shock as he lunged behind the cabinet. Yet, Loren fired first. The enchanted bullets designed to pierce magic effortlessly shredded Eldrin's protective robe, obliterating the cabinet and showering Eldrin with the remaining rounds. Under the relentless fire rate of the submachine guns, the ammunition was swiftly exhausted. It was then, amidst the swirling dust, that Loren noticed Eldrin's wand emanating a radiant glow. Under the effects of universal resonance, Loren deftly dodged the blood bamboo that erupted from the ground while reloading, addressing Eldrin, 4th-tier magic, blood bamboo penetration. "Now it is just the 2 of us. You continue to wield your fertility magic. Why persist?" Once the bullets were reloaded, Loren beheld Eldrin, who had risen again, utterly disheveled, his once distinguished robe now resembling that of a beggar. Though the bullets had not inflicted fatal wounds, he was nonetheless covered in blood, his endurance far inferior to Valentinus. Eldrin produced a blood gem from his bosom, placing it in the recess atop his wand. While Loren noted that one portion of Eldrin remained unscathed, it was where he stored the emberlight. Loren smiled, having achieved his objective. Handing the emberlight to Eldrin was intended to render him powerless. As Eldrin raised his wand, Loren simultaneously pulled the trigger, both men striking at once. Loren's instincts suddenly alerted him, and he felt a sharp pain of tearing, the acrid scent of blood filling the air. Without hesitation, Loren rolled aside. Yet the trajectory of the bullets remained unchanged, raining toward Eldrin. The wall behind Loren was cleaved in 2, the crimson blade flashing past too swiftly for the naked eye to capture. Crimson blade. Loren confidently uttered the name of the magic Eldrin had just employed, instilling within Eldrin a sense of intangible pressure. Nonetheless, Eldrin maintained his composure, quickly murmuring incantations, causing several decaying corpses to sprout from the academy floor. However, the bullets continued to surge toward Eldrin's upper body. The thorny phantoms surrounding Eldrin were instantly shredded, and the bullets struck him directly. He could only shield his vital points as best as he could, determined to protect the emberlight cradled in his arms. The remaining bullets were impeded by the risen corpses, the typically effective magic-piercing rounds yielding minimal results against the corpses, merely generating a mist of blood. Thorn barrier, corpse rampart. Loren once more recited the names of Eldrin's spells. Fully aware of even the crimson sorcery, Eldrin did not respond to Loren, instead continuously unleashing spells, and from the blood mist emitted by the corpses, a mass of flesh shot forth, resembling an underdeveloped infant. Crimson Tide Nova, you can even summon this? This time, Loren did not evade, knowing the spell possessed tracking capabilities. The speed of the crimson tide nova was staggering, the winds it stirred dispersing the blood mist, allowing Loren to see Eldrin's bloodied yet composed visage. It was only when he witnessed the crimson tide nova pierce through Loren's head, striking the wall behind him, that disbelief finally crossed his features. Upon striking the wall, the crimson tide nova erupted in a violent explosion, scattering flesh and blood, and creating a gaping hole in the wall, causing the entire building to tremble precariously. This was a 6-tier spell. Under normal circumstances, the crimson tide nova would penetrate a target before detonating. Loren discarded the empty submachine guns, aware that Eldrin would not grant him the opportunity to reload. Seizing the moment while Eldrin was momentarily stunned, Loren hurled a handful of scrolls into the fray. Rain of Fire, Spirit Light, Arrow, Stormblade. As Loren recited the names of the spells, the scrolls unfurled, igniting and unleashing magic. Various elemental spells surged toward Eldrin, who, left with no choice, once more erected the corpse rampart to encase himself. The magical collisions triggered violent explosions, and this time, the Academy could no longer withstand the onslaught. Beginning to collapse. Rock barrier. Loren cast another scroll, which transformed into stone to shield him, as the crumbling debris fell upon the rock without causing him significant harm. Almost immediately, an explosion erupted from Eldrin's direction, obliterating the rock barrier and sending the collapsing ceiling soaring into the air. The entire teaching building was reduced to rubble, with Loren and Erdeling standing amidst the ruins, continuing their standoff. As Erdeling raised his staff, a crimson sword aura flashed once more. Llewellyn, unwavering and focused, retrieved a scroll from his black robe. Once again, the scarlet blade pierced Llewellyn's body, yet he remained unscathed. Erdeling's expression grew increasingly grave. He was utterly unaware of Llewellyn's capabilities, while Llewellyn was fully aware of his. Fireball, Great Fireball, Lava Fireball, Fireball Barrage, Explosive Fireball. Llewellyn unleashed 5 scrolls, all of which conjured fireballs that nearly obscured the sky. This series of spells consumed 200 to 300 mana points, a feat only Llewellyn dared to attempt. What manner of monster are you? It was not long into the battle that Erdeling felt unprecedented pressure. To say this was the most arduous fight of his life would not be an exaggeration. Fire magic was particularly effective against crimson magic, and the corruption barrier could not withstand such an onslaught. Erdeling could only conjure a semi-transparent crimson shield before him, which was quickly engulfed by flames. Throat slash. Llewellyn's long blade cleaved through the fire, severing Erdeling's barrier and aiming for his neck. So was you. As the flames dissipated, Erdeling managed to block Llewellyn's blade with his staff, yet this familiar scene triggered memories of how the cloaked figure had previously attacked him. Realizing this now was rather too late. Llewellyn smiled, exerting more force. This time, he had the upper hand over Erdeling, who struggled to maintain his ground. Having consumed a potion beforehand, Llewellyn's strength had already surpassed Erdeling's. Chapter 64. Erdeling's hatred the blade continued to strike. Llewellyn swung his long knife, each blow landing heavily upon Erdeling's staff, each cut more powerful than the last, crushing him with sheer strength. This was not a display of martial skill, but rather a relentless assault born purely from numerical superiority. Erdeling was forced to retreat under Llewellyn's relentless strikes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Should this continue, his demise was inevitable. Llewellyn relished in keeping his foes at a distance while unleashing ranged attacks. Humiliation and fury surged within Erdeling. He envisioned his own demise, perhaps at the hands of a cadre of mages or even an angel, but he never anticipated such a sudden end. Llewellyn kept a keen eye on the red crystal at the forefront of Erdeling's staff, noting its diminishing hue as he cast spells. Since the battle commenced, Erdeling had unleashed numerous high-tier spells. He was no Llewellyn, who had a mana pool that could endure for an eternity. By all accounts, he should have exhausted his mana long ago. Yet this was the formidable aspect of crimson magic. Employing ruthless methods to slay foes, it could amass energy for the Crimson Core. The very red crystal atop Erdeling's staff, allowing him to utilize this energy in lieu of mana when casting crimson spells. This energy was far more arduous to replenish than mana, yet its significance in battle was undeniable. Had Erdeling encountered anyone but Llewellyn, other mages would have surely succumbed to his attrition. Throat slash, throat slash, throat slash. Cracks began to appear on Erdeling's staff, prompting Loren to unleash an even fiercer onslaught. Repeating the same technique, targeting the same spot on the staff. Throat slash was one of Loren's favored techniques. Minimal preparation, rapid execution, and considerable damage. Effective whether in ambush or direct confrontation. Erdeling gritted his teeth, acutely aware that the color of the crimson core was fading. He was on the brink of depletion. Yet Loren's assault showed no sign of abating. Was his mana truly infinite? Crimson grasp. A hand devoid of skin suddenly emerged from the void, seizing Loren and successfully interrupting his attack. Seizing this opportunity, Erdeling quickly retreated and cast crimson magic once more. Blood veil. A thick fog of blood began to spread from Erdeling, obscuring his form. Before he vanished, Loren noticed that the crimson core on his staff had revealed a tinge of white. It seemed that Loren's earlier incantation of his spells had provoked Erdeling, prompting him to call out the name of his magic, hoping to bolster his own morale. Observing Loren's composed demeanor, Erdeling tightened his grip on his staff, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. Loren's form once again became ethereal, successfully breaking free from the giant hand's grasp. In that moment, Loren hurled a scroll, Wingless Tempest. The scroll transformed into a raging wind, sweeping away the debris from the ground. This was a 5th-tier spell, the highest grade scroll Loren had procured, specifically intended for Erdeling. The blood mist Erdeling had just conjured was instantly blown away, revealing him as he began to chant. Thick roots sprouted from beneath his feet. 2nd-tier spell, Rooting. Erdeling's quick thinking in countering the Wingless Tempest was commendable, recalling how Valentina had previously employed this tactic. However, the effects of a 5th-tier spell, such as Wingless Tempest, were not so easily dismissed. While Erdeling remained upright, his flesh began to tear under the Tempest's ferocity, blood spraying forth. From the onset, Loren had anticipated Blood Veil. It not only concealed Erdeling's form, but also conferred evasion. Even if Loren discerned his location, he could not strike. He had to disperse the blood mist first. Blood Drain, Lightning Bolt, Dark Tidal Wave, Mountain Rock Slide, Sword of Light. Just as Erdeling unleashed a spell, Loren cast another scroll. A crimson beam suddenly linked Loren to Erdeling's staff, but before Erdeling could act further, Loren's magic struck him with full force, and he had no time to cast any defensive spells. Loren's spells, enhanced by spiritual insight, were formidable, even when delivered through a scroll. The roots binding Erdeling's feet were shattered by the onslaught, sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite. His body was left mangled, his innards nearly spilling forth, and his legs were twisted backward, due to the rooting effect. Why? I have toiled my entire life, nearly a century spent in relentless pursuit of magic, honing my skills and strengthening my body, only to be defeated by you. Erdeling's lungs were crushed, his voice weak, yet it still brimmed with hatred. Because I have awakened. Loren spoke candidly, revealing that Erdeling's attributes, earned through effort, were insubstantial, while Loren's attributes, acquired through enhancement, were solid and formidable. The difference was stark. Although Loren continued to converse with Erdeling, he offered no respite. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Erdeling. Throat slash. In the final moment before death, Erdeling felt time slow infinitely. He gazed at his own body with his remaining eye, the embers of hope shattered. Not only had he lost the hope of immortality, but he was also destined to perish at this moment. To meet his end at Loren's hands, toyed with like a cat with a mouse. This outcome was unacceptable to him. God of hatred, Ligus, grant me strength. I am willing to pay any price to slay Loren. The blade came perilously close to Erdeling's neck, yet at that moment, a dense black mist erupted from his form, forcefully halting Loren's blade from advancing further. Ah, so there's a second phase to the boss. Loren deftly retreated, putting distance between them. Erdeling fought until the very end, suddenly erupting with newfound power just before death, while Loren's attire bore a trace of dirt, evoking a fleeting sensation that he himself was the true villain. In the face of Erdeling's transformation, Loren sheathed his blade, displaying no hint of alarm. Since those ordinary individuals can harness the power of the god of hatred, it stands to reason that Erdeling cannot be an exception. Such a scenario aligns perfectly with Loren's plans. As the mightiest mage of the kingdom, Erdeling's powers, once transformed into a darkened being, far exceed those of an ordinary darkened entity. Hatred coalesced into his very entrails, his shattered legs enveloped in dark energy. ultimately causing them to vanish as Erdeling floated amidst the black mist. His staff fused with his bloodied hand, the crimson core tainted dark red by the surrounding shadows. And Erdeling's aura surged. Observing Loren's persistent smile, Erdeling let out a roar, his voice now resembling that of a frenzied beast rather than a human. Chapter 65. The hero emerges in but an instant. Erdeling materialized before Loren, his attributes enhanced beyond Loren's after his transformation. A flash of black light ensued as Erdeling seized Loren by the throat, pinning him to the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Erdeling exerted his strength. This assault did not penetrate. It appeared you cannot evade close-range attacks. Erdeling raised his staff, intent on ending Loren's life in that very moment. The staff now resembled a mace, more than adequate as a melee weapon. Guess what? Though Loren's face flushed crimson, he maintained a smile, a gesture that instilled a sense of unease in Erdeling. By the time he released his grip, it was already too late. Loren had revealed his dark robe, beneath which lay an abundance of explosives strapped around his waist, chest, and thighs, all of which detonated at that moment. Erdeling was first engulfed by the explosion's brilliance, only then hearing the resounding blast that even reverberated across the neighboring city, where a colossal mushroom cloud blossomed over the royal capital. The entire capital trembled, the smoke and debris lingering long after, ultimately dispersed only by Loren's wind magic scroll. The teaching hall had transformed into a gaping chasm, the very foundation obliterated. You certainly have a remarkable resilience to death, Erdeling. Erdeling had become a spiked orb. Amidst the explosion, half of his spikes had been blown away, and his recently mended body lay shattered once more. In contrast, Loren's only injury was a mark upon his neck, which was now fading. With regard to phasing, Loren had developed numerous strategies. The self-exploding infantry, unharmed by the explosion, was a tactic few could withstand. I have discerned your weakness. The dark energy entwined Erdeling, forcibly reconstructing the limbs he had lost, his form twisting grotesquely as hands emerged uncontrollably from his wounds, contorting in unnatural angles in an attempt to rend Loren asunder. Indeed, you have discovered my weakness. I am terrified. Loren's first backup hidden energy source did not annihilate Erdeling, and now it was time for the second backup hidden energy source. Suddenly, blood-red runes materialized upon Loren's intact dark robe. God of joy, endless ecstasy Kajin, my esteemed mentor. Before Loren could finish uttering Kajin's revered name, he witnessed a familiar figure descending from above, the silver cloak shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The runes upon Loren dimmed with Luna's arrival. He likely would not require the second backup hidden energy source, nor the subsequent third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh. Luna brandished her silver sword, severing the hand of Erdeling that was connected to his staff. Against such a foe, Luna's sword proved far more effective than Loren's blade. She launched a relentless assault, forcefully subduing Erdeling. From a moment she realized Loren was not accompanied by others. She had been searching for him, determined to fulfill her promise of protection. It was the recent explosion that had drawn her to him. She did not inquire as to the reasons. She simply knew that what Loren was doing was right. With each strike, she ignited her blade. Such an opportune moment could not escape Loren's grasp. He tossed a scroll into the air, igniting flames as his blade sliced through it, severing the hands that sought to attack Luna. These newly grown hands lacked the strength of the original, easily cut through even by Loren. It was time to devise a suitable weapon. Loren contemplated the need for a fitting armament. Yet his blade showed no signs of slowing as it left countless wounds upon Erdeling's back. Although each wound was shallow, they were still painful. Erdeling let out a furious roar, dark energy erupting forth and sending both Loren and Luna flying. This attack bore little damage, and Loren chose not to employ phasing, instead seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Erdeling. Following that explosion, Erdeling was akin to a candle in the wind. All his actions were mere desperate struggles. Loren, I know you desire the tear of condensation. Allow me to live, and I shall grant you the tear. At this juncture, Erdeling proposed a trade to Loren. The tear of condensation is not in my possession, is it? Loren inquired, checking the location of the tear, finding it utterly empty. I had cast a spell upon the tear of condensation. No matter where it lies, I can retrieve it. Without me, you shall not find it. At this point, a smile crept upon Erdeling's half-faces. So what do you say? Release me. and I shall provide you not only the tier of condensation and its replenishment method, but also the entirety of my research on crimson magic. How does that sound? You are not one to resist the allure of crimson magic, are you? Erdeling brimmed with confidence, believing Loren would not refuse such a bargain. He had no evidence to prove Loren was the one in the dark robe, given Loren's identity and status. Even if he released him, he posed little threat to Loren. Step back, Luna. Huh? Luna was taken aback by Loren addressing her directly, while Erdeling fully grasped the implications of hearing Luna's name. The identity of a superhero is a secret. Since Loren revealed it to him, it indicated there was no chance for him to survive. Loren hurled scrolls from his dark robe, the unfurled scrolls nearly blocking out the sunlight, as various spells rained down like a tempest. By the time the magic ceased, Erdeling was left with naught but a charred half-skull. The tier of condensation is of no concern. After all, Loren knew all of Erdeling's strongholds and could simply search them one by one. Even the crimson magic would be accepted by Loren, rendering Erdeling unnecessary. However, Loren did not receive a notification of an upgrade. Typically, defeating a boss like Erdeling would prompt an upgrade. The absence of such a notification suggested that Erdeling was not yet dead. Remarkably resilient. It seems his hatred, Ligus, is quite satisfied, granting him such power. Nevertheless, this presented a fortuitous opportunity for Loren to utilize Pluto's mouth. Unfazed, Loren approached Erdeling, intending to retrieve the scattered crimson core. Although Loren's magic was aimed at Erdeling, the crimson core remained undamaged, proving its durability. Just as Loren bent to collect the crimson core, a bony spike suddenly emerged from Erdeling's eye socket, piercing through Loren's body. Esteemed mentor! Ugh! Luna screamed, rushing forward, only to witness Loren, seemingly unperturbed, wiping off the crimson core and giving Luna a thumbs up. Despite being impaled, Loren spun around, leaving Luna momentarily speechless. Why do all you villains relish in a dying counterattack? Loren stepped out of the range of the bone spike, placing his hand upon Erdeling's head, and in the next moment, Erdeling's skull vanished without a trace. Chapter 66. Death Settles Debts Level 4, Intelligence 5, awarded 4 attribute points. This time, Erdeling was truly dead. It must be said that the outer gods are rather perilous, having granted Erdeling a second phase. Name: Loren level, 19 strength, 10 stamina, 21 agility, 14 intelligence, 29 mana, 17205-240 remaining attribute points. For accessories: Chishue Hunjia, blessings, Poi, Pulitu Jiko, Jinshurjian curses, Pojuiji AI, Zhongxing de Toachi talent. Mingonda accent only one level separates Loren from reaching level 20, and his intelligence is on the verge of surpassing 30. Loren has taken another step closer to becoming a statistical anomaly. Perhaps it is due to the fact that only the head of Erdelin remains, as it solely provided Loren with intelligence. This is also the time when Loren consumed the most mana. He could hardly recall how many martial techniques and spells he had employed, especially the prolonged phase of phasing he underwent to evade the explosions, resulting in the final Pulitajiko, consuming minimal energy. Loren estimated that the remaining mana he possessed was roughly equivalent to that of 3 or 4 Erdelins, and with less than 1/10 of their mana. He had already distinguished himself among mages. Let us return, Loren declared, pulling out his notebook, tearing out the page concerning Erdelin, and discarding it casually, his mood brightening as he extended his hand toward Luna. At that moment, Luna also reverted from her transformation, reaching out, yet hesitated before retracting her hand, pausing momentarily before suddenly grasping it. After the students evacuated, the corrupted ones departed from the academy, and the ensuing commotion served as a warning for them not to return. Thus, the outside remained relatively safe. Loren grasped Luna's hand as they ran, sweeping past the ruins of the city, ultimately arriving at the inn where Luna's family resided. This place had escaped the turmoil, yet it did not deter everyone from hiding indoors. In the face of danger, these ordinary people could do little but seek refuge. Fortunate that they were not the targets of the corrupted. After today, the royal capital would be in ruins, yet the Gedilon kingdom would not suffer greatly. Small nations possess their own advantages, and with a bit of effort, the country could return to normalcy. Furthermore, Loren gazed at the sky, now tainted by dark miasma, but it wouldn't be long before the angels would arrive. Master, I sneaked out. We must return discreetly. There's an entrance on the roof. Allow me to guide you up. Oh, very well. In a place hidden from view, Luna transformed stealthily, trembling as she lifted Loren. Am I really that heavy? Loren mused. Convinced of his own commendable physique, and believed that with Luna's strength, she should not struggle to carry him. No, Luna cast a glance at Loren, her trembling intensifying, revealing her excitement. Meanwhile, the king, sensing something amiss, hastily arranged for a carriage to flee, even neglecting to take the princes and princesses with him. The royal capital was not large, and the speed of the corrupted was alarming. Had he delayed even slightly, the blade of the corrupted would have found its mark upon him. In an instant, the royal capital seemed to transform into hell. The king shuddered at the thought of that mushroom cloud, grateful for his swift escape. He felt no guilt in abandoning his kingdom, only relief at having narrowly escaped death. Despite fleeing twice in a short span, Your Majesty, there is someone blocking the way ahead. Do not slow down, ram through. The beasts are pulling the carriage. Even if we hit him, it will not affect us. But he is clad in a black robe and wielding a blade. He is dangerous. The coachman's words were abruptly silenced, and the king was struck by an ominous premonition. As he leaned out of the carriage, he beheld the glint of a blade. You, the centenarian king, who had just extended his lifespan, met his end without uttering a final word, slain like a wild dog at the hands of another. Upon the simultaneous deaths of the king and the coachman, the carriage veered out of control. Gawain decisively severed the reins before beginning to search for valuable items within the carriage. The two beasts pulling the carriage dashed away into the distance, mere moments away from escaping this hell. Loren had not forgotten the two names on his list. This was the true reckoning for lives lost. Master. Loren was immediately surrounded upon entering the room, with Luna being pushed aside. In that instant, Luna once again felt a pang of inferiority. Indeed, while she had shared numerous experiences with Loren, none were particularly extraordinary. His feelings for her were akin to those he held for his own student. Luna instinctively tightened her grip on the yuanshi jitong at her chest. In comparison to the girls surrounding Loren, she felt even more ordinary. Even among these girls, two were Loren's daughters, yet Luna did not believe she could measure up to them. Living in such an environment, with classmates who were nobles and often bullied, Luna harbored deep-seated insecurities. Her identity as a witch only exacerbated her feelings of inadequacy. Her parents had taught her to endure, as the nobles at the academy were not ones they could provoke. When Sylvie first poured milk over her head, she immediately informed her parents, only to be told that she had to apologize to Sylvie the following day. This exemplified the helplessness of ordinary individuals in the face of nobility, and Luna held no grievances regarding it. In such circumstances, Loren shone like a beacon in her life, offering encouragement and instilling in her the courage to resist bullying. Previously, Luna could never have imagined that one day she would dare to confront Sylvie. Yet now, Luna felt that this light was growing increasingly blinding, even somewhat overwhelming, filling her with self-doubt. Master, when shall we return home? Is the situation in the royal capital resolved? We will return tomorrow. I am uncertain if there will be a carriage available, but the distance is not too great. If necessary, we can walk. In truth, they could leave immediately, but Gawain was currently looting Ireland's base. He had already encountered numerous corpses, including a mother and daughter. The mother, bound and forced to watch as her daughter was brutally slain. Their expressions were frozen in the horror of their last moments, likely having provided a significant amount of energy for the Scarlet Corps. Are you leaving tomorrow? Luna felt a wave of desolation wash over her, as if the experiences of this time had been nothing but a dream, and that upon tomorrow's arrival, this dream would shatter. Yes, we will depart tomorrow. By the way, since the academy has been destroyed, if you wish to continue your studies, you can come and be my student, and we can return together. You can still go home on the weekends. It is not far. Huh? The sudden joy rendered Luna momentarily dazed. She could hardly fathom such an outcome. Do not worry about diplomas. In the future, when you seek employment, being known as Master S student carries far more weight than being a graduate of Gedilon Royal Academy of Magic. So, will you come with me? Absolutely, Luna exclaimed, excitedly grasping Loren's hand, only to awkwardly release it under the gaze of Nakalis. Chapter 67 Departure from the Royal Capital. Is this an angel? Nakali stood alongside Loren on the rooftop of the inn, witnessing the moment the angel descended. Within an hour of the corrupted attacking the royal capital, the angel had already arrived. The angel was a man clad in a green suit, his body half resembling branch-like flesh and half resembling flesh-like branches. He broke through the dark miasma in the sky, descending as if bathed in sunlight. Indeed, he was an angel. Yet Loren felt that he could easily be mistaken for one of the most fearsome demons. Even demons would be startled by his presence. Thus, upon seeing him, Nicalis was immediately frightened away, and Loren surmised she would need comfort tonight. At least, she would not soil herself. Previously, Pastas had fought desperately to hold off the corrupted for a moment, and by the time the angel arrived, Pastas had been reduced to half a body. This angel, with his branch-like flesh, touched Pastas's form, causing Pastas's abdomen to swell rapidly, ultimately resulting in a complete Pastas bursting forth from his own belly. Subsequently, the angel lifted its garment, and fortunately, its abdomen appeared quite normal, albeit with slightly enlarged pores from which seeds resembling sesame continued to sprout, falling one by one to the ground. The moment these seeds made contact with the soil, they sank down, ultimately growing into a plant. Though referred to as a plant, these entities resembled random strands of green thread intertwined with one another. As they matured, they broke free from the earth, moving in various strange and incomprehensible manners. Some floated away like dandelions in the wind, others slithered like serpents, and some appeared to teleport in a stuttering fashion. In any case, these entities penetrated the minds of the corrupted, who then reverted to their original forms. It seemed akin to the purification of Luna. But Loren knew that half of these individuals' brains had transformed into vegetation. At times, even Loren questioned whether he was indeed engaged in a horror game. For how could such ghastly phenomena exist? Shortly after the angel's arrival, the crisis was averted. The nobility suffered a casualty rate of only 50%, with all corrupted individuals returning to normal, and few experiencing true death, a cause for celebration. These events bore no impact on Loren, as he was a benign citizen, utterly powerless. He had no intention of addressing the aftermath left in the royal capital. The church would handle it. Regardless of what transpired, Loren planned to depart by dawn, continuing to be the esteemed mentor admired by many. However, that night was far from tranquil. The hotel provided them with a two-bedroom suite, where two maids shared a bed, while Loren slept with the others. Nicalis was not the most graceful sleeper. She not only insisted on riding Loren as she slept, but also drooled, leaving the pillow damp by morning. Anna was no better, having turned upside down and inadvertently kicked Loren in the face. After a lengthy period, Loren finally fell asleep. But before he could rest for long, the early rising Jingxin arrived for breakfast. Upon discovering him, she calmly inquired, "Would you care for some milk this morning?" and proceeded to remove her high heels, preparing a fresh cup for Loren. Each time she uttered such impossibly audacious remarks in her tranquil tone, Loren found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. By the heavens, Loren's experience was indeed quite ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have remained oblivious to such a charming and obedient maid for a decade. When Jingxin donned her attire once more, the familiar colors evoked peculiar fantasies in Loren's mind. Notably, Jingxin was also adorned in black stockings. "Master, what troubles you?" Nicalis inquired, noticing Loren's discontent during breakfast. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head and continuing his meal. Today marked a rare occasion for him to rise early. It was merely a lack of restful sleep. Loren was not one to display such expressions before the children. What truly weighed on his mind was the discovery concerning Guewin. Guewin had scoured every base of Iredale. While he had uncovered all of Iredale's research findings, the crucial item known as Ling Yuan Gila remained elusive. In the original work, Iredale did not employ such methods. Killing him would have resulted in Ling Yuan Gila dropping directly without any complications. "By the way, Master, what is this box?" asked Si Jiali as she handed Loren a box she had previously pilfered from Iredale. Upon opening it, a small vial in the shape of a teardrop suddenly appeared. "Ling Yuan Gila?" Loren exclaimed, taking the small box with excitement. He closed the lid, marveling. The box of non-abandonment? This box of non-abandonment was indeed a remarkable item. After storing something within for a period, it would form a bond, allowing the holder to recall the item merely through thought, regardless of its location. However, the most significant aspect was its elusiveness to others. Had it not been for Si Jiali, Loren might have never discovered Ling Yuan Gila. "This is wonderful, Si Jiali. Without hesitation, Luolan cradled her head and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. In that instant, Na Khaleesi and Lu Na simultaneously rose, exchanged glances, and then sat back down. It's not that impressive, Si Jiali said, lowering her gaze, hiding her hands behind her back, and swaying her body with a silly grin. Luolan affectionately stroked Si Jiali's head, thinking how others might overlook her, yet she was the one who truly excelled. After breakfast, Luolan and the others set out for home. The carriages in the royal capital had been commandeered by fleeing nobles, but Lu Na's parents provided Luolan with a carriage. Though the horses were not exceptional, they sufficed, as Luolan did not prioritize speed. Ease of effort was sufficient. Gawain was placed in Si Jiali's space for thieves, which indeed proved advantageous. Farewell, mother and father. Lu Na waved goodbye to her parents as they departed. There was no sorrow in her parents' eyes, only the joy of their daughter's impending journey toward a brighter future. The farewell was not solely for Lu Na. Luolan too had his own parting words. Little bird, Simone has perished. You have fulfilled your duty. Do you wish to return to nature or continue accompanying me? Luolan maintained his habit of releasing wildlife after rescue, though he would respect the nightingale's wishes, as she could no longer be considered an ordinary wild creature. The nightingale's choice was clear. She flew from Luolan's finger to perch upon his shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek. Chapter 68. Returning home on the journey back. Luolan witnessed the devastation in the royal capital and its surroundings. However, the restored corrupted individuals, alongside others, diligently worked to mend their homeland. In a certain sense, it was quite beautiful. With the nobility largely deceased or fled, the church distributed their stockpiled grain, ensuring that the common folk would not suffer from hunger, but rather enjoy a more prosperous existence than before. As Luolan passed by in the carriage, they paused their labors to greet him, their spirits evidently high. It was akin to providing them with stable employment. Although the pay was modest, it was sufficient to fill their bellies. Luolan smiled in return, suddenly recalling a phrase uttered by Zhang Jiao in a certain Three Kingdoms-themed work. They have merely forgotten that they can eat rice. Once they have tasted its flavor, they will never wish to return a tree bark. This time, they truly understood the vastness of food production and recognized the reasons behind their previous hunger. As long as hatred persists in this world, the god of hatred, legacy, will observe it like countless stars. When individuals feel hatred yet find themselves powerless, legacy will offer them a blade, much like the fairy that gifted Cinderella her glass slipper. The events in the royal capital had little impact on the small towns along the border. Upon Luolan's return, everything remained tranquil. His home was as he had left it, and upon returning, the first order of business was a thorough cleaning. Although they had been away for a short time, dust had accumulated. Lu Na joined the cleaning effort, her movements surprisingly nimble, significantly outpacing the pampered Na and Na Khaleesi. Initially, Luolan had planned to hire someone for the task, but Jingxin had refused, leaving them no choice but to undertake the chore themselves. Fortunately, only a few bedrooms and the living room required cleaning. The other vacant rooms could be tidied at a leisurely pace, though managing a standalone villa was still somewhat cumbersome. Choose a room, Lu Na. May I share a room with you? Lu Na blurted out, immediately feeling embarrassed and wishing to slap herself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Others might occasionally invade at night, making it inconvenient to share a room with you. Luolan honestly replied, amplifying Lu Na's embarrassment. Lu Na casually pointed to an empty room, although she secretly wished to find a house closer to Loren. Unfortunately, the nearest ones had already been claimed by Nakalis and Jingxin. Scarlet arbitrarily chose a room with large windows, but while cleaning, she nearly met her demise at the hands of a cabinet. Ultimately, Loren abandoned the thought of having her assist and left everything to Jingxin. The birdcage was placed on the balcony, its door left ajar, allowing the nightingale the freedom to escape. However, Loren took precautions by installing a protective net on the window, not out of fear of the nightingale flying away, but rather concerned that a raptor might enter and devour her. Despite the madness of this world, the environment was relatively pleasant, home to various rare creatures, many of which had transformed into magical beasts. Gwen was perched atop a cabinet in the bedroom, her legs dangling naturally, hands resting on the edges, resembling a lively and charming young girl. By the time everything was settled, twilight had descended, signaling dinner time. Scarlet's lair still held plenty of ingredients, so there was no need to procure more. Just after Jingxin finished tidying up, she began preparing dinner for 20. "Let me assist you," Loren offered as he entered the kitchen to join Jingxin. Having lived alone before his journey, Loren was reasonably adept at cooking. Though he couldn't rival Jingxin, he surpassed many chefs. Prior to Jingxin's arrival, he had always been the one cooking at home. "I'll help too," Anna exclaimed as she entered the kitchen, prompting Natalis and Luna to squeeze in as well. However, when Scarlet attempted to join, Loren seized her and tossed her outside. Although Scarlet was ostensibly a maid, she had yet to perform any duties befitting her role, and Loren had tacitly accepted her as a mere mascot. Given her thievery of the tears of condensation, Loren decided to refrain from tarnishing her reputation for the time being. Sometimes, Loren mused that perhaps he should switch places with the nightingale and take up residence in the cage. At least that way, he wouldn't cause any trouble. As the day drew to a close, Luna lay in bed, struggling to sleep. For tomorrow, she would embark on a new chapter of her life as Loren's student. Residing in his home, the beds in Loren's house were significantly softer than those in Luna's, and she covered her flushed face with a blanket, unable to suppress a silly smile. Meanwhile, Loren too found sleep elusive. Upon lying down, he heard commotion from the adjacent room, which belonged to Jingxin. "What mischief are you up to now, Jingxin?" Loren called out, knocking on the wall in exasperation. When Jingxin did not respond, Loren was startled to see a drill bit protruding from the wall, precisely at waist height and wide enough for the nightingale to pass through, akin to a dog door in rural homes. "To prevent you from being bored, I made a hole. You do enjoy playing with birds, don't you? This way, your nightingale can visit any time." "You had better be referring to the nightingale," Loren replied, feeling a headache coming on. He doubted the nightingale could ever fathom the peculiar utility it would find in such a place. Noticing Loren's silence, Jingxin added, "If it's uncomfortable, I can sand it down and even paint it." This time, Loren chose to ignore her entirely and settled into bed, having long since grown accustomed to Jingxin's antics. As he prepared for sleep, Loren, as per his usual routine, began to strategize for the future. After comprehending the observer, he aimed to first collect the 22 tarot cards. The Fool card was in the hands of a little girl, and Loren was uncertain if she had even been born yet. Presently, the last thing Loren required was the Fool card, blessed with the eternal observer. He harbored no fear of contamination. The Death card had genuinely transformed into the Grim Reaper, and obtaining it would necessitate vanquishing a boss. The Strength card was located at sea, where the ocean was more chaotic than the land. Loren preferred to avoid the sea unless absolutely necessary. The Hermit card was among the most challenging to acquire, as it resided with the secret witch, the Pope of the Witch Church, who, like the 9 righteous deities, wielded tremendous authority. The most recent card, Judgment, was situated in the kingdom of Badoro, adjacent to Gedlon. In Badoro, there existed a structure known as the Tower of Sins, within which the Judgment card lay concealed. However, this edifice had yet to be discovered. Loren calculated that its discovery would likely occur within the next few years, potentially within mere days. Chapter 69, Teaching and Imparting Knowledge. "Choose an instrument you fancy," Loren said as he led Luna to his study, which housed nearly every instrument she could conceive of. At that moment, Luna recalled Loren's other identity as a musician. "Why must I select an instrument?" Luna inquired, picking up a flute and attempting to play a simple melody. The act of casting magic, in a sense, resembled musical performance. Officially published methods of learning magic were overly complicated, particularly those associated with the righteous deities, which included the step of praying to the divine. Even some spells unrelated to the deities necessitated a prayer for activation, as the gods had conspired to seal the magic of this world. Luna's mind briefly faltered upon receiving such a wealth of information, as it seemed to overturn everything she had previously learned. Loren, undeterred by her comprehension, proceeded to explain the fundamental principles. However, witches are exempt. Witches possess an innate affinity for magical power, rendering the god seals nearly ineffective against them. As he spoke, Loren picked up a violin and led Luna outside to the balcony, where the nightingale immediately perched on his shoulder upon seeing him. Magic is akin to a piece of music. The method taught at the Academy for releasing spells is like hiring a musician to perform for you. My approach allows you to perform yourself. This not only accelerated spellcasting, but also reduced consumption. Loren drew the bow across the violin strings, and as a beautiful melody resonated, the wilted flowers in a vase on the balcony began to regain their vitality, blossoming anew. This was the first-tier magic of the abundance sequence, revitalization. The essence of casting magic lies in using one's magical power to play the corresponding melody. One can initially practice alongside an instrument before eventually casting spells directly. This technique was not exclusive to witches. With the invocation of divine consent, ordinary individuals could also employ it. This was precisely why Loren urged Nicalis and Anna to study music. Having a musical foundation made learning magic significantly easier. At this juncture, Luna finally grasped the magnitude of the knowledge Loren imparted to her. Were this knowledge to be made public, it could potentially upend the world. Loren handed Luna a small notebook containing various spells he had deciphered. Mastering the principles within would simplify the decryption of other spells considerably. Loren now held the confidence to decode any spell within 30 minutes. It was at this moment that Luna understood why so many prominent figures held Loren in such high regard. Even the divine beings likely regarded Loren's knowledge with trepidation. "You may try it out first," Loren encouraged, patting her shoulder before reclining on the sofa, embracing a state of leisure. While exercising could indeed enhance one's attributes, the effort required to achieve results over 6 months might not yield as much benefit as a single boost from Loren. Why expend that effort? Presently, Loren lacked nothing in terms of fame, wealth, or power. He had not composed a song in ages and spent his days with little to do, his only task being to await the arrival of those seeking his guidance when matters arose. Loren beckoned, and the nightingale flew to his hand, prompting him to reminisce about a once-rescued disabled raven that had clung to him, only to later meet its demise at the jaws of a stray cat. Despite residing in a technologically advanced future, Luo Luan's previous life remained rather monotonous. Living alone, she devoted her time to rescuing animals and indulging in the game Zanmaku, occasionally capturing videos to share online, which garnered minimal attention. Her sole viral video featured her capturing a stray cat that had killed a raven, concluding with the cat being placed in a cage. Subsequently, the cat's owner emerged online, inciting a wave of online harassment against Luo Luan, who soon discovered that she was the very person who had abandoned the cat at Luo Luan's base. Under the pressure of public opinion, Luo Luan reluctantly returned the cat unharmed. The next time she encountered the feline, it had transformed into a mere shadow of its former self, and Luo Luan was blamed for its plight. To treat the cat's illness, the owner raised several million and flew to the capital for its care. The existence of a game like Zanmaku indicated a significant advancement in technology, leading to a more affluent lifestyle and an increasing demand for spiritual fulfillment, or perhaps a deeper obsession with such matters. On that fateful day, Luo Luan's base was set ablaze, leaving her to witness the fire consume the mountain, reducing her home and countless lives to ashes. Perhaps this inferno extinguished several species. Luo Luan was uncertain, for on that same day, she expended her meager savings to locate the cat's owner. Subsequently, Luo Luan assumed the role of mentor, possibly replacing the original Simona. In Luo Luan's perception, Simona was merely a trader who did not love cats, a notion not without merit. "You shall be named Xingye. This world has long been devoid of true stars. The stars above are mere illusions, yet I shall restore a genuine night sky to this realm." Having cared for this nightingale for so long, Luo Luan had yet to bestow a name upon her, and now that she had officially become Luo Luan's pet, it was time for one. Xingye was quite pleased with her name, nuzzling against Luo Luan's fingers. Luo Luan placed Xingye on the table, one hand holding a cricket and the other a cookie. Yet ultimately, Xingye chose to indulge in the cookie. At this point, Luo Luan resolved to abandon the common knowledge of her past life. Initially, she had been concerned that Xingye might be harmed by consuming human food, for Nightingale was no seagull. However, seeing Xingye thrive reassured her. Luo Luan retrieved another cookie to offer Xingye, but Anna suddenly darted out, seizing Luo Luan's finger. Xingye flew atop Anna's head, pecking at her crown. Though a small bird could not inflict any real harm upon a witch like Anna. When Anna released Luo Luan's finger, remnants of food lingered upon it. "No, you." Luo Luan distastefully withdrew her hand, and once Anna swallowed her morsel, she licked Luo Luan's finger clean. "All right, it's clean now. Must you be so uncouth?" After gently tapping Anna's head, Luo Luan wiped her fingers with a handkerchief. "MHM." Anna continued to smile foolishly. "I hear you, but I want to change." To this day, Luna persisted in her practice, though the flowers before her showed little sign of transformation. This was anticipated by Loren. The initial learning curve was indeed challenging, but once the method was grasped, it would facilitate the learning of other magic. Chapter 70. The Great Detective Loren. A week of tranquil living had passed, and Luna finally mastered the techniques Loren had imparted. Now, with her flute, she could unleash a multitude of spells. Although her proficiency remained somewhat lacking, her speed had significantly improved, and even the acquisition of new magic became considerably easier. Previously, Luna had struggled for long hours to master the second-tier spell Qingtsue Sushing. But upon seeing Loren's simplified version, she succeeded in just one day. Overjoyed, Luna filled Loren's courtyard with crops, which Loren later donated to the church, preferring the convenience of ready-made goods. On another peaceful day, Loren amused himself by playing with birds, breaking cookies into small pieces and tossing them into the air for Xingye to catch. Is the esteemed Minna present? Oh, indeed, I've arrived. A sudden knock echoed at the door, prompting Loren to place the cookies on the table before answering. However, Xingye chose not to sample the cookies left on the table. She was not greedy like Anna, only relishing the playtime with Loren. At the door stood a nun, clad in a nun's habit, her demeanor formal, with white stockings adorning her legs beneath the garment. Had her eyes not sprouted branches, she might have been quite charming. Wonderful. You are here. Recently, many have gone missing in the town, and the scarecrows have all departed for the capital. The church is rather empty now, and despite our lengthy investigation, we have uncovered no leads. We must trouble you for assistance. The nun, panting heavily, had run all the way here, and a branch protruded from her eye, bearing a white fruit that swayed with her movements. This was actually her eye, which served multiple purposes. Once removed, it would regrow. The detached eye could be used for surveillance, albeit with a limited lifespan before it decayed and lost its efficacy. Another use was for consumption, providing healing effects, which was the primary method employed by the nuns to treat the injured. All right, I shall prepare and meet you at the church. Whenever Loren felt a moment of bliss in his daily life, something would inevitably surface to remind him of the world's distortions. Children, join me in solving this mystery. Given the recent tranquility, a task to occupy his time was welcome, perhaps even leading Loren to an opportunity for advancement, as he was merely one level away from unlocking his next talent. In this small town, it was unlikely that anything of great consequence would occur. Otherwise, this town would not have existed at the game's inception. Thus, Loren set off with minimal provisions, carrying only 500 bullets, with explosive charges strapped to his waist. He departed, accompanied by all but Jingxin, who remained behind to handle household chores. Luna was somewhat excited. This was her first outing with Loren, albeit with a rather large entourage. The church was likely to be sparsely populated. Those with any significant abilities had probably gone to the capital. Otherwise, a nun would not have sought him out. Although Loren's confidence had merit, it also led him to deduce useful information, such as the current lack of combat power within the church. A single monster could easily raise the town. Clearly, the capital held greater importance than this border town, even if half of it had already been devastated. Esteemed mentor, you have finally arrived. Upon entering the church's hall, Loren found it occupied by several nuns and priests. The leading nun was the one who had sought him out. Among those remaining, she held the highest position. Please, enlighten us about the situation. Following Loren, Luna reveled in the admiration of the gathered crowd, though she remained somewhat reserved. In contrast, Anna had already begun commanding the nuns to fetch her some sweets. As a witch, Luna typically maintained a distance from these church members, yet today marked her first proactive entry into the church. For the past 3 days, individuals in the town had been vanishing. While such occurrences were not unheard of, the frequency had recently escalated, with over a dozen missing in just 3 days. In this world, the occasional disappearance was not unusual. Today, a few might be abducted by cultists, and tomorrow, others might fall prey to monsters. However, the recent spate of disappearances was indeed excessive. Thus, the likelihood that the perpetrator was an outsider cultist was slim, as they rarely engaged in such exhaustive acts. Do the missing individuals share any common characteristics? The nun shook her head, replying, None. People of all ages and genders have gone missing. What about the time frames of their disappearances? Loren suddenly felt as though he were a detective, yet he was acutely aware of his limited aptitude for such a role. His task was merely to sift through the evidence. As he recognized each creature from the end song, it sufficed to identify which of them was responsible. Most of the disappearances occurred at night, and it was not just humans who vanished. The animals in their vicinity also disappeared. Were there any traces left behind? If it were indeed a magical beast, there would surely be remnants. Even birds could not leave no sign at all. Now that the scarecrows, usually tasked with safeguarding the town, had departed, it was indeed a prime opportunity for a magical beast to assault the settlement. In this area, there were few creatures capable of abducting both humans and animals simultaneously. Speaking of magical beasts, Loren realized he had not encountered such terrestrial entities in quite some time. There were no traces at all. No traces. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. Please provide me with the list of victims. When his mentor was serious, he looked quite handsome. Observing Loren as he analyzed the situation, Luna found herself infatuated. Indeed, Anna, who was beside her with her mouth full of pastries, agreed. Upon realizing her mutterings had been overheard, Luna suddenly shrieked, stepping back in fright, which drew the attention of others. What is the matter, Luna? Nothing, Luna replied, lowering her head and covering her face as she continued to retreat, ultimately tripping over a chair and landing on the floor. Ha ha ha, you're even clumsier than I am. Scarlet laughed freely at Luna, who displayed a fair degree of self-awareness. When Loren helped Luna to her feet, she looked as if she might faint from embarrassment, wishing fervently to disappear. However, at that moment, a nun brought forth the list of victims, prompting Loren to disregard Luna's reaction. The list was rather haphazard, containing only names, ages, genders, and occupations. Loren had few demands. He was pleasantly surprised to have any list at all. Let us see. Farmers, coachmen, prostitutes, patrolmen, and merchants. Did this child venture out at night as well? Yes. In that case, the missing patrolman must have been on night duty, and the merchant visited the brothel, correct? The patrolman indeed patrol at night. I'm not sure about the merchant. At this point, Loren had formed a rough idea. These individuals had all disappeared during the night or at times when few people were around. Do you have a map? Yes. Please mark the addresses and workplaces of these victims. Not to mention, the nuns of the fertility church were indeed diligent. They truly remembered the addresses of those victims. The town was not large, and with a bit of effort, they could recall everyone. They must have been killed on the road. The perpetrator likely remains within the town. As he spoke, Loren connected the victims' addresses and destinations on the map according to probable routes, ultimately converging in a particular area. Loren circled this region and declared, "Let us investigate here. The problem should originate from this vicinity." At this juncture, Loren had begun to speculate on the identity of the perpetrator. The locations where the victims had perished were confined to a specific area, suggesting that the assailant likely could not move freely. Otherwise, wouldn't it be safer and more efficient to frequently change locations? Let us move. Loren checked the ammunition in his submachine gun, although he surmised that bullets might not be particularly useful for this operation. Several nuns followed behind Loren and his companions, as they possessed some rudimentary fertility magic that could prove helpful. Each nun exhibited certain mutations. Apart from their unified eye color resembling branches, various body parts had been replaced by plant material, rendering them somewhat stronger than ordinary mages. This is the place. Utilizing the map, Loren identified the location, a fork in the road where a massive tree stood by the roadside. The verdant leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, some having already turned a withered red, while a few bright red apples hung from the branches, glistening enticingly. Moreover, the area was strikingly quiet. Given that the domain of the god of fertility boasted significantly better conditions than elsewhere, one would expect numerous small animals. Since his arrival, Loren had not heard a moment's silence from the birds. Yet here, it was eerily still. "Mentor, may I have an apple?" Anna pointed at the apples on the tree, her mouth watering at their alluring hue. "This tree may belong to someone else. We cannot pilfer. Besides, didn't you just indulge in so many sweets?" Loren chastised gently, tapping Anna on the head with a serious expression as he led the group back to the church. Hearing Loren's words, Scarlet felt a bit embarrassed and tossed a necklace she was holding onto the ground. "Oh dear, whose necklace has fallen?" "Oh, it's mine, thank you." A nun picked up the necklace, expressing gratitude to Scarlet. Just as Scarlet was about to respond with pride, Loren abruptly yanked her over, pressing his knuckles against her head while reprimanding. "That necklace is what you stole?" I assenti it. I have no need for your food or clothing. Why steal? I couldn't help myself. I didn't steal. I just borrowed. Ouch, that hurts. As Loren increased his grip, tears welled up in Scarlett's eyes. He often found it hard to maintain his composure when faced with her innocent, ethereal visage. Ultimately, Loren reluctantly released her, as his train of thought had been disrupted. Did you discover anything? Upon returning to the church, Nicalis inquired of Loren, having sensed his contemplative demeanor. The perpetrator is that tree. The tree? The nuns were puzzled, yet they remained silent, attentively listening to Loren's explanation. To be precise, this entity is known as a pseudo-tree. It is essentially a type of insect. The leaves are larvae, the apples are the adult insects, and the tree itself is the mother insect. Pseudo-trees are carnivorous. Upon detecting prey, they will launch the larvae onto the victim. Once the larvae have devoured the prey to the bone, they will return to the mother insect, which cannot move and can only consume the larvae's waste. Just this simple description sent chills down the spines of the nuns. Yet Loren was not finished. Once the larvae mature, they metamorphose into beetles resembling apples. The adult insects will seize the opportunity to alight upon the prey. And when the prey reaches an opportune location, they will burrow into its body, feasting on its flesh as they grow, ultimately transforming into seedlings and sprouting new larvae. The growth of pseudo-trees is rapid, yet they require substantial energy, and the size of that tree indicates that the number of missing individuals must far exceed those listed. Pseudo-trees are only found in the domain of the god of fertility, as only here can they thrive. Thus, Loren swiftly deduced that the perpetrator was indeed the pseudo-tree. What should we do then? Should we simply destroy that pseudo-tree? In response to the nun's suggestion, Loren shook his head. We cannot attack directly when threatened. The larvae can mature rapidly within seconds, transforming into adults that scatter in all directions, seizing every opportunity to survive. Furthermore, pseudo-trees can comprehend human speech. Hence, I instructed you to return to the church first. The emergence of a pseudo-tree here surprised Loren. After all, it represented a source of experience. If one disregarded the impact on others, the combat prowess of pseudo-tree was not particularly formidable, but it provided a wealth of experience. Although each individual pseudo-tree offered limited experience, every single larva contributed to the tally. In truth, eliminating it was not overly difficult. One simply needed to procure gasoline mixed with rubber, apply it generously to completely envelop the pseudo-tree, and then ignite it, as pseudo-trees are highly flammable. As for any stragglers, it will be prudent to gather more individuals with flamethrowers nearby to ensure not a single one escapes. In this world, there were no automobiles. Gasoline was primarily utilized as a weapon, making it challenging to gather such quantities in a short period. The nuns urged Loren to wait a day. Utilizing fire magic would be more effective, but such magic was not part of the fertility sequence and was prohibited here, leaving Loren with no choice but to resort to flamethrowers. The matter of the false tree has not been disclosed by the church. It merely obstructed the essential path. If information about the false tree were to be recklessly revealed, it could easily alert the enemy. Loren is keen to avoid being hindered by incompetent allies, and fortunately, the majority of individuals in this world possess average intelligence. Let us return for now and deal with the false tree tomorrow. By the time they finished their tasks, night had fallen, and the nun escorted Loren and the others back home. It seems that nothing can pose a challenge to Master Mentor. Is there anything that he cannot accomplish? Luna continued to gaze at Loren with admiration, perceiving every one of his actions as extraordinarily impressive. There is one thing that the master cannot do, Jingxin suddenly interjected. Luna instinctively wanted to retort, what is it that Master Mentor cannot do? Upon hearing the phrase S, Jingxin, with an expression devoid of emotion, entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, leaving Luna bewildered. While pondering the profound question of what S could mean, dinner time arrived. Observing Scarlett and Anna playfully teasing each other at the dining table, and Loren attempting to intervene, Luna felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Chapter 72. Incinerating the False Tree. In this chapter, Dorothy is renamed Nicalis. Time waits for no one. As usual, Loren was awakened by Jingxin and, after a hasty breakfast, made his way to the church, even though it was already noon. The gasoline and flamethrowers you requested are ready. We can depart at any moment. Very well. Gather a few strong individuals to accompany me. Last night's blockade by the church proved effective, as no new victims had emerged. However, having been starved overnight, the false tree is likely to be more restless today. In this extraordinary realm, strength and size do not necessarily correlate. Those nuns possess greater strength than many others. Additionally, a scarecrow had returned here, which was an unexpected boon. Anna and the other witches also possessed considerable strength. Yet Loren did not intend to allow them to showcase their abilities. Throughout, they had refrained from revealing any strength in the presence of outsiders. Many still believed that Loren was merely running an orphanage and engaging in charitable acts, especially after he adopted Scarlet as his maid. To be more precise, he had directly taken Scarlet under his wing. The church members carried several large barrels of gasoline, while Nicalis and the others held flamethrowers, with only Scarlet empty-handed. "Are you discriminating against me?" Scarlet huffed angrily as she approached Loren, stamping her foot in frustration. "It's worse when you mention it. Here, take this gun. Do you see that large tree by the roadside? Fire a shot and let me see." Loren handed the gun to Scarlet and stood behind her, carefully guiding her arms to prevent any accidental discharge in his direction. Scarlet, dismissing Loren's caution, confidently aimed and fired, the bullet striking a stone 2 meters from the tree trunk. Undeterred, Scarlet continued firing, but none of the bullets landed within a meter of the trunk. "I don't believe it. Let me try again." Just as she was about to fire again, Loren tapped her on the head and snatched the gun from her grasp. "You're not allowed to handle firearms." It must be said that exceptions exist. Among such perfect beings as witches, there was still a peculiar one like Scarlet, who had yet to learn any magic and struggled with music, playing the violin as if chopping wood, and blowing the flute like a whale. She even damaged one of Loren's pianos in her frustration. For now, Loren had no expectations of her. Merely surviving was sufficient. Loren adeptly reloaded, feeling discomfort at the thought of even one bullet missing from his 50-round magazine. What if that one round was the difference between success and failure? The group arrived at the site of the false tree, which had already been cordoned off, with no one else present. "Prepare to act. Follow my lead." The group disguised themselves as delivery personnel, ensuring that the false tree remained oblivious to any irregularities. Such intelligent entities are indeed challenging to confront. As they approached the false tree, it began to sway despite the absence of wind, indicating its own readiness for the hunt. "Attack!" Loren suddenly shouted. Upon hearing the command, the church members promptly hurled the gasoline barrels into the air. As the barrels descended upon the false tree, Loren shot one, igniting the oil with an explosive enchanted bullet, which evenly coated the entire tree. The acrid scent of burning protein quickly filled the air. The false tree emitted a wretched cry, writhing in an attempt to fling the ignited larvae away. At that moment, Nicalis and the others activated their flamethrowers, the fuel spewing forth and igniting upon contact with the flames. The gasoline, enhanced with rubber, had strong adhesive properties. The larvae that had been flung away were soon reduced to ashes. A few fireballs broke free from the inferno, and while the adult insects were somewhat more resistant to flames, they too were swiftly incinerated by the flamethrowers. How terrifying! Scarlet crouched down with her hands over her head, feeling intimidated by the false tree, especially upon seeing the larvae's appearance. The patterns on the leaves were actually the legs of the false tree's larvae, which moved with great speed. Had Loren not utilized gasoline, it would have been virtually impossible to eliminate them. As the flames consumed the false tree, Loren felt his experience growing. He reached level 20 at the beginning of the battle. However, he refrained from hastily selecting new talents, opting instead to remain adaptable for unforeseen circumstances. The false tree was perilous. A misstep could lead to catastrophe, and Loren had perished at the hands of the false tree in the past. An impulsive attack could transform the entire town into a forest dominated by the false tree. The flames raged for an extended period, filling the town with the stench of charred protein. Nevertheless, as long as the false tree could be dealt with, such sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. By the time the fire was extinguished, Loren had achieved level 22, with 7 attribute points remaining. He allocated 1 point to intelligence and distributed the rest to agility. Name: Loren level, 22 strength, 10 stamina, 21 agility, 20 intelligence, 30 mana, 52. 705 remaining attribute points, 0 accessories. Weeping Blood, Wedding Ring, Blessings, Breaking Illusions, Pluto's Mouth, True Sight, Curses, Shattered Love, Scorn of All Beings, Talents, Sensitive Heart, to be chosen, with intelligence surpassing 30 and agility reaching 20. Strength remained the lowest attribute. However, Loren's combat style did not heavily rely on strength. He primarily focused on magic and firearms, occasionally employing martial skills merely for flair. Wielding a blade to execute various flashy martial techniques is far more impressive than holding a submachine gun and squeezing the trigger without pause. Moreover, Loren's agility is not lacking, allowing even less powerful martial techniques to yield remarkable results. Furthermore, in genuine combat, Loren could resort to using potions. The false tree was resolved without incident. Had it not been for Loren, the feeble church would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Thank you for your assistance. The members of the church bowed deeply to Loren, their gratitude evident. It's no trouble. It is my duty, all for the sake of the God of abundance. Satisfied with his successful level up, Loren feigned modesty while expressing his pious devotion to the God of abundance. Such occurrences have transpired countless times over the years. Loren had saved the kingdom of Gedilon on numerous occasions, essentially rescuing the Church of Abundance repeatedly, which is why he now holds such a high status. His reputation has spread globally. Anyone with the capacity to concern themselves with matters beyond mere survival would inevitably have heard of Master Mentor. Because of this renown, Loren is met with adulation wherever he goes, ensuring that his upcoming journey to Bartolo will be considerably smoother. Loren possesses a clear plan for the future. Chapter 73. Scarlet's thoughts after the faux tree was dealt with. The town returned to its tranquil state, and Loren resumed his leisurely life of walking birds. Aside from Scarlet being singularly defeated by the goose, nothing of note occurred. Am I truly a failure, Master? Scarlet lay on Loren's lap as he applied ointment to her facial wounds, inciting a wave of jealousy from Nicalis. Yes, you are indeed a failure. Loren spoke bluntly. That evening, Jingxin intended to prepare a cast-iron pot stew with the goose, and Scarlet had volunteered to assist with the goose, only to end up being beaten by it. In the end, Anna had to intervene, severing the goose's head with a single stroke, blood splattering everywhere. Can you not offer me a few words of comfort? To praise you is to harm you. Just as Loren did not directly heal Scarlet with potions, he hoped she would learn from her experiences. Loren had little faith in her. Even having died once in the game had not prompted much change in her behavior. After tending to Scarlet's wounds, there was still some time before dinner. Loren extended his hand toward the sky, and before Xingye could arrive, Anna dashed over, pressing her face against Loren's palm, compelling Xingye to settle atop Anna's head and peck at her. What are you suddenly doing? Anna did not respond to Loren, merely grasping his hand and rubbing her face against his palm. Master, am I not the most adorable girl in the world? Why do you ask this out of the blue? Loren flicked Anna's forehead, but she persisted, shaking his hand and demanding an answer. Please answer me. Yes. You are indeed the most adorable girl in the world. Loren treated it as a playful jest. Anna often indulged in such whims, and with Nicalis being so grown, she likely wouldn't hold it against Anna. Moo, I knew it. Anna suddenly planted a kiss on Loren's cheek and, after sticking her tongue out at Scarlet, skipped away. What a troublesome child, what are you doing? Before Loren could react, Scarlet unexpectedly kissed him on the other cheek, crossing her arms and glaring at the direction where Anna had just departed. Are you 3 years old? Loren lightly tapped Scarlet's head, to which she retorted indignantly. I'm 18. If a witch at 1,000 years old is equivalent to 50 human years, then I'm barely a year old. You should be cradling me and feeding me. With that, Scarlet recklessly hugged Loren, burrowing into his embrace. You didn't miscalculate, and that brings me immense joy. What is the matter? On the balcony, Nicalis was teaching Luna to cast spells, but she suddenly crushed the violin in her hand, fire seemingly igniting in her golden eyes. It's nothing. As Nicalis released her grip, splinters fell to the ground, rendering the violin useless, and she had no choice but to find a replacement. Dinner is ready. It was only when Jingxin announced that dinner was served that Nicalis finally set down her violin. She had played with such fervor that Luna felt the strings might catch fire. Dinner is ready. Hurry up. On this occasion, Scarlet did not rush to the table first. A rare occurrence, and ultimately, Loren had to physically push her away. Eating a cast-iron pot stew in a Western fantasy setting felt somewhat incongruous to Loren. Yet Jingxin's culinary skills were truly commendable, surpassing even those of palace chefs. After yet another day passed peacefully, Loren found himself somewhat bored, contemplating whether he should acquire more pets, as he had little else to occupy his time. However, matters soon arose. Loren had just ordered some alchemical equipment and materials from the Falling Star Commerce, and the tears of condensation had arrived. This time, Loren aimed to concoct a 9th-tier potion. The 9th-tier potion represented the pinnacle of this world. Even acquiring the necessary materials required considerable effort, and purchasing these items had nearly depleted all of Loren's assets. Hence, he needed to devise a plan to generate income. Nonetheless, all of this was worthwhile. Loren's hypothetical adversary was an angel. Although he might not encounter an angel within the next decade, Loren preferred to be prepared. Should the day come when he faced an angel, he must be equipped. Otherwise, he could not confidently assert that he could defeat an angel without question. Meanwhile, Scarlet stealthily approached Jingxin. I feel so inadequate, Jingxin. I can't do anything. As long as you have this self-awareness, that is a good start. Jingxin caressed Scarlet's head, giving her a thumbs up. Do not jest. I wish to know how I can be as useful as you. Scarlet swatted Jingxin's hand away, genuinely anxious. In this household, she felt utterly useless. Anna and Nikali's were Loren's daughters, hence their inaction was inconsequential. Luna was Loren's student, showcasing her talents, and her combat prowess surpassed all, unlike Scarlet, who could not even defeat a goose. The most capable was Jingxin, who managed all their daily needs with remarkable efficiency, a standard far beyond what Scarlet could aspire to. Actually, there are many things you can do, and you could be even closer to master, at least closer than Anna. Jingxin coaxed, much like a beguiling demon. This struck a chord with Scarlet, igniting her excitement. What can I do? Jingxin leaned in and whispered many things, causing Scarlet's face to redden increasingly, to the point where she struggled to believe, can it truly be done? Indeed, from Jingxin's expression, nothing was revealed, leaving Scarlet with no choice but to trust her. She had no other options available. Do you still have the outfit I gave you before? Is it the one I wore when I first arrived? Remembering this, Scarlet felt a wave of embarrassment. That had indeed been her first encounter with such attire, yet she had kept it. On one hand, she was frugal, wanting to retain everything. On the other, she genuinely wished to wear it for Loren to see. Yes, once you make up your mind, wear that outfit to seek out the master. Remember my words. Thank you, Jingxin. From now on, you shall be my good sister. Scarlet was deeply moved. Jingxin was the most generous woman she had ever encountered. Just as Scarlet was about to depart, Jingxin called out to her. A deal is a deal. Return what you have taken. My apologies, I took it without thinking. Scarlet awkwardly turned around, placing a pair of four-cornered underwear back on Jingxin's bed. You may have all my other belongings, but this one is non-negotiable. It took me great effort to acquire it. Chapter 74, 9th-tier potion, last song master. These are the items you requested. It is our honor to assist you. You need not rush to repay us, as we trust in your integrity. A woman from the Falling Star Commerce eagerly shook Loren's hand, sending several boxes into his home, containing the alchemical cauldron and materials Loren needed. Thank you for your trust. The oath and the curse of the wind god were of no use to Loren and could even have a positive effect. However, he did not wish to be blacklisted by the Falling Star Commerce, nor did he want to tarnish his reputation. Thus, he would ensure to repay the money responsibly. After sending the merchants on their way, Loren stored the items in an empty room, planning to transform it into his laboratory. Do not disturb me today, unless something significant occurs. Having issued these instructions, Loren secluded himself in the laboratory, commencing the potion-making process. 9th-tier potion, last song. At this level, ordinary distilled water served little purpose, and since last song was inherently a special potion, Loren chose to use his own blood as the base. As he bled, he simultaneously consumed a blood-replenishing potion until the cauldron was filled with his blood. The tears of the thornbird. This was the most crucial ingredient, while thornbirds were not scarce. Obtaining their tears proved exceedingly difficult. When the tears fell into the cauldron, the blood within began to bubble and roar. Jimmy Shingshin. As the vibrant powders were poured into the cauldron, the blood within instantly became immersed, beginning to spin in a rhythmic manner, ultimately transforming into the visage of a starry sky. The crystallization of the deceased's obsessions. In this world, there exist undead beings, and certain individuals may also transform into the undead under specific circumstances. Those with exceptionally strong obsessions may grow even more powerful upon becoming undead, and upon death, they too will condense into crystals. Loren ground the crystalline-like substance into powder and added it to the cauldron. And it was at this moment that he finally shattered these obsessions. The subsequent materials were of utmost importance, with one in particular nearly depleting Loren's assets. The tears of the starry whale. The starry whale is the mightiest indigenous creature of this realm, and it possesses the longest lifespan, having roamed the skies long before the deities made their appearance. However, by the time players encounter it, it has almost entirely decayed, starting its decline from the moment the deities descended and the cosmos became tainted. The acquisition of the starry whale's tears itself attests to the prowess of the Falling Star Merchant Guild. They truly can procure anything. When the final material was added, the starry scene within the cauldron abruptly began to collapse, leaving behind a profound silence. And at this juncture, Juchong was successfully refined. In this world, scarcely anyone can concoct Juchong, yet Loren, with the tears of condensed will, managed to do so. The tears of condensed will originate from the goddess of love, who stands among the mightiest, even among the outer gods. Loren carefully stored the finished Juchong in a bottle. The effect of Juchong is simple yet devastating. Within 3 minutes of consumption, any attack inflicted becomes entirely undefendable. No form of defense is effective, including physical barriers. Even angels would be cleaved asunder by a mere kitchen knife, effectively rendering the attack's power infinite. Yet, the cost remains steep after 3 minutes. The user will also meet their demise. However, Loren is unperturbed, for he knows the antidote's formula, allowing him to simply consume it within that time frame. The efficacy of Juchong justifies its exorbitant materials and costs. Were it not for the divine authority granting protection, its effects could very well slay a deity. The process of refining both Juchong and the antidote did not consume much time. When Loren ventured out, night had just fallen, coinciding with dinner time. He had commenced his alchemy in the afternoon, indeed not taking much time. "Master, someone came looking for you just now." "Oh, already something else has arisen?" After washing his hands, Loren shook off the water and took a seat at the dining table. The new king had taken the throne, yet on that very day, the newly appointed monarch faced an assassination attempt. Was it the corrupted? Although Loren had departed from the royal capital, his impact remained significant, with the corrupted continuing to emerge. The angels had purged many, drastically reducing the birth rate of the corrupted, yet did not mean they would cease to exist. No, the king encountered a meticulously planned assassination, yet at a critical moment, the assassin fumbled, causing the poisoned dagger to fall to the ground, allowing the new king to escape unharmed. The poison on the dagger was potent enough to seal a throat at the first blood. Following the incident, the guards searched the assassin's home. He was merely an ordinary man, possessing nothing save for a peculiar box, and they came to inquire about this box. A box? Loren pondered, swiftly deducing its nature. The assassin, being an ordinary individual, could not possibly have orchestrated such a complex plan, let alone acquire a poison dagger. It was an anomaly, specifically Anomaly 3163, Sin Box. This was Loren's first encounter with an anomaly since his arrival. Anomalies are entities that defy comprehension through science or theology, possessing unique effects, most of which come with certain side effects. The Sin Box is a relatively low-tier anomaly of level 3, posing a threat solely to individual safety. However, its effect is formidable. Once opened, the Sin Box reveals everything that enables the user to commit a crime: plans, tools, information, and even motives. Once a Sin Box is opened and its contents inspected, the user is guaranteed to commit a crime, as it even provides an irresistible motive. Yet, success is not assured. It depends on circumstances. For instance, if Loren intended to assassinate a nun, the Sin Box would merely provide a handgun, ensuring success with a single shot. However, if Loren aimed to kill an angel, the Sin Box would furnish a series of meticulously crafted plans, offering methods to summon an outer god, isolating the angel, and orchestrating a multitude of interconnected traps to eliminate them. There exists a possibility of success, albeit fraught with difficulty, which is why the Sin Box remains a mere level 3 anomaly. Moreover, a person can only open a Sin Box once in their lifetime. Even without this limitation, the user is unlikely to survive a second attempt, as the Sin Box's plans do not consider the user's consequences. I can enable you to slay the king, but afterward, should you be minced in a pulp by the guards, that is of no concern to me. Let us inspect it after dinner. This item may still hold some utility for me. Loren's primary combat strategy revolves around devising layouts and preparing targeted resources in advance. ultimately leading to the demise of foes far superior in strength. Judging by their panels, both Walendina and Erdolin, not to mention the Plishan follower Loren had initially slain, possessed the capability to eliminate him in an instant, yet they ultimately fell to his hand. Chapter 75. The role of Sigiali. What exactly is this, Master? In the church, the sin box lay upon the ground, and as Loren assessed the situation, a throng of individuals encircled it, with a number of strong men having returned. This is the malicious box, which incites the latent criminal malice within the opener, compelling them to lose control and commit crimes. Llewellyn uttered not a single truth, for he desired the sin box. Revealing its true name might lead the church to uncover its nature. In this frenzied era, the church lacks the capacity to document so many anomalies. They have merely located a tome chronicling anomalies, the Anomaly Record, which catalogs various anomalies and even ranks them according to their threat levels. Has anyone opened it? Llewellyn inquired, glancing around, yet no one stepped forward. Master, he has opened it. Suddenly, one straw man pointed out a fellow companion, eliciting confusion among the others. Very well, confine him for the time being. Let him cool down for a few months. The sin box harbors a particular danger. It does not simply influence others' minds to instigate crime. Rather, it genuinely persuades the innermost heart of individuals. Thus, eradicating the sin box's influence proves arduous, requiring a gradual approach. However, Master, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? He is generally amiable, treating everyone with kindness. It is unlikely he would commit a crime. A single baptism should suffice. One straw man began to advocate on his behalf, and, judging by his stature, this individual who had opened the sin box appeared relatively young. The other straw men echoed their agreement with the spokesperson, acknowledging his popularity. If he truly harbors no intention of wrongdoing, why did he not respond when I inquired who had opened the box? Indeed, if he bore no criminal intent, there would be no need for concealment. He should have stepped forward when Llewellyn posed his question. Handle it as you see fit. Having stated thus, any ensuing troubles are your responsibility. The presence of this box constitutes a threat. It cannot be destroyed using conventional methods, and I know how to dismantle it. Leave it to me. Llewellyn had no intention of engaging in further discourse. He unleashed a barrage of fire upon the sin box, confirming its resilience before instructing Sigiali to hoist the box and prepare to depart. Yet, upon observing Sigiali's unsteady gait, he opted to personally handle the sin box. Llewellyn intended to refrain from further involvement with the church. Even were he an unparalleled paragon of virtue, the sin box would still manipulate him into assassinating certain evildoers. Regardless of what ultimately transpires, it is of no concern to Llewellyn. Scarlet, incorporate this into your thief space and never open it, no matter what occurs. Llewellyn envisions Scarlet's formidable capabilities. Even if one day something were to befall Llewellyn, compelling Scarlet to seek vengeance and consequently unleash the box of sin. The likelihood of her success would be exceedingly low, considering she is akin to one who has fired dozens of shots yet failed to strike the tree trunk. However, this is not absolute. Her lack of strength may also stem from an insufficient degree of darkness within her, for which her own life pales in comparison to the lives of her loved ones. Originally, Scarlet had merely died once, desiring nothing more than to survive. If Llewellyn were to perish, Scarlet's aspirations might transform into apocalyptic annihilation. Your secret ability is quite convenient. It serves well as a backpack. Llewellyn gently ruffled Scarlet's hair, acknowledging that while the final melody lacks a backpack, Scarlet may serve as Llewellyn's. Scarlet's status has shifted from maid to pet, ultimately becoming a mere backpack. She is acutely aware of her position. Even as a pet, she cannot surpass Xingye. This realization ignites Scarlet's competitive spirit, and upon returning home that evening, she secretly resolves to compete with Xingye. Llewellyn enjoys tossing cookies into the air for Xingye to catch, but tonight, Scarlet joins this game, only to be thoroughly defeated. Not only does she fail to catch the cookie Llewellyn tosses, but she also damages the table. It's fine. Even if you are utterly useless, I shall still care for you. This time, Llewellyn refrains from reprimanding her, instead offering comfort as he strokes her head, his eyes brimming with compassion for the vulnerable. The more he expresses this, the more humiliated Scarlet feels, biting her skirt and beginning to weep. You are exposed. Llewellyn lightly tapped her head, prompting her to lower her skirt. Do you truly feel nothing? Scarlet sat beside Llewellyn, her small feet encased in purple stockings resting on his thigh. Gently biting her lower lip, her gaze towards Loren filled with longing. Who taught you this? Without needing to think, Loren knew who was to blame. Jingxin was up to her mischief again. After giving Scarlet's head another gentle tap, Loren turned and returned to his room, placing Xingye back in her cage. Yet at that moment, a fire ignited in Scarlet's eyes. Tonight, she was determined to achieve something significant. She mentally reviewed the plan Jingxin had provided and resolved to return to her room. After returning to his bedroom, it took Loren a while to calm himself. To be fair, Scarlet is indeed a beauty, far more mature in appearance than Anna and the others. Among the many witches in the final melody, Scarlet is undoubtedly among the elite, recognized for her pure and ethereal beauty, equipped with exceptional attributes aside from her intellect and vision. Is it impossible to harbor nefarious thoughts towards a witch? This effect seems not to apply to Loren, yet he successfully restrains himself. He cannot bring himself to harm a fool. Master, Scarlet suddenly burst through the door, startling Loren, especially upon realizing she was still clad in the attire Jingxin had prepared for her. Please, grant me a chance. I wish to be of use. Harmony, after all, this is about duo ranking. Chapter 76, The Tower of Sin. Having become accustomed to playing games with Jingxin, who always muted the sound, Scarlet was ill-prepared for the sudden volume increase when she cranked it up. However, the arrow was knocked and must be released. Anna and the others should be asleep by now, and with the soundproofing in Loren's home, he could only gamble that they would not hear. What happened? I heard Scarlet screams. Anna and Nikali's simultaneously appeared at Loren's door, but Jingxin had already been lurking there, pressing her ear against the door to eavesdrop. Nothing much. Just the master feels Scarlet is too inept, so he is giving her special training at midnight. It's normal for her to scream a bit since she can't handle hardship. Indeed, Scarlet could use some special training. What if one day we are not around and she encounters danger? Nikali's pondered for a moment, placing her hand on her chin, and ultimately found this reasoning sound. Indeed, Scarlet should receive special training, unlike you, sister. Anna's lips curled into a smile as she patted Nikali's on the shoulder, wearing an expression that suggested she would understand once she matured, leaving Nikali's bewildered. Once they departed, Jingxin knelt again, pressing her ear closely against Loren's bedroom door. Loren did not sleep well that night. As soon as he closed his eyes, he envisioned a figure with bangs berating him for chasing after madmen and fools, questioning what he was incapable of doing. In contrast, Scarlet's complexion was rosy, her breath steady. She slept soundly. After a struggle to fall asleep, Loren awoke to find it was already noon. Ordinarily, Jingxin would have come to rouse him by now, but today she did not, likely aware of his exhaustion from the previous night. Good morning, master. Upon seeing Loren emerge while eating, Anna immediately greeted him, and Loren responded casually. Good morning, master. As Loren took his seat, Scarlet clung to him, having forgotten to compete with Anna for food, who seized the opportunity to snag items from Scarlet's plate. Good morning. While Loren might typically push Scarlet away, today he felt a bit embarrassed. Nikali sensed an unusual atmosphere, but could not discern the specifics. Hee. Scarlet lay on Loren's lap, gazing up at his face with an innocent smile, causing Loren to feel awkward. He could only pick up a newspaper to hide his unease. The former king's son, now in his 80s, has finally ascended the throne, only to be assassinated shortly thereafter. The newspapers boast of the new king's greatness, claiming his rise was destined. Among those present, none cared for the king. Regardless of who ascended, they would all have to venerate Loren. Flipping the newspaper to its reverse side, Loren found the commercial fluff lacking substance. He was only interested in the international news. A peculiar tower had been discovered in the kingdom of Bajulu, and nearby residents were certain that this tower had not existed before. At last, the Tower of Sin has emerged. Loren felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what he had been anticipating for some time. The Tower of Sin can manifest randomly anywhere. Loren only knew that it had appeared in Bajulu before, yet he was unaware of its precise location and timing. Children, gather your things. We are preparing to set off for the kingdom of Bajulu. The Tower of Sin is akin to a secret realm, harboring both peril and treasure, and the judgment card Loren desires is located within. However, most dangers target the wicked. Souls of the condemned who perish within are eternally imprisoned within their bodies, ultimately mutating into distorted monsters. Are we leaving now? Yes. In response to Anna's inquiry, Loren replied with conviction. He had long been prepared for departure. He had previously stocked enough food for a year, along with clothing and daily necessities, in his Scarlet Thief space, ready to set off at any moment. We shall take the train for swift travel. This world still possesses trains. However, outside the domains of the gods of night and thunder, electricity cannot be used, relying solely on steam engines. The gods do not aid their followers with their authority, but rather seize what others rightfully possess. Abundance belongs to the world, yet the god of abundance hoards it within his territory. Electricity, originally belonging to all, is controlled by the gods of night and thunder. Even if Loren were to craft a generator, it would be futile. Once the final reward of the Tower of Sin is claimed, it will vanish. Loren cannot afford to gamble and must hasten his journey. The judgment of wickedness within the Chiozue Jianta is rather peculiar. In its eyes, slaying evildoers is deemed virtuous, while shielding them is considered a transgression. Previously, Luna, in her role as a superhero, often came to the aid of nefarious individuals. Thus, Loren harbored intentions of excluding her from entry. It is likely that she would indeed be classified as a sinner by the Chiozue Jianta, whereas Loren, despite having taken many lives, confidently regarded himself as a paragon of virtue. Loren discovered that the Chiozue Jianta's discernment of good and evil aligned with his own perspectives, which he found quite agreeable. I shall tidy up my abode before departing. Jing Xian rose and made her way to Loren's chamber, intending to clear the remnants left by Loren and Scarlet. You all should also attend to the cleanup. It is rather chilly here, so do change in a warmer attire. The domain of the god of abundance is never cold, even amidst snowfall, as this is part of the divine authority over abundance. Crops perpetually thrive at the swiftest growth rates. Even snow is akin to watering them. After a few minutes, everyone had completed their tasks. There was no need for makeup, and their movements were swift. Loren also donned a slightly thicker ensemble. With his stamina of 20 points, he was not particularly averse to the cold. Master, am I adorable? Anna, having changed her attire, darted in front of Loren. Tilting her head, her fingers pressed against her cheeks. She had adorned herself in a heavy powder pink Lolita outfit, complemented by white velvet tights adorned with delicate pink patterns, and a pair of matching small leather shoes. This outfit was chosen by Anna herself, reflecting her commendable aesthetic sense. Quite charming, Loren remarked, gently ruffling her hair, which felt soft and pleasant beneath his touch. Anna, relishing the affection, closed her eyes and breathed evenly, although with Xing Ye's intelligence, leaving her at home would suffice. Loren, nonetheless, chose to bring her along. Birds, unlike dogs, do not perceive their owners as masters, but as companions. Thus, many highly intelligent avian species tend to exhibit jealousy, with some even transforming into possessive creatures that may harm others. Loren feared that Xing Yi would feel lonely, leading him to decide to include her in their journey. With all preparations in place, Loren was ready to depart, but before leaving, he inquired of Jing Xian regarding the whereabouts of the bed linens. I have taken them for safekeeping. I initially intended to preserve that school uniform as well. Once again, Jing Xian expressed herself with a cold demeanor, uttering words that were difficult to digest. Fortunately, Luna remained oblivious to Jing Xian's remarks, immersed in the joy of traveling abroad with Loren. Nakuli Si also changed her outfit, swapping her skirt for trousers, projecting a capable aura enhanced by her aloof expression, which rendered her unapproachable. Let's set forth. Loren's movements were not concealed from the church. He proactively communicated his intention to visit the kingdom of Bat Duo Luo to investigate the unknown structure, all in service of the god of abundance. Consequently, the group expressed admiration for Loren's dedication, while several scarecrows respectfully drove the carriage to the train station. In light of this unexpected situation, the church would undoubtedly take action, yet Loren, with his nominal title as a mentor, was evidently more suited for inquiries in the domains of other deities than the formal members of the church. Although Loren would still attract considerable attention, at the very least, his title was respectable. As a world-renowned musician, it was entirely normal for him to travel in search of inspiration. Master, are you certain you wish to board the most recent ordinary train? In this world, the aristocracy is keen to elevate themselves above others. Even the trains have special services designated for them. While the speed may not differ significantly, the comfort level is unparalleled compared to regular trains. It matters not. As long as we arrive in the kingdom of Ba Duo Luo swiftly, that is all that counts. After disembarking, the scarecrows did not leave, but remained with Loren, awaiting the train. The next train heading to the kingdom of Ba-Duo Luo was from the Nuo Fei Ka Church, expected to arrive in approximately an hour. We shall prepare a private compartment for you. The Nuo Fei Ka Church is a powerful nation located to the east of the Good Alan Kingdom, ruled directly by the Church of Abundance. Thus, ordinary citizens experience relative happiness under the supervision of angels and the God of Abundance. The church members are not excessively greedy, ensuring that everyone is abundantly fed. The area of the Nuo Fei Ka Church is comparable to the size of the countries Loren remembers, qualifying it as a significant nation even on Earth. There is no need for a private compartment. A shared seating arrangement will suffice. Including Vingye. Loren's party of 6 did not require a private room, especially since the recent emergence of an unknown structure in the kingdom of Ba-Duo Luo would surely attract numerous tourists, particularly adventurers. Thus, arranging a private compartment for Loren would inevitably require others to shift, creating unnecessary complications, which Loren wished to avoid. He simply desired to expedite his journey to Ba-Duo Luo. Understood. We shall accommodate your preference. The train station was bustling, yet it paled in comparison to the train stations of Loren's past life, primarily consisting of barren land with a single wooden platform and a few stalls selling food. There were barely any safety measures, rendering the place rather perilous. Since boarding the carriage until now, Xingyi had been obediently perched on Loren's shoulder, resting with her eyes closed. "Master, I am hungry." Anna tugged at Loren's clothing, pointing towards the food stalls. Loren remained silent, taking her hand and leading her to the stall where he purchased several sandwiches. As expected, the prices near the train station were considerably higher. "Your daughter is truly adorable," remarked the vendor, a kindly older woman, as she wrapped the sandwiches for Anna. "I know," Anna replied candidly, eliciting a smile from the vendor. In addition to the provisions from Scarlet Space, Loren had also brought a backpack filled with food specifically for Anna, yet she still desired to purchase additional snacks. Loren was indifferent. He believed in spoiling his daughter. Anna offered Loren a bite, and having grown accustomed to Jing Xian's cooking, he found it distasteful, whereas Anna savored it wholeheartedly, displaying no picky tendencies. "Anna, you have sauce on your mouth." Luna tenderly wiped the corner of Anna's lips with a handkerchief, wearing a gentle smile. "I consider you my sister, yet you wish to assume the role of my mother. The train is about to arrive. Let us prepare to board." Na Khaleesi interrupted Luna, her expression unkind, yet Luna appeared lost in her own reverie, oblivious to Na Khaleesi's demeanor. Ultimately, it was only upon hearing Loren's call that Luna came back to her senses and hurried to follow in Loren's footsteps. Thanks to the assistance of the scarecrows, Loren boarded the train without any difficulty, easily making his way inside. Accompanied by the scarecrows, Loren's presence was undoubtedly impressive, capturing the attention of all upon entering the carriage. "You may return now. I appreciate your efforts." Loren traced the symbol of the God of Abundance upon his chest, bidding farewell to the scarecrows. Their identities were sensitive, preventing them from entering the territory of the kingdom of Ba-Duo Luo. TSK, Privilege Seeker. Before the scarecrows could depart, Loren caught the sound of a muted insult. This was the first instance someone dared to insult him after recognizing his privileged status. Loren followed the direction of the voice, spotting a boy who was not much taller than Anna. He sported short golden hair, and his jade-green eyes were filled with disdain. At that moment, he stood with his arms crossed, wearing a light-colored top and a trench coat, his long trousers and boots provocatively resting upon the table. "How dare you address me with such an attitude?" Never mind. You may return now. Do not disrupt others from boarding." Loren interrupted the scarecrow who sought to assert himself before him, sending them off the train before turning his attention to the boy. The boy's appearance was quite androgynous, so much so that even Loren could not immediately discern his gender, but that face was one Loren recognized well. "Isn't that my good brother Layla?" Upon seeing that face replete with disdain, Loren was engulfed in memories. Back then, Loren was merely a novice, still fumbling through the gameplay, unaware of the main quests, wandering aimlessly. It was during this period that he encountered Layla. They forged a deep friendship, embarking on adventures together, battling monsters, and even staging rebellions, until Loren inadvertently offended the plague church and found himself besieged. In a bid to save him, Layla sacrificed her own life, and it was then that Loren discovered she was a witch. Following that, Loren exerted every ounce of strength to eradicate the plague church, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the plague god. Perhaps Layla was just a minor character, her influence on the plot negligible. Yet Loren sought her out in every new game file thereafter. They shared a common purpose, a disdain for injustice, and acted recklessly without regard for consequences. However, Loren had long forgotten when he transitioned from a valiant youth to the current shadow of his former self. It can be said that a significant portion of Loren's fondness for witches stemmed from Layla. She had revealed to him the profound loyalty and righteousness of witches. To this day, Loren vividly recalls the scene of blood-soaked Layla clutching him as they fled, marking the moment he ceased to regard the final melody as merely a game. Now, upon encountering his dear brother once more, Loren felt a surge of emotion, astonished to find her here. Chapter 78. The Beacon of Civilization. Greetings, I am Loren. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I greatly admire your character. Loren approached Layla, extending his hand. He still remembered the circumstances of their first meeting. At that time, Loren was utterly clueless, having casually purchased an iron sword and learned a martial skill, setting out to rob a noble's carriage purely for amusement. The outcome was predictable. Loren nearly fell victim to a mob, and it was at that moment that Layla appeared and rescued him. Through their dialogue, Loren learned that the nobles he sought to rob had just kidnapped several virtuous women, prompting a swift alliance between him and Layla to vanquish that band of nobles. Layla studied Loren's hand, then gazed into his face, assured that he harbored no ill intentions. On the contrary, he radiated kindness, and he spoke the truth. Her secret ability, known as endless pursuit, allowed her to leave a mark on a target through intention or touch, enabling her to locate the marked individual no matter their whereabouts. Furthermore, within a certain range, Layla's attacks would track the marked target. Additionally, her ability bore an extra effect. She could perceive the emotions of others, allowing her to discern the nature of individuals. Hello, I am Layla. Layla grasped Loren's hand as exclamations erupted from within the carriage. Loren, the legendary mentor? It was astonishing that the esteemed mentor found himself in the same carriage as them, an overwhelming honor. Loren, his other name, Luo Tianyi, is well known in the domain of the god of night and thunder. To encounter him in person is remarkable. Such expressions of awe resonated, to which Loren had grown accustomed. You are the esteemed mentor? My apologies. Realizing she had inadvertently offended Loren, Layla immediately began to apologize earnestly, her demeanor shifting from disdain to respect. Loren's reputation for treating everyone equally, regardless of status, was well known. He had aided the weak countless times, earning Layla's profound respect. Yet Loren felt a peculiar sensation akin to a peasant addressing a noble. As the train departed, Loren settled into his seat to conserve space. The train seating arrangement was back-to-back, accommodating 6 individuals, with a narrow table in the center just large enough to rest their feet upon. Layla's flexibility was indeed remarkable. Where are you headed on this journey? Layla's seat was conveniently adjacent to Loren's, making conversation effortless. Oh, I am bound for the kingdom of Badurwo to investigate an unknown structure. What a coincidence. I too am headed there. Shall we travel together? Compared to Nakalisi and Luna, Layla was refreshingly direct, unreservedly expressing her desire to accompany Loren. Her excitement at the prospect of traveling with him was palpable. Are you also traveling to Badurwo? During Loren and Layla's exchange, a rotund man, seated ahead, turned his head. His obesity rendered his skin pale, adorned with a scruffy beard and a round face, bearing marks of an illness that perfectly aligned with Loren's preconceived notions. Are you a follower of the plague? Every aspect of him conformed to the characteristics of a plague follower, and given his apparent status, Loren instinctively considered changing carriages. No, I am currently still a follower of the god of abundance. I intend to live in the kingdom of Badurwo, away from the ignorant denizens of the Nafika Church. Only the open and inclusive kingdom of Badurwo is my true homeland. As long as you find joy in that. Loren suppressed his instinct to assist, respecting others' destinies. It was evident that such obesity could only stem from nobility or the populace of the Nafika Church. The god of abundance's strong aversion to homosexuality rendered it a place of intolerance, particularly against homosexuals. Outside the territory of the god of plague, such sentiments were prevalent. Yet the god of abundance exhibited an especially harsh stance. Thus, many viewed the kingdom of Badurwo as a spiritual refuge. yearning for the day when Baduruo would vanquish the Nafika Church. Though many shared these sentiments, they were acutely aware that survival outside the Nafika Church was nearly impossible. Thus, while they expressed disdain, they continued to consume Nafika's provisions. In contrast, the kingdom of Gedilon, which already struggled for sustenance, had few who regarded Baduruo as their spiritual homeland. Despite its proximity, in truth, Loren could only conclude that the real Baduruo was far more favorable than Gedilon. At least Gedilon would not permit its inhabitants to starve. However, Loren was willing to commend this individual for genuinely seeking to venture to Baduruo. He belonged to the principal faction, and when misfortune befell him, Loren would not mock him too loudly. Previously, a delegation from the kingdom of Baduruo had resided in the diminutive nation of Gedilon, and such a prestigious event was tragically marred by the incompetence of Gedilon's inhabitants, culminating in the assassination of the esteemed envoy by a dark sorceress. The citizens of Gedilon looked down upon the rural folk, while those from Nafika Church held the Gedilon capital in contempt, creating a hierarchical disdain. Upon mentioning Baduruo, the man's tone dripped with admiration and longing, a sycophantic demeanor that even Layla found repugnant. How can you be so detestable? Layla, ever forthright, did not conceal her disdain for the rotund man. How could a bunch of insular individuals comprehend the greatness of the kingdom of Baduruo? Baduruo is the beacon of human civilization. Loren acknowledged that if progress equated to promiscuity and chaos, he would readily accept the label of an antiquated relic. Yet those individuals sought to unleash a plague upon Gedilon. Their demise inadvertently saved the people of Gedilon. More plague viruses would be splendid. Let those ignorant souls perish, hastening the day when the people of Baduruo would eradicate them and usher us into civilization. Layla swiftly drew her gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the rotund man. Just before she could pull the trigger, Loren successfully restrained her weapon. Minter, the instant the rotund man perceived Layla's gun, he fled in terror. After a considerable pause, Layla regained her composure, realizing her impulsiveness. Had she truly fired, the consequences would have been dire. To truly vanquish, one must strike at the heart. Once they arrived in Baduruo, let him confront the shattering of his illusions before meeting his end. Then would be the time for true retribution. Upon hearing Loren's words, Layla beamed, extending her fist toward him. Minter, it appears we are quite compatible. I feared you would show him excessive compassion. As an adventurer, Layla had traversed numerous nations and was well aware of the true nature of Baduruo. The lower classes of Gedilon might endure hardship, but Baduruo was a genuine hell on earth. Loren mirrored her gesture, fist meeting fist, both smiling in shared understanding. Chapter 79, Layla Master. Please allow me to accompany you on this journey. I shall ensure your safety. Layla playfully entwined her arm around Loren's neck and patted her chest, prompting Loren to cast a fleeting glance at her modest bust. Yet, he was acutely aware of Layla's concealed depths to mask her true identity. She had adopted a masculine guise, for it was inconceivable that a male could be a witch. To this end, she had resorted to binding her chest and donned loose clothing, while her actual physique was rather formidable, surpassing that of anyone present. A youthful visage with a formidable presence. Indeed, who is this man, and why is he so close to the master? Luna whispered to Anna, expressing her skepticism. However, she sighed in relief, thankful that he was male and that her mentor was quite straightforward. Anna swallowed her snack and sipped her juice before responding to Luna. Actually, that's a girl, a rather adorable girl at that. Upon hearing this, Luna immediately became alert, yet retained a glimmer of hope. Do you think the master might not have noticed? How could that be? The master can discern at a glance that you are a witch. Surely, he wouldn't mistake her for a boy. Although Anna's words stung, they were undeniably truthful. I'm tired, Anna declared, licking the remnants of food from her fingers before unceremoniously nestling herself between Loren and Layla, resting her head on Loren's lap. Both Luna and Nicholas turned to Anna, yearning for such courage. In this regard, they felt inferior even to Scarlet. Loren instinctively placed his hand in Anna's hair, gently stroking it. In the past, while traveling alone by train, he had observed other parents with their children, who would similarly rest their heads on their guardians' laps as they slept. As Loren's touch elicited a smile from Anna, Layla inquired, "What is your relationship with them?" "They are my apprentices," Loren replied, while continuing to caress Anna. Seizing the opportunity, Nicholas asserted her claim. I am the Master's most cherished disciple. We have lived together for 12 years, inseparable. I am a Master's pride. Luna chimed in, though her confidence paled in comparison to Nicholas. When not in Loren's presence, Nicholas could still maintain an air of aloofness. Scarlet, misunderstanding the situation, thought it was time for introductions. Oh, I am the most useful servant of the Master. Since last night, Scarlet had gained newfound confidence. I belong to the Master. Mirroring her calm demeanor, Jingxin remained unfazed. However, upon hearing her words, Loren's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence Jingxin, fearing it might inadvertently please her. Are you married? Fortunately, Layla's attention shifted away from Jingxin's comment as she expressed concern about Loren's romantic life. Nicholas eagerly awaited Loren's response, well aware that he cared deeply for their feelings and typically refrained from acknowledging them as his adopted daughters. Yet, as his thought arose, Nicholas felt a pang of guilt. They had already burdened Loren for so long, and to harbor such possessive desires felt unjust. Not at all. The Master has never experienced romantic entanglements. He is quite pure. Nevertheless, Loren sensed a hint of mockery in Anna's tone. Nicholas, confused by her own thoughts, felt torn between the fear of losing Loren to Anna's words and the desire to not impede his pursuit of happiness. Imagine marrying the Master and effortlessly becoming a mother, with me as your adorable student. Anna rolled on her back, gazing up at Layla's face. Isn't it too early to discuss this? Layla's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly added, and two men cannot be together, after all. That's all right. In the kingdom of Bartholomew, two men can marry. Well then, let's not dwell on that. Loren interjected, promptly covering Anna's mouth. Almost immediately, he felt her tongue licking his hand, causing him to retract it in shock. Loren turned to Jingxin, who wore an innocent expression, indifferent to whether Loren believed her. Anna's antics had nothing to do with her. How old are you, Layla? After freeing herself from constraints, Anna began conversing with Layla with familiarity. I am 21 this year. Oh, I thought you were only slightly older than me. You truly appear youthful. Low emotional intelligence. You look like a short gourd. High emotional intelligence. You genuinely seem youthful. This was Loren's first revelation of Layla's age. For witches, age held little significance. With the passing years, neither their mentality nor appearance underwent substantial change. However, witches seldom lived long. An unchanging visage over time would arouse suspicion. In this world, relocating was no trivial matter. Thus, most witches were under 30 years old, and those of longevity paradoxically lived shorter lives than ordinary mortals. The average lifespan of a witch did not exceed 3 years, a statistic inflated by the presence of a few ancient beings. Loren was taken aback to learn that Layla was older than all the witches present. Anna was 12, Luna 17, Scarlet 18, Nicholas 20, and as for Jingxin, Loren had no idea of her age. She could be 10 or several thousand years old. As the train continued its journey, Anna drifted off to sleep on Loren's lap, indulging in her fullness and favoring the comfort of a warm embrace, prompting Loren to occasionally ponder if he was raising a koala. He decided to share the remaining snacks from his backpack with everyone. What Anna left behind sufficed for them all. At home, she typically consumed more than the rest combined. Layla seamlessly joined in, having already considered Loren a friend and feeling less reserved. Their journey was filled with laughter and merriment. The train was not particularly fast, powered purely by coal, but it offered a degree of comfort. At least the carriage was sealed, sparing them from being coated in cold dust. Several hours later, they entered the kingdom of Bartholomew, yet a considerable distance remained to the train station in the capital. The kingdom of Bartholomew was several times larger than the kingdom of Gedlon, classifying it as a mid-sized nation. By the time they reached their destination, night had fallen. Chapter 80. The Kingdom of Bartholomew Master. Do you have accommodations arranged? I know of a reasonably clean inn. As an adventurer, Layla had visited this place numerous times and volunteered to guide Loren. No need. While we haven't prepared lodgings, others will assist us. You should accompany us. Noticing that Anna was still asleep, Loren gently lifted her into his arms. Despite her hearty appetite, Anna seemed to defy the laws of mass conservation. She felt surprisingly light, and Loren encountered little difficulty in carrying her. As Loren stepped off the train, he was met with a warm welcome. A throng of scantily clad women awaited him at the door. Welcome to the kingdom of Bartholomew. We shall introduce you to our customs and culture. The moment he disembarked, Loren was assaulted by a foul odor, with Anna in his arms. He lacked a free hand to cover his nose. Ultimately, it was Jingxin who placed a mask over Loren's face, offering another to someone else. Loren was well aware of the conditions in the kingdom of Bartholomew, and had prepared a special mask in advance. Is it foul? The air here is sweet. The rotund man who had previously engaged Loren in conversation reappeared, uttering sentiments in stark contrast to Loren's. However, upon noticing Layla's hand resting on the gun at her waist, he promptly vanished from Loren's sight. Luo Lun and the others paid him little mind, for he was but a dying man, and none who arrived at the Ba-Duo Luo kingdom with a tainted perspective ever met a favorable end. Observing these superficial women, Lai La wore a look of disdain. Noticing that Luo Lun was not regarding them, Lai La's expression towards him brimmed with admiration. Luo Lun's demeanor rendered the women who had come to welcome him awkwardly silent, leaving them at a loss for words until Luo Lun spoke. My daughter is weary. Please prepare 2 guest rooms for us. Certainly, please follow me. We have already arranged a luxurious inn for your stay. It was no secret that Luo Lun would be here. The scarecrows had brazenly escorted him to the train, and it was only natural that news reached Ba-Duo Luo. Please board. The woman responsible for receiving Luo Lun bent slightly, lowering her attire, inviting him to enter, as they had prepared an opulent carriage for him. Come, Lila. Luo Lun extended an invitation to her, marking the first time she experienced such treatment. Me? Who else? Are we not on friendly terms? After placing Anna inside the carriage, Luo Lun reached out and helped Lila up as well. The people of Ba-Duo Luo even knew the number of companions Luo Lun had, preparing enough carriages to accommodate them all. Is there truly such a comfortable carriage? Lila marveled at the plush cushions, a luxury she had never encountered before. Previously, her journey in Ba-Duo Luo had been on foot, and her nights spent in tents. Indeed, these nobles knew how to indulge. Compared to Ba-Duo Luo, Good Alan appeared rather genteel. At least the latter were merely greedy for wealth and did not take lives. Why do you say that? Are the rumors true? Lila suddenly recalled some whispers she had heard before, a chill running down her spine. Yes, they are true, and even worse than imagined. It is indeed true that people are turned into furniture, and cannibalism is a reality. This group will go to any lengths for amusement. The god of plagues indeed wields certain vile powers. Not only the god of plagues, but each deity's powers are incomplete, resembling a lengthy musical score where each god has torn away a portion, haphazardly. For instance, the god of plagues has taken 3/5 of the plague and 1/10 of the vial. This is also why the oaths of the god of wind and the god of night and thunder are discordant, often clashing with one another. The supremacy of the god of light and fire stems from the completeness and harmony of their dominion over light. Listening to the conversation between Luo Lun and the others, the carriage driver was drenched in sweat. While Luo Lun might speak with impunity, for him, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly, Luo Lun felt a violent jolt from the carriage, coinciding with the driver applying the brakes. The commotion roused Anna from her slumber, rubbing her eyes as she inquired. What happened, Master Mentor? I don't know, let me check. I'll go too. Luo Lun and Lai La alighted simultaneously, only to discover the cause of the tumult. A sack carelessly discarded in the middle of the road, blood seeping from it, having been crushed by the carriage. Yes, it had indeed been squeezed out. What lay within was the upper half of a person, devoid of arms, the flesh mangled with empty eye sockets, having lost its eyes long before being discarded. I apologize for affecting your mood. Let us proceed to the inn. Someone will come to clean this up shortly. All right. Luo Lun had witnessed such horrors many times before, and Lila undoubtedly had as well. Yet no matter how often she encountered such sights, anger surged within her. But she could change nothing. Let's return. The source of all evil lay with the gods. Unless this era of divine rule was brought to an end, nothing would change. Even if Luo Lun were to rise as Huang Chao and slaughter the nobles, it would ultimately yield no transformation. Very well. Upon reboarding the carriage, Anna inquired about what had transpired, to which Luo Lun simply replied that they had struck a stone. Though night had fallen, some buildings along the roadside still glowed with light, perhaps just now opening for business. Soon, the carriage arrived beside the inn, a place more extravagant than the palace of Good Alan, a statement not made lightly. Moreover, it was the cleanest locale in Ba-Duo Luo. Here, Luo Lun could not even catch a whiff of foul odors. Greetings, Master Mentor. I am here to escort you to your room. At the entrance of the inn, a waitress adorned as a rabbit girl awaited Loren. She was not alone, as the staff's attire grew increasingly peculiar, prompting Loren to consider shielding Anna's eyes. Very well. Following the waitress, despite their belongings comprising merely a single backpack, several scantily clad attendants were dispatched to assist with the luggage. The backpack contained only some leftover snacks from Anna, yet they carried it as if lifting weights, contorting into various odd positions. Loren, however, did not spare them a glance, leaving the attendants feeling somewhat defeated. The reason was simple. Loren possessed a sort of fastidiousness regarding cleanliness. And while these women might have been selected for their beauty, they were still unworthy of comparison to a witch. Chapter 81. Wishes the hour grew late. Let's rest, and we shall discuss matters tomorrow. Good night, Lila. The inn had prepared 2 rooms for Loren and his companions. One for him and another for Lila. A notion Loren entertained. However, just as he was about to step through the door, Anna halted him. No, we girls will share a room, and you boys will share another. Would you, a grown man, truly wish to squeeze in with a bunch of little girls? Though Loren longed to retort that she had not said this when she insisted on sleeping with him before, he noted Anna's frantic gestures, presenting him an opportunity to grow closer to Lila. It was unclear how such thoughts had formed in Anna's mind. At times, Loren struggled to distinguish between Anna and Na Khaleesi regarding their ages. Na Khaleesi was indeed the elder, but not by much, and she remained oblivious to many things, while Anna often grasped concepts instantaneously and continually played the role of wingwoman for Loren. Loren found it difficult to counter Anna's assertion, as, on the surface, it was indeed the case that only he and Lila were male. Come now, what are you being so finicky about? Can't you sleep without a familiar face beside you? Seeing Loren's lack of response, Lila simply pulled him into the room. She cast a disdainful glance at the attendants before forcefully shutting the door. After a day spent aboard the train, fatigue set in. Lila stretched and intended to leap onto the bed, which was spacious enough to accommodate a silver pillow fight. Wait! Loren abruptly grasped Lila's arm. In response to her puzzled gaze, he proceeded to spray alcohol around the room and retrieved fresh bed linens from his backpack to lay upon the bed. All set. Why are you being so fussy? She remarked, yet she still awaited Loren to change the sheets. It's prudent to be cautious. This establishment was designed to host esteemed guests from foreign lands, and it was indeed immaculate. The linens were brand new. Nevertheless, Loren found the place slightly unsettling. The filth of the streets still vivid in his memory. Under his orders, the adjacent room was thoroughly cleaned as well. Done. At that moment, Lila sprang onto the bed, deliberately testing its bounce. After lying down for a moment, she rose again, removed her boots, revealing her fair, delicate feet. Standing not tall, her feet were small enough for Loren to grasp with one hand. After a day confined in boots, her feet appeared even whiter. Loren felt fortunate that witches were such extraordinary beings that they did not even emit an unpleasant odor. Otherwise, the atmosphere here would be quite unbearable. Good night. After removing her shoes, Lila collapsed onto the bed, intending to sleep. Good night. Loren extinguished the light and lay beside Lila, both still dressed as they settled into slumber. However, after some time had passed in darkness, Lila continued to toss and turn, unable to find rest. What troubles you? It's nothing, just that it's my first time sleeping beside someone, and I'm not accustomed to it. Lila spoke candidly, turning to face Loren, the moonlight illuminating her face, making her emerald eyes shine even brighter. Regrettably, the moonlight in this world was blood red, casting an eerie hue over Lila, prompting Loren to draw the curtains tighter. He recalled that when he first shared a bed with Lila, she had been similarly restless, and he understood her discomfort. Should I sleep elsewhere? The couch in the living room is quite spacious. No, it's thanks to you that I can stay here. It would be ungrateful to send you away. Lila grasped the hem of Loren's clothing, preventing him from leaving his thoughts. They lay together once more, facing each other, a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere causing Loren to turn away. I'm sorry. As Loren closed his eyes, he suddenly heard Lila's apology. What is it? When you first boarded the carriage, I failed to recognize your identity and insulted you. Lila had always been skeptical of others' reputations, much like the embellished reports in newspapers. The newly crowned king of the good Elan kingdom, whom Lila had encountered before, was merely a greedy little man, easily discerned by her unique abilities. Thus, upon recognizing Luo Luan's true nature, she felt a pang of guilt. Hey, come on. Luo Luan had forgotten about the incident, surprised that Lai La still remembered. She knew he would likely dismiss it, yet she felt compelled to apologize. If only the influential figures in this world were like you, perhaps it would be a better place. Perhaps. Luo Luan turned over, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling as he continued. This world belongs to the gods. The capabilities of ordinary people are limited. If one truly wishes to change this world, listening to Luo Luan's words, Lai La's heart began to race. Then one must slay the gods, overthrowing them from their thrones, for they are the root of this world's decay. Since the moment he embraced Anna, Luo Luan had set this goal, to eradicate the gods entirely. Can it truly be done? Lila tightened her grip on the gun at her waist, feeling exhilarated. Yet even she deemed the hope to be faint. She would not hesitate to assassinate a pope, but the gods felt too distant, almost unreal. She had heard of the angels' prowess and knew that no version of herself could match them. And the angels, after all, were merely the messengers of the righteous gods. It is possible. At times, Luo Luan pondered the consequences of truly summoning the outer gods. Would they consume this world, reshape it into paradise, or perhaps construct a utopia? Each outer god would act differently. The god of greed, Pluto, might devour the world outright, while others might not. Most striking to Luo Luan was the god of joy, Cashin, whose actions were devoid of logic. As long as he found you amusing, he would assist you after your prayers. This was why players found their prayers to him almost invariably answered. No one was more entertaining than them. However, such assistance came at a price. Following a response to a prayer, something Cashin deemed amusing would inevitably occur. The definition of amusing was broad. A happy ending could be amusing, but unexpected outcomes could be delightful as well. With a stroke of luck, Cashin might bless you and your beloved to live happily ever after, but he could just as easily transform you into a cucumber. More likely, Cashin would conjure a beautiful girl's face on your underwear, leaving you forever unable to remove the indestructible garment, condemned to hear her disdainfully lament your increasingly foul odor. Chapter 82. Journey to the Tower of Sin. Wake up, Luo Luan. We must head to the Tower of Sin. Early in the morning, Lila called out to Luo Luan, who had forgotten the last time he had been awakened normally. Oh, all right. Luo Luan struggled to sit up. He had not slept well the previous night. Feeling uncomfortable in this unfamiliar place, he realized he was becoming increasingly particular. Upon exiting the room, Luo Luan found several attendants waiting at the door, all male and of a youthful, charming type. Seeing this, Luo Luan understood the situation. The innkeepers likely assumed he was also inclined towards men. After all, he had not glanced at any of the women and had chosen to sleep alongside Lila after parting ways with Neko Lee Si and the others, which naturally raised suspicions. I am not gay. You may leave now, and please arrange for a carriage to take me to the Tower of Sin. After dismissing them, Luo Luan knocked on the door of Neko Lee Si and her companions, who always rose earlier than he did. Children, it's time to depart for the Tower of Sin. Can we eat before we leave? Anna, rubbing her eyes, was the first to step outside. Let us have dry rations. The food here is unsanitary. This place resembles India in many ways, even lacking the abundant spices of India. Eating here is less preferable than dry rations, especially since Scarlet Space of the Reaper contains plenty of preserved meals. The Space of the Reaper also has preservation properties, as living creatures cannot enter it, including microorganisms. All right. Although Anna enjoyed being pampered, she still listened to Luo Luan. The people of the kingdom of Ba Duo, Luo demonstrated high efficiency under specific circumstances. As Luo Luan exited the hotel, the welcoming party had once again changed, now consisting of several young girls, most of whom were younger than Anna. What does this mean? Do they think I'm a copper smelter? Luo Luan felt a headache coming on. The people of Ba Duo Luo were putting forth great effort to please him. The news of his ability to forge Ember Glimmer had spread, elevating his significance in the eyes of the influential. Initially, they respected Luo Luan purely for his knowledge and reputation, but now they genuinely sought to curry favor with him. The god of plague could indeed extend the lifespans of his followers, but the extension was limited and not something just anyone could achieve. No, I can tell they are all inexperienced. They must be here to entertain esteemed guests. How can you tell? Even Luo Luan, possessing the eye of true sight, could not discern this. he truly did not understand how Jing Xian accomplished it. It's a talent. For instance, I can see that among our group, only Scarlet has experience besides myself. The rest are blank slates, including the bird on your shoulder. Wait, your ability doesn't even differentiate between species? Suddenly, Luo Luan realized that Jing Xian's ability might have other applications. For instance, in a place like Baduo Luo, where X disease was commonplace. Spotting someone as a blank slate likely indicated they were a witch. In truth, Luo Luan had yet to find a reliable method to identify witches. He relied solely on memory and experience. Jing Xian's talent could indeed prove quite helpful. After dispatching the young girls, Luo Luan finally led everyone to the carriage. The Tower of Sin was a classic dungeon he had traversed numerous times, and he remembered the layout well enough to complete it in about an hour. However, concerned about potential unforeseen events if they delayed, he felt compelled to set off immediately. The journey would take approximately 2 hours. Please be patient. The coachman tightened his grip on the reins, stating that this time, the carriage was once again drawn by magical beasts. The location of the prison Sinspire lies in the desolate wilderness adjacent to the royal capital. Yet Bartholomew is relatively vast, requiring some time to traverse. On the carriage, the group commenced their breakfast with the backpack entrusted to Sigiali. Each time, she feigned retrieving items from it, when in reality, she was extracting items from the space of the soul thief. This tactic was taught to her by Loren, otherwise with Sigiali's intellect. She would never have devised such a method. Sigiali distributed sandwiches to everyone and piled various foods on Anna's lap. Anna's appetite far exceeded Sigiali's, and Sigiali could hardly compete with her for food. In truth, their previous food tussles resembled a contest for affection. The most voracious eater, Anna, was also the one most favored by Loren, prompting Sigiali to seek his attention through such means. However, that was unnecessary now. Sigiali generously relinquished her food to Anna, even personally feeding her. In response, Anna asserted that everything was part of the plan, whether it was Luna or Sigiali. Everyone who aspired to be her mother would treat her well. Nonetheless, even while eating, Anna did not forget to grasp Loren's clothing with one hand, determined not to yield him to anyone else. As the carriage departed from the royal capital, the surroundings grew considerably more barren. After the god of abundance seized the bountiful authority, other areas mirrored this desolation. Even in the wilderness, unless amidst certain primeval forests, greenery was a rare sight. Beside the carriage, 2 individuals donned in birdbeak masks trailed them. They were known as plague bearers, akin to scarecrows of the Church of Abundance, with each church possessing similar figures. The population of Bartholomew Kingdom was sparse, and even the number of plague bearers was limited. Due to the emergence of the prison Sinspire, most plague bearers were stationed there, resulting in a scarcity of those tasked with protecting Loren and the others. They bore resemblance to the bird-beaked doctors of Europe, yet their roles were entirely opposite. While the bird-beaked doctors treated plagues, these individuals spread them. Just as scarecrows guarded the fields, they, true to their name, were messengers of pestilence, disseminating calamity and disease. However, despite their similar roles, the combat prowess of plague bearers surpassed that of scarecrows, though the latter's sheer numbers could still prove deadly. In such a scenario, Loren witnessed one of the plague bearers beside the carriage suddenly topple from his mount, even causing the horse to stumble. Sensing something amiss, preparations for confrontation were swiftly made. Upon detecting the disturbance, Layla immediately braced herself against the carriage's backrest and drew her revolver. Loren also retrieved his weapon from beneath his cloak, one hand grasping his wand, the other holding a submachine gun. "Is it a starry night from the domain of the god of night and thunder?" Layla exclaimed upon seeing Loren's firearm, a hint of envy gleaming in her eyes. Ah, connoisseur. This marked the first instance someone recognized Loren's weapon. The names of firearms in this world differed entirely from reality, resembling rather the names of various jewels. Chapter 83. Plague bears the firearms from the domain of night and thunder are indeed superior. Loren twirled the submachine gun in his hand, deliberately showcasing it to Layla. He would normally refrain from such displays, but encountering an old comrade revitalized his spirit. The domain of night and thunder, benefiting from electricity, was considerably more modernized than other regions, even boasting numerous factories. Thus, their firearms were the most sophisticated, while other places could only manage rudimentary rifles. And some even still used flintlocks. Only the domain of night and thunder could produce the compact submachine gun that Loren wielded. Prepare yourselves, Loren's intuition warned. In this final moment, Anna stuffed the remaining food back in the backpack, gripping her dagger at her waist, while Nikalis brandished her wand. And Luna brought the flute to her lips, still not fully mastering the new magical release techniques. Even Jingxin drew her gun, while Sigiali quietly huddled in a corner, cradling her head. In the next instant, an arrow shot forth at breakneck speed, impaling the coachman to the carriage, causing the beast of burden to rear in fright, thus tipping the entire carriage. Layla promptly leapt from the window, taking cover behind the carriage to assess the situation. Loren, stay put. I'll draw their fire. Familiar with the urgency, Layla addressed Loren by name. After ensuring Loren was secure, she dashed behind a withered tree trunk, her petite form perfectly concealed. I'll join you. Loren leapt from the carriage, surmising the assailants had targeted him, making it unsafe to remain with the children. Another arrow struck, this time not aimed at Loren, but piercing the vigilant plague bearer's skull. An ill-intentioned group, Loren mused, estimating that, given the speed of the arrow, evasion was impossible. But he could rely on his instincts to evade it through phasing. Long time no see, Minter. After dispatching the guard, several figures emerged from behind a nearby mound of earth, clad in camouflage, one wielding a crossbow, the very culprit responsible for the plague bearer's demise. What brings you here? Knowing Loren's identity and still daring to attack him suggested they were either foolish or proficient, given the swift elimination of the two plague bearers. They clearly belonged to the latter category. They approached Loren, disregarding him entirely, as his reputation as a defenseless individual preceded him, and confronting a darkened one was a matter of life and death. Loren. Witnessing Loren surrounded, Layla sprang from behind the tree, positioning herself protectively before him. Yet even with Layla's gun aimed at them, they displayed no fear. Some even stepped upon the corpse of the plague bearer. No need to be anxious, Minter. We seek your assistance. Please accompany us. As they moved closer, Layla fired her weapon, pushing Loren away while sprinting in the opposite direction from the carriage. However, Layla's plan faltered. Her bullets were effortlessly dodged by the man with the crossbow, and Loren failed to escape in time. Run, Loren. Layla discharged 5 rounds. Yet none found their mark. Their reactions were swift, rendering Layla's standard revolver ineffective. As she urged Loren to flee, she also kept her eyes fixed on the assailants, skillfully reloading her revolver. Yet Loren showed no inclination to flee, instead shaking his head. Loren understood this was Layla's intent to activate her secret power. Even if using it might expose her identity as a witch, he was determined to protect Loren. Layla, unsure of Loren's intentions, chose to trust him and lowered her weapon, though her gaze remained firmly locked on the leader of the group. Silently, the unrelenting mark of pursuit was already imprinted upon him. Should he truly intend to harm Loren, Layla's next bullet would undoubtedly strike a vital point. So, what assistance do you require? In this dire situation, Loren remained unhurried, even finding the time to assist in collecting the fallen plague bearer's body, carrying it back to lay at his feet. You're truly a kind soul. Surely you would be willing to help lift the curse afflicting our leader. Your leader is cursed? Oh, I recall. You seem to be from that band of thieves. Thief bands were common in this world, some powerful, others weak. However, Loren's impression of them was still vague. He only remembered having easily annihilated them previously, as their leader bore the curse of the god of abundance, which left an impression on Loren. I'm surprised you know of us. What an honor. Therefore, you must be willing to assist us, yes? Even if Loren does not recall their names, they remain unconcerned, as neither their tone nor their actions suggest a plea for assistance. In this world, information holds paramount importance. Those endowed with knowledge can accomplish feats far exceeding their inherent capabilities. You are indeed correct. As we draw closer, if I were in your position, I would not proceed in such a manner. Oh, now far away in the kingdom of Belo, the Gongfu Church is unable to assist you, and the plague envoy, beleaguered by the pestilence, has little strength left. The leader of the bandits felt a sudden chill, not from fear of Loren, but from an unsettling grip on his ankle. He quickly glanced down to discover that it was the corpse of the plague envoy that had ensnared him. The plague envoy lifted its head, causing the bird-like mask to fall away, revealing its decayed features. In the next instant, a swarm of flies erupted from its mouth, eyes, nose, and ears, engulfing the bandit in an instant. The second plague envoy met a similar fate, as the flies that suddenly erupted surrounded them. Upon contact with their skin, it would begin to decay instantly. The plague envoys possessed the ability of death's whisper, and those who dare approach their corpses face dire consequences. Loren momentarily faded from view and swiftly retreated. Even in death, the plague envoys retain a semblance of awareness, discerning friend from foe, sparing Loren from harm. The flies dissipated after mere seconds, yet the bandits had transformed into putrid corpses. Plague envoys are seldom slain, and even upon their demise, they are whisked away by death's whisper. So few are aware of this truth. Even Loren himself had perished multiple times at the hands of the plague envoys. Today, however, the death's whisper of the plague envoy inadvertently aided Loren. Chapter 84. Arrival. It is resolved. Children, come forth. Loren stowed away his wand and firearm, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. By the way, can you drive carriage? The recent events seemed trivial to Loren, who was more interested in whether Layla could indeed operate a carriage. What has transpired? Layla had yet to recover from the visual shock of the plague envoy's death's whisper. As the envoy of the god of pestilence, the plague envoy harbored the oppressive power of disease within, capable of wielding it while alive, only to unleash it upon death to vanquish foes. While explaining this to Layla, Loren approached the overturned carriage, assisting others out and righting the vehicle. Is this so? Layla recognized the significance of this intelligence, realizing that few in the world were privy to such information. In truth, both straw men and plague envoys rarely suffer casualties. Only in the kingdom of Gedilon, where Loren had dealt with the darkened ones, would the straw men face such losses. I could drive the carriage. Allow me. After Loren calmed the startled magical beast using the reverse curse, Layla took her place at the reins. However, I have never driven one pulled by such magical beasts. These creatures resemble horses but possess sharp fangs, are carnivorous, and have barbs on their hooves. Fear not, drive with confidence. Loren positioned himself closer to the beasts, exuding an aura that calmed them, rendering them docile. The curse of the scorn of all beings could nearly ruin a person. Thus the effect of its reversal was equally formidable. Loren disregarded the aftermath, knowing that the Church of Pestilence would handle it later. His priority was to reach the Tower of Sin as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, with a map in hand and Layla's sense of direction, they managed to make timely progress. From afar, Loren spotted a throng gathered around a peculiar sight. It was a tower constructed from heaps of bones, drawing considerable interest, especially from adventurers. Most importantly, upon catching sight of the Tower of Sin, individuals instinctively yearned to enter, leading to a notable disappearance of plague envoys. Those emerging from within often brought treasures, further enticing others to flock to the site. In this world, many aspects are monopolized by the Church, leaving ordinary individuals without access to magic unless they join, making this potentially their only chance to alter their destinies. Numerous plague envoys maintained order here, yet they did not deter others from entering. They required experimentation to uncover what lay within, and those who exited would promptly face inquiries. Master, you have finally arrived. Do you know what this is? Upon disembarking the carriage, Loren was greeted by a plague envoy, who did not even inquire about the whereabouts of the two envoys tasked with guarding Loren. I am uncertain, which is why I wish to enter and explore. I am intrigued by the unknown. However, it is perilous within. The survival rate of those who emerge is dismally low. The plague envoy attempted to dissuade Loren, as they still sought his assistance, yet Loren's resolve was firm. I am aware, I am fully cognizant. Loren bypassed the plague envoy. Approaching the Tower of Sin, where the Church of Pestilence had erected several temporary structures, including one specifically for Loren and his companions. I will tidy up before entering. Please do not disturb me. After issuing his instructions, Loren stepped inside the temporary structure, constructed of wood and lacking windows, illuminated solely by oil lamps. Catch this. What is this? The night sky star 44. Layla exclaimed with excitement as she caught the firearm Loren tossed her way. It was her first time handling such a powerful weapon, and she couldn't help but cherish it. This is a gift for you. Is that true, my adoptive father? Upon hearing Loren's words, Layla leapt into his arms, embracing his neck. This feeling was akin to praising a roommate's extravagant computer setup only for them to surprise you with an identical one. Such luxury could not be purchased with money. Even the god of night and thunder possessed few, Yet Loren was willing to bestow upon her too. Do not rush, there are bullets as well. Loren instructed Scarlet to retrieve several magazines filled with ammunition from his backpack, each containing 50 rounds. He tossed these magazines to Layla, whose hands trembled at the sight of such plentiful ammunition. She typically opted for a revolver due to its affordability and frugality, yet Loren had just gifted her an abundance. These are enchanted with flesh-tearing properties, and these are imbued with fortitude. Remember to load them into the respective firearms. Enchanted bullets? Such a luxury. Enchanted ammunition is scarcely more straightforward to produce than enchanted blades, and the consumption rate is high. Layla had seldom utilized enchanted bullets in her life. Yet Loren had just granted her 700 or 800 rounds. This is no adoptive father. This is akin to a biological father. This dagger is for you. I know you favor using daggers. It is fully enchanted approximately 5 or 6 times. Fully enchanted? 5 or 6 times. Setting aside the expense of enchantments. Ordinary weapons can typically only be enchanted once. The ability to accommodate so many enchantments signifies that this dagger is of exceptional quality. At this moment, Layla suddenly pondered. Despite Loren's proximity to so many beautiful women, he scarcely glanced their way, yet he was unexpectedly generous to her. Could it be that? Layla's thoughts tightened, yet upon reflection, Loren was handsome, kind-hearted, and of good character. There was nothing wrong with his treatment of her. Still, she feared that when Loren discovered her unadorned state, his illusions might shatter. As she accepted the dagger, her hands trembled with excitement. She felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Loren. Although Layla often roamed freely, she was indeed quite poor. Moreover, this is a set of potions, ranging from temporary enhancements to detoxification and healing. Be sure to carry them. And this black robe offers some protection against magic and conceals one's presence. Most crucially, I have design pockets within for holding potions and magazines, facilitating the transport of your belongings. Layla gently caressed the black robe, noting that its fabric was of extraordinary quality. Observing the plethora of items surrounding her, Layla resolved that if she were to emerge unscathed, she would certainly take the time to cleanse herself thoroughly that evening. This time it was Ayanna and Nikalis, and Layla who ventured inside, while the others awaited our return here. We would soon be back. Hooray! Upon realizing she would not have to take the risk, Scarlet let out a jubilant cheer. In contrast, Luna felt a tinge of disappointment upon learning that she would not be joining us.